The Letters of William S. Burroughs 1945–1959. Penguin Modern Classics. The Letters of William S. Burroughs 1945–1959. William Burroughs was born on February 5, 1914, into a prominent St. Louis family. His paternal grandfather and namesake was the inventor of the modern adding machine, and his maternal uncle, Ivy Lee, was one of the founders of modern public relations. In work and in life, Burroughs would turn this family inheritance against itself as part of a lifelong subversion of the morality, politics and economics of modern America. To escape these conditions, and in particular his treatment as a homosexual and a drug user, Burroughs left his homeland in 1950, and soon after began writing. By the time of his death, he was widely recognized as one of the most politically trenchant, culturally influential, and innovative artists of the 20th century. His books include Junkie, Queer, Naked Lunch, The Cut-Up Trilogy, The Soft Machine, The Ticket That Exploded, Nova Express, The Wild Boys, The Third Mind, The Burroughs File, The Adding Machine, Inner Zone, The Letters of William S. Burroughs, 1945–1959, edited by Oliver Harris, a final trilogy of novels, Cities of the Red Night, The Place of Dead Roads, The Western Lands, and The Cat Inside, My Education, and Last Words. After living in Mexico City, Tangier, Paris, and London, Burroughs returned to America in 1974, later settling in Lawrence, Kansas, where he died on August 2, 1997. Oliver Harris is professor of American literature at Keele University and the editor of The Letters of William S. Burroughs, 1945–1959, 1993, Junkie, The Definitive Text of Junk, 2003, The Yahoo Letters Redux, 2006, and Everything Lost, The Latin American Notebook of William S. Burroughs, 2008. He has published articles on film noir, the epistolary, and beat generation writing, and the book William Burroughs and the Secret of Fascination, 2003. He is the co-editor of Naked Lunch at 50, Anniversary Essays, 2009, and editor of a new 25th anniversary edition of Queer, forthcoming in 2010. Introduction. What is it that makes these letters of William Burroughs so extraordinary? A writer's early correspondence ordinarily promises two things. First, a kind of draft literary autobiography. The reader hopes for a running record of the genesis of the writing, and a bank of raw material from which the features of the author's experience can be drawn. A writer's early letters also promise the emergence of a certain quality of prose, the development of a distinctive voice. In the years covered by this volume, William Burroughs disappoints on neither count. His letters model that instantly recognizable, unmistakably Burroughsian voice, the unique drawl that mixes Mandarin intellect and hipster humor. And if they are often damned funny, it is because they must outlaugh despair, outbid damnation, and find delight in a life that was often deluged by disaster. For these are exorbitantly vocal, prodigious letters, voluminous not so much in length or number as in drama. Typically written in a state of emergency, they evoke an exotic zone where every external event, every new encounter and environment, no matter how colorful or calamitous, is matched by Burroughs' own capacity for the extreme. Reporting back from that physical and emotional front line with self-dramatizing relish, his letters reveal clues to illuminate the life, and keys to open up the texts. But their content is more than chronicle, their style more than impress, and the whole is greater than the sum of their always original and often remarkable parts. What makes these letters of William Burroughs extraordinary as either the facts of his life or the qualities of his fiction, is the central role that they played in both. In the decade and a half they cover, more often than not, in one way or another, the action turns on the letters themselves. Incriminating letters, intercepted by the police in New Orleans, April 1949, and again a decade later in Tangier, April 1959. Letters through which Burroughs evolved as a writer during the mid-1950s, rehearsing his routines and expropriating them to form fiction. Letters that were lifelines, cast across continents and oceans, converting the isolation of addiction and exile into the workshop of creativity. And dead letters returned unanswered, provoking crisis. At times William Burroughs was, quite literally, a man who lived by writing, unum lettera. The letters not only provide a context but form a text in their own right, because the years from 1945 to 1959 frame the rise and fall of letter writing as integral to Burroughs' fiction-making. The epistolary novel he wrote close to this volume's chronological center, in 1953, was the embodiment of a progressive merger of life, letters, and literature. When editing his own correspondence again 2 years later, he found that it already possessed a continuity to fit the aesthetic framework of his work in progress. Funny though how the letters hang together. I figure to use one sentence and it pulls a whole page along with it. The result here is a curious paradox. A book of correspondence, even that of the most conventional novelist, does not invite sequential reading, because the reader looks for fragments, not coherence. And yet this volume, which concludes with both the publication of Burroughs' fragmentary antinovel, Naked Lunch, and the discovery of the technique that made a methodology of its madness, the cut-ups, does require chronological reading. It does so precisely because these letters do tell a story, and because they themselves show, rather than tell, how Burroughs started from narrative and arrived at anti-narrative. To travel that route as it was taken is to experience the extraordinary course of Burroughs' investment of creativity in his correspondence. When, at the heart of this volume, he writes, "Maybe the real novel is Letters to You," Burroughs was thinking of one particular reader, but now speaks to all. The letters gradually generate their own narrative, finally shape their own significant form. The one, inescapable editorial intervention in the present volume has been the decision where to end it, the choice of the last letter. For the rest, no criteria but the broadest, quality and the intention to be representative, have been used, with very few editorial deletions. The first letter was the earliest available for selection. On July 24, 1945, William Seward Burroughs wrote from St. Louis to Irwin Allen Ginsberg in New York, enclosing a nearly identical letter to Jean Louis Kerouac. An American triumvirate of diverse backgrounds and ages, a Middle Western WASP aged 31, an East Coast Jew aged 19, and a French-Canadian Catholic, 23, Burroughs, Ginsberg, and Kerouac had by then known one another some 18 months. During that time, the three men had shared the same New York apartment. Burroughs had conducted lay analytical sessions with his junior partners, and had introduced them to the esoteric in literature and the exotic in street life. Although after the following year the trio would never again spend more than a few months together in the same country, let alone at the same address, already they had embarked on lifelong friendships. And although it would be another 5 years before any of them had anything published, before Kerouac succeeded in inspiring Burroughs to write a book of his own, or before Ginsberg would serve first as his agent and then as a substitute muse, already they had laid the literary foundations for what became known as the Beat Generation. Their alliance was Burroughs' starting point as a writer. And because his movements were about to open up a gulf that only letters could bridge, the end of their season together is also this volume's starting point. That July, the world was also less than 2 weeks away from Hiroshima. Written on the brink of turning points both personal and global, literary and historical, the 1945 letter to Ginsberg that opens this volume appears strangely tight-lipped. Like the one enclosed with it to Kerouac, its language is stilted, its tone almost formal, the impression left by its French valediction one of affectation rather than affection. It is the only letter to Ginsberg, or Kerouac, where Burroughs does not sign off love. As ever, or without some personalized version of his name, until, that is, the final letter in the volume, over 14 years later. There, writing from Paris on October 29, 1959, Burroughs signs off not with a customary expression of intimacy but with his full name, in lowercase, impersonally, William Seward Burroughs. These first and last letters to Ginsberg are like bookends. Distant as strangers, yet companions in that very impersonality, as if their symmetry sought to bracket all that passed between them. Given the period covered by this volume, it is natural that letters to Allen Ginsberg should predominate. Until the new decade of 1960, by which time Burroughs was engaged in cutting himself off from his past, Ginsberg was not only by far the most consistent recipient but also the most dedicated custodian of his correspondence. Indeed, had Ginsberg not been such an assiduous archivist, with both eyes set firmly on the future, little of Burroughs' material would have survived the often careless, chaotic circumstances of its production. For Burroughs, writing to Ginsberg was one of only two constant habits throughout a decade and a half of constant, turbulent change. The other habitual companion, whose shadow remained with him until the end, was the old Chinaman, Junk. When William Burroughs recounted the history of his pre-1945 years in the preface to Junkie, 1953, the self-characterization is marked by a lack of, and quest for, motive, direction, need. In his teens, he had drifted into solo adventures of juvenile risk-taking before going to Harvard, where he majored in English literature for lack of interest in any other subject. Afterwards, he drifted around Europe for a year or so, then fooled around taking graduate courses in psychology and jiu-jitsu, and played around the edges of crime. When his autobiographical sketch reaches the mid-1940s, there is no mention of writing or writers, no place for his new relationships with Ginsberg and Kerouac, or with his common-law wife, Joan Vollmer. The focus is strictly on the immediate subject and the fact of his possession by it, You become a narcotics addict because you do not have strong motivations in any other direction. I drifted along taking shots when I could score. I ended up hooked. You don't decide to be an addict. The years of indulgent drifting were over, a decision had been made, a special need acquired, a direction, downward, found, and its dictates followed. The letters in this volume start, then, shortly after Burroughs had begun his indenture to narcotics. As early as the second letter, September 1, 1946, we hear what will become a familiar refrain, the announcement that he has given up his addiction, entirely. With each year that follows, with each relocation, first from one state to another and then from continent to continent, the refrain persists, punctuated with increasing frequency by both renewed determination to kick and mounting despair at ever doing so. 2 years later, he was planning a novel tactic to break the habit. My latest idea is to go to some other city and have dwindling quantities mailed to me. The prospect of cure by correspondence, like his hope to afford a sanitarium from the profits of his carrot crop, has its amusing side. But the comedy was cruelly pathetic, as when, in 1954, he resorted to hiring friends who confiscated his clothes and prevented access to pharmacies, a method borrowed from Coleridge via De Quincey. All told, more than a decade passes before a breakthrough is achieved. Addiction is not merely a recurrent subject of Burroughs' letters, it is their matrix. The last 5 years of the 1940s chart Burroughs legally enforced movements down through America, from New York to New Orleans, from New Orleans to East Texas, and from East Texas finally over the border into Mexico. Shortly after arriving in Mexico City, Joan would write to Ginsberg, quoting a friend's remark, "I'd rather be on the outside looking in, than on the inside looking out." 2 Burroughs' letters up to this point are those of an outsider still stuck on the inside, a professional farmer and family man, landowner and landlord, but one fundamentally isolated from his neighbors. There seems to be no one of any interest around, he writes in 1948, or if such people exist, I cannot find them. Uncannily predicting his itinerary for the next 10 years, he considers removing to Central America, America, or possibly to Africa. In the meantime, Burroughs' dissatisfaction with America inspired a productive confrontation with bureaucracy, and a hostile conflict with legal and cultural norms. His distinctive philosophy and politics are already deeply felt and lucidly articulated, and always working against the grain of his environment. Addiction provided a crude yet effective yardstick with which to measure social interference, but Burroughs recruited oppositional or marginalized figures to delineate his position. In particular, he identified with and borrowed from Wilhelm Reich and Alfred Korzybski, whose radical psychosexual and semantic practices challenged mainstream thinking. Because they challenged the mainstream, Reich and Korzybski were also sticks with which to beat and berate Ginsberg in the course of Burroughs' lectures on language, socialism, ethics, medicine, and mysticism. Alan, please do me one favor. Get Korzybski's Science and Sanity and read it. Every young man should get the principles of semantics clear in his mind before he goes to college, or anywhere else for that matter. And again, debating Ginsberg's visionary experiences, Burroughs insists on semantic clarity, concrete examples, empirical knowledge, reflecting his own commitment to experimental verification. Mysticism is just a word. I am concerned with facts on all levels of experience. If the tone is often that of an impatient teacher correcting a lazy student, what is also striking is the rapier accuracy, the precision at once chilling and comic. Human, Alan, is an adjective, and its use as a noun is in itself regrettable. Burroughs was not a man to compromise friendship, even with one so junior to him in years and experience, and one balanced at the time on a tightrope of psychiatric treatment, by pulling his verbal punches. But there are early gaps in the carapace of Burroughs' famously iconoclastic cynicism, moments when the sharpness of his pen is matched by a softness of the heart. He attacks Neal Cassidy's behavior as an absolute nadir in human relations, in order to stand up for a decent, honest, well-meaning, well-mannered Jewish girl like Helen Hinkle. I would be much more inclined to throw Neal out than her if it came to a choice. As such letters reveal, while Burroughs was an early misanthrope, his notorious misogyny and anti-Semitism were later acquisitions. The new decade of the 50s dawned for Burroughs in Mexico. There, conditions were about where the U.S. was in 1880, as if, anticipating the expeditions into Central and South America, his geographic movements south were regressions in time, quests in older cultures, hotter climes, for mythical America's glorious frontier heritage. In fact, it was the heat of the law that drove Burroughs across the border, and it was a final, calamitous transgression that would force him out again. At first, Mexico was a fine, free country, where a man like Burroughs could relax, as in his native land he could not. The untenable social position of the addict and homosexual was reversed, and Burroughs lost haute bourgeois status ironically reinstated, in a nation where the cops recognize you as their superior and would never venture to stop or question a well-dressed upper-class character like myself. The state of anxiety-free exile, which would not endure long, was also the condition of Burroughs' first serious engagement with writing, which would. On arrival in Mexico, his letters speak of opening a bar, or buying a farm. It is not until March 1950, on receipt of a copy of Kerouac's first novel, that Burroughs even notes, almost en passant, that he has begun his own. He doubts the salability of his book, then called junk, owing to the criticism of the narcotic department it contains, but there is a teasing blank space in his letters where the writer's first anxieties and ambitions might be expected to appear. His hopes, when expressed, are modest, his creative rationale likewise. After working on the manuscript for a year, Burroughs' most significant remark was to ally its writing to his environment. "I don't mean it as justification or deterrent or anything but an accurate account of what I experienced during the time I was on Shunk. For one thing, the book was written in Mexico. It is difficult for anyone living in the States to realize how meaningless such a concept as justification is down here." Unconcerned with either defensive or aggressive impulses, Burroughs intended neither to justify nor to deter but, disinterestedly, to document. In revision, he would cut out all theory and domestic relations in order to confine himself to straight narrative, like a soldier to the boredom of the barracks. A year later, he was only glad the publishers don't want to hash up the story itself, a relief 7 years and a world away from the compulsively interrupted course of Naked Lunch, and Burroughs' frenetic relish as captain of the slushed-up Hashhead subway. Looking back in 1965, Burroughs recalled that when he had started to write Junkie, there didn't seem to be any strong motivation. "I didn't feel compelled. I had nothing else to do." His writing debut came about with an initial absence of will that, ominously, prophetically, parallels his first use of narcotics. The situation appears to repeat 2 years later, when Burroughs started writing Queer to take his mind off the absence of his then-boyfriend. "I have been working on a new novel, with Marker away and no one around I can talk to. I have need of distraction." When he echoed these lines in a following letter, the meaning exceeded his intention. "With Marker away I got another habit. Another habit, but of a different kind. I ended up hooked." You don't decide to be a writer. While it was I who wrote Junkie, Burroughs later commented, "I feel that I was being written in Queer." The shift from active to passive mood coincides with a marked change in the nature of his letters. Although that change is only inferential at first, not seen directly but alluded to, because it takes place outside his correspondence with Ginsberg, which is all that survives from this period, the letters change with his fiction, from the dry, measured, impersonal tone of Junkie toward the vulnerable, personal self-exposure of Queer. That shift also mirrors Burroughs' state of narcotic possession, while translating it not, as the book's title superficially suggests, into sexual need but into a creative dependency. In May 1952, he observes of a particular routine, "It was the turning point where my partial success was assured. If I had not achieved the reckless gaiety that charges this fantasy, Marker would have refused to go with me to S.A." What he also notes is that the routine came to him like dictated, a fact confirmed but complicated by a glance at Queer, where Burroughs appears under his nom de plume, Lee, and Marker as Allerton, Leapoist. The routine was coming to him like dictation. Mary and Allerton left. Lee was alone in the bar. The monologue continued. The published text prefers failure over success, absence over presence. The routine turns autonomous, becomes as independent of author or audience as any text. Allerton is an alibi. The real need was elsewhere. What divides Junkie from Queer? What makes the novel documenting Burroughs' addiction lead to a novel whose writing begins to resemble an addiction, was the killing of his wife. Joan's only contribution in these letters comes in one of the last before her death, and takes the form of postscript comments on Burroughs' sexual life, written in pencil so the old boy can erase it if he sees fit. It is hard to imagine any gesture so self-effacing yet so indelible, or to conceive a more grimly pathetic entrance that is also an exit. As for Burroughs' first surviving comments on the event's meaning to him, rather than on its legal effects, 3.5 years and as many thousand miles of water separate them from the tragedy itself. In his introduction to Queer on its publication in 1985, he confirmed that the book is motivated and formed by an event which is never mentioned, in fact is carefully avoided, the accidental shooting death of my wife, Joan, in September 1951. The shooting was a turning point. Before it, Burroughs' biography reads like a balance sheet with every new entry in the debit column. After it, his life reads like a novel, albeit a novel such as few would wish to write, and none perhaps but Burroughs could live and survive. It is from this point on that he begins to see in his letters, as in his writing, new significances, to see their interdependence. On the simplest level, he could now anticipate a future. "Better save my letters," he writes in April 1952, "maybe we can get out a book of them later on when I have a rep." 2 months later, his despair at Marker's failure to reply implies the deep-seated, personal needs that his writing sought to satisfy. "Of course I am attempting black magic. I have written 5 or 6 letters to him with fantasies and routines in my best vein, but he doesn't answer. I just wrote because it was as near as I could come to contact with him, like I was talking to him." The routines evolved in his letters, and they were an act of threatening courtship, love letters, blackmail. When Marker's rejection seemed final, Burroughs contemplated never writing again. Yet Allerton, as the anonymous listener inside the narrative of Queer, is wooed precisely because rejection is inevitable. When Allerton walks out of the book, William Lee becomes Coleridge's Ancient Mariner in search of a wedding guest, finding one whose absence is taken for granted. The routines continue as soliloquies, as written performances for the reader. Looking ahead to Naked Lunch, the comedy turns coercive, becomes both compulsive and repulsive. "Gentle reader, I fain would spare you this, but my pen hath its will like the Ancient Mariner." 2 years later, at the virtual dead center of this volume, Burroughs again writes in a state of crisis brought on by a failure of his correspondent to reply, and by the return to sender of his own letters. In April 1954, he pleads with Kerouac, "The withdrawal symptoms are worse than the Marker habit. One letter would fix me. So make it your business, if you are a real friend, to see that he writes me a fix. I am incapacitated. Can't write. Can't take interest in anything." He was by then Allen Ginsberg, and the routines Burroughs was writing to him were early episodes of Naked Lunch. Burroughs' letters gradually constitute a unique epistolary erotic, an economy in which love serves as a literal pretext. "Whenever I encounter the impasse of unrequited affection," he wrote in the same letter to Kerouac, "my only recourse is in routines." As dependent on Ginsberg, an ocean away, as he was on Chunk, Burroughs let his routines become the harvest of a grim reaping of his own erotic and emotional failure. His letters begin like emissaries in the hope of recognition from Whitman's great camerado, the lover true, but they end up like the dead letters of Melville's Bartleby, on errands of life. These letters speed to death. For by the time Naked Lunch was published in 1959, Burroughs had begun to sever the human relation of writer to reader through the mechanical texts produced by his cut-up methods. His habit of writing to Ginsberg would end, though the need to write would not. An essential determinant of the role played by Burroughs' letters was simply the physical distances that divided him from Ginsberg, or from anyone else with whom he could meaningfully communicate. Although his letters never doubt the value of leaving America, they often admit the price paid, while hinting at the necessary isolation of the traveler. Burroughs' expatriation, which coincides with his writing, was only partly enforced by his legal and social violations, by his heroin addiction and homosexuality. Also, there were exceptions, as in Kerouac's visit to Mexico in the summer of 1952. But Burroughs' portrait of Kerouac as a paranoid house guest who stole his host's share of the bread rolls hardly suggests a welcome meeting of minds, or a respite from his status as a pernicious foreigner. Then again, when he finally escaped his legal limbo in Mexico at the end of 1952, Burroughs returned to America not to visit New York but to set off from Florida for the jungles of Central America. Quoting Shakespeare, "Let determined things to destiny hold unbewailed their way." He chose not to visit Ginsberg but to travel still further away from him and right back. What resulted from the next 6 months was In Search of Yahé, Part 1 of the epistolary novella The Yahé Letters, 1963. Comparing the two texts, the reader will recognize that much of the material published as fiction under that title is reproduced as correspondence here. Comparison confirms the limited extent of Burroughs' reworking, the selective cannibalization of his letters and notes to fabricate a narrative out of his itinerary. The cumulative, cutting comedy of these anthropological, political, and erotic anecdotes, was, largely, original to the actual letters. Like most of those that follow, these are more than a writer's letters, they are a major part of the writing itself. Their quality as fiction derives from Burroughs' growing investment in the letter form, and signals the strange but steady merger of his letters with his life. The quest for the reputedly telepathic drug had been prepared for in the closing lines of Junkie, where Yahé is hesitatingly promised as the final fix. In the course of revision, significant omissions were made, the most dramatic effect of which was to defer the quest beyond the drug's acquisition. Yes, Burroughs wrote, Yahé is the final kick and you are not the same after you have taken it. I mean literally. But this dramatic discovery was retrospectively deleted, in recognition that the botanical grail could not satisfactorily conclude his picaresque search for transforming knowledge. Significantly, as Burroughs notes, the Yahé vine itself did not travel well. Yahé is not a transportable kick. The chemical enlightenment promised as an end in itself in 1953 would, by the time the Yahé letters appeared a decade later, be displaced by a process of writing, through additional texts that once again, though now far more radically, re-edited the old ones, and so exemplified Burroughs' cut-up methodology. Also blue-penciled from the original Yahé letters were all references to Burroughs' parallel but unsuccessful attempts to write a narrative account of his misadventures. The significance of maintaining an epistolary form lies in its contrast to his previous writing. As published, Junkie, Queer, and Yahé retain a chronological continuity with overlapping material that only serves to heighten their formal distinctiveness. The first was written in the first person, the second in the third person, and the third in the form of letters. Having failed twice to find what he called a suitable medium, Burroughs was led to try the one form he always used and had already mastered, the epistolary form itself. When he started to write Queer, Burroughs had intended it to use the same straight narrative method of Junkie, only to find that by shifting person, and by writing after withdrawal from narcotics, the muted, flat register of the self-contained addict exploded into the manic garrulity and emotional excess of his routines. The resulting fragmentation of narrative, allied to the sudden appearance of Burroughs' personal voice, brings the book closer to the inherently episodic, conversational form of his letters. The introduction and redundancy of Queer's internal audience in turn led to a structure for In Search of Yahé that reproduced the conditions of its composition, an isolation from the absent reader bridged by letter writing. The result, The Fictional Letters of William Lee, generates a fictional Allen Ginsberg to receive and read them. As Voltaire said of God, if Ginsberg did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him. Burroughs unconsciously suggests as much a year later, in the striking phrase that unexpectedly reverses roles, maybe the real novel is Letters to You. Reading through Burroughs' letters to Ginsberg up to August 1953, it comes as a shock to be reminded that, for over 6 years, their relationship had been conducted entirely by correspondence. When they did finally meet in New York that September and, fittingly, began editing the Yahé letters together, Ginsberg described the result as a great psychic marriage. His new loquaciousness is something I never had the advantage of, he told Neil Cassidy. He is very personal now, and gives the impression of suffering terribly and continuously. 3. It is tempting to think that their passionate embrace came about not despite but because of the fact that for so long the relationship had existed purely on paper. There is a hint of this in the signatures of Burroughs' letters. In April 1952, he had, after much deliberation, settled on the pseudonym William Lee. In itself this was a curiously ambivalent choice, given his stated desire to disguise his identity from his mother, whose maiden name was Lee. Conversely, Burroughs liked the Oriental overtones, but could not discard his Anglo-Saxon forename. For the next year, the letters are signed simply Bill, Bill Burroughs, or Bill Lee, it is not clear. But from May 1953 every other letter is signed Willie Lee. This might, innocently, be explained as befitting letters half intended for fictional use. Yet that of August 17, the last before Burroughs reached New York, and clearly personal in content, also concludes with the signature of his fictive persona. Whether the question of identity did or did not confuse Ginsberg, it certainly appears to have confused Burroughs. It would be almost another 4 years before Kerouac could write he, Burroughs, not Lee anymore. For in any case, the end of the 6-year geographical gap between Burroughs and Ginsberg produces, in this volume, a lacuna that lasts from August to December 1953, by which time Burroughs was halfway to Europe, and their marriage of minds had terminated in abrupt physical divorce. The letters resume in Rome, where, cursing the cold, Burroughs finds himself huddled in his room preparing for the journey to Tangier by reading H. G. Wells's The Invisible Man. After references to Wells's Country of the Blind as an index of his alienation in Peru, and to the time machine in the context of Yahé as space-time travel, what could be more appropriate, more prescient, more sinister? It is as though the next chapter of his life were already written, and Burroughs had seen the script. In Naked Lunch, the Spanish boys call me El Hombre Invisible, the Invisible Man. First Rome, and then Tangier, provoked the seasoned traveler into outbursts of contempt for the local culture, prompted in each case by the previous reports of American writers, by that lying bastard Gore Vidal, whom Burroughs had recently, if briefly, met in New York, and by Paul Bowles, that shameless faker, whose Tangerine novel Let It Come Down he certainly knew. 9 months later, Burroughs was still complaining that he had generally received a cool reception in Europe and Tangier, as if he had been led to expect the red carpet and a ticker tape parade. His judgment of foreign parts, as of people, could be called capricious, were it not so integral to his personality. His verdicts, sometimes based on first impressions, sometimes not even on that, are ever extreme but often reversible. Bulls in particular would dramatically improve on actual acquaintance. Some would be condemned by, but others survive, the special and recurrent sin of failure to return a letter. And so on arrival in Rome, finding neither Allen, Anson nor any word from him, Burroughs planned to proceed to Africa, railing, "As for Anson, I hope I don't see him there or anywhere else," whose idea was that Anson should go with me. Jack's I believe. He always was an expert in unconscious sabotage. 3 days later, he and Anson were reconciled. The severity of Burroughs' spontaneous opinions led to numerous editorial cuts in the now out-of-print volume of correspondence that overlaps much of these following years. The reader already familiar with Letters to Allen Ginsberg 1953–1957, where the letter quoted above appears, in expurgated form, will also discover other substantial and frequently highly significant omissions rectified here. In addition, previous mistakes, such as the misstating of several letters, and occasional errors of transcription or printing, have been made good, without, hopefully, the introduction of new ones. More than the earlier letters, those from the Tangier period present a considerable challenge to any editor, given the circumstances of their writing. When Burroughs' typewriters were not pounded to the brink of breakdown, his pen was regularly misguided by one or another drug. Many letters also underwent copious annotation or deletion, while the status of certain ones was problematized by Burroughs' practice of appropriating them to form sections of his work in progress. He used his intimate letters also as an author's notebook, as a diary of his desperate addiction and equally desperate writing cure, as a personal, 20th-century journal of the plague year. When Burroughs arrived in Tangier the new year of 1954, it was an international zone and free port, technically not a part of Morocco at all. Whereas the rest of the country was divided between France and Spain, Tangier was uniquely colonized by 8 jealous yet indifferent foreign powers. The result was a hybrid neither African nor Western, a city with many identities and therefore none. 5. It was both a collage where anything went, and a place that was a kind of no man's land and that attracted a similarly displaced personnel. Junkies, queers, drunks. About like Mexico, Burroughs notes of his fellow expatriates. Most of them came from someplace else for obvious reasons. To the south of the zone stretched the deserts of the Dark Continent, but with its easy proximity to Gibraltar and mainland Europe, Tangier was not quite the land of the Foreign Legion. Nevertheless, by seeking to regain in Morocco the legal and cultural license he had enjoyed and lost in Mexico, Burroughs had put the Atlantic between himself and Ginsberg. After only 4 months in Tangier, he was heavily addicted again, and was spurred into sending his few close friends a stream of letters because of the silence of the one who mattered most. Neil Cassidy wrote to Ginsberg, begging for God's sake alien, write him, I get practically daily letters from him wailing your desertion of him, he's desperate, believe me. 6. The previous day, April 22, Burroughs was consumed by the tragic, raging tantrums of King Lear, striking through, but not out, the lines, Allen's neglect will drive me to some extravagance of behavior. I don't know what I will do but it will be the terror of the earth. In Shakespeare's play, what follows is storm and tempest. 350 years later, Burroughs' storm was safely disposed of in a teacup. Bill is all taken care of, Ginsberg wrote back to Cassidy. He just never got my letters and began imagining all sorts of things. He sure is lonely or imagines himself such and I guess it drives him off the road at times. 7. It was, in Ginsberg's words, a gratuitous crisis, a simple mix-up of lost letters and broken communication. However genuine Burroughs' expressions of fear for his safety, what they also, inescapably, suggest is that the fear was for the loss of his only audience, the only receiver out there for his nightly transmissions. 2 years later, little had changed. This letter is the only writing I have done in a week now. In the gray limbo of junk I seem to depend on you as my only point of reference, in fact the only strong emotional contact I have left. When Burroughs quoted Kerouac's reply to his April 22 letter, and admitted that there were only a few people in the world I want to see, the question was to the point, if I love Allen why don't I return and live with him? Burroughs stayed on in Tangier until September 1954, his addiction eating up his parents' $200 monthly check, and leaving him on the edge of poverty and illness. The extremity of his living conditions was exaggerated in his letters through his routines, as if by outbidding reality he could find remedial distraction in comedy and fiction. So the disease that grips him in July leads Burroughs into a virtuoso digression, starting from his own suffering and desertion by his old friend Kells Elvins, pain worse by the minute. And Kells would have to leave exactly when I need him. Eric has a hard luck story worth 3 of that. The 3 stories that duly follow, a series of mounting medical atrocities, were included near verbatim in Naked Lunch, but divorced from the personal anxieties out of which they grew and transplanted from their original epistolary context. The parodic excesses of his material may have been pitched at Ginsberg, but letters such as this confirm what the reader who instinctively shares the cruel comedy of Burroughs' writing also knows, that it is a necessary therapy, self-administered. "I am just writing along to put off the misery I will feel when I stop writing," he comments the following month. "I know it's there waiting for me." A novelist invents a world and peoples it with his own creations. In Tangier, Burroughs found his characters and locale ready-made, but the contrary quality of the city, its artificially dense cultural juxtapositions, its fragmented expatriate society, did not add up to a novel. A city so cosmopolitan yet so small could almost shut out the individual past, but not quite sustain the present or build a future, and the result for Burroughs was exactly as Paul Bowles had described it. The place was a counterfeit, a waiting room between connections, a transition from one way of being to another, which for the moment was neither way, no way. It in the interim, spurned even by Bowles, and despite the visits of friends, Burroughs pictures a daily life reduced to various basic routines involving letters themselves. In the morning, mounting the twisting Medina paths up to the American legation to collect his mail, on the days when there was any mail to collect. Then crossing the Saco Chico, with its teeming cafe life, to post his letter to Ginsberg at the Spanish post office. Or maybe taking the longer walk across the Saco Grand Markets to the British post office, from which transatlantic mail deliveries were more efficient. Finally, back to his room at one end of a crooked alleyway, in a building where his neighbors read from right to left if they could read at all. And sitting there over his typewriter, writing and rewriting another letter to Ginsberg, a muezzin from the nearby mosque wailing the prayer call through the open shutters of a window whose only view was of a cul-de-sac. Burroughs looked to his letters for distraction. It is really a deprivation to be without intelligent conversation. I evolve concepts, but no one to communicate with. Well enough, I am getting garrulous. The routines that came to him lacked any immediate human outlet, and he needed an audience to satisfy his material, like a stage performer turned inside out, because, as he told Kerouac that September, he was not self-sufficient. And so Burroughs made his abortive return to the States in the fall of 1954, when Ginsberg again rejected him, by letter. Burroughs' reply that October describes the bizarre, circular intensity of his correspondence. In it he tells how rereading Ginsberg's letter inspired a tremendous dream, the first part of which is specifically about letters, which he then recounts. Almost demanding interpretation, the dream juxtaposes homosexual self-contempt with a realization of the recurrent fear of intercepted mail, while the typed pages are so mixed up that the dreamer is left vainly looking for the end of the letter and a signature. The dream depicts a nightmare of confused identity and broken communication that ironically anticipates Burroughs' cut-up texts. On his return to Tangier, Burroughs wrote back, "I need you so much, your absence causes me, at times, acute pain. I don't mean sexually. I mean in connection with my writing." The displacement of erotic need onto paper makes the agony of Ginsberg's absence all the greater for being essential to it. Coming to think of his writing as both the means to a cure and its reward, Burroughs would find that salvation from addiction was to require another year of solitary suffering. It was hardly surprising that he should build his fiction around his letters, material that already had a reader. In October 1955, his letters record a temporary, but dramatic and creative, recovery. Regrettably, the precise nature of the letter sequence coded A, B, and C, has been obscured, partly because these long letters were extensively reworked at the time but have survived incomplete, and partly because the first, recently published as selections, has not been included here. What is clear, however, is the extent to which Burroughs' transcription and editing of his own letters not only provided content for his work in progress but also organized its structure and developed his creative strategy. Describing the simple gimmick that allowed him to use all letters, including love letters, fragmentary material, anything, he recognizes the resulting mosaic form. This then posed inevitable aesthetic questions about his medium, because the mosaic method is more suitable to painting than writing. 9. On thinking next about the pictures of Paul Klee, his comment that one is an exact copy of what I saw high on Yahé in Pucallpa when I closed my eyes, recalls his letter from Pucallpa of June 18, 1953, "The effect cannot be put into words, I could paint it if I could paint." The drug-induced visions thereby relate to the cryptic significance of juxtaposition attributed to his chapter of letter selections, a phrase that reappears in Naked Lunch after his admission, So I got an exclusive why don't I make with the live word? The word cannot be expressed direct. In other words, Burroughs was working toward transcending his own verbal medium via references to another, visual medium. Editing his correspondence produced an approximation of collage that looked forward to the specifically collagist method of the cut-ups. But in 1955, this line of development was checked by the lack of any artistic input or context, and by the resumption of his habit. When he reached England and began the apomorphine treatment in 1956, Burroughs knew that the death in life of addiction had to end. This time I'll make it if it kills me. Cure, when it came, meant rebirth. Back in Tangier that October, I don't see our roles reversed exactly but expanded and altered on both sides. I have entered a period of change more drastic than adolescence or early childhood. Suddenly, a breakthrough takes place on all fronts. Like a dam bursting, his writing pours forth, inner zone is coming like dictation. I can't keep up with it. And no longer regarding himself as an ill-omened pariah in Tangier, Burroughs announces it as his dream town and himself possessed by a revelation. In the routine that follows, he breaks into the dynamic hip style of Lord Buckley to demolish religious leaders, clearing the path for pop leader-friendly prophet. At a time when Tangier itself was poised to lose its license, the abolition of the international zone was only days away. Burroughs found his own in the most beautiful city in the world, or at least it's always young and fair to me. The only thing missing now was the presence of his old comrades Ginsberg and Kerouac, and they would be there in 4 months, together with Peter Orlovsky and Alan Anson. Their visit that spring of 1957 causes another lull in Burroughs' letters, as they set to work with him on his manuscripts, and his own energies turned away from new correspondence. The first to arrive, Kerouac took a room above Burroughs in the Villa Muneria and put his speed typing skills to good use, only to find that the material began giving him nightmares. Since Burroughs' behavior had become as outlandishly self-parodic as his writing, and proved equally alienating, it was no surprise that Kerouac soon fell homesick, and he left shortly after the arrival of Ginsberg and Orlovsky, who moved into his old room. 6 hours a day Ginsberg worked on the still chaotic texts, using his unique familiarity with the material to select editions from 3 years of Burroughs' letters to him. Anson aided the collective effort with his scholarly expertise, and after 2 months, they had organized the mess into a 200-page manuscript. Burroughs' short-lived reunion with Kerouac and Ginsberg brought out the emotional tensions in their relationships. He admitted to Kerouac that contact with him had sometimes been a proxy for direct communication with Ginsberg, while Burroughs' obsession with Ginsberg naturally created strains due to the presence of his lover, Orlovsky. But the reunion is also a reminder of what Burroughs had missed during the 1950s and would continue to miss out on, the growing momentum of publicity and publication that raised the flag of the Beat generation in the United States. Burroughs was not there in San Francisco when Ginsberg first read Howl, nor would he be there in New York when Kerouac's On the Road grabbed the headlines. When Ginsberg and Kerouac left Tangier that spring and summer, they made trips through Europe but returned home. When Burroughs also left for Europe, he would return to Tangier. At first, his trips to London and Copenhagen appeared mistakes, but then the pieces began to fall into place. Reviewing his work, he saw no place in it now for letters, or for forms of structuring that resembled an epistolary novel. So, in September 1957, he reacts strongly to Ginsberg's suggestion for linear continuity, considering any attempt at chronological arrangement extremely ill-advised. Burroughs rejected precisely the narrative unity of an autobiographical novel, because he wasn't interested in the false continuities of traditional fictional time, story, or identity. He was interested in a form that reproduced his experiences both of Tangier and of his work's composition. His drug-induced sensitivity to the place's strange collage of histories and cultures resulted in sudden, heightened intersections of dream and reality, and this corresponded to the fusions and reversals of past and future, fact and fantasy, that came about from transcribing, cutting, and selecting from a mass of fragmentary material drawn from his letters. 2 years earlier, Burroughs had noted that Chunk, Queer, and Yahé reconstructed my past. Naked Lunch's abrupt transitions and contradictions intended the opposite, vaulting time and identity through schizophrenic deconstruction. Hence the significance of his development, that October 1957, of a theory that contains the key to addiction, cancer and schizophrenia, to account for, if not to organize, his new material. Many of Burroughs' speculative ventures into medical science were actually highly prescient, if pointless. In Naked Lunch, I thought of that 300 years ago. Your plan was unworkable then and useless now, like Da Vinci's flying machine plans. At a creative level, his readiness to consider scientific theory as integral to his writing, though fruitless in terms of a practice at the time, would, however, Prophesy a later shift, the breakthrough from content to technique. After 3 months of frantic writing and self-analysis that winter in Tangier, Burroughs had shed another skin. I feel myself not the same person. I am about ready to leave Tangier. The promise of a new identity demanded a new locale, a break with the past. And as his biographer notes, it was the first time in many years that he was leaving a place voluntarily, without the threat of police or legal action to spur him to flight. 10. It was unfinished business that took Burroughs to Paris in January 1958. He was now ready to resolve his relationship with Ginsberg, who had been living there since the previous September, and to resume psychoanalysis. When he arrived, Ginsberg was stunned by the transformation. "The satanic bill of old," he wrote, "in front of my eyes turned into an angel." 11. It was a greeting as friends they had waited years to achieve. Now Burroughs could lay his emotional burdens and traumas on the analyst's couch. When Gregory Corso heard of this, he wrote, "Warning, they'll kill you, and perhaps that's what you wish, perhaps you don't want to write anymore." 12. Whatever Burroughs wanted, the normalization of his former relationship with Ginsberg, so crucial to his past creativity, combined with the apparent success of psychoanalysis, certainly did shift his attention away from letter and fiction writing. In October 1958, he juxtaposes further radical analytical progress with his equal need for a corresponding aesthetic breakthrough. Analysis is coming to spectacular climaxes. I am completely dissatisfied with all the work I have done in writing and with the whole medium. Only the month before, Burroughs and Corso had joined forces on a magazine project, but it failed to materialize, failed for, among other reasons, one that is instructive. It was bound to fail because, as Corso informed Ginsberg, our content will be of the most sordid, vile, vulgar, oozing, seeping slime imaginable. This was, for Burroughs, already superannuated. Over a year before, in Tangier, Ginsberg and Kerouac had suffered nightmares retyping his material, so that when Kerouac came to fictionalize the scene in Desolation Angels, the speech of Bull Hubbard rings true. "It's a matter of catharsis where I say the most horrible thing I can think of, realize that, the most horrible dirty slimy awful niggardliest posture possible. By the time I finish this book I'll be as pure as an angel." In terms of content, Burroughs had well and truly reached the final frontier of depravity. Next month, despite dramatic advances on other fronts, he admitted, "But I still can't get a line on writing." In the same letter, Burroughs described the work of his Parisian hotel neighbor, not primarily a writer but a painter. "I see in his painting the psychic landscape of my own work. He is doing in painting what I try to do in writing." The neighbor was Brian Gysin. After Ginsberg's departure from Paris that summer, Burroughs started to become friendly with the man who had cold-shouldered him in Tangier, and whom he once dubbed a paranoid bitch on wheels. Before they achieved what Gysin later termed psychic symbiosis, 13. Burroughs found another extraordinary character in Jacques Stern. The passionate praise for Stern during this period seems almost a dry run for Gysin. Stern was classed as a great writer and a mystic master of therapeutic techniques, and Burroughs urgently needed to evolve the psychology and literary method of Naked Lunch beyond their grounding in addiction and withdrawal. Burroughs was, quite simply, ready and waiting for a new focal point, a new source of ideas. Stern himself would fade away, and Gysin fulfill his promise. Significantly, Burroughs set his own desire for writing that had the urgency of bullfighting next to his report that Gysin's life and sanity were at stake when he painted. It recalls his earlier identification with the goals of another painter. "I am trying, like clay, to create something that will have a life of its own, that can put me in real danger, a danger which I willingly take on myself." 14. Exactly 3 years later, the excitement of Burroughs' direct and intuitive identification with Gysin's work was double-edged. The painter's apparent success only highlighted his own continuing artistic limbo, as suggested by the distinction between what Gysin is doing and what Burroughs was trying to do. Meanwhile, there was the piecemeal publication of Naked Lunch. There is a curious irony to the events leading up to the appearance of Burroughs' most famous work. Paris was the only place where the book could then have been published, and Maurice Girardiat of Olympia Press perhaps the only one to consider doing it. Yet Girardiat had already rejected the manuscript before Burroughs arrived, so that, in April 1958, it was to San Francisco and City Lights that he turned. Despite Burroughs' suggestions for a selection that avoided the more obscene sections which would involve difficulties of a legal nature, Lawrence Ferlinghetti also rejected it. It was only the appearance of excerpts in American magazines, with the media attention they attracted, that convinced Girardiat to change his mind and Olympia Press to publish. In keeping with the material's disorderly composition, the book's final form was influenced by the order in which it was sent to the printers, one last act that Burroughs later called an accidental juxtaposition. 15. By the time of its publication, Burroughs was already moving ahead and, with newfound power and confidence, about to enter yet another period of drastic change. From late 1958, letter by letter, a momentum had been building up, an energy of metamorphosis escalating, a psychic thunderstorm brewing. When fed into his subsequent writing, it could only seem fantasy, but Burroughs' letters insist otherwise. In the week of Naked Lunch's launch, he wrote, "What I am putting down on paper is literally what is happening to me as I move forward. This is no land of the imagination, and dangerous in a most literal sense." The publication of Naked Lunch was a watershed for Burroughs. It was the culmination of years spent in total humiliation and failure in their conversion into success. "I have been on the outside." In July 1959, he told Ginsberg, who needed no reminding, "I don't figure to go back." But this volume does not end there, because within 3 months, Burroughs traded the 2 old relations that had brought him to Paris in 1958 for 2 new ones that would keep him there after 1959. He had entered into a new dominant friendship to match that of the last decade, and a new form of therapy to mirror his long-running engagement with professional analysts, and both coincided with a creative turning point. It was a point where Burroughs turned the page on his past and started a new book all in one swift motion. The new method of writing that Burroughs announces in the final letter to Ginsberg was the prototype for a range of methods he would spend the next decade intensively exploring: cut-ups. Though their practical operation lies beyond this volume's horizon, an essential, neglected element of their genesis is disclosed here. When Brian Gysin handed him the first, accidental cut-up products, Burroughs had 2 reasons for acting the way he did. "I showed the first texts to Burroughs hoping to hear him laugh out loud as I had. He took off his glasses to reread them even more intently, saying, 'You've got something big here, Brian.' He recognized immediately that this was a tool of enormous importance to him." 16. To begin with, Burroughs had been excited by Gysin's artistic knowledge and experience. Gysin had studied Japanese and Arabic calligraphy, seen Max Ernst at work on his frottages during the war, and been expelled from the Surrealists by André Breton in 1935. He was already well versed in the history of multimedia art movements and in the techniques of such Paris-based luminaries as Marcel Duchamp, Man Ray, Henri Michaud, Benjamin Perret, and Tristan Tzara, all of whom Burroughs had met socially with Ginsberg and Corso in June 1958. In Tangier, Burroughs and Gysin had little in common. In Paris, Gysin opened up an entire artistic context that Burroughs knew and saw only superficially. Although this background, and any discussion of Dada or Surrealist methods, is absent from Burroughs' correspondence at the time, his letters do confirm the direct impact of Gysin's current pictorial practice, to the extent that he tried his own hand at drawing. Almost 30 years before going public as a painter, Burroughs produced the calligraphic cover for the first edition of Naked Lunch. Claiming in April 1959 that some of his drawings were positively alive, and in May that "to really dig them you must be T-high," again recalls his earlier sense of kinship with Clay's visionary pictures and its implied relation to the mosaic form of letter selections. Still, as a writer, Burroughs could not simply pick up Gysin's brush and run with it, however urgent his desire for a new medium. But with a pair of scissors he could, and did, directly apply visual, material methods to his texts. Secondly, Burroughs' letters show that Gysin was responsible not only for the aesthetic means of his new method but also for its therapeutic ends. At its inception, the cut-up principle was directly related to L. Ron Hubbard's science of mental health known as Scientology. Radically simple, if not simplistic, Scientology slammed the door on Burroughs' years of psychoanalytical treatment, despite its apparent success at the time. And because the psychology of Hubbard's Dianetics was mechanistic, it allowed Burroughs to develop and, crucially, combine in one practical method the artistic, therapeutic, and scientific levels of his previous writing. Above all, Scientology promised self-sufficiency. Burroughs' next book, the collaborative pamphlet Minutes to Go, advertised the cut-up method as a creative and therapeutic manual, offering a simple way to convert patients into physicians and readers into writers, do-it-yourself. The sudden news of this convergence of artistic and remedial methods deriving from Gysin would, in itself, have been enough to open up a distance between Burroughs and Ginsberg. "I cannot explain this method to you," Burroughs writes, "until you have necessary training." But as the 2 final letters make explicit, the new developments were accompanied by a more personal estrangement. The biographical note in his penultimate letter, introduced with the warning that Ginsberg had mixed him up with someone else doesn't live here anymore, begins with a renunciation of his former identity. "I have no past life at all, remember?" he asks, before answering his own question with an echo of Bartleby's menacing refrain, "I prefer not to." Mirroring the biographical note by myself, His last letter isn't written for you exactly, pay no attention to above. After years spent less desiring than needing exactly that, attention, an audience, Burroughs reversed the entire dynamic of his past letters and previous fiction. Coinciding with his physical assault on the very medium of written communication, and with the dismissal of his most intimate reader, the so-called death of the author has never been enacted so literally. The last time Burroughs had had to write a biographical sketch, 7 years earlier in April 1952, he had signed off combining his lately coined nom de plume with the most personal affection for Ginsberg, magnums of love, Willie Lee, that junkie writing boy, Bill. In the 7 years they had been corresponding since 1945, they had moved a lot closer together, and were about to move, through letters, much closer still. Another 7 years on, Burroughs uses only the same, absolutely impersonal signature that concludes his third person, cut-up biographical exegesis to also terminate his next, and this volume's last, letter to Ginsberg. The autobiographical, the epistolary, and the creative lines run and join together. The letter cycle comes full circle. Oliver Harris. August 1991. Oxfordshire, England. 1945. To Allen Ginsberg. July 24, 1945. 700 South Price Road. Clayton, Mo. 1. Dear Alan, I thank you for your card which I was happy to receive on returning from a business trip to Chicago. Apparently the authorities decided to be charitable in your case, or perhaps they considered your inversion so deeply ingrained that it could only be described as physical. 2. Where did you secure the C?3 My own supply is utterly depleted. More delays in regard to the Merchant Marine. They demand a new document, my Army medical record, which can only be secured by filing a petition with the Department of Demobilized Personnel Records in North Carolina. Quel blague. I am sending a letter to Jack Kerouac, via you. He did not think to put an address on his letter. 4. Voice accept as mes sentiments de plus cordials. Je vivate revoir. William Burroughs. 1946. To Allen Ginsberg. September 1, 1946. 10036 Conway Road. St. Louis 5, Mo. 1. Dear Alan, thanks for your letters. I was glad to hear from you. The Goldstein Ménage 2 sounds typically depressing. No doubt you will be admitted to Columbia. McKnight is just playing hard to get. 3. I have given up junk entirely and don't miss it at all. Giving my attention to money-making enterprises variously engaged in patent medicines and household appliances. This patent medicine deal is one long beef with the Pure Food and Drug Department. They are trying to impede the sale of my fluoride tablets for tooth decay. Death County bills tooth and bone tablets from the county without a toothache. 4. I am concocting an aphrodisiac which the department will probably regard with even less enthusiasm. Please let me hear from you soon again. As ever. Bill. What's the latest scope on Lucienne? 5. To Allen Ginsberg. October 10, 1946. 10036 Conway Road. St. Louis 5, Mo. 6. Dear Alan, thanks for your information in regard to Joan. 7. I have sent her a money order care of Garver. 8. If you see her, tell her I will be in NY towards the end of this month and may bring her back with me to Texas, where I will likely spend the winter. Money to be made here like picking fruit off the trees. Grapefruit, that is. I expect to clear about $10,000 this winter in the mail order citrus business. I am leaving here in a few days for St. Louis to divorce my wife 9 and extort some financial backing from the family. My best to Lucienne. See you at the end of this month. Pin Joan down on her address. As ever. Bill. 1947. To Allen Ginsberg. February 19, 1947. New Waverly, Texas. Dear Alan. Received your letter. Gratified to learn of your liaison with Cassidy. 1. As regards your psychiatric difficulties, I am not at all surprised. These jerks feel that anyone who is with it at all belongs in a nut house. What they want is some beat clerk who feels with some reason that other people don't like him. In short, someone so scared and whipped down he would never venture to do anything that might disturb the analyst. I think you would do better with the Reekians, who sound a good deal more hip. 2. I would like some of that hay. Enclose $20. Alan, this is very important. Please save any seed that comes with the stuff. When you buy it in bulk, ask your friends to do the same, and sound down the connection about the price of some seed. I am afraid this seed I have has been sterilized by the government. What a dirty, underhanded, bureaucratic trick. And send along all the seed you can get your hands on. I think Vicky saves them. 3. Be careful how you send the hay. Put a phony name and return address on the package. Garver has redeemed himself, and came up with a fairly believable story in the stuff, so Hunk and I are briefly with it. 4. As ever, Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. March 11, 1947. New Waverly, Texas. Dear Allen. Thanks for your letter. As regards Garver, I cannot regard his behavior in a charitable light. He actually had the gall to come unhurt because I doubted his integrity, and refused to send more money until I saw some stuff from the last $10. When for the payoff he writes me he is sending the tincture and never did send it. 5. To my way of thinking he really came up crummy. I am not sick and I do not want you to even try and connect. Thanks for your offer, but I don't want you taking any chances when I don't really need it. I doubt if the poppy seed is sterilized since they sell the right kind of poppy seed in seed stores. Only you can't get it by the pound. For some idiotic reason the bureaucrats are more opposed to tea than to stuff. Here in Texas possession of tea is a felony calling for 2 years. Texas has a number of such special felonies. Sorry you cannot get any tea seed. Like I say, I fear the seed I have is no good at all, any of it. The poppies are growing but the weed hasn't shown, and I am fairly sure won't show. I may have to run a still here to make expenses. So send along the poppy seed please. Let me hear from you again soon. It is practically summer down here, and king-size scorpions, tarantulas, ticks, chiggers and mosquitoes are emerging in droves. I killed 10 scorpions yesterday. The house is overrun with huge rats as big as possums. I shot one who was too fat and got wedged in his hole, but the survivors are legion and gun-shy. I am contemplating the purchase of a ferret. As ever. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. August 8, 1947. New Waverly, Texas 6. Dear Allen. Was glad to hear from you, grieved but not surprised to learn of your difficulties. Enclosed $10 to relieve immediate necessities. 7. 2 unimportant-looking letters arrived and were forwarded to Denver. One more today. I opened one thinking it might be Norman. 8 Someone named Charlie, and his message nothing to my purpose. I guess Norman is not going to answer. Gives him too much anxiety no doubt. Anyway the crop is ripening and the samples I have taken most encouraging, so I will scrape by without Norman's hard to get advice. 9. No complications arose from the parental visitation, on the contrary a shower of benefits. I enjoyed your poem. 10. Keep me informed of developments. I fear your position in Denver is somewhat precarious. As ever. Bill. P.S. I bought my own scale. Lost the envelope with new address so using old until I hear from you. 1948. To Allen Ginsberg. February 20, 1948. Privy Moving Day. Weed Company Texas 1. Dear Al. Back here for several weeks and feeling okay at last. I had to go to Lexington for the cure. Stayed 2 weeks and was sick 3 weeks more after I got out. Put it down, kid, put it down. 2. Please find out how much dollar you need to have that stuff packed and sent down here. You can reverse the express charges, or maybe packing charges too. Let me know and I will send dollar to extent necessary. I have conducted some successful experiments with weed concentrates. By the way, could use some more seed if you run across some with a good pedigree. Will take up to a quart at $25 per pint. Let me know what the score is and be careful. Frankly I don't trust that kind of straight genital Reichians from here to Benny Graff. Feller say when a man gets too straight he's just a goddamn prick. 3. Did you deliver my Christmas present to Hunk and Phil? 4 Wish I had it back now. Well, since I have to live in this hole I figure to live cheap. Bought 2 hogs to fatten on slops. Getting in some chickens right soon. We got wolves here now. Moved down from the big wood north of Pine Valley. I received a present from Garver. Give him my best regards if you see him. Give him to anybody else too. They don't cost nothing, feller say. The Honest Hog Collar. Will Burroughs. P.S. Send your address. Lost it. 5. To Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg. June 5, 1948. New Orleans. Dear Jack and Allen. Glad to hear from you all and to learn of successful completion of the novel. 6 I wrote a letter to old 27th Street address which, no doubt, will be returned here. 7. Your letter left something to be desired from the standpoint of information. I would appreciate news of Garver, Carlos, Hunky, Phil, Hal, Lucian and, of course, yourselves. 8. I'm selling out in New Waverly and moving to New Orleans. Had bought some farmland in Rio Grande Valley which should bring in a sizable bundle of jelts come cotton picking time. Someone else is doing the work on a share basis. I lost my Texas driving license for driving while drunk and public indecency. 9 Find things very uncool in Texas. So will take out Louisiana citizenship, and return only to look over my holdings. Since I won't be in Waverly, will not be able to receive visitors there. May buy a house here. In fact, negotiating in that direction now, since I must have some place to stash these brats. 10 If I get a house here, will be ready to receive visits. I still have a crop left at the farm. Will go back there to get it in a week or so, but may find the harvest unadvisable for reasons of security. Please let me hear from you soon. Present address is 111 Transcontinental Drive, New Orleans 20, La. Will be here a few more weeks, I guess. As ever. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. October 14, 1948. 509 Wagner Street. Algiers, La. Dear Alan. I sent a letter to your brother in regard to the shipping charges. Have not heard from him. 11. My farming enterprise looks very good. I believe I told you that Kells, Elvins, and I have incorporated our holdings, bought equipment, and hired a manager. The first crop comes off in a month. If commodity prices hold up for 6 months, we will clean up. Should realize about $15,000 clear for each of us in the next 6 months. Let me know where and I will send you some tea. I still have a habit, but plan to go somewhere for a cure when I get some dollar from the first crop. Joan sends her best. As ever. Bill. It seems very doubtful to me that Hunk will ever make any attempt to repay Durgan. 12 I think any policy of appeasement in that direction will be disastrous, and can only lead to fresh impudence and impositions. To Allen Ginsberg. November 9, 1948. 509 Wagner St. Algiers, La. Dear Alan. I was glad to hear from you. Financially things look very good. In these inflation times I couldn't be in a better spot. Our first crop will come off in about a week. Peas. We should gross about $5,000 on this deal. Lettuce and carrots are coming along. I should be in the dollar by Christmas. Our real cash crops, cotton and tomatoes, will come in next spring and summer. Also have an oil deal on, which may mean quick dollar. I am very dissatisfied with living conditions here. There seems to be no one of any interest around, or if such people exist, I cannot find them. I am still trying to devise some method to break the habit. My latest idea is to go to some other city and have dwindling quantities mailed to me. Stuff is too easy to buy in NO. I have been considering the possibility of moving out of the USA to Central America, America, or possibly to Africa. May also move back to NY or its environs. Looking for a job that pays any money is going to prove discouraging. 13 The only type wanted now is technicians. General intelligence is regarded as a highly undesirable characteristic. I am referring to you, of course. I am not looking for a job. I will send along some weed. Please give some, about 10 sticks, to Brandenburg. 14 I am going to raise some more this spring for my own use, so I will attempt to raise enough for commercial purposes. Make everything pay is my motto. To this end, I am looking around now for some cheap land in this vicinity. I think Gilmore's indignation a bit thick in view of his own check-dodging proclivities. Does he now consider himself completely cured? 15 I cannot share his enthusiasm for Sullivan who, it seems to me, has distinguished himself chiefly by introducing a somewhat more confusing terminology. 16 I think, also, that he partakes of the naive conviction that anyone who is fully analyzed will turn out to be a nice liberal. Have you resumed analysis? You might have a go at the Washington School. Myself I am about to enunciate a philosophy called factualism. All arguments, all nonsensical considerations as to what people should do, are irrelevant. Ultimately there is only fact on all levels, and the more one argues, verbalizes, moralizes, the less he will see and feel of fact. Needless to say, I will not write any formal statement on the subject. Talk is incompatible with factualism. Jack might do well to collaborate with some professional writer who has facility and knows how to edit. Someone who could reduce Jack's writing to marketable proportions. Glad to hear of your success with Lucien. My regards to all. As ever, Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. November 30, 1948. 509 Wagner St. Algiers, La. Dear Alan. Glad to hear from you. I will be leaving in a few days for the Valley to look after my interests there, and may extend my trip into Mexico. I hope to rid myself of the habit in the course of this trip. Taking along a pint of PG and a large supply of goofballs to taper off. 17 Also 20 caps and plenty of weed. Speaking of which, I will be sure to send yours along before leaving. It seems to me that you harbor some semantic confusions on the subject of crime. Crime is simply behavior outlawed by a given culture. There is no connection between crime and ethics. The sadistic atrocities of the Nazi SS were not criminal. I do not see a connection between lying and violation of the law. In fact, there is more lying in the course of a regular job, most of which require a constant state of pretense and dissimulation. The necessity of a continual misrepresentation of one's personality is most urgent in such lines as radio, advertising, publicity, and, of course, television. Personally, I find pushing junk a great deal more restful and less compromising from an ethical standpoint. As you know, I have been a journalist and an advertising man. The line between legitimate and criminal activity has broken down since the war. Most everyone in business violates the law every day. For example, we farmers in the Rio Grande Valley depend entirely on Mexican laborers who enter the country illegally with our aid and connivance. The civil liberties of these workers are violated repeatedly. They are often kept on the job at the point of gun, at cotton picking time, when delay may mean loss of the entire crop. Workers who try to leave the field are shot. I know of several instances. In short, my ethical position, now that I am a respectable farmer, is probably shakier than when I was pushing junk. Now, as then, I violate the law, but my present violations are condoned by a corrupt government. I have been thinking seriously of leaving the USA for South America, or perhaps Africa. I intend to look around a bit, and if I find some place to my liking, transfer the family there. I am buying a small tract of land in a swamp near Eno, where I will build a house. Joan is fine and sends her best regards. Willie is talking now. 18. It seems that Vicky is really on the skids. 19. I find her acts of violence especially distasteful in that they are obviously performed from a desire to harm others rather than from practical considerations of monetary gain. I abhor unnecessary violence. It is the mark of a small and undisciplined nature. Give my regards to Lucien, Brandenburg and all. I am writing Jack. As ever. Bill. P.S. Please give Brandenburg some of the weed. To Jack Kerouac. November 30, 1948. 509 Wagner St. Algiers, La. Dear Jack. Sorry to be slow in answering your letter. Alan tells me you are making progress in the sale of your novel. 20 If you succeed in publishing one book, and get a name, you will have easy going from there on. So stick with it and use every contact you have. Sooner or later you will find a publisher. I'm just sitting around waiting for things to grow. I've got peas coming off any day, 100 acres. Lettuce and carrots on the way. Taking a trip down to the valley in a few days, and may go on into Mexico. I want to stay out of Eno long enough to get this Chinaman off my back. Kick my habit. I have a feud on with the neighbors, a termite nest of Dagos, which may develop into a shoot-and war. I'm ready. I've got enough guns here to stand off a siege. Shooting is my principal pastime. Come on down any time. There's plenty room in this house, and I am building another out in a piece of swamp I bought. A sort of hunting lodge. If all my crops come in on schedule, I will be rolling in dollar by cotton picking time. The only thing worries me is the dash, government will put the snatch on such a big hunk of what we sons of the soil wring out of the earth. I am so disgusted with conditions I may leave the USA altogether, and remove myself and family to America or Africa. Some place where a man can get something for his money, and live in proper style. Here you have to scrimp no matter how much you make, and can't even get decent service. It's almost impossible to get anyone to do anything. Unions. That's the trouble, unions. Letter unsigned, possibly incomplete. To Allen Ginsberg. December 2, 1948. 509 Wagner St. Algiers, La. Dear Alan. Your letter does not make it quite clear where I should address mail. The only address on the letter is the York Avenue address. 21. What about the tea? I just packed it, and now realize that I do not know where to send it. Let me know and I will mail it along. I was afraid you would encounter difficulties getting a job. All they want now is technicians. The only way out is to work for yourself. I may be able to give you a job in a year or so if all goes on schedule. I plan to put dollar back into real estate. For years I have wanted to buy a rooming house in NYC. Perhaps I will be able to realize that wish. You could manage some property for me. Enclosed article about the Texas labor situation. The Rio Grande Valley is one of the few remaining areas of cheap labor in the USA. The only alternative to cheap labor, $2 per 12-hour day, is mechanization, requiring a large initial outlay for expensive equipment and processing plants. Machine-picked cotton requires special processing, a plant costing circa $300,000. If valley farmers had to pay a living wage for farm labor, they would be ruined. A farm workers' union is the farmer's nightmare. If anyone wants to live dangerously in a noble cause, let him organize farm labor in Texas. Maybe Jerry Rauch would like to take on the job. 22. As ever. Bill. I do not mean to convey the impression that Kells and I sit under a palm leaf sun shelter, rifle in hand suppressing the workers. The whole deal is handled by labor and vegetable brokers. For example, I will make a deal with a labor broker, paying him so much per pound to get my tomatoes picked and delivered to the vegetable broker who buys them. Often the vegetable broker has his own pickers and handles the entire operation. The broker backs a truck up to the Rio Grande and loads it with Mexican wetbacks as they swim or wade across the border. He drives them to the field and gets the job done. Some brokers go in for rough stuff, some don't. I recall one broker mentioning casually that his foreman had to shoot 2 wetbacks last night. But like I say, I don't have anything to do with it personally. 1949. To Allen Ginsberg. January 10, 1949. 509 Wagner St. Algiers, La. Dear Alan. Mrs. Hinkle is here for the past week: 1. Gathering her brows like the gathering storm. Nursing her wrath to keep it warm. Damn a shanter, R. Burns. Can't say as I blame her much. What kind of a character is this Hinkle to leave his wife here without funds, then not even bother to let her know what his intentions are? If I had not been here to help out, she would have been forced to return to San Francisco. I seriously consider this kind of irresponsible behavior intolerable. Such people assume that someone else will do what they should be doing. After all, Mrs. Hinkle is not my responsibility. I don't object to her staying here, and she has been very conscientious about paying her way as far as she is able. But it is certainly up to Hinkle to get down here right now. I don't see any excuse for the delay. He must have known Neil and Jack had no intention of leaving immediately. My first crop of peas froze 5 days before harvest time. $5,000 lost. Actually only $300 lost, the cost of seed and labor. I mean, the crop would have brought $5,000 if it had not been destroyed by frost. Better luck with the lettuce. We sold 8 acres in the field at $250 per acre equals $2,000 equals $1,000 for me. That helps. We are gambling with 4 acres of lettuce, which may bring $1,500 per acre if it comes in. Carrots will come off next, 30 acres. Then our real cash crops, which are cotton and tomatoes. I am dead sick of sitting around. May open a bar if I get the dollar. Putting out feelers in the local junk market. You can't beat junk for quick dollar. I've never seen such a swarm of junkies as exists in NO. They underbid each other for your business. That is why it is hard to kick here. You don't have to look for it. It comes looking for you. Every time a pusher is knocked over, which happens daily. NO is famous for its stool pigeons, to jump into his place, a veritable hydra. Please let me hear from you. Did you receive the tea I sent? If so or not, let me know. It was sent to 114th SD.2. As ever. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. January 16, 1949. 509 Wagner St. Algiers, La. Dear Alan. I sent a telegram and a letter to the York Avenue address. Receiving no reply to either, both communications being of an urgent nature, I assumed you were not staying at this address. So I am writing care of your brother. I would like to know what gives with the Hinkle-Kerouac-Cassidy expedition. Does this Hinkle character expect to billet his wife on me indefinitely? His performance is an all-time record for sheer gall and irresponsibility. I have never so much as laid eyes on Hinkle. Behavior like his would stretch a close friendship. And all this without one word of apology or explanation. She has been here about 2 weeks. During this time he has never communicated with her on his own initiative. All contact has been the result of her prolonged and expensive endeavors via long distance. Has he left N.Y. yet? He promised to leave over a week ago, and she sent him $10, about her last, I think, to help him get here. Since then no Hinkle, no word. How Hinkle treats his wife is none of my concern. When his neglect takes the form of deserting her without funds, what money she has did not come from him, and expecting me to take over until such time as he gets tired of fiddle-fucking around NY and decides to come down here, it ceases to be a personal matter between him and his wife. She has been a perfect guest, and very conscientious about helping out and paying as far as she was able. This in no way excuses his unpardonably irresponsible and ill-mannered behavior. If you see him, please tell him how I feel about this matter, and don't mince words either. Helen is his wife. I expect him to come down here right now and look after her. It has occurred to me that they may be in trouble. The combination of Neil and a new car is highly suggestive. 3 Please let me hear from you right away. As ever. Bill. P.S. Did you get the T?4? To Allen Ginsberg. January 30, 1949. 509 Wagner Street. Algiers, La. Dear Alan. Thanks for your letter. Neil, Luann and Jack left here 2 days ago, headed for Frisco, routed through Tucson, where they hope to put the bite on a party name of Harrington for a sawbuck. 5 Al and his wife Helen are staying on an NO perhaps for several months. Al has a job beginning tomorrow. I cannot forego a few comments on the respective and comparative behavior of the several individuals composing this tour, a voyage which for sheer compulsive pointlessness compares favorably with the mass migrations of the Mayans. To cross the continent for the purpose of transporting Jack to Frisco, where he intends to remain 3 days before starting back to NY. Obviously the purpose of the trip is carefully selected to symbolize the basic fact of purposelessness. Neil is, of course, the very soul of this voyage into pure, abstract, meaningless motion. He is the mover, compulsive, dedicated, ready to sacrifice family, friends, even his very car itself to the necessity of moving from one place to another. Wife and child may starve, friends exist only to exploit for gas money. Neil must move. To shift into less figurative gear, he takes $1,000, which could have been a down payment on a house to take care of his family, makes a down payment on a car, leaves his wife and child without $1, cons other people, Luann, Kerouac, into sending a few dollars for their support while he refuses to do a lick of work, or even send his wife a single letter. Then he arrives here and has the unmitigated gall to expect me to advance $1 for the continuation of this wretched trip. It so happened I was broke and not in condition to advance anything, even had I been so inclined. As a matter of principle I would not have contributed 1 cent, if I were wallowing in $. When he saw it was no go, he cooled off in his relations with me. Clearly I was of no use in the great move. Al also failed him, holding out $30 wired him by his family. But Jack sent home for $25, which he should have kept for himself and remained in NO, and the car had gas and oil to move again. How far I don't know. It has been driven too far too fast. The rods are loose. It is in urgent need of about $100 in repairs. The wind up is he will probably lose the car, when he fails, as he inevitably will, to keep up the payments. He owes $2,000 on the car. I doubt if anyone would give more than $2,000 for it now. So it looks like he will end up minus the car minus $1,000. As I understand it, Hal, at Neil's instigation, married Helen to get money for the voyage, money which was not forthcoming, or at least not in the expected quantities. Having outlived her usefulness, she was to be abandoned in Tucson. His performance strikes me as an absolute nadir in human relations. No one deserves to be treated in this way, certainly not a decent, honest, well-meaning, well-mannered Jewish girl like Helen. I would be much more inclined to throw Neil out than her if it came to a choice. During the time she has spent here, she has made every effort to pay her way in money when she had it, also by helping with the housework, babysitting and general errands. Now it seems that Al, who is not a bad sort, will undertake her support. He acts like he is quite fond of her, which is an agreeable surprise to me. Incidentally, I was very favorably impressed with Jack Kerouac. He seems much more sensible, more sure of himself than I ever remember him as being. Certainly he has changed in the past 6 months, and the change is good. Thank you for the offer to stay with you in NY. Rikers Island maintains, or did, an arrangement whereby addicts commit themselves to the hospital for 30 days. They get no cure, just confinement. Once in there is no getting out before the 30 days are up. I thought you were familiar with this arrangement, of which Bart and Phil White, to name a few, availed themselves. 6 I was considering this rather drastic step, but will try once more, starting tomorrow, here. I do not at present have money for any cure-vide trips to foreign climes. 6 months at Lexington is out of the question. Private joints are prohibitive, $100 per week up, way up. An outrage that such disorderly rabble roam the streets to pounce on unoffending strangers. I refer to the 6th Ave incident. It is to deal with such contingencies that I always carry a gun. I don't figure to take any shit off anybody, let alone some snot-nosed punk. Joan sends her best regards. As ever. Bill. P.S. Just received your letter with enclosures for various members of the expedition. Like I say, they are gone. Appalling weakness on the part of Kerouac and Luann to drive all the way to Frisco, arrive there without a cent, to face the problem of raising money for immediate return. Unless they show more firmness than they have in the past, Neil will con them out of the money as quick as they make it. Payments are due on the car, you know. If you will send me the Frisco address, I will forward the material intended for Neil, Jack, and Luann. But probably it would be simpler for you to write yourself direct. As for the hunk plan, I consider it, to say the least, unlikely of success. 7 If you prevail on him to get a job at all, it will be a latter-day miracle. The more obligation Hunk is under to anyone, the more anyone has done to help him, the more certain he is to steal from or otherwise take advantage of his benefactor. It works out like an algebraic equation. Raise X, benefits, U raise Y, resentment, equals everything of value seized and disposed of. Well, it's your decision. To Allen Ginsberg. February 7, 1949. 509 Wagner St. Algiers, La. Dear Alan. Thanks for your letter. You evidently have a deep block on the subject of farming. Mere lack of knowledge could not account for your staggering ignorance of agricultural operations. Ruined by one freeze in January in an area that makes 2 complete crops a year, 3 if need be? Ruined when our main cash crop, cotton, will not go in the ground for another month? Ruined when I own 50 acres of the finest land in the valley, worth $400 per acre now and land prices going up? No, we are not ruined. As it happened, the freeze worked out to our advantage, owing to the alertness of my partner, Kells. At the first sharp drop in temperature, without waiting for the Weather Bureau warning which was 12 hours late, he rounded up a batch of wetbacks, got right out to the field and covered, plowed under, 25 acres of tomato plants. We had 50 acres in tomatoes. Thus he saved 25 acres from the freeze, which will be worth as much or more than the whole 50 acres, because he was one of the few farmers to act promptly and save his tomato crop. The 25 acres that he could not save we will place in cotton, one of the surest cash crops. $200 to $400 per acre. Our 30 acres of carrots were not damaged. It looks like we are the Lord's anointed, so far. We will have about 150 acres to put in foreign climes. 6 months at Lexington is out of the question. Private joints are prohibitive, $100 per week up, way up. An outrage that such disorderly rabble roam the streets to pounce on unoffending strangers. I refer to the 6th Ave incident. It is to deal with such contingencies that I always carry a gun. I don't figure to take any shit off anybody, let alone some snot-nosed punk. Joan sends her best regards. As ever. Bill. P.S. Just received your letter with enclosures for various members of the expedition. Like I say, they are gone. Appalling weakness on the part of Kerouac and Luann to drive all the way to Frisco, arrive there without a cent, to face the problem of raising money for immediate return. Unless they show more firmness than they have in the past, Neil will con them out of the money as quick as they make it. Payments are due on the car, you know. If you will send me the Frisco address, I will forward the material intended for Neil, Jack, and Luann. But probably it would be simpler for you to write yourself direct. As for the hunk plan, I consider it, to say the least, unlikely of success. 7 If you prevail on him to get a job at all, it will be a latter-day miracle. The more obligation Hunk is under to anyone, the more anyone has done to help him, the more certain he is to steal from or otherwise take advantage of his benefactor. It works out like an algebraic equation. Raise X, benefits, U raise Y, resentment, equals everything of value seized and disposed of. Well, it's your decision. To Allen Ginsberg. February 7, 1949. 509 Wagner St. Algiers, La. Dear Alan. Thanks for your letter. You evidently have a deep block on the subject of farming. Mere lack of knowledge could not account for your staggering ignorance of agricultural operations. Ruined by one freeze in January in an area that makes 2 complete crops a year, 3 if need be? Ruined when our main cash crop, cotton, will not go in the ground for another month? Ruined when I own 50 acres of the finest land in the valley, worth $400 per acre now and land prices going up? No, we are not ruined. As it happened, the freeze worked out to our advantage, owing to the alertness of my partner, Kells. At the first sharp drop in temperature, without waiting for the Weather Bureau warning which was 12 hours late, he rounded up a batch of wetbacks, got right out to the field and covered, plowed under, 25 acres of tomato plants. We had 50 acres in tomatoes. Thus he saved 25 acres from the freeze, which will be worth as much or more than the whole 50 acres, because he was one of the few farmers to act promptly and save his tomato crop. The 25 acres that he could not save we will place in cotton, one of the surest cash crops. $200 to $400 per acre. Our 30 acres of carrots were not damaged. It looks like we are the Lord's anointed, so far. We will have about 150 acres to put in. My opinion of Neil is about identical with Lucian's, though, in deference to your sensibilities, I never put the matter quite so bluntly. They were not here very long, and did not have time to do much of anything. Like I say, Neil had planned to replenish the exchequer here. When he saw no dollar were forthcoming, he couldn't leave quick enough, and acted as though I had lured him here on false pretenses. He didn't unlock any charm or graceful human nature around here. Alan Helen, Hinkle, have moved into an apartment on Esplanade Avenue. They both have jobs and seem to be doing fine. As you suggest, they may well become permanent party here. As to Luann's intentions, I know almost nothing. She did speak of planning to come back to NY with Jack. But someone said she will never tear herself away from Neil in Frisco. So that's all I know. I had a card from Jack and Neil today. The address is 109 Liberty Street, Frisco. Glad to hear Lucian is getting along well. Give him my best regards. It looks like Hunk has taken umbrage at your offer. That will not likely prevent him from attempting further impositions when he is released. I am involved in 2 lawsuits. But they won't get anything out of me. If need be, I will duck out of the state. As ever. Bill. P.S. You may console yourself that Neil does not confine his impositions to frustrated fruits or enamored females. Apparently anyone will do. I think he has deteriorated since I last saw him in NY. He does not even bother any longer to hide his machinations. I have the impression he lacks any clear notion of how he appears to others. Can he really think people are that dumb? I guess he can. To Jack Kerouac. March 15, 1949. 509 Wagner St. Algiers, La. Dear Jack. Thanks for your letter. I have been slow answering because I am very busy right now. The fact is I am in process of moving, having bought a place in the French Quarter consisting of 2 houses and a patio. We will live in one and rent out the other. I have been occupied with painting and repairing this place so as to get a good price for it. Expect to sell this house and move into the other within the next month. I was interested in your information about Neil. I do not see anything out of the way in his viewpoint if he follows through consistently. If he does not feel responsibility towards others, he does not have any. Of course he cannot claim anything from others under the conditions he has himself created. I do not believe he understands this. I suspect he feels that others are under some mysterious obligation to support him. Most inveterate moochers are convinced that while they have no obligations towards anyone else, owe nothing to anybody, that others have a moral obligation to supply their needs. But to return to the concept of obligation, the word only has meaning in terms of a specific relationship. It must be an expression of voluntary, spontaneous feeling. A conflict between obligation and feeling is impossible. Which is another statement of the fact that the only possible ethic is to do what one wants to do. This is the conclusion to which psychoanalysis leads, though many practitioners of analysis shrink back from this final but inescapable step. Because in the end people will do what they want to do, or the species will become extinct. That is what I believe. How is Hunk? Give him my regards. Alan's message in your letter was rather strange. Seriously, I doubt his sanity. Any word from Neil? 9 Hinkle and his wife finally left for Frisco. I am having tenant trouble already. 2 insufferable fruits live in the back house on my new property, and I find to my surprise and indignation that I cannot evict them without removing the premises from the rental market. I tell you, we are bogged down in the octopus of bureaucratic socialism. Please let me hear from you soon. As ever. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. March 18, 1949. 509 Wagner St. Algiers, La. Dear Alan. I am in process of moving, having acquired a property in the French Quarter consisting of 2 houses and a patio. We will live in the front house, the back house is occupied by 2 loathsome tenants. So I am now a landlord body and soul. Scrap rent controls, I say. To dictate to a man what he can and can't do with his own property is un-American socialism. Such insidious measures leave the back door of the ship of state ajar so that the current communism can slink in and plunder the American icebox. My tenants are fat and sassy now, but come March 31st at midnight will stay, rent control end day, and I'll be waiting up with a stopwatch to raise the rent or out they go. Putting this house up for sale, and have been busy painting the old whore up to look young and alluring. I expect to get $9,000. Meanwhile the farm is producing that old green stuff. I expect at least $2,000 for my cut of 30 acres of carrots which are about ready to come off. Then I will settle back to wait for the real payoff from tomatoes and cotton. Just received call from McAllen. $10 $500 for my share, and lucky to get that. Bottom fell out of carrots. Most farmers had to plow them under. Alan, please do me one favor. Get Korzybski's Science and Sanity and read it. 11 Every young man should get the principles of semantics clear in his mind before he goes to college, or anywhere else for that matter. The doctor says your mystical experiences are just hallucinations, and you think he has said something. 12 Did he say in terms of fact what an hallucination is? No, because he does not know. No one knows. He is just throwing around verbiage. Frankly, I was, and am, dubious of your mystical experiences because of their vague character. I am suspicious of universal forces etc. Naturally they exist, but we can only attain knowledge of such matters by concrete examples and operations. Take the question of time. Did you know that telepathy is independent of time as it is of space? Space and time are, of course, inseparable, therefore everything that has ever or ever will be thought is now available to all minds, past and future are purely arbitrary concepts. Well, what is Herbert, Hunk, doing besides living on you? If he does get any dollar you will likely be the last to see any. Is this Little Jack referred to Little Jack Melody? 13 I remember him. A pretty solid character. How is Vicky, Russell, by the way? Still on stuff? I am. I had hoped to go to a sanatorium for a 10-day cure on my carrot money. Now that hope is blasted. Guess I will just take a train for some strange city with a pint of PG, plenty of goofballs and stay until kicked. The pushers have been giving out a reduction cure here lately. I don't have much of a habit, unless milk sugar is habit-forming. I may go in the business again as a silent backer. 14 God knows I need the money. Apart from stuff I am on a pistol-buying kick. I will send some weed tomorrow. Now this business about Joan and myself is downright insane. I never made any pretensions of permanent heterosexual orientation. What lie are you talking about? 15 Like I say, I never promised or even implied anything. How could I promise something that it is not in my power to give? I am not responsible for Joan's sexual life, never was, never pretended to be. Nor are we in any particular mess. There is, of course, as there was from the beginning, an impasse and cross purposes that are, in all likelihood, not amenable to any solution. Glad to hear of Jack's possible success. 16 Herbert's picture of the universe, by the way, is an excellent representation of his own position, a particle moving about hitting other particles. Lucian's talents might be of use to put on an animal act. Where did he come by this ability? Can he talk to horses? As ever. Bill. P.S. What is the D situation in NY? Good D is to be at here for around $30 per pound. Any possibility of quick profitable turnover? Please look into this. We could both make a few dollar. To Allen Ginsberg. April 16, 1949. 509 Wagner St. Algiers, La. Dear Alan. Just took a fall. Possession. The bastards are trying to send me to the state joint at Angola, which is one of the worst in the south. They shook down the house and found some of our correspondence on the subject of tea. This info was made available to the feds, who questioned me at tedious length, and were, I think, finally convinced that no large-scale operations were involved. However, they may have called the NY office and mentioned your name and address, which they have from the letters. Incidentally, they did not find your next-to-last letter, and do not suspect any pushing. I doubt if you will ever be bothered, but best keep clean, and remember Graft might drop around sometime when he has nothing else to do. Little Jack, Melody, should know the score too, if he plans to stay there. I don't wish to be responsible for anyone's misfortune. My own case does not look too good, but we are trying for an ole pros. The stupid cops went out to my house without a search warrant, which is the reason the feds refused to accept the case. I don't want to take it to a jury if any other course is open. If convicted, I am subject to 2 to 5 years in Angola, which is definitely not a country club. While the case is pending, of course, I have to avoid any contact. One stick, one cap now could send me away for 7 years as a second offender. Junk felonies add up in the state, so I am back on lush. I kicked a good part of my habit in a precinct cell. It shouldn't happen to anyone but a narcotic agent, then went to a sanatorium for a week. Good as new now. 17. My immediate plans are uncertain, but I doubt if I will remain here, because they won't let me alone. They have orders to question known addicts when and wherever encountered. One of the guys that was in with me is now back with more charges against him. I am subject to a shake anytime and 72 hours in a precinct, me and anybody with me for the offense of standing on a street corner. All these misfortunes descended on me because a fucking uniformed cop in a radio car recognized someone in the car with me. And he is out on the street with no charges against him. 18. Convey my congratulations to Jack. I would have written him except I haven't been able. Let me hear from you soon. Regards to all and sundry, and keep clean. As ever. Bill. To Jack Kerouac. May 27, 1949. Far, Texas 19. Dear Jack. Very glad to hear from you. As a professional farmer, I will say a few words on the subject of buying a farm. 20 Settle this question clearly. Are you looking for 1. A place to live? Or 2. A money-making deal? If number 1, don't pay for good farmland. If number 2, keep in mind that labor, machinery and operating costs are still going up, while commodity prices are in general going down, and subject to inexplicable and unforeseeable fluctuations and collapse. The law of supply and demand no longer holds. Scarcity of a commodity does not ensure a high price. In the future I will not plant anything without a government support price on it. We can only make money here by paying 15 cents per hour for our labor on some of the best irrigated farmland in the world. Even so, this valley is full of bankrupt farmers, who have been wiped out in the last 2 years. So proceed with caution. If land is good, it is high. Livestock is something I can't talk about, except to say this: cattle is strictly a rich man's deal. Anyone who plans to start with a few and build up a herd is in a category with characters who plan to beat the races. I would appreciate all details of LaFair Ginsburg, and news of all and sundry in NY or wherever. 21. My own plans are in a state of flux. Will most likely be here. We have rented a house, till cotton picking, circa September 1st, before we get all our dollar. Then, quien sabe? I may take a trip through Mexico and Central America to view the Mayan antiquities. May stay down there and live cheap for a spell. May return to NY, may go to Angola. The courts resume business in September. Please let me hear from you very soon. Things are real dull here. I don't even have a car. The revenuers put the snatch on it and know they are making efforts to condemn it, but I expect eventually my lawyer will wrest it from their sticky clutches. Meanwhile I am immobilized in this valley of heat and boredom. As ever. Bill. To Jack Kerouac. June 24, 1949. Route 1. Far, Texas. Dear Jack. Thanks for your letter. What's with Al talking about the wrath of God? 22 Has he flipped his lid? We got the W. of G down here in the shape of Border Patrol agents deporting our field hands, and D of A bureaucrats telling us what, where and when to plant. 23 Only us farmers have other names for it. And if any obscenity bunch of bureaucrats think we're going to sit on our ass and let the W. of G take over, they will learn that we are not liberals. If I was in Al's place I would say go ahead and place your charges, if any. His present position is insufferable. Imagine being herded around by a lot of old women like Louis Ginsburg and Van Doren. 24 Besides, I don't see why Van Doren puts in his 2 cents worth. Sniveling old liberal fruit. Have you noticed all these fucking liberals will show their old yellow fangs when they think they can get by with it? All liberals are weaklings, and all weaklings are vindictive, mean and petty. I don't see anything to gain from this medical center deal. A lot of New Deal Freudians. 25 I wouldn't let them croakers up there treat my corn, let alone my psyche. I have just done reading Wilhelm Reich's latest book, The Cancer Biopathy. I tell you, Jack, he is the only man in the analysis line who is on that beam. After reading the book I built an orgone accumulator, and the gimmick really works. The man is not crazy, he's a fucking genius. 26. Our cotton looks good. Start picking July 1st. I ought to realize about $15,000 on the deal, but the obscenity government will put the snatch on about $6,000 of that, to pay their obscenity bureaucrats to mind other people's business. Still no car. They filed a claim, my man filed an exception, a date was set for a preliminary hearing, etc. etc. Bathtard Tansa Bides. 27 This seizure of property is a violation of the Constitution. If I had the money I'd take it to the Supreme Court. The bastards might as well tear up the Constitution. They've taken it all back in bureau decisions. They may be the W. of G. to Al, but they're just a lot of overpaid, at any price, bureaucrats to me. A cancer on the political body of this country which no longer belongs to its citizens. Well, I will see you either in NY or here. Come down any time if you like. We have plenty of room. Please let me hear from you very soon. Anything new on your book? As ever. Bill. To Jack Kerouac. September 26, 1949. Kells Elvins. Route 1. Far, Texas. Dear Jack, I was somewhat taken aback by your account of Neil's behavior. Evidently he is approaching the ideal state of absolute impulsiveness. 28. I am just back from Mexico City where I have rented an apartment preparatory to moving down there with the family. 29 Mexico is very cheap. A single man could live good for $2 per day in Mexico City, liquor included. $1 per day anywhere else in Mexico. Fabulous whorehouses and restaurants. A large foreign colony. Cockfights, bullfights, every conceivable diversion. I strongly urge you to visit. I have a large apartment could accommodate you. Tell Neil to come too if he is healed. I have to watch the S despite the temptations of Mexico. I am still on the lush wagon. I don't see why Al is wasting time with those liberal jerks. Is he rational? Any news of Hunk, Garver, etc.? How is Lucien? Jack, I wonder if you could do something for me? You know this gadget made by the Reikians called the accumulator? Could you find out from Al or somebody what it looks like? I want especially to know its shape, where and if there is a window, how one gets into it. Please let me hear from you soon. If I am gone to Mexico, mail will be forwarded. Better be very careful what you say as it may be opened and read. No references to junk or weed. As ever. Bill. P.S. What is the housing situation in NY now? To Allen Ginsberg. October 13, 1949. Mexico City. Dear Alan. I was glad to receive your letter, and to learn that you are rational. I would like to visit NY but it is out of the question at present. I don't know what gave Jack the idea my affair in NO was straightened out. The case comes up October 27th, with every indication of an unfavorable outcome. We made out pretty well on the cotton, but operating and machinery costs are so high we did not end up with much. Fall vegetables will be coming off in 2 months or so. Mexico City is a fine town. Prices here are about 1/3 what they are in the States. In fact, I would like to live down here, and don't see how I can afford to live anywhere else. Will not be able to make any decision until after the 27th. There is no doubt that the life of a writer is ideal, if you can manage it. I am very anxious to see Jack's novel. I don't imagine he could be persuaded to leave NY and make a trip down here, later on if I do return. I am sure he will be very successful from all indications. Soon he will have to start worrying about income tax. 3% in Mexico. Joan took the loss of her medicine surprisingly well, and feels better than in years. 30 I myself have been strictly on a lush kick despite every opportunity to pick up on anything and everything. I just don't want any. Besides, I have not money to waste. Gilmore is still in NY. Heard from him not long ago. Too bad about Hunk & Co. 31 By the way, did you receive that letter of warning I sent you after my own fall? I too made the mistake of having correspondence in my quarters which fell into official hands. Well, I have learned more caution. I am not giving an address here, because I will not be at it by the time you could write. You may not hear from me for some time. My best regards to all. As ever. Bill. To Jack Kerouac. November 2, 1949. Mexico City. Dear Jack. Thanks for the letter. I also heard from Al, and was relieved to discover he is rational. My case in New Orleans looked so unpromising that I decided not to show. So I figure to be in Mexico quite some while. I think it's 5 years before a case is cancelled out by the statute of limitations. I may go into farming down here. Also considering the project of opening an American bar on the border. Mexican side, of course. I know Sabe U.S. side of the border. I was certainly gratified to hear of your success as a novelist, and meeting all them celebrities. What is this Vidal character like? Be mighty glad to see you down here. You won't make a mistake visiting Mexico. A fine country with plenty of everything cheap. One of the few places left where a man can really live like a prince. I sure would appreciate it if you could find out where in Mexico City those accumulators are. I cannot locate them. Regards to all. Keep me posted. Right, care of Kells, Far, Texas. As ever. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. December 24, 1949. Mexico City. Dear Alan. I fear this is going to be a somewhat testy letter. I am not able to share your enthusiasm for the deplorable conditions which obtain in the U.S. at this time. I think the U.S. is heading in the direction of a socialistic police state similar to England, and not too different from Russia. I congratulate myself on my timely withdrawal. Everything I hear from the U.S. makes me glad I am not there. At least Mexico is no obscenity welfare state, and the more I see of this country the better I like it. It is really possible to relax here where nobody tries to mind your business for you, and a man can walk the streets without being molested by some insolent cop swollen with the unwarranted authority bestowed upon him by our stupid and hysterical law-making bodies. Here a cop is on the level of a streetcar conductor. He knows his place and stays there. I hope you are not serious in this labor leader idea. My opinion of labor leaders and unions is very close to the views so ably and vigorously expressed by Westbrook Paler, the only columnist, in my opinion, who possesses a grain of integrity. 32. The general disrespect for the discoveries of Dr. Reich which obtains in conventional psychiatric and medical circles is, to speak with restraint, not a factor that I consider of much weight. If I ever do resume psychotherapy I would not consider spending 1 hour of my time, or $1 of my money with any practitioner other than a Veg2 therapist or one operating on similar principles. I have not read Listen, Little Man. 33 Reich's social and political theories and his polemics bore me. What interests me is his factual discoveries, particularly about the nature of the cancer process, and the use of the accumulator in the treatment of cancer. I consider his book The Cancer Biopathy of incalculable importance. My own experiments with the accumulator have convinced me that many of his conclusions are correct. As for my own plans, I figure to buy a ranch down here, or go in some business. In any case figure to be here permanent. Our farming operations are doing pretty good in Texas, but we are having labor trouble. We plan to buy land in Mexico and reap the advantages of two national economies. I will, of course, become a citizen as it is extremely difficult to transact business here otherwise. Jack writes he may come down here in February. I hope he is serious. Have contacted the hip set of Mexico City. Not much different from US. I ran into an old character I knew from 103rd and Way. Which reminds me, whatever happened to Garver? He should come down here. I think he would find the atmosphere congenial, except there are not many overcoats. 34 Today is like summer, and spring starts Jan 15. Is there any possibility of your coming to Mexico? I think you might gain perspective from a visit to Mexico, and throw off the perverted socialistic views with which I fear you have become infected. Believe me, socialism and communism are synonymous, and both unmitigated evil, and the welfare state is a Trojan horse. As ever, and even more so. Bill. 1950. To Jack Kerouac. January 1, 1950. Mexico City. Dear Jack. Every time I receive a communication from the U.S. I congratulate myself on being here. Nigger laws, eh? That really is the payoff. Down here you don't have to take nothing off. No Jean de Brass. 1 The most they can hand you for shooting one is 8 years. A Jean de Brass here ranks with a streetcar conductor. I hope you are serious about coming here in February. I know you will enjoy the trip. It is like summer here now. I have contacted the hip set, and nobody bothers them down here. The way things look from here, don't know that I'll ever want to go back to the States. I fear the U.S. is heading for socialism, which means, of course, ever-increasing interference in the business of each citizen. Whatever happened to our glorious frontier heritage of minding one's own business? The frontiersman has shrunk to a wretched, interfering, liberal bureaucrat. Allen, by the way, has been utterly corrupted by those liberal psychiatrists. He talks of becoming a labor leader. I wrote him what I think about labor leaders, unions, and liberals. Perhaps I should have restrained myself, but I am a plain blunt man who speaks right on. 2 Allen is aligning himself with a cancerous element that will stifle every vestige of free life in the U.S. You notice that any oppressive, meddling piece of legislation, anti-gun, anti-sex, anti-kick laws, is always loudly supported by the liberal press? The word liberal has come to stand for the most damnable tyranny, a sniveling, mealy-mouthed tyranny of bureaucrats, social workers, psychiatrists and union officials. The world of 1984 is not even 30 years away. If I open a bar on the border, I will, of course, move up there. My plans are not definite as yet. I will be here a few more months anyway. I intend to take a very comprehensive tour of Mexico to see where I like it best. Mexico City is very agreeable, but I want to see it all. Everything I have seen so far has been much to my liking. A few examples: drunks sleep right on the sidewalk of the main drag. No cop bothers them. Anyone who feels like it carries a gun. I read of several occasions where drunken cops, shooting at the habitués in bars, were themselves shot by armed civilians who don't take no shit from nobody. All officials are corruptible. The Mexicans really like children. It is unthinkable here to be refused a room because of children. Income tax is very low. Medical treatment is extremely reasonable because the doctors advertise and cut prices. You can get a clap cure for $2.40, or buy the penicillin and shoot it yourself. No regulations here curtailing self-medication. Needles and syringes can be bought anywhere. These are merely a few indications of the general atmosphere of freedom from interference that prevails here. How is your book? Be sure and send me a copy as soon as you get one. 3 Best regards to all. Expect to see you in another month. As ever. Bill. Care of Kells Elvins, Route 1, Far, Texas. To Jack Kerouac. January 22, 1950. Mexico City. Dear Jack. Thanks for your letter. You probably have one of mine by now. If you want to save some of the money you are making, Mexico is undoubtedly the place for you. A single man lives high here, including all the liquor he can drink, for $100 per month. Even B. Garver could get by here on $100 per with his expensive tastes. And it is possible here to enjoy oneself without interference. It is my contention that you cannot enjoy yourself in the U.S. now for any price. Please send me a copy of your book. I am going to Mexico City College on the GI Bill. I always say keep your snout in the public trough. 4. Jack, believe me, there is no such thing as a cheap boat. Don't let anyone foist some dangerous wreck on you. If it's cheap, something is wrong with it. Boats are the most expensive of all luxuries. We are living in a quiet, high-class neighborhood. Everybody minds his own business, such as it is. I do not know what any of the neighbors do, and vice versa. Down here, curiosity is an unknown quality. People simply don't care what anyone else does. Even the landlady never asks questions. Both Willie and Julie play extensively with the neighbors' children, who are well behaved in a European way. It is out of the question to live in a slum here. These areas compare favorably with anything in Asia for sheer filth and poverty. There are no sidewalks, people shit all over the street, then lie down and sleep in it with flies crawling in and out of their mouths. Entrepreneurs, not infrequently lepers, build fires on street corners and cook up hideous, stinking, nameless messes of food that they dispense to passers-by. So when may I expect you? Why not come down right away? You are not confined to NY. Anything new at all? How much time did Herbert Hunk finally draw? I am practically a Mexican citizen now. It is merely a question of a few formalities. By the way, here is a quotation that might amuse you. A Sunday supplement description of disgraceful conditions in the Alameda Park corresponds to Central Park in NY. Vicious people lie about on the grass drinking tequila, smoking marijuana and shouting insulting remarks at passing police officers. Quite a contrast to NY. 1. I intend to buy a Ranchero 5 down here, perhaps with Kells Elvins, my Texas partner, as co-owner. I want a country place where I can hunt and fish. Of course, many sections here are infested with bandits who ride around in groups of 30 or 40. So it is necessary to locate near a town or other ranches. The ranches form protective associations. I hope eventually to buy a ranch and a house in Mexico City. I would like to see Celine's new book. His life in Denmark sounds very typical, especially that bit about fearing the cops would rush out of the station at the sight of people arguing about money. Let me hear from you. As ever. Bill. To Jack Kerouac. March 10, 1950. Mexico City. Dear Jack. I received your book, and enjoyed it tremendously. Frankly, it is a lot better than I expected. A stroke of genius to describe Garver as indistinct, and to deprive Dave of an arm. There was something curiously maimed or crippled about Dave. 6. Write me at once exactly when you plan to come here, as I may take a 10-day trip to Mazatlan. My present address here is Lerma 26. Mexico DF, but I don't exactly live there. I live at Reforma 210, House 8, Paseo de la Reforma, that is. Or I can always be contacted care of Bernabe Jurado, Madero 17, Mexico DF, that is my lawyer. 7. Incidentally, I am now virtually a Mexican citizen. What a relief to be rid of the U.S. for good and all, and to be in this fine free country. I have a pistol permit, to carry, by the way, so I don't have to take nothing off nobody. But then, nobody gives you any shit down here. The U.S. barroom beef is unknown in Mexico. I haven't been in an argument since I got here. I don't know why I didn't move down here years ago. I am selling my property in Texas, and plan to buy a house in Mexico City. You can get a 4-bedroom, brick house in the middle of town for $6,000, a palace for $8,000. I have been writing a novel about junk. 8. Maybe we can get together on something when you get here. I know you will enjoy Mexico, since you can really relax here and save money. I look forward to see you. As ever. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. Care of K. Elvins. Route 1. Far, Texas. May 1, 1950. Dear Alan. I have some comments that, As a matter of friendship, I feel obliged to make on your last two letters. You presume rightly. I have seen the developments in Texas at first hand. My guess is that the present U.S. policy is the result of lobbying by a few big rich in Texas and Mexico. They are the only ones to benefit. These are the facts. 1. Mexican workers are paid 2 pesos, cent 25, per day for farm work in Mexico. 2. They walk hundreds of miles and swim the river because they can make anywhere from $3 to $7 in Texas. 3. Instances of wetbacks being cheated by employers are very rare. I have only heard of one case. Generally they are well treated, the farmer supplying free housing, free medical care for the entire family, and legal expenses. I have myself driven children to a doctor, paid out of my own pocket to bail workers out of jail, and to care for the families of workers deported by the welfare government. The welfare governor sets a minimum wage, you say? Yes. But farmers, unlike the governor, cannot print new money when they run short. You can only pay a certain wage and make money. If you don't make money you can't hire anybody at any wage. Then the bank takes your land. And who is the bank? In the valley the bank is the Benson brothers. The Benson brothers represent a new type of tycoon. They have neither energy nor intelligence. They just sit, and slowly the valley falls into their hands. In a few years they will own the whole valley. They are the final beneficiaries of the U.S. wetback policy. Let us see what your welfare governor does for the wetbacks. The Border Patrol arrests those who have not been processed and throws them into the county jail. From there they are deported to Mexico, where they can work for 2 pesos per day or starve. No provision is made for the family of a deported worker. I should explain that when a wetback comes to the U.S. he usually brings his family with him. I have observed that the welfare governor makes liberal use of guns and blackjacks in their dealings with underprivileged. Only the big rich can survive under present conditions. Small farmers are folding up all over the valley. The big Mexican landowners are, of course, well pleased with the U.S. policy. They want their workers to stay home. You liberals are appallingly naive when you accept a routine like this wetback deal at face value. Liberals have always been suckers for communist or fascist undercover moves. You are misinformed, and your metaphysical position is not tenable. There are 2 bases for any ethical system. 1. Aristocratic code. 2. Religion. Liberals reject both, which leaves them with exactly nothing. There are no nuts in a consistently selfish position. You can oppose to it a code of conduct, or the belief in some cosmic order. A man without code or religion has no reason other than mere preference to consider any interests other than his own. Why should he think in time beyond his own life? What does he care for complex problems or human corruption? Why should he hesitate to exploit anyone? This position is not mine. I am quite willing to allow anyone who works for me to share in the profits in proportion to the work he does. We had a profit-sharing arrangement with our employees. Now we can't operate at all, and there are no profits to share. Only acres of vegetables plowed under. We are selling out. The welfare state is on the way to be a communist state, and that means a bureaucratic police state. In your previous letter you say that you are leery of Reich for no other reason than the general disrespect with which he is regarded. Do you realize what you are saying here? You are saying that because a lot of people say something it must be right. What about your own feelings? If you had lived in Germany would you have been a Nazi? Hitler was voted in by a majority. You could do with a refresher course in semantics. You speak of evil as a sexless womb giving birth to discord. A pretty turn of phrase. But what do you mean by evil? What are your standards? What is this harmony and why is it desirable? What for that matter is discord in political and economic terms? Where does a necessity to think in future time come from? What in the name of God is a world without ideas? I suspect that one would have to achieve identification with an oyster before this ideal state could be approximated. You come on like a prophet talking about evil, necessity and so forth. But we're in a world without ideas, where no one is supposed to look beyond his non-supersensual reality. Do you find the standards on which to base this moral discourse? I am not quibbling. I simply have no way to know what you are talking about. What do you mean by the lower classes? Anyone who works with his hands? Plumbers, carpenters, painters, bricklayers etc. make 3 times the wage of the average white-collar worker. Please be specific. You say you have found out you are just a human like other humans. Human, Alan, is an adjective, and its use as a noun is in itself regrettable. Besides, the statement is so general that it has no meaning. Of course human beings share certain similarities as they are of the same species. The capacity for infinite differentiation is to my mind a hugely important attribute of the human species and one frequently overlooked by social planners. My own tendency is the opposite of identification with non-supersensual reality. My personal experiments and experiences have convinced me that telepathy and precognition are solid demonstrable facts, facts that can be verified by anyone who will perform certain definite experiments. These facts point to the possibility of consciousness without a body or life after death, and before birth. Telepathy is independent of space-time. I do not see that these are facts of no importance or concern to the living. Why is it useless and deceptive to look further? What are you afraid of? Why all this insistence on confining your attention to non-supersensual reality, to palpable objects? Why this care to avoid any experience that goes beyond arbitrary boundaries, and boundaries set by others? Mysticism is just a word. I am concerned with facts on all levels of experience. I am more than a little dubious of a program to overcome queerness by attentive work like studying for a job. I think you will find it is not as simple as that. The fact is that no one at present understands this condition, though, of course, psychiatrists will claim to understand anything. Some essential fact is missing. 9. I hope you will realize that this letter is not a joke, and that I mean what I have said. You are too intelligent to talk in this way. Increased government control leads to a totalitarian state. Bureaucracy is the worst possible way of doing anything, because it is the most inflexible and therefore the deadest of all political instruments. As I see it, the only possible solution is the cooperative system. Any move in the direction of cooperatives is blocked by the manufacturers and the unions. The present-day union is simply a branch of governmental bureaucracy, as is the manufacturer. I have not heard from Jack, so assume he will not show here. I am still in process of getting my citizenship papers. The immigration department is like Kafka. Fortunately, I have retained a competent advocate skilled in the intricacies of bureaucratic procedure. As soon as I sell the Texas property, I will buy a house here. A good 2-bedroom brick house in the center of Mexico City costs about $4,000 US. I am going to Mexico City College on the GI Bill. They pay my books, tuition and $75 per month living allowance. I am learning to speak Mayan, and taking a course in the codices. Mexico is my place. I want to live here and bring up the children here. I would not go back to the US under any circumstances. This is basically an Oriental culture, 80% Indian, where everyone has mastered the art of minding his own business. If a man wants to wear a monocle or carry a cane, he does not hesitate to do it, and no one gives him a second glance. Boys and young men walk down the street arm in arm and no one pays them any mind. It is not that people here don't care what others think. It simply would not occur to a Mexican to expect criticism from a stranger, nor would it occur to anyone to criticize the behavior of others. I have been working on a novel about junk. It is about finished now. May realize a few dollars, but I doubt if anyone will publish it, owing to the criticism of the narcotic department it contains. Of course, I built an accumulator. 3 of them, in fact. My experiments convinced me that Reich's organs are real and demonstrable. Yet so-called scientists go around saying he is insane and refuse even to investigate his findings. Someone must know what happened to Hunk. As for Melody, he may wish he was in jail before he is through with the nut house. 10. Where is Garver? If you see him, tell him that down here his allowance would take care of all his needs. I thought Jack's book was very successful. What about the reviews? I only saw one in the NY Times. What is Gilmore doing these days? I have not heard from him. What is this book of yours you speak of? Joan sends her best regards. Incidentally, she has not dropped the atomic kick. On the contrary, she has convinced me that her kick contains a solid core of reality. 11. She says to tell you she seconds my comments on your last 2 letters. Let me hear from you soon. As ever. Bill. To Jack Kerouac. September 18, 1950. 37 Cerrado de Medellín, Mexico, DF. Dear Jack. You are a young healthy man with no habits, and I cannot understand why you are not more active. That is the meaning of my reference to you in the letter to Alan. 12. When I am on the junk, I don't get around much. I miss experience because I spend too much time in the house. There is more to miss in Mexico than in the States because here no limits are imposed on experience. I am aware of the waste involved in not getting around, so I am kicking the habit. But you don't have a habit, and I would expect you to take full advantage of the freedom for action you have. You know, the logical conclusion to the "I've got it all inside" proposition is the conclusion reached by certain Tibetan Buddhists who wall themselves in a little cell with a slot where food is pushed in at them, and stay there till they die. This is not my idea of a good deal. Lucien has been and gone. 13. He seems in good condition from every angle. I enjoyed his visit, which, unfortunately, was brief. It seems to me he knows what the score is. I mean the score on all levels, He knows a lot more than Al, for example, who is deliberately not seeing. I could not with a clear conscience undertake to persuade Lucien to bring anything back. I did present the facts to him, what would happen if anything went wrong, loss of car etc., the improbability that anything would go wrong, and let him decide. He decided no. For one thing, he didn't have enough money. Al's dichotomy between regular life and visions is not only unnecessary, it is inaccurate. I mean, it does not in fact exist. Either, or is not an accurate formula. Facts exist on infinite levels and one level does not preclude another. Insanity is the confusion of levels. Insane people do not have visions worth hearing about because they are afraid to see. The insane are too much concerned with regular life, that is with money, sex, food, digestion, illness, and the impression they make on others. These facts of life frighten the insane, and no man can detach himself from what he fears. In consequence, the visions of the insane are unspeakably dreary. Reich, by the way, has observed that organs come in waves, and that lately the wave has been at a very low ebb. 14. You would certainly be doing a sensible thing to come back here to live. I can't see the States now at all. Maybe after your grimy forms get everything worked out I will want to go there. Meanwhile they can put somebody else through rings of iron. Joan and the children send you their best regards. As ever. Bill. 1951. To Allen Ginsberg. January 1st, 195 1. 37 Serrata, de, Medellin. Mexico, DF. Dear Allen. I have owed you a letter for some time now. Lately I have been much preoccupied, and my correspondence has been neglected in consequence. I have about decided to move on south, probably to Panama or possibly Ecuador. There are plenty of countries down here that want Americans to come in and farm. So I do not see any point in wasting more time in a country that does not want American immigrants. I am returning briefly to the US for a tourist card. Then I will return here, take the cure, and go on from here to wherever I decide to go. I think farming is definitely the best bet down here. These countries have millions of unused acres, and most of them have to import food. So you can get in on the ground floor with a good chance to clean up in a few years. There is also excellent hunting and fishing so that a man who owns a ranch can be self-sufficient and live for almost nothing. The trouble is I am having difficulty raising the cash. I have sold the Texas land, but the party cannot make a large down payment. It looks like I will have to start operations on a shoestring and under real pioneer conditions. I have sent the finished ms of my book along to Lucien and told him to peddle it for the best price he can get. I would be glad to get $1,000 out of it. Very likely it won't sell at all. But you never know. Lucien tells me you are become a virtual satyr, a mythological Greek creature characterized by insatiable lust. I mean, not Jean-Paul Sartre the existentialist. Well, stick with it and no backsliding. I hear Hunk will have to wait another year. He could hardly make a good impression on the parole board. Little Jack, Melody, certainly pulled a neat maneuver. Out already. Please let me hear from you soon. I expect I will be around Mexico another month or so. As ever. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. January 11, 1951. 37 Serrata, de, Medellin. Mexico, DF. Dear Allen. Thanks for your letter. I would be glad to do business with Petit Jacques. I have no objection to your giving him my address here if he wants it. I am getting back in the business on strictly wholesale level. Retail operations impossible in Mexico. You either operate on the highest level and do business with lawyers, businessmen, police chiefs and governors of states, or you do business with flaming bums without tie, coat or socks who will sell you out to the opposition for $5. At present I have a quantity of Cocteau's Kick which I picked up for $40 per pound. To expect to have it off my hands in the next few days. I do not plan to come to NY. I am going up to the border for a new tourist card, and will return the same day. If Jack wants to talk to me he will have to come to Mexico City or at least to the border. Mexico City is a much cooler climate than the border, and only $15 by train from the border. It is quite possible to arrange export operations from here to US and deliver any material on US side of the border. I got tired of the stalling around, and decided to drop the immigration proceedings, and come back to Mexico as a tourist. There are laws here against ownership of land by foreigners. The laws can be got around, but I prefer to settle in a country where they want Americans to come in and farm. I intend to buy a ranch, and where there are no restrictions on ownership nor the consequent possibility of some politician expropriating your ranch after you get it going on a profitable basis. But I am not ready to leave Mexico yet. I need more dollar. I plan to take the cure here, and also I want to finish my business here. If there is possibility to make some money here I will, of course, stick around a while. Lucien is welcome to 10%, of course. I would not want him to take the trouble for nothing, since I know what a bother such a deal can entail. 3. Please give him this message. Yes, I remember Bozo who took the gas pipe, or how did he actually get the job done? For a queer professor from KC, Mo, head of the anthropology department here at MCC where I collect my $75 per month, knocked himself off a few days ago with overdose of goofballs. 5 Vomit all over the bed. I can't see this suicide kick. I know nothing about this outfit run by Wasserman. 6. But I would take the job if you can get it. Should be interesting, and a chance to pick up some real dollar. Old-style imperialism is done. It doesn't pay. I doubt if your employers would be in the position to ask you to do anything that might disturb your liberal scruples. One thing I am sure of. If you want to give yourself a chance to get rich and live in a style that the US has not seen since 1914, go south of the Rio Grande, young man. Almost any business is good down here, since markets are unlimited. This country down here, I mean the whole of Mexico and points south, is about where the US was in 1880 or so. I know of any number of business deals here in Mexico DF that would make any man rich who applied himself over a period of say 10 years. Personally, I have decided on farming and ranching. Most of these countries import food, though they have millions of acres of fabulous land not even cleared, land you can buy here for $2 per acre, land that would cost $500 per acre in the States. And you live like a king on a ranch while you are making the dollar. Hunting and fishing, and a hacienda full of servants for about nothing a year in expenses, unlimited opportunities and any kind of life you want to live you can find. No, if I leave Mexico it certainly will be in south direction. I get the horrors at the thought of going back to the States to live. So much you take for granted down here after a while, like the fact that the cops recognize you as their superior and would never venture to stop or question a well-dressed upper-class character like myself, or the fact that you can buy a pistol permit or narcotics permit or almost anything else you want for a very modest fee. When I think of all the shit you have to put up with in the States I wonder why I didn't leave years ago. As ever, Bill. P.S. will write Lucien to collect all he can get. Insurance companies are fair game, inasmuch as they never pay a claim if they can possibly weasel out of paying. A company, because it is depersonalized and guided by no other principle than profit, thereby surrenders all claims to ethical consideration. All codes of conduct that have any validity are based on the relations between individuals. An individual entrusts money to me, I would not steal the money even though I could steal it without danger of consequences. A company takes great pains not to be an individual. A company never trusts anybody with anything. Therefore a company is fair game, and personally I would not hesitate to defraud a company if I could. As for a legitimate claim, such as Lucien has in this case, I would press for every cent I could get. Of course, being responsible not only for myself, but also for Joan and the children, I have an absolute duty to place their welfare high on the priority list. If I should fail to press a claim like Lucien's I would consider myself guilty of inexcusable negligence. I have not only the right but the duty to carry a gun and to protect my person against any attack that might deprive my family of support. To Jack Kerouac. January 28, 195-1. 37 Serrata, de Medellin, Mexico, DF. Dear Jack. Glad to hear you enjoyed Junk. As I just wrote to Lucien, nothing is missing. Do you want a score? His last line, and last chapter is only one page. So you were right. Yes, you could live a long time in Mexico on $2,500. As I wrote you before, jobs are difficult to find down here. Better get the job in the States. Most Americans working down here were hired in the US. I am not going to Venezuela, which is one SA country that is definitely out because it is very expensive and very crowded. I do, however, expect to have a look at Panama in the fairly near future. If I find what I want and can raise the dollar, I may buy a ranch there. Panama is not so far away from here that I can't get back from time to time. Kels is here and he may go in with me on the Panama deal. Well, I certainly hope you all can peddle the miss somewhere. Use your judgment, and whatever deal you make is okay with me. Yes, I would be interested to hear from Bob B. Randenberg, and Little Jack. I have some connections down here that could turn into a very profitable deal with the right setup in the States. For example, I can pick up Cocteau's Kick for about $150 per rib. Well, I am curious to know what they have in mind. How did Jack get out of the nut house? He certainly pulled a fast shuffle there. Joan and the children send their best love. Please let me hear from you soon again. As ever, Bill. P.S. I cannot understand Neil's passion for travel, especially under the disagreeable conditions you run into in the States. What does he do to eat? He should do all right down here. A lot of Americans make a comfortable living guiding tourists around or driving them around in a car. He could do that sort of thing. Should be a cinch for 100 pesos per day, which is very good money here. To Lucien Carr. March 5, 1951. 37 Cerrado de Medellín, Mexico City. Dear Lucien, I took the Chinese cure and I'm off the junk. 7 Enclosed part of a chapter I want to add to the novel with the chapters before and after to show exactly where the new part goes. Also enclose some minor additions with exact location in the Ms. I figure it didn't hurt to put in some sex, and that Lachlan 8 character dearly loves a queer angle. Please let me hear from you soon. Joan sends her best. As ever, Bill. P.S. What I am sending is a sample, that is, I have more additions in mind. The connections between junk and sex are extensive, and definitely belong in the book. When I wrote the original Ms. I was on the junk. You might say there were 2 books to be writ, one written on the junk, one off, or more accurately half the book written on and half off. In brief, I wanted to send along this sample right away so a possible publisher can see what kind of additions and alterations I can make if he wants a rewrite job. Specifically, Lachlan might be more interested if he reads this edition, so shoot it on out to him please. Of course I might really fuck myself up with some fag publisher. To Jack Kerouac. April 24, 1951. 37 Cerrado de Medellín, Mexico City. Dear Jack. Thanks for your letter. Have you seen Lucien lately? I sent him an additional chapter, but don't know whether he received it or not. Wish you luck on the new novel. 9. I'm off the junk now, and likely to stay off since I kicked on the street where I could have scored for a barrel full. I was drunk for a month, lost 2 guns to the law, and wound up near dying from uremic poisoning. Now I am back on the 3 cocktail a day schedule. As to leaving Mexico, it depends on the S. Nothing is working out here and I am ready to shove south. Under no circumstances will I return to the States. I never heard from little Jack, but Bob B. Randenberg wrote me a letter. Some routine whereby I put up all the money and take all the risk. I filed his letter under I don't want to hear about it. Deliveries to NY aren't on my milk route. I know Sabe US side of border. Please check with Lucien if he got that chapter. I sent it about a month ago. I am writing a Mexican section to add to my novel. 10 I may make other changes, especially I plan to cut out all the theory except where it is a direct part of the narrative. All reference to Reich I am going to cut. Hal chases down in Selena Cruz allegedly building a boat that is going to have golden sails to match his hair. Enough to make a man's pew. So far as I'm concerned, the sooner he sails off into the sunset the better, from which you may conclude that I don't like him no more. Joan sends her best. Please let me hear from you soon. As ever, Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. May 5, 1951. 37 Cerrado de Medellín, Mexico, DF. Dear Alan. Thanks for the letter and your efforts on my behalf. I plan to issue a revised version of the novel from which Reich will be deleted bag and baggage. The Mexican section of junk is not finished yet, and it is giving me a bad time. It involves sex, and that is the most difficult subject to write on. I am off the junk now. I kicked on the street where I can score any time for any amount. Doctors came to the house and waved their prescription pads under my nose. People were pushing junk through the transom and shelling it under the door. Now I am completely off. I couldn't get back on the junk even if I wanted to. This is something I just learned. If you kick of your own choice you can't go back. Still smoke once a week. It is different from needle kicks, better and more a positive deal. You can hit the pipe that often with no risk of habit. Now what in the name of God do you mean by saying the book is a justification for junk or myself taking junk? I don't justify nothing to nobody. As a matter of fact, the book is the only accurate account I ever read of the real horror of junk. But I don't mean it as justification or deterrent or anything but an accurate account of what I experienced during the time I was on the junk. You might say it was a travel book more than anything else. It starts where I first make contact with junk, and it ends where no more contact is possible. So I will leave out all theory that is not an integral part of my account, and confine myself to straight narrative. Like I say, I don't know from where you get this justification crap. For one thing, the book was written in Mexico. It is difficult for anyone living in the States to realize how meaningless such a concept as justification is down here. I was, for example, Really amazed when you wrote some time ago in reference to my fantasies of shooting cops as though any such notions were still current. Who in the hell would want to shoot Mexican cops? You might as well occupy yourself with fantasies of shooting down elevator operators. As authority symbols, Mexican cops don't qualify, except perhaps to someone hopelessly rigid and armored. Another thing about living here, you lose even the possibility of concerning yourself with neurotic, that is to say, defensive issues. Another angle. There are some students here at the school who are successful commercial writers. I am trying to make a deal with one of these writers to rewrite the novel in a saleable form. It is doubtful whether I am capable of writing anything saleable. After staying drunk for a month and came near dying from uremic poisoning, I am back where you met me on 3 martinis per late afternoon. Speaking of Mexican cops and how different they are from stateside law, one night I got in a beef with a citizen in a bar and pulled my gun on him. A cop grabbed my arm. I was flabbergasted by this insolence and asked him what he was putting in his 2 cents for, and threw the gun in his stomach, from which position it was transferred by the bartender, who pulled my arm with the gun back across the bar. Then the cop takes me by the arm very respectful and says, "Vámonos, señor," and walked me to a bus stop. Of course he kept the gun. Another time a cop took my gun away, unloaded it and gave it back to me. Remember the lousy cop bastard who dislocated Lucian's arm for nothing? You see, there is quite a difference. In fact, some of my good friends down here are laws. I guess Hal Chase, when he gets to the States, if he gets there, will be telling everybody how I tried to get in his pants and got sore when he turned me down. The first part of this proposition is true. I did make a play for him, verbal, of course. Even dead drunk I would never put a hand on anyone until or unless there was a definite agreement, but I didn't get sore because he turned me down. I would never hold that against anyone. Some of my best friends have turned me down. But he has to give me the brush in the nastiest and bitchiest way he can devise, and, to give him his due, he is good at that sort of thing, in front of a third party. I guess he could only scrape up one witness on short notice. If there is one thing that marks a guy lousy to my way of thinking, it is when he goes out of his way to inflict an injury for no practical purpose. Like those 42 ND street punks. A mark is out cold and instead of going through his pockets they waste time kicking him. A guy who does that, or the psychic equivalent, is strictly nowhere. I should have known better, but that was during the month I was drunk all the time and used to wake up drunk in the morning, so what with being drunk and junk sick I can excuse myself on the basis of physiology. I never could spell that word, that is, I could make out a case if I wanted to, but it violates my principles as a factualist to alibi for anything. That is one thing I can't abide about psychoanalysts, always the alibi. After all, how could anyone expect me to act any way but crummy, me having all these traumas and complexes? Well, drunk or sober, I acted like a fool. I generally do act that way under those circumstances, which accounts for a long list of failures. But I figure anything I could have got by acting cagey and following the dreary rules of seduction wouldn't be worth the trouble. Also, if I could play the deal smart, it would be because I wasn't very much interested. And if I don't much want it, why bother? Enough of this angle, I don't want to bore you unnecessarily. 11. By the way, I have an old bone to pick with you that has been rankling with me a long time. You said in one of those square letters you wrote to me, you don't really want me to get over being queer. You should know enough psychology to realize that. 12. Even if I had a sex interest in someone, I would still be glad to see him switch to women if he could make it and wasn't just putting down a con on himself. Envy or resentment is only possible when you cannot see your own space-time location. Most of the people in America do not know where they really are, so they envy someone else's deal. But this envy is not a universal law, as your doc friend, who presumes to dig me in absentia, seems to think. To illustrate my statement, which is a law I never saw an exception to, can you imagine a man in a lifeboat getting envious because somebody somewhere is drinking champagne? No, because he knows where he is. All envy is based on the proposition, I could be getting that. I see as clear as I see physical objects my location as regards sex orientation. I am not going anywhere from where I am, couldn't go anywhere and don't want to. I don't doubt that a change from queer to heterosex is possible. Successful analysis should bring about a complete sexual reorientation. I hope you are really with it. All I meant to say was this: I have seen a lot of people putting down a "I'm woman-oriented now" routine when they aren't with it at all. I am acquainted with the drawbacks of being queer. Better acquainted than you. Like you say, it multiplies problems. But here is the point. My boy in a lifeboat knows he is not in a good place. But knowing what a bad spot he is in will not get him somewhere else. So the point is not how dissatisfied you are with being queer. The point is, do you get everything you want in the way of sex from a woman? Don't answer unless you want to, but you have had time to find out and I would like to know. The reason I am running on at such length is because I am dodging work on the Mexican section of my novel. I hope I haven't bored you. Looks like everybody is on the way to Mexico. Lucien will be here in August during his vacation. Are you seriously considering the trip? I am still waiting on the money from my land in Texas. It should be on the way. The land is sold, but I won't believe it until I see it. When I get the money I figure to look at Panama and maybe parts of South America. I like Mexico, but there may be places I would like better, and I wanted to have a look before I make up my mind and go through any more crap with the immigration department here, which is one of the few things I don't like about Mexico. Let me hear from you soon. I will send along the revised MIS as soon as I can get it in shape. Something just occurred to me. When I got off the junk, I decided I didn't want any more part of it in any way. Not that I am coming down with scruples. I still think like I always did, if someone wants to use that as his business. It's just I have a hunch the junk don't like people who walk out on it. And if junk don't like you, keep away from it. As ever. Bill. P.S. I never heard from Little Jack. When I wrote to inform Bob B. I wasn't about to COD anything to NY, and have his Dago friends heist me for the goods or pay me in counterfeit shelters or some other cheap Dago trick, he never answered. Just as well. Like I say, me and the junk are washed up. To Allen Ginsberg. May 1951. 37 Cerrado de Medellín. Mexico City. Dear Alan. I have been over the MIS making a few deletions, removing 6 pages. Mex. Section still hangs fire. If publisher does not like MIS as is, would not be impressed by revised MS.13. You still do not see difference between Mexican and US cops, or what I am driving at. Of course, shooting anyone without reason is a stupid Mexican trick. Mexican cops, army officers, and private citizens are subject to get themselves lobotomized drunk and shoot some unfortunate character, who has committed no other offense than propinquity. And don't give me that father symbol crap. A drunk Mex cop is not shooting a father symbol. His ego is dissolved in alcohol, leaving a mass of irritable and random protoplasm. Incidentally, the method for avoiding poisonous snakes is to kill them on sight so you won't step on the same snake 10 feet away. Or did you know that? In Mexico it is often cheaper and safer to shoot a cop than to argue with him. In short, killing is sometimes the rational way to deal with someone who is not rational and not about to be. I simply do not recognize such an entity as a neurotic hater with strong queer leanings. 14 For the Christ's sake, do you actually think that laying a woman makes someone heterosexual? I have been laying women for the past 15 years and haven't heard any complaints from the women either. 1 What does that prove except I was hard up at the time? Laying a woman, so far as I am concerned, is okay if I can't score for a boy. But laying one woman or 1,000 merely emphasizes the fact that a woman is not what I want. Better than nothing, of course, like a tortilla is better than no food. But no matter how many tortillas I eat, I still want a steak. 2 As for this normal man of yours who isn't sexually mature until he is 30, I don't buy him. I say he never will be mature, which I can say again, for about 90% of US males. And another thing, I am dubious of these slow changes. Any basic change is sudden. Like me getting off junk. I suspect this slow change routine is an analyst alibi. Of course it's your business and all that, but I do think it's a bit thick for the doc to say you can't expect results for 17 years, figuring you now at the age of 12 and not even started with puberty yet. Remember, I am not speaking from total ignorance. I was analyzed for 5 years. I don't say I did not benefit. I do say that at the present time I wouldn't pay an analyst 50 cents per hour. I feel that only a small fraction of the time I spent benefited me, and if I had it to do over I would set a definite time limit and ask the doc right out, can you or can't you? Also, I think you might gain more from Mexico than from continued analysis. Well, it's your business, like I say. Quite possible I won't be in Mexico a month from now, or if in Mexico, back in the country somewhere. Hal Chase is back from the coast with malaria and one of the worst cases of hypochondria I ever listened to. Of course he is not on speaking terms with the people he went down there with, and his conversation consists of interminable anecdotes concerned with outrages perpetrated by his traveling companions, and even more interminable accounts of his various symptoms. Bill, I got like a feeling of pressure, etc. He is working up a case of TB now and has reached the point where he decides the doctor is lying to him. Anyway, we are on good terms again, and as a matter of fact, it apparently never occurred to him that I had any grounds for complaint. It is likely that I exaggerated the original beef since I was very drunk at the time, and drunks always exaggerate any beef. On the other hand, Hal can be very insulting without knowing it, or at least he forgets anything it does not please him to remember. So I guess the deal cancels out. He is okay up to a point, and I will bear in mind where that point is. 3. I would appreciate you don't mention my beef with him in any quarters where there might be a line back to Hal, since it is not to my advantage he knows there was a beef. Of course I wouldn't show or tell Jeffries anything of an intimate tone. 15. He and Hal don't speak anyway. As for Hal snubbing me, no, he has been quite attentive. Helen Parker was only here about half an hour, so I had no opportunity to reach any decision. 16. I would appreciate details on Phil. 17. It was quite a shock to me as I always thought a lot of him. As ever. Bill. P.S. I am quite able to get my queer kicks direct. P.S. was just arrested by the immigration people who were on the point of deporting me as an undesirable alien. I had to shell out $200 to the money-hungry bastards. To Jack Kerouac. May 1951. 37 Cerrado de Medellín, Mexico City. Dear Jack. Your letter reflects some staggering misconceptions on the subject of Mexico. If I could draw, I would show you how these whole families eating together late into the night generally end up. Everybody staggering around blind, stupid, sullen, murderous drunk, but still able to get in there with knives and machetes and broken bottles and score for 3 or 4 stiffs. And then some cop reels in drunker than anybody and shoots 3 or 4 more people before he realizes he is in the wrong house, and the people he shot are not the ones who beat his time with some bitch he used to lay who has actually been dead 5 years, another circumstance he lost sight of owing to his condition. Mexico is not simple or gay or idyllic. It is nothing like a French-Canadian neighborhood. It is an Oriental country that reflects 2,000 years of disease and poverty and degradation and stupidity and slavery and brutality and psychic and physical terrorism. Mexico is sinister and gloomy and chaotic with the special chaos of a dream. I like it myself, but it isn't everybody's taste, and don't expect to find anything like Low-18 down here. Above all, don't expect settled, secure neighborhoods like extended 19th century families where everybody knows everybody and no one has to take any shit off anybody. No Mexican knows any other Mexican, and when a Mexican kills someone, Mexico, DF has about the highest murder rate of any city in the world. It is usually his best friend. I guess they find a friend less frightening than a stranger. I am going to Panama or some other country because it is impossible to do business here at the present time. I would not invest 1 nickel here or buy any non-movable property. As Gerardo says, you cannot trust these bastards. For example, a few days ago there is a knock on my door at 8 a.m. I go to the door in my pajamas, and here is an inspector from immigration. He says, "Get your clothes on. You're under arrest." It seems the woman next door turned in a long report on my drunken disorderly behavior, and also there is something wrong with my papers, and where's my Mexican wife I'm supposed to have? Are you a bigamist or what? So they are all set to throw me in the clink to await deportation as an undesirable alien. But everything can be straightened out with $. But this character is head of the deporting department and he won't go for peanuts. I have to get up off $200. Just figure what they would have asked if I had an investment here. Another example. I know 3 Americans who are running a bar. The cops come in all the time for a bite. Then come the sanitary inspectors, then more cops trying to get something on the joint so they can take a real bite. They take the waiter down and beat the shit out of him. They want to know where's Kelly's body stashed? How many women been raped in the joint? Who brings in the weed? Etc. Kelly was shot in the joint 6 months ago, recovered, and is now in the U.S. Army. No woman was ever raped in the joint. No one smokes weed in the joint. It is a question of how long can they operate under these conditions. As for working papers, they don't mean a thing. I see you never dealt with Mexican bureaucrats. You talk about going to the straight sources. There are no straight sources. The immigration department does not want any foreigners in business down here, and they will cause you all the trouble they can, and run you from one office to another until you get disgusted and quit. Panama does want Americans. They will give you papers at once. So will Ecuador, Brazil, and Costa Rica. Negroes do not run Panama. They are discriminated against to some extent. Dave and I have parted company, and I hope I never see his junkie pan again. 19 He took off with 300 pesos of my money. The idea was he buys the permit stuff and sells my half for 500 pesos. I have not seen him since. I'm off the junk, so I don't need him now. I made a few changes in the manuscript, deleting Reich as irrelevant. Total change amounted to withdrawing 7 pages. This Hal Chase deal is not much. He is back here from the coast and bores me to death with his hypochondria. As for the beef, I forgot about it and we are on relatively good terms, except like I say, I am sick of hearing about his symptoms. I don't know how much longer I will be around Mexico City. I am still waiting on my dollar from Texas. When I do get that money I will certainly be taking off for points south. Meanwhile, I hope to get around and see as much of Mexico as possible. I am planning a jaguar hunt in the next week or so. As ever. Bill. To Jack Kerouac. June 20th, 195,120. Dear Jack. Changed my address to Orizaba, 210, apartment 8 or better, care of H. Healy. The Bounty. 122 Monterey. P.S. Did not leave forwarding address. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. November 5, 1951. Orizaba 210. Apartment 5 Mexico City 21. Dear Al. Thanks for your letter. My case is still pending, but the lawyer assures me there will be no further difficulty. 22 When Kells asked him if there was any possibility of me going back to the joint, he says real shocked, "What? Mr. Burroughs go back to prison? Do you think I wanted to jeopardize my reputation as a lawyer? You see, he got me out in record time for a homicide case, so I am a sample of his work. Every time I see him he buys me drinks and calls all his prospective clients over to look at me. There he is. 13 days. Nobody else in Mexico could have done it in that time. I am sorry you did not take the amended manuscript as the changes are very important though not extensive. 23 Well, let me know if there is anything stirring in that quarter. I am about ready to hack it up and peddle it to magazines." Hal has become a complete hypochondriac and an inexcusable bore. Thank God he didn't take me up on that pass. I simply could not have endured taking a trip with him. He has reached the point now where he is insisting on operations. In fact, he has spent all his money on doctors, tests, and hospitals. At one point he spent an entire month in the hospital taking every test in the book. And there is not a thing wrong with him. I think it is disgusting and I have utterly no patience with it. I don't see him now and I don't know anyone who does. His pointless malice and the dreariness of his conversation has alienated all his former friends and acquaintances. Maybe he has sucked in a new batch. Like I say, I don't see him and I don't figure to see him. The boy I went to Ecuador with is still around and may return there with me. 24 I like him better on closer acquaintance. I certainly made a good choice dropping Hal and turning my attention to this kid who is really somewhere and helped me out no end when I was in the joint. In fact, his testimony just about sprung me. Needless to say, I never had so much as a postcard from Hal or a phone call. Mexican jails are extremely informal and anybody can visit you or even call you on the phone and mail is never read. By the way, Lucian telegraphed Joan he had transferred money to the account here from NY but none ever arrived. So ask him to check into that. I think I mentioned that matter in my last letter to him but I'm not sure. Best regards to all. As ever. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. December 20, 1951. Orizaba 210 Apt 5. Mexico, D.F. 25. Dear Alan. I gather there is nothing new on the Ms. It looks rather like a beat issue. I do not like to upbraid you, but as a writer you should know that any alterations in a Ms. are important. I will send along the revised Ms. sometime in the next week. That will be that. If you all can peddle it anywhere I can use the dollar. I hope to leave here within a month at the latest. It is doubtful whether I could stay on in Mexico as they are about to throw me out of the country as a pernicious foreigner. I have burned the place down. Keep on like this I will end up in Tierra del Fuego. Marker, the kid I went to Ecuador with, is laid up in my apartment with acute jaundice. I had it too. Evidently contagious, but medical science does not know how it is communicated. In this case most possibilities of communication were covered. It seems to me, Alan, that the problems and difficulties you complain of in queer relationships are social rather than inherent, resulting from the social environment, to my mind one of the worst in space-time, of middle-class USA. I certainly don't run into problems in Mexico where there is no pressure of interference or censure. The group I know here is in no sense bohemian or intellectual or any segregated group featuring tolerance. They are ex-bartenders, telephone linemen, farmers, cops yet, a sprinkling of inactive criminals, and a large contingent of ex-Army, Navy, Marine, and Merchant Marine. It isn't that they are tolerant of the relation between Marker and myself. It simply would not occur to them that the matter is any concern of theirs, nor would it occur to me, after 2 years in Mexico, that anyone would venture to interfere in my private life, or to change their attitude towards me because of it. Needless to say, everyone who knows me or of me knows that I am an invert and a junkie. Like I say, there is no pressure. People mind their own business. We don't have problems down here. While sojourning in the box I was greatly impressed by the kindness and decency of the Mexican people. Can you imagine during my preliminary interrogation at the precinct the cops were telling me what to say? You must deny that. You must say this. And in prison a man gave me one of his 2 blankets, and believe me it is cold in there at night sleeping on a slab of tin. On the whole, Mexican cops seem to take no pleasure in pushing people around. It isn't kindness exactly, they can be extremely callous, it just isn't their kick. What are your plans for the future? And how is your normalization program coming along? Let me hear from you in detail. I will have to be here a few weeks yet. Incidentally, I have been off junk for 6 months. It is easier here precisely because junk is easy to come by. You can really decide whether you want it or not without all that USA pressure. Of course, I take a bang or some mud in coffee now and then, and I pick up on gauge right. Smart. 26 Never saw anything like the gauge in Panama. If you get any details on Phil White, I want to know. He was quite a man. As ever. Bill. 1952. To Allen Ginsberg. January 19, 1952. 210 Orizaba, Apartment 5. Mexico City. Dear Alan. Thanks for your most interesting letter. I was glad to hear from you as always. I was sincerely shocked to hear about Phil White. He was so uncompromising and puritanical about stool pigeons. He used to say, "I can't understand how a pigeon can live with himself." I guess Phil couldn't after what he did. Even so, I still haven't changed my opinion of Phil. Well, I guess Lucien is really involved with the press now. Married to it, you might say. One, give him my congratulations. I wrote him a letter and also sent along the corrected and final version of the Ms. before I heard from you about his marriage. It does not sound like Lachlan will take junk. So I guess there is no special point in his seeing the revised Ms. unless, of course, he wants to. I had a letter from Garver. He may be down. I wrote him I was often very much out of touch and not to expect too much. You see, my connection, Dave, disappeared about 2 months ago. I was off long before. For the past 8 months, I looked for him in the pen and everywhere. He just faded away like an old soldier. As for myself, I take a bang now and then. I know plenty of croakers, but I really couldn't keep up a habit without a lot of running around and bother. You see, scripts are easy to come by here, unlike the US, but hard to cash. Anyway, I'm leaving as soon as I can. My boy just went back to Florida for a visit. 2 I will meet him in Ecuador in about 1 month. Meanwhile, things seem kind of dreary around here. Several other people I like left at about the same time. I want to get the case settled and clear out. Please let me hear from you soon again. Best regards to all. As ever. Bill. P.S. Please remind Lucien to send me this $100. I hate to keep bringing it up, but I will need it badly when I get ready to leave here. To Allen Ginsberg. March 5, 1952. 210 Orizaba, Apartment 5. Mexico City. Dear Alan. Thanks for your letter. Pocketbook idea excellent. A few cuts indicated, all chapter 27 except last few paragraphs. Retain only first paragraph of chapter 29 and add that on to beginning of chapter 30. The idea is cut down to straight narrative. Gerardo got me out of the pen in record time. I know this by talking with lawyers in the pen. There were 2 in my section. They said 2 months at least in any homicide case. I saw people in there with money and influence in cases much less difficult than mine waiting 2, 3, and 4 months to get out. Gerardo charges but he delivers. I have talked to people in there who say Gerardo charges too much, and they shell out 3 times Gerardo's fee to lawyers who do nothing. One guy ran through 10 lawyers and spent $5,000 US and is still in. If he had paid Gerardo $2,000 to start with, he would have been out a year ago. The embassy told my brother 3 the fee he is asking is reasonable and he is the best in Mexico. If you want results, he is your man. Incidentally, I paid a flat fee. The only extra has been $300 to influence 4 ballistic experts appointed by the court. He could not have made much on that. Frankly, I get annoyed when people say he is taking me. I am not stupid and I know Mexico. I'd like to see Lou do it any cheaper. 4. Farming seems fine in Ecuador. Best land and country given away. 2 ex-soldiers came there 3 years ago with $2,000. Now own large banana plantation, hacienda, live like kings. Lumber, farming, import-export, smuggling is the easy way and the risk involved slight. You can get government aid if you plan to produce or manufacture anything. There is not factory one in Ecuador. Living cheaper than any place I ever was. We lived for $1.75 per day per person in Puyo, edge of Amazon jungle. If you had your own place, cost would be much less. Never heard of Hoffman. 5 Marker is in Florida, and plans no trip north. He is short of dollar and hates cold weather. He has bought a boat, and we may sail back to Ecuador. You need a boat in Ecuador anyway. Did not score for yahe, Banisteria copy, telepathine, ayahuasca, all names for the same drug. I think the deal is top secret. I know the Russians are working on it, and I think US also. Russians trying to produce automatic obedience, have imported vast quantities of yahe for experiments on slave labor. I will score next trip. Yes, real jungle but surprisingly cool and comfortable where I was, 2,000 feet. Unbelievably beautiful. Springs, moss, beautiful clear streams and rivers, trees up to 200 feet high. No sign of Garver. I chippy around but haven't been hooked in a year now. When it is easy to get, it is easy to quit or stay off. You can always kick on codeine, no script necessary. Might see if you can dig up info on yahe. In Wahlberg tried and failed. 6 There seems to be some mystery about this drug, he wrote me mainly. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. March 20, 1952. Orizaba 210, Apt 5. Mexico, DF. Dear Alan. I have been working on a new novel, with marker away and no one around I can talk to. I have need of distraction. Novel could be part 2 of Junk, is, however, complete in itself. Dennison main character, but I have shifted to third-person narrative. 7 Relationship of Allerton and Dennison, Marker and myself. Though both Allerton and Dennison are to be regarded as derived from rather than copied from the originals, seems to be the central theme. Same straightforward narrative method as I used in Junk. Might drop a few soundings to see if anyone who read Junk would be interested. Needless to say, the publishers who objected to Junk on grounds of immorality are not to be regarded as hot prospects to buy my current work. Still in all it is, in a sense, a novel of reformation. Tells how Dennison got off the Junk and why. I hope you will accept an agent's fee if you score. I know this sort of thing is a lot of trouble and I appreciate your efforts. I have not found anyone who knew Hoffman. By the way, peyote poisoning presents symptoms similar to polio. Decided to dedicate Junk to Phil White, under his correct name, if it is ever published. Guess ALM, Adalbert Lewis Marker, is slated for dedication in present work. 8 My best to Lou. Garver never showed. If he is coming, I wish he would do so instead of hovering over me like this. Please let me hear from you soon. By the way, I glanced through a book called The Homosexual in America. 9 Enough to turn a man's gut. This citizen says a queer learns humility, learns to turn the other cheek, and returns love for hate. Let him learn that sort of thing if he wants to. I never swallowed the other cheek routine, and I hate the stupid bastards who won't mind their own business. They can die in agony for all I care. I like very few people, as a matter of fact, and what happens to people I don't like the songs say, 'tis their misfortune and none of my own. 10 Which is why I never could be a liberal except in a situation where the majority was made up of people I liked, in which case there wouldn't be any political problems on account of problems arise because people is stupid and let themselves get pushed around. There's a flaw in my argument if you can find it, young man. Love. Bill. To Jack Kerouac. March 26, 1952. Orizaba, 210, Apt 5. Mexico, DF. Dear Jack. I do not know how much longer I will be here. I am classified as a pernicious foreigner and the Immigration Department will request my departure as soon as the case is settled. Doubt, however, if I make it out of here, under 3 weeks. When I do leave we'll head south for Ecuador, unless Marker and I decide to sail his 23 feet slope, whatever the hell a slope is, down to Ecuador. 11. Glad to hear of advance on your novel. Alan is trying to sell mine as pocketbook original. 12 Meanwhile I am writing on another novel, since I got nothing else to do. This is a queer novel using the same straight narrative method as I used in Junk. It is in fact a sequel or part 2 to Junk. Dennison is still main character, but I shift to third person. I doubt if your publisher would be interested. I think, however, that this novel is more saleable than Junk, and has a wider appeal. It is, in fact, more sensational, but the two stories are really complementary and should go together. Part 1 is on the Junk, part 2 off. And let me tell you, young man, that I did not leave my sexuality back somewhere on the opium road. That phrase has rankled with me all these years. I must ask of you, if I am to appear in your current opus, that I appear properly equipped. With male facilities. Jesus, man, you sure can pick your women. You needn't have cautioned me not to reveal address to Kel's wife. 13 She and me don't hardly say hello. I gather she don't like me. Well, wives generally don't. Well, I hope to see you soon. Please write to me what your plans are. My best to Neil. As ever. Bill B. P.S. Another thing. I am not entirely happy about appearing under the name of Old Bull Balloon. I cannot but feel that the epithet bull contains an uncomplimentary reference, and I am by no means old. You'll be equipping me with white hair next book. I guess I will have to change the name Dennison in my current book. You see, my mother read your book, and, of course, spotted me. In short, Dennison has become a little transparent. But it is hard to get away from your name entirely. I thought of Sebert Lee, but Sebert is like Seward and Lee is my mother's name. I guess it will do though. To Jack Kerouac. April 3, 1952. Orizaba 210, Apt 5. Mexico, DF. Dear Jack. I can't make any definite arrangement with you because I don't know when or how or by what route I will leave Mexico. 14 When I do know, will inform you. Also, it is not for me to decide how long I will remain in Mexico. Once the case is settled, the Immigration Department allows me 5 days to pack up and get out of the country with the alternative of forcible deportation to the U.S. I am relieved to hear of the liquidation of Old Bull Balloon, and the advent of Bill Hubbard. My novel is coming along. Expect to finish it in 2 or 3 months more, as I don't write from scratch. In fact, I can't. When I write, it is simply a question of putting down in some sequence what is already there. The excerpts from your novel sound mighty fine. 15 Of course, the Finnegan's Wake kind of thing can only be fully appreciated in context of the whole work, which in the case of this kind of writing more than any other, is an actual amoeboid-like organism. With marker away, I got another habit. Start cutting down tomorrow. With plenty codeine, there's nothing to kicking a habit. Done it 5 times in the past 2 years. This habit I got partly for my health. I was convalescent from jaundice and wanted to cut out drinking completely for a month or so. Been seeing a lot of bullfights. Good kicks. Going to a cockfight this evening. I like my spectacles brutal, bloody and degrading. Why this arbitrary date, the 18th, for your arrival here? Why don't you come right on down here now? Right at the moment legal proceedings are immobilized by Holy Week. I asked the secretary how come no court this week, and she say, because we are Christians, unlike some other people who shall be nameless. I am due in court Monday, and if the ballistic experts are there, and the judge ain't in Acapulco, and Gerardo shows, maybe I will be acquitted or convicted or something definite. No word from Alan. My best to Neil. As ever. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. April 5, 1952. Orizaba 210, Apt 5. Mexico, DF. Dear Alan. You really are a sweetheart. I could kiss you on both cheeks. We should get used to calling each other sweetheart. I understand it is the standard form of address between agent and author, but this time I mean it. Of course I insist you take 10% commission, and I leave the finances to you. I will send a note to Win 16, but exactly how shall I address it? Meanwhile I will send along a power of attorney just for luck if I can find out how to do it. The embassy should know. About the new novel. This is, in some ways, a more difficult job than Junk and a great deal harder for me to evaluate. I would like your opinion before the publisher sees it. The third person is really first person. That is, the story is told from viewpoint of Lee. I have decided to drop Dennison because Ma read Kerouac's book. Lee is the name. I guess first name will be William, though that is getting close again. When someone walks out of the room where Lee is, he is gone until Lee sees him again. There is nothing in the story Lee isn't there to see, you understand, exactly as in first person. The subject matter makes third person convenient and at times mandatory. Take this passage for example. Lee has undressed preparatory to laying an Indian. Though he was near 40, he had the thin delicate body of an "Don't you come right on down here now?" Right at the moment legal proceedings are immobilized by Holy Week. I asked the secretary how come no court this week, and she say, because we are Christians, unlike some other people who shall be nameless. I am due in court Monday, and if the ballistic experts are there, and the judge ain't in Acapulco, and Gerardo shows, maybe I will be acquitted or convicted or something definite. No word from Alan. My best to Neil. As ever. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. April 5, 1952. Orizaba 210, Apt 5. Mexico, DF. Dear Alan. You really are a sweetheart. I could kiss you on both cheeks. We should get used to calling each other sweetheart. I understand it is the standard form of address between agent and author, but this time I mean it. Of course I insist you take 10% commission, and I leave the finances to you. I will send a note to Win 16, but exactly how shall I address it? Meanwhile I will send along a power of attorney just for luck if I can find out how to do it. The embassy should know. About the new novel. This is, in some ways, A more difficult job than junk and a great deal harder for me to evaluate. I would like your opinion before the publisher sees it. The third person is really first person. That is, the story is told from viewpoint of Lee. I have decided to drop Denison because Ma read Kerouac's book. Lee is the name. I guess first name will be William, though that is getting close again. When someone walks out of the room where Lee is, he is gone until Lee sees him again. There is nothing in the story Lee isn't there to see, you understand, exactly as in first person. The subject matter makes third person convenient and at times mandatory. Take this passage for example. Lee has undressed preparatory to laying an Indian. Though he was near 40, he had the thin, delicate body of an. Okay, I do have the same physique I had at 18, which is uncommon and significant in delineating the character. But wouldn't I feel silly putting the above passage in the first person? I will however experiment with first person as I write. Now junk is, of course, complete without this part I am writing, but the two sections do complement each other. I have some misgivings about the present work. Sex and love are difficult subjects. There is always impairment of the critical faculty, and what is interesting to me may not be of interest to others. I really prefer the final version I sent you to the original. I do not feel that the part about Reich and the philosophical sections belong there, cluttering up the narrative. They should be relegated to an introduction or a postscript of miscellaneous observations. What I will do is this. I will go over that material I cut out and prepare from it a postscript, adding to it some observations I have made subsequently. I will also look over junk to see if any changes or additions are indicated. I certainly hope you do get sent down here as a consultant, as I could really use your help and criticism on what I am writing now. I was delighted to hear of your good fortune with your poems. The excerpts sound fine. Send me more in next letter. 17. I figure to go to Panama when I leave here and maybe raise hogs with Marker. Food prices are high as US, but the land is fertile, cheap, and plentiful. They can't keep 'em on the farm in Panama. They all want to come in the city and be pimps. It's a perfect setup. I may buy a place down there and I hope you will be able to visit me. Panama is only $50 by boat from New Orleans, Ecuadorian line, or $50 by air from Miami. I will enclose some kind of a note to win pending more formal authorization. Thanks again, Alan. I was really getting desperate as I want to take care of Willie and have him with me, and also Marker, of course. Love. Bill. To Jack Kerouac. April 1952. 210 Orizaba, Apartment 5. Mexico City. Dear Jack. In all likelihood I will be here still the 22 of this month and am looking forward to your visit. If I have to leave before then I will leave directions with Kells Elvins at the Turf Club. Due in court tomorrow. Like the immortal bard say, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. I think the title Queer for second section is only terrific. The title had me baffled. I want to get junk out as soon as possible because of current interest in the subject. Consequently, I will do whatever they prefer as regards second section. You say don't let them hurry you, but my bargaining position will not be better with the passing of time. They know I can't find another publisher. I am completely unknown. So I will accept their conditions on this deal. After all, the advance money is not the kind of money I am looking for. So why squabble about a few $100s? Anyway, it is up to Al to make those decisions. I trust his judgment and acumen to get the best deal possible for me. He certainly is a good friend. You know, he was willing to continue as my agent without commission? I of course insisted he accept the commission, and I am going to lay a bonus on him. I have been living very quiet lately. A bad liver and the limitations imposed by my legal situation. Bail here amounts to probation. Nobody checks on you, parole officers are unknown in Mexico, but if you get in any additional trouble your bail can be revoked and your person reincarcerated. I even go out without my piece now like a petty bourgeois. 18 I detest limitations of any kind, and intend to establish my ass someplace where I am virgin on the police blotter. I hope you will come along with me. We will get rich and live like sultans, like the songs say, D for two, a girl for you and a boy for me. What I want to do is buy a house, probably in or near Panama City, which will serve as my headquarters. From there I have transportation to all and Central America and West Indies. If I later find someplace I like better I can always move. In any case I do not want to go back to the States. I will settle someplace down here. You know I have been happier down here than I ever was before in my life. I feel like I took off a straitjacket. You don't realize how much the US is dragging you until you are out of it and feel the difference. Been working intensive on new novel. Just applying last touches to sketch of my dear friend Hal. His face showed the ravages of the death process, the inroads of decay and flesh cut off from the living charge of contact. He had aged without experiencing life, like a piece of meat rotting on a pantry shelf. More, Hal's nom de my plume, was literally kept alive and moving by hate, but there was no passion, no violence in Moore's hate. His hate was a slow, steady push, weak but infinitely persistent, waiting to take advantage of weakness in another. 19 later, speaking of Hal's hypochondria, but he was sick, and his sickness was death. A faint greenish steam of spiritual rot surrounded his body. Lee, that's my handle, thought he would glow in the dark. Frank has gone back to the States. I think he plans to work in Alaska. About 15 citizens of the Mexico City College crowd have gone up there. Thank God I am a man of letters and don't have to expose myself to the inclemencies of near-Arctic conditions. I am looking forward to see you, so make it as pronto as you possibly can. By the way, I just thought, did you ever meet Frank's wife? My God, she is an American bitch that won't quit. I never yet see her equal. Frank does not have one friend he can take to the house. She has forbidden him to eat out, as she does not want he should take in any nourishment unless she is there to watch him eat it. Did you ever hear the like of that? Needless to say, my place is strictly out of bounds to Frank, and he always has that hunted look when he comes to see me. I don't know why American men put up with such shit from a woman. Course I am no expert judge of female flesh, but she has lousy lay writ all over her scrawny, unappetizing person. Jesus, I am coming on like an old bitch. 20 Well, I will be seeing you, and I hope soon. As ever. Love. Bill. P.S. I am glad in a way that Lachlan did not take junk, as I will sure make more dollar with a publisher who is strictly commercial. Did you ever meet Lachlan, by the way, and if so, how do you dig him? He's a hard cat to dig. Have you read Gore Vidal's latest, The Judgment of Paris? Funny in places. The man is primarily a satirist and should avoid philosophizing in tragedy. Why will people insist on attempting what they are not fitted to do? A man who writes beautiful prose will insist to produce excruciatingly bad poetry and so forth. Is Gore Vidal queer or not? Judging from the picture of him that adorns his latest opus, I would be interested to make his acquaintance. Always glad to meet a literary gent in any case, and if the man of letters is young and pretty and possibly available, my interest understandably increases. By the way, whatever became of Al's normality program? I haven't heard anything about it lately. I certainly was glad to see him pull out of that let's take our place in a normal society dive. I thought the nut croakers had fucked him up permanent and reconstructed him in their own dreary image. But he's the same old Al now. I imagine the doctors feel he has relapsed. I got a lot out of analysis myself, but I got it largely in spite of the strenuous efforts of the therapist to prevent me from realizing my, to them, reprehensible potentialities. Analysis is an instrument of tremendous possibilities, but, like most everything else at the present time, it is in the hands of cowardly, weak, stupid and vicious men. My best to Neil. To Allen Ginsberg. April 14, 1952. Orizaba 210 Apartment 5. Mexico, DF. Dear Allen. I enclose the signed power of attorney. As to finishing second novel in 2 months, I do not exactly know how far along I am. I have a lot of material in rough form and do not know exactly how long it will take me to get it in final form. I could promise it in 2 months, yes. I would prefer to have them go ahead and publish junk. And take my time on the other novel, which, as planned, would include my trip to Ecuador with Marker. So tell them whatever you think is best. If you think it is best to give them Queer in 2 months, I guarantee it will be ready in that time. Specifically, I have about 10 pages of the beginning ready to go, and about 60 pages of rough draft, some of which can be used without any alterations, some of which requires a good deal of work. So whatever you decide is okay with me. I am pushing right along on the second novel anyway, as I have nothing else to do, and I prefer to work intensively. One thing, I have not decided on ending for second novel. Perhaps the ending just hasn't occurred yet. I don't care what prefaces, apologies or explanations they paste on the deal, so don't worry about that. I am only glad they don't want to hash up the story itself. I will write to Wahlberg and ask him if he wants the job, if not get someone else. Like I say, I don't care what they do along that line. As for publisher's introduction, I would rather you wrote it, as I want to give all my time to the second novel. I will send you a brief autobiographical sketch. Perhaps you can use some of it directly. I give you free hand there, as in making all arrangements. Incidentally, I think Queer is excellent title. I personally think it would be a better idea to publish Queer as a sequel to Junk rather than together, but in this life we have to take things as we find them, as the Torso murderer said when he discovered his victim was a quadruple amputee. The financial arrangements are okay, go ahead and sign the contract, and whatever you tell them I will deliver it on time. Love. Bill. P.S. About death of Joan. I do not see how that could be worked in. I wish you would talk them out of that idea. I will take care of her disappearance. I did not go into my domestic life in junk because it was, in the words of Sam Johnson, nothing to the purpose. I want to get this letter right off. You will have the autobiographical material in a few days. Also, I want to read the poetry you sent me over at leisure, and will comment at that time. Did you receive the 2 insertions I sent to go in junk? Please let me know this material is important. Yes, I have copy of junk. I will write again in few days. A friend here has written a technical book on painting. What agent handles that kind of deal? If you want the agending on this deal, you can have it, of course, but does not look red hot to me. To Allen Ginsberg. April 22, 1952. 210 Orizaba, Apartment 5. Mexico City. Dear Alan, I begin to understand the rift between publisher and author. The publisher's demands are not only highly irritating but contradictory as well. For example, they don't want to publish books separate or together so far as I can make out, and the question of person is confusion's masterpiece. I quote, necessities preclude publishing book together, one part in first person, one in third. I wonder precisely what person they expect queer to be in, and exactly where, since it is neither joined nor separate to junk, they mean to publish it? I feel as if I was being sawed in half by indecisive fiends who periodically attempted to shove me back together. I am going to continue queer in third person and send it along like that. If they want it switcheroo to first person, okay, can do. On one point I am in agreement, I do not favor any delay in the publishing date. Now as to this biographical thing, I can't write it. It is too general and I have no idea what they want. Do they have in mind the, I have worked, but not in the order named, as towel boy in a Kalamazoo whorehouse, lavatory attendant, male whore and part-time stool pigeon. Currently living in a remodeled pissoir with a hermaphrodite and a succession of cats. I would rather write than fuck, what a shameless lie. My principal hobby is torturing the cats, we have quite a turnover. Especially in Siameses. That long silky hair cries aloud for kerosene in a match. I favor kerosene over gasoline. It burns slower. You'd be surprised at the noises a cat can make when the chips are down routine, like you see on the back flap. Please, sweetheart, write the fucking thing, will you? Plum. That's a great big sloppy kiss for my favorite agent. Now look, you tell Carl, Solomon I don't mind being called queer. T. E. Lawrence and all manner of right Joes, boy can I turn a phrase, was queer. But I'll see him castrated before I'll be called a fag. He wants to call part 2 fag. Imagine, that's just what I've been trying to put down. I mean over, is the distinction between us strong, manly, noble types and the leaping, jumping, window-dressing cocksucker. For the Christ's sakes, a girl's gotta draw the line somewheres or publishers will swarm all over her sticking their nasty old biographical prefaces up her ass. Seriously, sweetheart, I do have to concentrate and I can't be distracted from queer by vaguely menacing Kafkian demands for notes and insertions and biographical indications of unspecified length and subject matter. I am a writer, not a prestidigitator. I do not manipulate a typewriter with my feet, nor do I write on a blackboard with the pus strips out of my prick. I sit down, preferably, at a typewriter or pad and pencil. I favor number 2 pencils in a plain yellow Venus. Is that the kind of biographical data they want? And write one thing at one time. So pick up on the action, pops. I will send along some material, see what I mean? It's too general. For example, I think of the Anderson period. How could I ever have been interested in that? 21 Well, I take one incident as indicating setup and wrote a short story, incomplete of course. What do you think I am, a hack? I enclose story with some mighty sorry biographical material. I have to write specific, Al. They want to hear about how I cut the end joint off my little finger? Want to know how it feels and looks to cut off a finger joint? You'd be surprised how much blood comes out. Okay, I'll tell them. Say, maybe that's an angle. Just hit the highlights in this biographical monster. Talk that up to Saul. But when they ask me to write a biographical sketch, I feel like a personnel manager just said, tell me about yourself. So please, Al, pin them down or see what you can do with the deal utilizing the material I have sent you. I am trying to get queer in shape to show them. A lot of work and I've been sick lately. No energy, no appetite, and nobody to bring me milk toast except old Dave, Tercerero, looks in now and then and makes a run for me to the grocer. Marker wrote he isn't coming with me to SA. He plans to take Army exchange civilian job in China or Europe. I am deeply hurt and disappointed. I will try to change his mind, but I don't know. Please send any money you wring out of those vampires going around sucking off the talents of we authors, to me in the form of a check payable to me. I am hooked again. And all on account of the pusher and my own stupidity. I don't see how a man who lives by battening on his fellow humans can look into a shaving mirror. He doesn't often by the looks of him. You see, I got back on the junk wagon in order to pack in the sauce so my liver could rehabilitate itself like a convict, and now I find out junk is the worst thing there is for the liver. I wrote to Wahlberg already. No answer yet. He'll want to be paid, I feel sure, and rightly too. Us writers got to stand together or we'll be had in all 72, an arbitrary number I just hit on, positions for gratis. Translate me into all languages if you can. It makes me feel so delightfully international. Wherever Hal is and whatever sickness he claims to have, I hope he rots for being so bitchy when I tried, in a perfectly straightforward manly way, to get in his pants. He is a bitch that won't quit. I worked him into queer under the name of Winston Moore. That was really a labor of love, my dear. Get with those Technicolor peyote kicks, daddy-o, and shoot me that solid address. 22. I am enjoying your poems, especially Night Apple. My dear, I simply must read the short story about your affair with a Mongolian hair-lipped idiot in Dakar. It sounds too Truman Capote. A hunchback blowing you at the same time? I simply must get to work. Just squandered 3 hours writing to you and Marker. Better save my letters, maybe we can get out a book of them later on when I have a rep. So good night for now, sweetheart. I enclose a short story which is sort of sample of highlight technique in biography. After all, it is the highlights that matter. Who cares what shade of yellow my piss is when I wake up in the morning? And some assorted material. Write me what they want now. Magnums of love. Willie Lee, that junkie writing boy. Bill. P.S. Story and material under separate cover. To Allen Ginsberg. April 26, 1952. Orisaba 210. Apartment 5, Mex, DF. Dear Al. Just heard from Wahlberg. He declines assignment on grounds he knows nothing about drug addiction. He is busy writing a book himself, and he thinks it's a silly idea anyway. So tell them to look for someone else. It really is pretty raw to hold up the entire advance pending delivery of Queer. I suppose an author has to put up with that sort of thing until he gets a reputation. But they are definitely going back on what they said at first. I have been working day and night on Queer. I have now 25 pages complete, and about 70 pages more in longhand notes. I figure the 70 will simmer down to about 40 to 50 pages more, making 75 in all. Look here, might as well just put these 75 pages on the end of junk and publish as one novel. That is, if they approve the additional material. Personally, I think the shift to third person is indicated and adds greatly to the interest. Look at it like this, on junk you are concerned primarily with self, so first person is best instrument, but off the junk you are concerned with relationships and first person is not adequate to say what I have to say. Why the hell can't you shift persons in the middle of a book? So it hasn't been done, well let's do it. Anyway, I am going to present it third person. If they want to change it, alright, but I think the change would entail considerable loss. No sign of Jack. He is overdue here. I am very tired. Working till all hours. I will send Queer along in a few days. I will get as much as I can in finished form, and indicate the rest with notes and synopses. Love. Bill. P.S. I am sick lately, no energy and no appetite. I do get hungry but can't bring myself to sit down alone in a restaurant and eat through a meal, so break 2 eggs in milk and that is dinner. How I miss Joan. Also discouraged and hurt. Because of Marker and I got no relaxation, nobody to talk to. I shouldn't be crowded like this. Elephants and authors have long, vicious memories. To Allen Ginsberg. May 15, 1952. Orisaba 210 Apt 5. Mexico, DF. Dear Allen. I sent off the 60 pages of Queer to you yesterday, mail registered. Please let me know the soon as you receive them as you know Jack is here. I am very much impressed by On the Road. He has developed unbelievably. He really has a tremendous talent, no doubt about it. 23 My friend Kells was arrested for weed along with a segment of the hip set. The stuff was planted on Kells. Time to move on south. This is getting like the good old USA people sending in lists, arrest and search without warrant, planted evidence. A movement is underway, led by a frustrated queer teacher of psychology, to purge Mexico City College of queers and hipsters. One woman turned in her own husband for smoking tea. She made a mistake. Nobody else will lay the unappetizing old beast. All very disquieting and un-Mexican. Pressure from the states, The source of bum kicks, headwaters of Drag River. Why can't people mind their own fucking business? Jack and I are going back into the mountains for a few days with old Dave and his woman. 24 Some kind of fiesta. I want to dig the mountains and do some shooting with my new .38 Colt revolver that I bought for the Ecuadorian jungles. Would like to hear all details on Janet. I think we should organize an international rescue brigade to liberate his talented ass by force of arms. I haven't given up yet on Marker. He may change his mind and come with us to Ecuador or wherever we go. Did I tell you I learned from Woolberg? I can't find anything out about Yahe. The US Army is conducting secret experiments with this drug. Next thing will be armies of telepathy-controlled zombies marching around. No doubt about it. Yahe is a deal of tremendous applications, and I'm the man who can dig it. So let us hear from you. Jack sends his love. What with all the codeine you want without RX in any bodega, it is a relatively simple matter to send the Chinaman on his way. I made it 3 or 4 times already the codeine route. Nothing to it. Those bastards stateside don't want people to cure themselves. They aim to incarcerate all undesirables, that is anyone who does not function as an interchangeable part in their anti-human social economic setup. Repressive bureaucracy is a vast conspiracy against life. Love. Bill. P.S. Can you think up a good first name for me? Lee is okay for last name, but Bill Lee is a little too close. I am thinking of the old folks, you understand. To Allen Ginsberg. May 23, 1952. 210 Orizaba, Apartment 5. Mexico City. Dear Alan. Thanks for your very encouraging letter. I see you really understand what I attempt to say. Writing must always remain an attempt. The thing itself, the process on subverbal level, always eludes the writer. A medium suitable for me does not yet exist, unless I invent it. I have gone over queer, adding, cutting out, altering. I am sending a retyped complete revision of the 60 pages, which supersedes the Ms you now have. I am sending also a page or so to be inserted in junk and instructions for a few alterations in junk. This material you will have in a week. I am making arrangements to leave Mexico. I cannot wait for process of law to take its interminable course. May lose my bond money, all that remains from sale of Texas land, but I must go. I must find the Yahe. Plan expedition to Colombian jungles. The oilman and slave trader routines are not intended as inverted parody sketches a la Perelman, 25, but as a means to make contact with Allerton and to interest him. The slave trader routine came to me like dictated. 26 It was the turning point where my partial success was assured. If I had not achieved the reckless gaiety that charges this fantasy, Marker would have refused to go with me to essay. The point is, these fantasies are a vital part of the whole setup. You can point this out if Wynne thinks they're irrelevant. Whatever arrangement is okay by me. If they wanted to put this 60 pages on end of junk to make one novel, okay, or I will go on with queer. Point out to Wynne how I produced those 60 pages on schedule, really writing from scratch. The point is, I want contract before I can do any more. I do not pretend to write for myself. How is your poetry deal progressing? I am going to go over what you sent me line by line, but do not have time now as I want to get this letter in the mail. Kells was released with apologies, the others are out too. A very minor fracas. Mexico is trying to make noise like Anti-Narcotic Drive, but their heart isn't there. A good percent of the NAR agents blast, and Mexicans naturally prefer to mind own business. The cops who arrested Kells waited outside while he dressed. Contrast letter reading U.S. laws, incidentally you mention as best lines page 52. I think so too. This states the theme of the book. For some reason I have forebodings about this essay expedition. Don't know why, except it seems a sort of final attempt to change fact. Well, we shall see. Love. Bill. P.S. I think Richard Lee is best. The name Al somehow does not suit me. James not bad. Would like something with more of an old Anglo-Saxon ring like my real middle name, Seward. We will think further on it. To Allen Ginsberg. June 4, 1952. 210 Orizaba Apt 5. Mexico, DF. Dear Alan. Thanks for your letter. I hope we get a prompt decision on the Ms. I will send along the revised Ms. of Queer and some insertions for junk and some name changes. Watch your semantics, young man. How can you arrive at criteria of actuality and experience of feeling? Neither Melville nor Zahab were concerned with validity of intensity. Intensity is by its very charge valid for he who experiences it. When I say madness I mean what I see in a nut house, beat, resigned, dim, diffuse, nowhere people. No fire, no intensity, no life. There is madness and madness if you want to stretch the word. Madness is confusion of levels of fact. A peyote hallucination is a fact, but it is not on the same fact level as an external material object. Madness is not seeing visions but confusing levels. Of course I am attempting black magic. Black magic is always an attempt to force human love, resorted to when there is no other way to score. Even curse is last attempt at contact with loved one. I do not contemplate any curse, that is absolute end of wrong line. The picture of him slipping further and further away from me, laughing, talking, thinking of me less and less is intolerable picture of indifference. The curse is last attempt to regain attention. I want his love, but even more I want he should recognize my love for him. By indifference he cuts me off from expressing life, from my way of expressing life, from life itself. In short, I am aware of wanting human love. I am aware that the attempt to coerce love fails if it succeeds and fails if it does not succeed. But the chance is there to accomplish some work not unbecoming men that strove with gods, Ulysses, Tennyson. Because the end is not known. Possibility of human love by accident by the way, possibility of change of direction. But the result of sitting on your ass and saying, I might as well accept the fact that I can't score for any. Love isn't for me. I will give up attempt or bring attempt in line with reality, and with a sigh of cow-like resignation, take the Mongolian idiot that pimp reality hands me, or take nothing, or take the woman with the official federal stamp of approval, clear and sharp and unforgeable and indelible, deep pressed into her unexciting haunch. Is known and nowhere. I am not being hinty, Alan. I appreciate your letter and admit the sense of what you say in the above is in no sense any rebuttal of your statements, but a clarification of my own position. As you say, the importance is the trip through river of fact. Incidentally, I was not thinking in terms of transcendence but in terms of actual change. Some new and usable techniques. I have been looking over your poems. River Street Blues I like, especially the swimming hole by the river and the whole desolate scrap heap of dreary U.S. industrial setup is almost telepathically conveyed so you remember the picture but not the words. Only the stanza about Neil you can have me if you like but don't expect too much as verbal level and perfect dreary touch in context or stands alone. In raw mouth sadness of long highways excellent line. My plans for leaving Mexico would have no conceivable bearing on possible return to U.S. but I don't think I will ever want to go back there. I intend to settle somewhere in SA if it comes to realizing plans for the future. I want to own land and a house there and a boat and raise my own necessary herbs and medicines and hunt and fish and have Willie with me and maybe Marker will change his mind and come too and I will live the life of Riley. You know, the first time I wrote the above I wrote it straight. Reading it over I said, that is illusion. Marker isn't coming. That is clearer with every day that passes and no letter from him. I have written 5 or 6 letters to him with fantasies and routines in my best vein but he doesn't answer and I feel like I am making a nuisance of myself. I told him I didn't expect him to answer all my letters, I just wrote because it was as near as I could come to contact with him like I was talking to him and I hoped at least he would be amused by the letters because they were funny, but he didn't answer that letter. I also sent him a book for his birthday, and I sent him clippings from newspapers and magazines I think might interest him. No answer. I guess the relation is too much strain on him and he wants to drop it. Even though I promise him not to make any scenes. I guess he doesn't want love from me. Must take out life insurance. Willie and Mark are beneficiaries. Of course I may score for the Yahoo in a South American drugstore without any danger or trouble at all. I don't know what will happen. By the way, tried peyote. Interesting. Everything looks like a peyote when you are high on this god-awful stuff. I have never been so painfully sick. That peyote came up solid out of my stomach like a ball of hair. I thought I would not get it out. I suffered excruciating spasms of the asposcus or whatever you call it, and it took me 10 minutes to get that peyote out of my stomach, and clogged my throat all the way up like I was a tube of toothpaste. I hope Yahoo doesn't turn out to be one of these nausea kicks. We ran into a bunch of young US hipsters down here. Most of them went back to the States yesterday. A nice bunch of kids except for the one who is still here. He is a junkie named Wig who is said to play a cool bass fiddle. 27 He is strictly on the chisel though he is gold and always mooching junk, saying, no I don't want to buy any. I'm kicking. I just want half a fix. I have had all I can stand still for from this character. Driving around in a new $3,000 Chrysler and too cheap to buy his own junk. What am I, the Junkies Benevolent Society for the Christ's sakes? He is ugly as people get. I may get all the bond money back at that. Things look good right now. But with the money or without the money I leave this month. Direct to Panama. Then, quien sabe? Love. Bill. P.S. I have not done any more on queer. Waiting to hear what Win wants. Besides, don't feel much like writing now. I want to kick the habit, but not much drive to quit. To Allen Ginsberg. June 23, 1952. Orizaba 210, Apartment 5. Mexico, DF. Dear Alan. Please let me know what is going on up there. I would have left Mexico by now except the court secretary went on a 15-day vacation and took my file along. If Wynn intends to publish Chunk, if he expects me to write footnotes or make any alterations, he should let me know at once. When I reach S.A., I will be unavailable for long periods, as I intend to dig unexplored areas. I cannot understand this delay. The initial arrangement, as I understood it, was immediate advance in contract. Then they want to see what I have written on queer. When they receive that they will send along advance right away. With great effort I got 60 pages ready in a few weeks. That was over a month ago. I have heard nothing since. Needless to say I will not do anything more without advance and contract. So please write me when you receive this letter. There is very little time left. I have not heard from Marker in 2 months. I don't know why he won't write to me. Enclose a poem I wrote to Marker. I want to get out of Mexico. There is nothing more for me to do here. Jack returns to U.S. July 1st. I am going on to S.A. alone. I offered to pay Marker's expenses if he would come with me. No answer. I guess he means no. Still trying to kick habit. Not much incentive. Please write to me. I have not heard from you in weeks. Love. Bill. To M. I gave you all I had. I got no stash left. Kick this one cold. You can't turn me on. You got a route different from mine. You can't fix me if you want to. I let it happen like I let the habit happen. I knew it would hurt. I didn't care. Okay, so you won't. So you can't. Nothing to come down with. Kick it cold. I won't be sick forever. Muscles twitch to rest. The gut unknots and turns over. I'm hungry. Some habits take your gut along on the way out. Like a mushroom bullet. So I'm cured, so I'm off. Where can I go alone? What I got left to take anywhere? I gave it all to you. You never wanted it. You never asked me anything. It was my idea. You say I got no grounds to complain. Maybe not. I don't know. Brought it on myself. I guess I did. I'm no accidental citizen walking down accident street. And a brick falls on his sconce. I'm no innocent bystander bystanding when the riot starts. I acted the only way I could act. I end up nowhere with nothing. Please don't lecture me because you are lucky and I'm not. Please don't hurt me so I can help wanting to hurt you. At least wish me luck. And let me stay ready to help you any way I can. P.S. It looks like you won't even wish me luck or say goodbye. To Allen Ginsberg. Early July 1952. 210 Orizaba, Apartment 5. Mexico City. Dear Alan. I received the $180 for which many thanks. 28 Without your able midwifing my brainchild would have been stillborn. Bill Garver arrived with blood all over his pants where he had been using a safety pin coming down on the plane. His first words were, "How do you say enema in Spanish?" Same old Bill. I also received an epistle from Bill's ex-pal Joe Lucas. It was a masterpiece, commencing, "This will enlighten you about Bill Garver and what a shitheel he is," sneaked out owing me $150 after I supported him for years. Ending, "Every word is true. He is a real no-good prick. I am taking a little vacation in the country. I will send along a version of the remaining work on Junk in a few days so Wynn can look it over and there will be time for corrections before the August 15th deadline. I am due in court on August 5th for final judgment." Bill says it's hell in US 8 years for an eyedropper in Washington. This narcotics is just a stalking horse like anti-Semitism. The real significance of these scandalous laws is political. Love. Bill. P.S. It would be convenient for all concerned if I had more time to give to the additional material Wynn wants. This last-minute scramble is not my fault. I only wish I had been told what I have just been told 2 months ago. I would have had it done and done right by now. As it is, I am rushed, there is going to be some sloppy work, I am also kicking, really kicking now, and it can't be helped. I will do the best I can. No word from Jack. He owes me a bread, butter, bed, weed, liquor and loan letter. Did you receive last 25 pages of essay section of Queer? Please answer. To Allen Ginsberg. July 13, 1952. Orizaba 210 Apartment 5. Mexico City. Dear Alan. Sending along the Ms. under separate cover. I hope they are satisfied. If they had told me what they wanted 3 months ago, I would not have been rushed like this and there would have been ample time for alterations. I think the material is all clear enough. I enclose a chapter on a Mexican queer bar which they can use or not as they see fit. It is to be inserted back in the original manuscript of Junk at page 150 as indicated. If they are retaining the chapter on the queer bar in New Orleans, then this chapter should go into complement. Of course I was rushed on the material herewith submitted. It is the best I could do on such short notice. I have inserted references to my wife here and there. She does not disappear. She has no bearing on the story and therefore she is only mentioned casually and occasionally. The last reference is, my wife and I were separated at this time. Now if they insist, I can insert a drunken car accident and some jail scenes. I know that it would be an artistic error and that it does not belong in this book. If they want it I will write it. Alternatively they could simply cross out all references to her. Like I say, she has no bearing on the story whatever. Please let me know right away when you receive the manuscript. I am sending it airmail registered. I will definitely be out of here next month. According to Mexican law, all cases must be decided within 1 year and my year is up September 8th. So this is really the end. I have heard nothing from Jack. He left here borrowing my last $20 which he promised to pay immediately he arrived in the US. That was almost 2 months ago. 29 To be blunt, I have never had a more inconsiderate and selfish guest under my roof. I certainly would not consider making any jungle expeditions with Jack. If I had not received the $180 I would have become a public charge. Thanks a million for the info on Yahé. That was exactly what I wanted to know, and could not find out here. Let me hear from you. Bill Garver is here. I have him pretty well squared away. In Chunk, the New Orleans section, is a reference to Lindy the Pimp. Change this name to Lonnie the Pimp. Lindy is a real name. We must watch these names. Change Johnny Irish to plain Irish or Jimmy Irish. He is dead but he may have heirs. Old Bart can stay Bart. He is dead, heart trouble, and he has no relatives. I was really surprised and shocked by Jack's behavior. For example, I had asked him to keep the grass, I had bought it, out of the apartment in case of a shake, except what he was using. I didn't want a whole bag of it there. I pointed out to him that, 1, I was out on bail and in trouble already. 2, it was my apartment. 3, I had a habit. So what does he do? He wants Dave, Tercerero, to bring him the bag so he can hide it somewhere without telling me. Dave told me about this plan and I put a stop to it. That was only one of many such incidents showing a complete lack of any consideration. After staying in my place a month without putting out 1 cent, and borrowing my rent money to leave, he has not sent me so much as a postcard. I am not a difficult person to get along with, and I am willing to make every allowance for eccentricities, but I simply cannot get along with Jack. Unless he undergoes some radical transformation, I do not want him to visit me again. I think someone should tell him. He needs analysis. He is so paranoid he thinks everyone else is plotting to take advantage of him, so he has to act first in self-defense. For example, when we were out of money and food, I could always rely on him to eat all the food there was if he got the chance. If there were 2 rolls left, he would always eat both of them. Once he flew into a rage because I had eaten my half of the remaining butter. If anyone asks him to do his part or to share on an equal basis, he thinks they are taking advantage of him. This is insane. He simply does not see the facts correctly. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. September 18, 1952. 210 Orizaba, Apartment 5. Mexico, DF. Dear Al. Just a note to ask what is score now. I heard from Jack. Says he saw Hunk and Brandenburg and NY is now in California with Neil. He says we are good friends. I guess I have to forgive him everything. But his visit was a strain on my nerves. Marker is back. I don't know whether I am glad or not. I guess I am. He was here 5 days before he came to see me, and I was hurt and couldn't help making somewhat of a scene. He said he values my friendship and I guess he does after his fashion. Then he says, why can't we just be friends without no sex? I explained it was too much strain on me, I couldn't make it that way, but just once in a while, like once or twice a month, so finally he comes around to agree to that. Needless to say, the strain is still considerable, but since he is here I can't help but see him even if it is ruining my digestion, sleep and nerves. Bill Garver is here, and the same as ever. I am really on my way south real soon. Don't want to discuss the details of my case. It's too dull. Poor Bill G got some poison H and went completely off his nut for 2 days. I felt like a male nurse. It was awful. Can't write more now. Going to see Marker. Love. Bill. P.S. Please let me know what his score with Win. I am flat broke from whining and dining. Marker. Living on Bill G. Who wants his quart of whole blood every time he lends me 10 pesos. Jack's address in case you want to know is. Care of Cassidy. 1047 East Santa Clara Street, San Jose, California. To Allen Ginsberg. October 6, 1952. 210 Orizaba Apt 5. Mexico City. Dear Alan. Thanks for the check. I did not think too much of the last section, but if they are satisfied, that is the important thing. After all, queer was out of place according to any frequent viewpoint, and they want to sell the book. So be it. I don't see myself writing any sequel to Queer or writing anything more at all at this point. I wrote Queer for Marker. I guess he doesn't think much of it or of me. I only have a few days left here. The decision will be in this week. He just left town with one of the dullest characters around here, no queer relationship. I would be appalled at the prospect of having lunch with him. Well, if he prefers the company of dull characters, there is not much I can do. I expect I will be gone before he returns. Cannot say that I found your advice very helpful. Like telling someone with a habit not to take the withdrawal symptoms seriously, only with a habit you know it can only last so long. I do regard this deal as more or less final, since I did everything I possibly could and failed completely. Always before there was reserve so that I could withdraw intact. This time I did not reserve anything or maintain any defenses. I don't see myself going through this deal again, and of course the possibility of mutual attraction is remote. Commercial sex leaves me absolutely cold. It would not be question of accepting a second best, but of accepting something I simply don't want. I am off the junk except for a little codeine. Intend to cut that out too within the next week. Junk doesn't interest me anymore. Also, I am not drinking at all. I think all writers write for an audience. There is no such thing as writing for yourself. Only they never find out who the audience is. When you find out who you are writing for, I think you stop writing. Like now, I don't want to write a story, I want to talk to Marker. No plans except to go on to Panama and make a lot of money. Needless to say, I am not at all choosy as to how I make it. Most people simply aren't human so far as I am concerned. I don't care what happens to them. I have not learned any lessons of charity. As for Jack, I do not feel up to the role of mediator at this time. I do not feel kind towards him. Old Garver is here of course and he bores me to death, but he means well and he has a certain amount of money, so we plan to go in business together in Panama. He is on the not a good part of the time, and I can pretend to listen and he is too far gone to know the difference. The man is a wreck. He will fumble 5 minutes for a word. Sorry you are not having any luck with your book. Love. Bill. P.S. October 14, 1952, first wrote October 14, 1914, which would be before I was born. 30 Marker never wrote so much as a card. I am waiting to leave. Don't feel any better. What about French translation of Junk? See what you can do. No more word from Jack. I can't understand when delaying publishing date on Junk. The sooner they publish the better the timing. Well, it's their deal. Can't seem to eat anything solid. Only milk and have to force that down. Lost 10 pounds since he left. Perhaps I should thank him for teaching me not to ever try that again. I am not cut out to be a writer. I am essentially active, and will always seek solution in activity. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. November 5, 1952. Orizaba 210. Apartment 5. Mexico City. Dear Alan. I hope this is my last letter from Mexico. Expect final judgment between the 7 to 10 of current month. Marker and I reconciled. I went up to see him and paid his way back to Mexico City for a few days. 31 He likes me well enough in his way. I know how far his way is from my way. Eligible, have sex even if he doesn't like it, and just does it to oblige once in a while. Do you know Kafka's Penal Colony? Where the officer says after 6 hours of the script writing in the flesh of the scriptee, we offer him a little rice pap, and not one in my experience ever refused the rice pap. 32. Any news on queer or French translation of Junk or anything? What about your book? Run of bad luck lately. Pocket picked for $200 the other day. Chinaman half in and half out of the door. Codeine and goofballs, and complete discouragement. All I want is out of this miserable cold town. Oddly did have very satisfying sex experience last night with Mexican kid on straight physical level and no nonsense. Dave, Tercerero, is here now trying to get me back on. 3 years in this town and no one I want to say goodbye to when I leave, except Marker. It seems people get stupider and more worthless every day. I heard from Jack. Still in California, rolling up a steak. When I leave here, head straight for Panama. After that, Quien sabe? Maybe things will be better down there. Right soon. Love. Bill. Garver sends his dim goofball best. To Allen Ginsberg. December 15, 1952. Cobblestone Gardens. Laura Lee Burroughs. Mortimer Burroughs. 233 Phipps Plaza. Palm Beach, Florida. Dear Alan. Gerardo killed someone and skipped the country. They tried to shake me down for more dollars, so I followed Gerardo's example. Took off with an ex-commie also wanted for paper hanging. Bum checks. In case you haven't heard the expression, in Mexico, Cuba and U.S.33 we had a few close calls on the trip up, but made it okay. I am visiting with family for Christmas. Above address will find me until the first more or less. Please write. Jack is in Mexico at 210 Orizaba. 34. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. December 23, 1952. 233 Phipps Plaza. Palm Beach. Dear Alan. Thanks for the letter. There has been no change in my plans. I am leaving for Panama in a week or so, and thence will proceed to the Putumayo headwaters. In the words of the immortal bard, let determined things to destiny hold unbewailed their way. 35. My income has survived the treachery and fall of Gerardo. I lost only the bond money. I should never have expected to recover peso one of that money knowing the Mexicans as I do. Gerardo fled to Brazil in shame and ignominy. He murdered a 17-year-old youth who inadvertently damaged Gerardo's fish-tailed Cadillac. I have a few bones to pick with that loud-mouthed bum if I ever see him again. After 3 years' absence I had expected some impact on revisiting the U.S. but nothing happened. I don't like it here. I don't dislike it. I feel that my home is south of the Rio Grande. Mexico City is more home to me than any other place, but that is out for a year or so. They may have some kind of warrant out for me. I am taking the cure. No narcotics. Cortisone, which is the very latest thing and works like crazy. The croaker says my health is perfect. What an appalling idea to sandwich my book in with the memoirs of a narcotic agent. 36 So well. Let them do what they like. But I can't see the point of further delays. Garver is in Panama where they serve PG in dippers. He writes he is happy there and wants me to go in the pig-raising business with him. After all, a man has to settle down someplace sometime. So why not on a little pig farm in Panama with old Garver nodding over his PG on the veranda? Marker is still in Mexico. I think he plans to join me in SA or Panama. Address in Panama will be care of U.S. Embassy or my address here will always be forwarded. Merry Christmas. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. December 24, 1952. Cobblestone Gardens. Laura Lee Burroughs. Mortimer Burroughs. 233 Phipps Plaza. Palm Beach, Florida. Dear Alan. This P.S. on letter I just mailed. 1. No, I will not linger in U.S. or visit NY, much as I would like to see you and Lucy N. 2. Mail to, care of U.S. Embassy, Panama, A Republica, to Panama, or to Florida for forwarding. Please advise Jack I am not writing him direct as mail to him may be opened. An old Mex law trick. If you send him my address, please disguise my name so to do not appear in conjuncture in letter to Jack. 3. Parents settled in Palm Beach. Doing well. Willie with them. 37. 4. I saw Holmes' article. 38 Okay in an obvious way. 5. What is this disgraceful job of yours? Are you a towel boy in a whorehouse? Peddling unlicensed condoms on 42 ND, ST? Or what? Why all the blushes? You're old enough to be acquiring a brass plate. 39. 6. The U.S. politically? Good Lord, I never thought about it. Sometimes I think the whole Communist Party in Russia was cooked up by the reactionaries to forever discredit the left. Oh well, I am not much interested in politics, though an old-fashioned, bomb-throwing terrorist movement might be amusing. Little surrealist sketch. A woman in white uniform with a chrome-plated machine appears in J. E. Hoover's office. I have come to give Mr. Hoover a sample high-colonic wash courtesy of the Fox Massage Studios Incorporated. She plants a time bomb up his ass. High up. 1953. To Allen Ginsberg. January 10, 1953. Panama. Dear Alan. Just got my ass, or what's left of it, out of the hospital after an operation for piles. The doc tells me I'm pileless for life now, so I did the right thing to get operated, but it is a gruesome, painful deal, and I went in the hospital junk sick. My skivvies disappeared in surgery, a sinister conjuncture of circumstance. I am off the junk now and convalescing. Still leave a little pool of blood when I sit down like I was menstruating. I had to buy maroon slacks to cope with the situation. Enough of this foolery. I will leave here for Colombia when I am in condition to travel, 10 days from now, more or less, and find the Yahe. First to Bogota for info. Then to the Putumayo. Meanwhile, staying at beach near here. For the next 10 days I can be reached care of U.S. Embassy, Panama, RTP. After that, Florida address will always reach me in time. Garver was here but he left for Mexico and I was glad to see the last of him. He really hates to see anyone quit the junk. At the last moment, after I had spent 2 hours in midday heat buying paregoric for him, when he knew he would likely not see me again and I was of no further use, he has the gall to talk against Joan, which he never did before in my hearing. Garver prides himself on not being vicious. Check. He is no more vicious than he dares to be at any given moment. Willing to wound yet afraid to strike. Just hint a fault and hesitate dislike. Reserved alike to blame or to commend. A timorous foe, and a suspicious friend. Pope.1. Let me hear from you. I am alone out here. I feel 100% better without junk. It is horrible stuff and no mistake. My best regards to Lucien. As ever. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. March 1, 1953. Hotel Niza. Pasto, Colombia. Pasto, leprosy capital of Colombia. Leprosy is not of the coastal regions here but of the high mountains. A leprosy area is always a blighted area. You feel it on entering. This is a terrible place. Dear Alan. I am en route back to Bogota, another leprosy place, having collected nothing but a malignant strain of malaria peculiar to the Putumayo. I have been surrounded by medicine men. The most inveterate drunk and liar and loafer of the village is always the medicine man. A horrible crew, jailed by the police, rolled by the local hustler. Imagine finding a genuine "how much you gonna give me" hustler in the Amazonian jungle. I did lay him at least but it cost me $20. $10 fee and $10 he rolled me for, and finally prostrated by malaria. The trip was star-crossed from the jump. When that idiot of a Colombian consul misstated my tourist card January 20, 1952 instead of January 20, 1953. Clearly an error in view of dates on plane ticket etc., but try to explain that to a backwoods Colombian official. I did not discover this error until I reached Puerto Asís, 2 days from Moco, the capital of Putumayo, by bus and canoe. More accurately, the police discovered the error and called it to my attention. I was detained 8 days in Puerto Asís, while sepulchral telegrams issued periodically from Moco. The case of the foreigner from Florida will be resolved, and finally, when I had persuaded the locals to let me continue my journey, and had a good man lined up to take me to the Yahe area, another telegram: let the foreigner from Florida be returned to Moco. In Moco they got like a jail and put me in it. But I explained the error to the chief of police, seemingly an intelligent man, and was released next day, only to be set upon by malarial parasites. Now I am about flat on my ass and must return to Bogota, where I hope there is some money waiting for me. If not, I will become what is known in bureaucratic circles as a public charge. I intend to have my tourist card reassembled and return. Travel in Colombia is difficult even with the soundest of credentials. I have never seen such ubiquitous police. Love to Jack and Lucien. I may run up to NY when this trip is over. Is junk on the stands yet? As ever, love, Bill. March 3, 1953. P.S. Back in Bogota, where the Institute, in the person of Doc Schultz, and the U.S. Embassy rallied to my assistance. To the matter of my misstated tourist card is now settled, and I am armed with a paper signed and sealed by ministers and secretaries of the Colombian Foreign Office. So I will return like MacArthur, and this time there will be no nonsense. Bogota horrible as ever. I feel very much brought down for some reason that is hidden from me, and have a bad feeling about my impending return. Thanks for your letter. They are up to their old tricks, 2 books, 1 advance. By all means tell them to go ahead and publish junkie as is. I have written nothing yet. I can't write out in the bush. God knows when I will be in condition to write up the trip or how much I will have to say. I think definitely separate book should receive separate advance. Why can't they go ahead and publish junkie as is and later issue an edition with Yahe part added? I don't know yet whether Yahe will be book in itself. Oh well, I am just confusing the issue further. Tell them to go ahead and publish junkie. Right now I do not choose to write. When I return from this trip I can be more definite. I received some dollar from the old folks. My old ace in hole. Know the song? Some write home to the old folks for coin, and that's their old ace in the hole. 3. P.S. Dr. Schultz is going with me. To Allen Ginsberg. March 5, 1953. Bogota. Dear Alan. Returning to the Putumayo today. I have attached myself to an expedition, in rather a vague capacity, to be sure, an expedition of varied purposes and personnel, Dr. Schultz, 3 Swedish photographers who intend to capture a live anaconda, 2 Englishmen from the Cocoa Commission, whatever that is, and 5 Colombian assistants. A whole truckload of gear is on the way down, boats and tents and movie cameras and guns and rations. Seems like a fairly decent crew of people, but strictly for ply. The Swedes went on ahead and I haven't seen them yet. They are probably bounding about the Putumayo in shorts. Schultz is the only one who comes on at all. He likes to chew coke with the Indians, and is not above amorous dalliance with indigenous females. But I have rarely met 2 more irretrievable squares than the Cocoa Commission. I expect to be down there a month. Write me care of U.S. Consulate, Bogota. Like I say, tell them to go ahead and publish Junkie. Can always bring out later edition with Yahoo material. This country has got like martial law. Cops frisk you getting on and off trains, buses, planes. They search your luggage anywhere anytime. I nearly got a nervous breakdown traveling with a piece in my suitcase. Twice they missed it by inches. Love to Jack and Lucien. I will write when I get out of the bush. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. April 12, 1953. Bogota. Dear Alan. Back in Bogota. Mission accomplished. I have a crate of Yahoo with me. I know how the witch doctors prepare it. I have taken it 3 times. First time came near dying. I am not going to take any more until I extract the pure substance free of nauseating oils and resins. A large dose of Yahoo is sheer horror. I was completely delirious for 4 hours and vomiting at 10-minute intervals. As to telepathy, I don't know. All I received were waves of nausea. The old bastard who prepared this potion specializes in poisoning gringos who turn up and want Yahoo. You've come to the right place, he says. Just drink this straight down. But he won't resort to any such unethical practices as slipping datura or strychnine or rat poison in your drink. Just Yahoo and he drinks the same amount. There is apparently considerable tolerance acquired. He killed a citizen a month before I picked up with him. I later took smaller doses. Very similar to weed including aphrodisiac results. But any dose you can feel is nauseating, impairs coordination, and gives one a chill. The Institute is going to help me extract the alkaloids and I will conduct further experiments with the pure stuff. We separated from the Swedes unfortunately. Our expedition boiled down to Dr. Schultz, the 2 Englishmen from the Cocoa Commission, and 2 Colombian botanists. The friction that develops in all expeditions was not long in manifesting itself, in the form of a progressive coolness between the Cocoa Commission and the Colombians. A clash of purposes and temperaments with myself sitting uneasily on the fence suspect by both parties of secretly adhering to the other. Incidentally I was all wrong about the Cocoa Commission. They turned out to be charming and far from square. Throughout the trip I was treated like a VIP, very important person, traveling free of charge in military planes, sleeping in the governor's house, eating in the officer's mess. I think they were under the misapprehension I was attached to one of the commissions or a representative of the Texas Oil Company traveling incognito. The Texas company was there 2 years ago, found no oil and pulled out. But everyone in the area believes firmly the Texas company will return. Like the second coming of Christ and about as unlikely. Spent 5 days on a Colombian gunboat on the Putumayo River. To say the Colombians run a loose ship is an understatement. As Dr. Cope, Coco Com, remarked, wouldn't surprise me to see someone shit on the deck and wipe his ass with the flag. Finally ended up in the hottest spot in all Colombia. Right on the edge of the war where they take your luggage apart and read your letters. And me with that piece in my suitcase. I thought, well I've had it this time. But just as they were closing in on my luggage, Schultz, I thought he was miles away in Bogota, drove up in an official car and my luggage was loaded in it without a suitcase opened. I tell you Schultz is specially assigned to my protection. You will see my picture in Life one-off these days. A reporter from Life came down just as I was on the way out. He is doing a story on Yahoo. Looks like I am scooped. Queer to be sure, but about as appetizing as a hamper of dirty laundry. Incidentally I have been turned down, charmingly but firmly, all over the Amazon area. Once by a soldier I was drinking with in the sentry box, at present trying to make time with the .4 chauffeur, who drove me up to Bogota in the official car. Point 4 is some kind of an agricultural commission down here that Schultz works for. 4 I will be leaving Bogota in 10 days, so send mail to my Florida address, 202 Sanford Avenue, Palm Beach, Florida. I've been trying to talk the Life reporter into doing an article on the Yaka, hostile Indians of Ecuador. Never even photographed myself to go along as guide and interpreter. I told him I know the area like the palm of my hand, and speak the indigenous dialects fluently. Fact is, I have become a shameless imposter. I can always rattle off some kind of gibberish and then say, these are Chukua Indians from the north. They speak a different dialect. I really think I have him interested in the idea. He is going to write a story on Schultz, Yahé and some kind of puberty rights connected with the use of Yahé in the VOPS area. This citizen has dyspepsia already, and I would like to be there when he takes Yahé. Another idea I suggested to him was to go in the area occupied by the liberals, interview and photograph. If the liberals don't shoot you on the way in, the conservatives will shoot you on the way out. What gives with Junkie? Regards all around. Love. Bill. P.S. The remark attributed to Dr. Cope epitomizing the lax conditions obtaining in the Colombian Navy is really my own and derives from a dream that came to me in 17th century English. The English and French delegates did shit on the floor and tearing the Treaty of Seville into strips with much merriment did wipe their backsides with it, seeing which the Spanish delegate withdrew from the conference. This expedition is so far more picaresque and Abneresque than Ahabesque. 5 Imagine a reporter from Life taking pictures of Ahab from a helicopter or televising the pursuit of the white whale. The reporter did arrive in a plane and my first knowledge of his presence was when I saw him taking my picture. Stood up by the Point 4 chauffeur last night? I guess it's no go. I don't know what I will do now. May go on to Ecuador and definitely want to see Lima, Peru. Plan to be back stateside in 2 months and will try to have the Yahé material in some sort of shape by then, but tell Solomon to go ahead and publish Junkie now. The search for Yahé turned out to be a pushover. Everyone grows it in their backyard and you can buy all the Yahé you want right in Moco, which is accessible by bus. Another thing, the Amazon area is much more populated than is generally supposed. It is very easy to go down the Amazon to the Atlantic. You go by motor launch down to Brazil where you can take a steamboat on down. The only areas really untouched are those occupied by hostile Indians. So I am looking for a live one to finance expedition into these areas. We shall see. This Life character is a bit of a shit, by the way. We got 2 kinds of publicity, fellow, he says. Favorable and unfavorable. Which do you want? With such shameless blackmail he mooches his way around demanding discounts, free transportation etc. But who am I to talk? Case of the pot and the kettle. What? My dear Alan, I never advocated fighting the Institute unless there was a reconcilable conflict of interests. To Allen Ginsberg. April 22, 1953. Quito. Dear Alan. Had to leave Colombia since my visa expired. Plan to return there in 2 weeks. Met a pretty young liberal, I gave him my piece as contribution to the cause, and contracted to help him leave Colombia. The conservatives will not give him exit permit. They are waiting for a pretext to kill him and confiscate his coffee plantation. There simply is nothing to be said in favor of the conservatives. Every intelligent, sympathetic person I met in Colombia was a liberal. The doctor who treated my malaria, the people who interceded for me with the police, the German who helped me score for Yahé, even the hustler who rolled me for $10, all the boys I took an interest in, liberals every one. The conservatives are not only a bunch of shits, they are all ugly. I never saw anything like it. The Nacional Police, which is backbone of Conservative Party, is the most unanimously hideous body of young men I ever laid eyes on. Colombian boys are by and large very comely. They, the police, are a special breed that looks like the end result of atomic radiation. There are thousands of these horrid knaves in Colombia, and I literally only saw one I would consider eligible, and he appeared ill at ease as if he knew not how to conduct himself in the midst of such a vile rout. The conservatives have also armed a disgusting crew of civilian hoodlums. I saw them in action throwing glasses, grabbing the waitresses, yelling "Viva los conservadores!" in a liberal cafe, hoping to provoke someone so they could shoot him. Loud-mouthed drunken bums. Imagine the Times Square boys armed and turned loose on the public. I have a premonition I may get myself in trouble when I return to Colombia. However, it is impossible to remain neutral, and I will help this boy no matter what. Always was a pushover for a just cause and a pretty face. Wouldn't surprise me if I end up with the liberal guerrillas. Even Doc Schultz, who is so rep conservative in Boston he thinks Sacco and Vanzetti were guilty, is a liberal sympathizer in Colombia. 6. No money has been forthcoming for expeditions to contact the hostile Indians. My last week in Bogota was flat broke and reduced to the shoddy expedient of stealing my drinking alcohol from the university laboratory placed at disposal of the visiting scientist. About the cheapest trick of the year, I think. I extracted some pure yahe. Results uncertain so far. Send mail to Florida. I am very much in transit. I have $50 to live on till next month. Living in flophouses. I could have sold that piece for $150. Oh well. He needs a gun more than I need money. The present situation in Colombia is even worse than I thought. Many of them are former officers in Franco's army who took the cloth after a 6-week cramming course. And do they lead the life of Riley? The majority of Colombian priests have come over from Spain since Franco took over. I always say no good ever comes out of Spain. The best people in SA are the Indians. Certainly the best looking people. My boy is at least 70% Indian. The other 30% I can't pin down. As ever. Bill. P.S. As you see, my search for yahe has been complicated by other factors. I am trying to get something done. I think yahe is a telepathic drug, but I can't be sure. There are things of which I cannot bring myself to speak. More later when experiments conclusive. Need someone to check results with me. To Allen Ginsberg. May 5, 1953, Lima. Dear Alan. This finds me in Lima, which is enough like Mexico City to make me homesick. Funny thing, all my nostalgia is for Mexico. That's home to me and I can't go there. Got a letter from Gerardo. I am sentenced in absentia. I feel like Romans felt when they were exiled from Rome. Situation is this, I will stay here about 2 to 3 weeks and write up what I have now and send it along to you. I need to return to jungle and spend at least a month living with yahe taking Indians, which I have not been able to do so far because of delays and running out of money. It doesn't have to be the Aka, I just figured DACA would provide a combination of features. So see what you can do about dollar, and write me care of U.S. Consulate, Lima, Peru. You know this story on yahe and life is a break for us. Free publicity. The U.S. will be yahe conscious for sure when that issue hits the stands. Let me hear from you right away. As ever. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. May 12, 1953. Grand Hotel Boulevard. Lima, Peru. Dear Alan. I spent one night in this hotel and laid in a stock of their stationery, of which this is the last. So it goes to you, sweetheart, my favorite agent. What is going on up there? Am I in the stalls yet, and if not, why not? Write me what the score is. I will be here a month or so. Have been working on the yahe section. So far it isn't exactly inspired. But such as it is, I will be able to send it along in another 2 weeks more or less. Meanwhile I need money at least to buy a second-hand typewriter. I think the section will come to about 30 to 50 pages. Can't be sure yet. Lima is the promised land for boys. I never saw anything like it since Vienna in '36. But you have to keep an eye on the little bastards or they'll steal all your fucking valuables. I lost my watch and $15 in the service. Oh well, the watch didn't run anyway. I never had one that did. I have not seen here any queer bars, hope I don't see any, but in the bars around the Mercado Mayorista, main market, any boy is wise and available to the Yankee dollar. Last night I checked into a hotel with a beautiful Indian, to the great amusement of the hotel clerk and his friends. I don't think the average U.S. hotel clerk would be amused at such an occurrence. Yes, they have yahe here and a short trip from Lima. I plan to go when I finish the yahe section. Lima also has an extensive Chinatown, good restaurants, pleasant climate, the cheapest living. I hit in SA. In short, I wouldn't mind settling down here, but I still like Mexico better. Now please write me exactly what is going on. Love to all. Love. Willie Lee. P.S. This town looks like you could score for junk. In Colombia and Ecuador nobody ever heard of such a thing. A little weed among the coastwise Negroes, coca, but only in leaf form, among the Indians, but no junk at all. Write care of U.S. Consulate, Lima, Peru. Incidentally, you most always see some blood in these louche Peruvian bistros. Ramming a broken bottle in your opponent's face is standard practice. Everyone does it here. To Allen Ginsberg. May 23, 1953. Lima. Dear Alan. In close a skit I dreamed up. 7, the idea did come to me in a dream from which I woke up laughing. Family converted the $270 into traveler's checks and remitted it to me. 8 rolled for the check that same night by a kid I picked up. Losing all my fucking valuables in the service. The checks are, of course, no loss as American Express refunds the dollar, and the kid could not cash them anyway without a U.S. passport. Recovering from a bout of pisco neuritis. First Caquetá malaria, then Esmeralda scripe, now Pisco neuritis. Pisco is local liquor. Seems to be poison, looking for a second-hand typewriter, and will send along what I have with prospectus. Can't leave here for another week or so until my neuritis clears up completely. May 24th. Ho-hum department, rolled again. My glasses and a pocket knife. This is a nation of kleptomaniacs. In all my experiences homosexual I have never been the victim of such idiotic pilferings of articles no conceivable use to anyone else. Glasses and traveler's checks yet. I'm afraid I will never learn. Trouble is, I share with the late Father Flanagan, he of Boys Town, the deep conviction that there is no such thing as a bad boy. 9. I will send along what I have written when I get a typewriter. I should have it in NY in 10 days or so. Got to lay off the sauce. Hand shaking so I can hardly write, so must cut short. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. Sunday, May 30th, 1953. Lima. Dear Alan. Woke up with an honest boy and my valuables, or what's left of them, intact. Found him without a lamp too. That was lost in the service a week ago. I studied Zen Buddhism at one time. This flashing is what a writer tries to do. But seems like there is always something, words perhaps, between us and the fact. Humility is indeed beatness, a compulsory virtue that no one exhibits unless he has to. I like your poem. 10 Thought of writing a story about a sage who returns from the mountain, a lecherous drunken old man chasing young boys. The story is flashback from jail where sage is languishing for indecent exposure. Point is some old bum in jail for molesting a child may be the sage. Quien sabe? Not me. The older I get the less I sabe, the less wisdom, maturity and caution I have. A few self-flashes. Shadow boxing with a young kid in a louche Peruvian bistro. Haven't you any dignity at all? Obviously not, making a pass at 13-year-old Indian boy right in front of his father, brothers and uncles, dragging home 2 ragged brats. All I remember is they were young. Woke up with the smell of youngness on my hands and body. Now if I was wise and listened to a psychoanalyst, I would give up young boys and be an assistant professor somewhere sitting around hatching a cancer of the prostate. That fucking croaker in Panama bungled my ass, I'll sue him, and accepting reality. Instead if I live to 80 will be demonstrating judo to some young boy in some louche bistro. Like the poets say, God keep me from ever being a wise old man praised of all. Yeats, Poet's Prayer. 11. I am working on Yahoo and will send along about 20 pages this week, leaving to your discretion how much if any to show the boys in the front office. Jack is crazy. Why should a publisher take all his books? If someone is willing to publish on the road, he should jump at it like a hungry pike. Congrats to Lou on forthcoming child. Must get to work on Yahoo. As ever. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. June 5, 1953. Lima. Dear Alan. Sending along what I have done on Yahoo. This is still in rough form subject to corrections and additions. As to what else will be covered, Ecuador briefly, and Lima and Peru jungle if I ever get there. I feel like a textbook on tropical diseases. Will watch my hygiene in future. Now have some obscure brand of dysentery, and waiting results of lung x-ray. Doc says he don't like the sound of that left lung. So use your judgment sweetheart, as to what you show or tell them. Been living quiet. What with all these diseases and my ass fucked up by that incompetent spick croaker in Panama. Well I'm not going to fool around here much longer. Today I asked the doc, am I or am I not in jungle shape within next week? If he says no, I am cutting back via Panama, where I will stop off to have words with that croaker and sue the Avianca company for that error in my tourist card. I should get at least $500. The incompetent spick bastards. Will also hit Mexico on way back. Yes, Gerardo beat the rap again. He always lands on his big feet. Love to the boys. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. June 6, 1953. Lima. Dear Alan. Leave for jungle Tuesday for good or for bad in sickness or in health. Doc says no active TB, just old scars from childhood. Billy Brad Shinkle's ghost still unlaid. 12 Feel nostalgia for US, a flood of memories, like when I was the cheapest thief in New York and Phil, White, and I made a teenage sailor for his locker key and came home with a bag of dirty laundry, and I smelled the handkerchiefs to see if the kid had jacked off in them, lust flickering like heat lightning through junk haze. Amafol jeunesse. Ecuadorian miscellanea. Esmeraldas, hot and wet as a Turkish bath, and vultures eating a dead pig in the main drag, and everywhere you look there is a nigger scratching his balls. The police in Las Playas, you will recall I was arrested there when I beached a balsa raft, suspect to have floated up from Peru with a young boy and a toothbrush. I travel light. Only the essentials, the withered face of cancerous control. Ecuador is really on the skids. For this I will never follow thy fading fortunes more. 13 Let Peru take over and civilize the joint so a man can score for the amenities. Guayaquil, every morning a swelling cry goes up from the kids who sell cigarettes in the street. A ver lookies, look here luckies. Nightmare fear of stasis. Will they still be saying a ver lookies 100 years from now? Horror of being stuck in this place. This fear follows me like my ass. A horrible, sick feeling of final desolation. Peru, vultures circle over Lima and roost on the buildings. A peculiar violet evening sky. Here the evening lasts several hours. Everybody in Lima has active TB or old scars. I live in an empty shop on the outskirts of town, with a vast rubbly lot all around. At all hours people are lined up in the lot along adobe wall shitting. I gather sanitary facilities are inadequate in slum districts. You see this all over Lima, a city of open spaces, shit-strewn lots and huge parks, vultures wheeling in a violet sky and young kids spitting blood in the street. Some interesting monuments. One to Chavez, whoever he may be. Naked boys with wings twisting around a cone straining up as if trying to goose each other. Really Mr. Chavez? And all alone on a pedestal in the island separating two wide streets a life-sized bronze 15-year-old boy, completely naked playing marbles. Heats me pants every time I pass him on the bus. Saw a Peruvian bullfight. Dreary butchery. One bull he stuck the sword in 5 times before the poor beast succumbed to cachexia. Vultures over the ring flapping their wings irritably in frustration. A cop walking along leading a young man by the hand. Is it a prisoner or just holding hands? Went to a Turkish bath. The sheer copper bronze beauty of the young Indian body leaves one breathless, if one shares my predilections. They got codeine pills like Mexico in the drug store. Chinamen stay away from my door. Send you Yahé Ms. Write me what you think. Think I will skip Haka this trip. For one thing, need an ass that works in case I have to sacrifice my Virtuina service. Just thought of punchline for Reggie and Queer, who lost his intestines in the service. I regret I have but one ass to give for my country. 14. Love. Willie Lee. To Allen Ginsberg. Junio 18, 1953. Pacalpa. Dear Alan. Hold the presses. Everything I wrote about Yahé is subject to revision in the light of subsequent experience. It is not like weed, nor anything else I have ever experienced. I am now prepared to believe the burroughs do have secrets, and that Yahé alone is quite different from Yahé prepared with the leaves and plants the burroughs add to it. I feel rather like a male Dorothy Thompson 15 who rushed down here to get the story on Yahé in 2 weeks. I took it again last night with the local brujo. The effect cannot be put into words. I will attempt to delineate as far as possible. There were about 6 Indians and myself sitting around outside on the edge of the jungle. I was well coated with citronella, drinking Yahé or ayahuasca as they call it here, no one talking or making any sort of noise. I experienced first a feeling of serene wisdom so that I was quite content to sit there indefinitely. What followed was indescribable. It was like possession by a blue spirit. I could paint it if I could paint, blue-purple. And definitely South Pacific, like Easter Island or Maori designs, a blue substance throughout my body, and an archaic grinning face. At the same time a tremendous sexual charge, but heterosex. This was not in any way unpleasant, but shortly I felt my jaws clamping tight, and convulsive tremors in arms and legs, and thought it prudent to take phenobarbital and codeine. My sense of measure shot. I took 10 grains of phenobarbital and 3 grains of codeine. Enough to put the late Phil White on his ass. Within minutes the tremors subsided, and all the Yahé effects disappeared. I felt perfectly normal, and only a little sleepy, but now cold, and mosquitoes starting to bite and I wanted to go to bed. At once the witch doctor said, mind you it was completely dark. He could not see me, Mr. wants to go. I walked home, stopping off for coffee. With that amount of phenobarbital I should not have been in condition to walk at all, made some notes and went to bed 2 hours after taking the funnies. Obviously barbiturates are the chemical antidote for Yahé, and the two cancel out. I remember now that I experienced the blue invasion first time I took Yahé, but not when I prepared it myself. I had forgotten this angle completely, I think owing to physiological amnesia produced by a terrific overdose. I am going down river in a few days to see another witch doctor who has a tremendous local reputation. Like I say I am no longer so sure I know what the score is, but in any case I will not stay more than 2 weeks more. I am tired of fraternizing with cops and army officers and priests and, Protestant missionaries, and governors, and such dull gentry. I want to be back in Mexico City and N.Y. I am definitely coming to N.Y. and soon. Next expedition I am going to spend my time among the Indians, and then leave. I am bringing back some yahe, of course, but I can't promise blue spirits. The plant should be fresh, and other leaves mixed in. The extracted alkaloid doesn't have no spirits. I will bring back some complete vines, and some extraction. Love. Bill. P.S. I have worms. What a disgusting condition. To Allen Ginsberg. Early July 1953 Lima. Dear Alan. More notes as they are in notebook, which is such a terrible mess I want to type the notes up and throw away the notebook. These are notes at random in no order. Esmeraldas, this is about the most god-awful, dirty, hot tropical town I was ever in. The inevitable Turk who buys and sells everything. He tried to cheat me on every purchase and I spent an hour arguing with this bastard. The Greek shipping agent with his dirty silk shirt and no shoes and his dirty ship that left Esmeraldas 7 hours late. Arriving in Manta, a shabby man in a sweater started opening my bags. I thought he was a brazen thief and gave him a shove. Turns out he was the customs inspector. La Asia, a Chinese restaurant in Guayaquil, looks like an 1890 whorehouse and opium den. Holes eaten by termites in the floor. Dirty tasseled pink lamps, a rotting teak wood balcony. Moco, the governor thinks there is a pool of oil 80 miles across under the town. He thinks they are going to build a railroad terminal and an airport there. As a matter of fact the whole region is on the downgrade. The rubber business is shot, the cocoa is eat up with broom rot. The land is poor and there is no way to get produce out. The dawdling schizophrenia, sick, of small town boosters. Like I should think someday soon boys will start climbing in through the transom and tunneling under the door. It seems impossible for small towners to ever look at the facts. Several times when I was drunk, I told someone brutally, look, there is no oil here. That's why Texas pulled out. They won't ever come back. I am not from the Texas company or any other company. One theory had me down as representative of Squibb, Pharmaceuticals. They were about to have a yahe boom, Doc. Schultz talked to the Texas geologist and he says there is no oil here. Understand? But they couldn't believe me. Dingo Maria, comfortable, well-run hotel like a mountain resort. Cool climate, very high jungle. At dinner got bad case of stasis horrors. The feel of location, of being just where you are and nowhere else is unendurable. This feeling has been with me all over SA. I think back on places like Puerto Asis, Puerto Umbria, Moco, Esmeraldas, Manta. God, I would hate to go back to any of these places. Especially I hate the whole Putumayo region. A group of upper-class Peruvians in the hotel. Loud-mouthed bunch. Every few minutes one of them yells, Señor Pinto. This is Latin American humorous routine. Like they look at a dog and yell, Perro, and everybody laughs. Simple-minded bastards. Talked to a slightly crazed school teacher from California who chewed with her mouth open. The president arrived in Tingo Maria while I was there. Same thing happened to me in Colombia. Terrible nuisance. No dinner till 9 o'clock and I made a scene with the waiter and walked a mile to town to eat a greasy meal there and walk back. In Pucallpa there was a naval lieutenant, a furniture salesman and an old German who is planting African oil palms. This is a new business and everybody thinks they are going to get rich at it. I don't think so. Everything fails in this country. The rubber business is shot, the cocoa business is shot, the bottom fell out of Barbasco, this is an insecticide. I expect no sudden prosperity to result from the African oil palm. The old German had an interminable story about a treasure buried down Arequipa. 40 tons of gold. I thought at first he was a swindler, concluded finally he was just a little touched, like everybody in this country. He had the treasure story from a character he cured of paralysis adjutants who gave him the map in a twitch of gratitude. So the German went down there with mine finders and found where the treasure was. But everybody died so he couldn't get it out without help. Seems there is one of those curses on the deal. The old German spent his days typing out data on this alleged treasure, and chewed my ear off every meal. Last 5 days in Pucallpa was a nightmare. I wanted to leave but was trapped there by impassable roads and rain. Everyone seemed on the point of disintegrating into his component parts. The naval lieutenant disintegrated into a silly queer and embarrassed me by goosing the waiter. The furniture salesman wanted to go in the cocaine business and get rich so he could live in Lima and drive a big fish-tailed Cadillac. Oh God. People think all you have to do is go in some shady business and you'll be rich overnight. They don't realize that business, shady or legitimate, is the same fucking headache. They were driving me crazy with their silly talk and their stupid Spanish jokes. I felt like Ruth amidst the alien corn. When they said that English literature was very poor and American literature didn't exist, I lost my temper and told them Spanish literature belonged in the outhouse. I was really shaking with rage and realized how the place was getting me down. Mediterranean took Yahya with him, and he immediately vomited it up and avoided me after that. He evidently thought I had attempted to poison him, and he was saved only by the prompt reaction of his hygienic Nordic gut. I hate Danes. I never saw one that wasn't bone dull. All their ideas are of a flatly practical nature. Terrible bus trip back to Tingo Maria where I got drunk and was helped to bed by the assistant truck driver. Hung up 2 days in Huanaco. An awful dump. Spent my time wandering around taking pictures, trying to get the bare dry mountains, the wind in the white dusty poplar trees, the sad little parks with statues of generals and cupids, and Indians lolling about with a special South American abandon, chewing coca, the government sells it in controlled shops, and doing absolutely nothing. At 5 o'clock had a few drinks in a Chinese restaurant where the owner picked his teeth and went over his books. How sane they are and how little they expect from life. He looked like junk to me, but you can never be sure with a Chinese. They are all basically junkies in outlook. A lunatic came in the bar and went into a long incomprehensible routine. He had the figure $17 million written on the back of his shirt and turned around to show it to me. Then he went over and harangued the owner. The owner sat there picking his teeth. He showed neither contempt nor amusement nor sympathy. He just sat there picking a molar and occasionally taking the toothpick out and looking at the end of it. Passed through some of the highest towns in the world. They have a curious, exotic Mongolian or Tibetan look. Horribly cold. Back in Lima I met a boy and went with him to a dance place. Right in the middle of this well-lighted non-queer diamond dance joint, he put his hand on my cock. So I reciprocated and no one paid it any mind. Then he tried to find something worth stealing in my pocket, but I had prudently hidden my money in my hatband. All this routine, you understand, completely good-natured and without a trace of violence overt or potential. Finally we cut out together and took a cab and he embraced me and kissed me yet and went to sleep on my shoulder like an affectionate puppy, but insisted on getting out at his place. Now you must understand this is average, non-queer Peruvian boy. They are the least character-armored people I have ever seen. 16 They shit or piss anywhere they feel like it. They have no inhibitions in expressing affection. They climb all over each other and hold hands. If they do go to bed with another male, and they all will for money, they seem to enjoy it. Homosexuality is simply a human potential, as is shown by almost unanimous incidents in prisons, and nothing human is foreign or shocking to a South American. I am speaking of the South American at best, a special race, part Indian, part white, part God knows what. He is not, as one is apt to think at first, fundamentally an Oriental, nor does he belong to the West. He is something special, unlike anything else. He has been blocked from expression by the goddamned Spanish and the Catholic Church. What we need is a new believer who will really get the job done. This is, I think, what the Colombian Civil War is basically about, the fundamental split between the South American potential and the repressive, Spanish, life-fearing character armadillos. I never felt myself so definitely on one side and unable to see any redeeming features in the other. South America's mixture of strains, all necessary to realize the potential form. They need white blood as they know, myth of white God, and what did they get but the lousiest white trash of the West, the fucking Spaniards. Still, they had the advantage of weakness. Never would have gotten the stodgy English out of here. They would have created that monstrosity known as a white man's country. Well, that cleans the book out somewhat. I am going to buy a portable. Incidentally, it was that fucking Christer of a missionary who talked me into taking worm medicine. A horrible routine that ruined 2 days for me. It's one of those deals where it is a close thing between you and the worms but you have the edge being bigger, but sometimes children conk out on this terrible shit. I am fixing to leave and will be out of here in 3 days at the latest. Love. Willie Lee. To Allen Ginsberg. July 8, 1953. Lima. Dear Alan. Start north in 2 days. So send no more mail here. I will see you in New York in a few weeks. Turned out I did not have worms. No, there is no heat on me. I won't be tracking any fuzz into your pad. I am typing up some random notes to get them in some sort of order. So enclose same. Tingo Maria. Stuck here till tomorrow on bum steer. I was supposed to see a man about Yahya and it turns out he moved away 5 years ago. This is a farming community with Yugoslav and Italian colonists and an American experimental agricultural station. Point 4. As dull a crew of people as I ever set eye on. Farming towns are awful. Whatever gave me the idea I could ever be a farmer? This place gives me the stasis horrors. Suppose I should have to live here? Did you ever read H.G. Wells' The Country of the Blind? A great story about a man who could see in a country where everyone had been blind so many generations they had lost the concept of sight. He blows his top, saying, "But don't you understand? I can see. 17 These people lack something as necessary to me as food. No one in Tingo Maria could conceivably understand any of my routines. Only places don't give me stasis horrors are Mexico City, New York, and Lima. The composite city of my Yahe, other. South America's mixture of strains, all necessary to realize the potential form. They need white blood as they know, myth of white god, and what did they get but the lousiest white trash of the West, the fucking Spaniards. Still, they had the advantage of weakness. Never would have gotten the stodgy English out of here. They would have created that monstrosity known as a white man's country. Well, that cleans the book out somewhat. I am going to buy a portable. Incidentally, it was that fucking Christer of a missionary who talked me into taking worm medicine. A horrible routine that ruined 2 days for me. It's one of those deals where it is a close thing between you and the worms but you have the edge being bigger, but sometimes children conk out on this terrible shit. I am fixing to leave and will be out of here in 3 days at the latest. Love. Willie Lee. To Allen Ginsberg. July 8, 1953. Lima. Dear Alan. Start north in 2 days. So send no more mail here. I will see you in New York in a few weeks. Turned out I did not have worms. No, there is no heat on me. I won't be tracking any fuzz into your pad. I am typing up some random notes to get them in some sort of order. So enclose same. Tingo Maria. Stuck here till tomorrow on bum steer. I was supposed to see a man about Yahe and it turns out he moved away 5 years ago. This is a farming community with Yugoslav and Italian colonists and an American experimental agricultural station. Point 4. As dull a crew of people as I ever set eye on. Farming towns are awful. Whatever gave me the idea I could ever be a farmer? This place gives me the stasis horrors. Suppose I should have to live here? Did you ever read H.G. Wells' The Country of the Blind? A great story about a man who could see in a country where everyone had been blind so many generations they had lost the concept of sight. He blows his top, saying, "But don't you understand? I can see. 17 These people lack something as necessary to me as food. No one in Tingo Maria could conceivably understand any of my routines. Only places don't give me stasis horrors are Mexico City, New York, and Lima. The composite city of my Yahe. Pucallpa. This is the pleasantest end of the road town I have seen in a terrible trip here in a car with 2 whorish sisters who sprawled all over me throughout the 14-hour trip. A flicker of heterosex died of surfeit, too much of quite a bad thing. Peru is far and away better than Ecuador or Colombia. They do not have the small country inferiority complex nationalism. In Peru are pochos, people who don't like Peruvians. In Pucallpa alert intelligent personnel in shops and restaurants. In most small South American towns they never have what you want. If the place is hot, there are no cold drinks. A river town will stock no fishhooks. A place infested with mosquitoes never heard of citronelle. There is something intentional in this, a determination to be stupid and jerk water, a negativistic hostility, a deep self-depreciation. But Pucallpa has what you want. The hotel keeper introduced me to a missionary. What an awful crew they are, worse than the Catholics. He believes in hell with burning sulfur, and him a grown man. God. How simple-minded can he get? A local character contracted leprosy in the town of Contamana apparently from a leprous cook in the pension Contaminatione. So this lousy Christer says he suspects the man had immoral relations with the cook and this is a judgment of God. I hope the good Lord visits a few of the more gruesome local maladies on this bastard, like Brazilian sore. As a Peruvian friend put it, if you catch him in your nose it sure fall off. The missionary decided I was the Antichrist and will have no more to do with me. Went with hotel manager to visit a local character who is supposed to know his Yahe. This man turned out to be a fountain of bullshit. Told about a witch doctor who took Yahe and vomited up a full-grown viper, then ate the viper again. And when the witch doctor took Yahe his spirits would come and shake the whole house. Made connection with unassuming little witch doctor who prepared me some Yahe. This was the first time I really dug the kick. It is not like weed or anything else in the world, though more like weed than anything else. It is the most powerful drug I have ever experienced. That is, it produces the most complete derangement of the senses. You see everything from a special hallucinated viewpoint. If I was a painter I could paint it. The substance of the body seems to change. I turned right into a nigger and then this blue spirit got to me and I was scared and took some codeine and Nembutal. Almost at once everything was back in prosaic focus. This is perfect antidote for overdose and no one should ever take yahe without a barbiturate handy, as you can go in convulsions and conk right out. I took yahe 5 times after that. Amazing tolerance is acquired. After second dose I could drink with no ill effects the amount on which I vomited 10 times in Colombia and came near going in convulsions. Like I say, it is like nothing else. This is not the chemical lift of the sexless, horribly sane stasis of junk, the vegetable nightmare of peyote, or the humorous silliness of weed. This is insane overwhelming rape of the senses. A few notes from Yahe State. The room took on the aspect of a Near Eastern whorehouse with blue walls and red tasseled lamps. I feel myself change into a negress complete with all the female facilities. Convulsions of lust accompanied by physical impotence. Now I am a Negro man fucking a negress. My legs take on a well-rounded Polynesian substance. Everything stirs with a peculiar furtive writhing life like a Van Gogh painting. Complete bisexuality is attained. You are man or woman alternately or at will. The room is Near Eastern and Polynesian at the same time, and yet in an undefined place you feel as familiar. I notice an lighter intoxication effect is Near East, the deeper the intoxication the more South Pacific. There is suggestion here of phylogenetic memory of a migration from Middle East to South America to South Pacific. I spoke of Yahe spirits shaking the room. There is definite sense of space-time travel that seems to shake the room. If I could only paint I could convey it all. This is not a sociable kick like weed. The only contact you want is sexual contact. I never experienced such sex kicks. Now I have experimented with extractions, tinctures, dried preparations and they are all nowhere. I don't know whether I can bring any back in usable form. Seems only the fresh prepared vine and leaves have the real kick and it won't keep more than a few days. I will do my best. Need a chemist's. There is undoubtedly a volatile element involved because dried stuff has no kick, and the pure alkaloid Yargina or Harmon is pale replica. The essential is not there. So perhaps Yahe is not a transportable kick. The vine grows from cuttings but would not grow anywhere in US's climate is too cold. Greenhouse would be only possibility. Yahe is it. It is the drug really does what the others are supposed to do. This is the most complete negation possible of respectability. Imagine a small-town bank president turning into a negress and rushing to Nigger Town in a frenzy to solicit sex from some buck nigra. He would never recover that preposterous condition known as self-respect. Well, I will be seeing you real soon. I am in hurry to leave now. Love. Bill. P.S. Get rough with your little beast of a poet. 18 They're all alike, ingrates every one of them ingrates. Take it from an old queen, my dear. It occurs to me that preliminary sickness of Yahe is motion sickness of transport to Yahe state. H. G. Wells in The Time Machine speaks of undescribable vertigo of space-time travel. He is much underrated. For God's sake don't leave New York now, I am on my way there. That would be a hell of a reception. To Allen Ginsberg. Hope you can decipher these insertions. July 10, 1953 Lima. Dear Alan. I can't dig this stuff. I boiled some down for transport and took it in no effect whatever except like I had took Nembies, fell asleep before I could finish the cup. Remember Nembies are antidote for overdose, the only answer is some volatile oil in the fresh leaves and fresh vine. I never got results from the Yahe in pure form I prepared in Colombia. But the next day I get a delayed reaction, an hallucinated period, the illusion or actuality of telepathic contact. For example, in Colombia I walked into a cafe and looked at a boy and thought, he is a liberal who will sell my gun for me. It turned out he was a liberal, did try to sell the gun and I finally gave it to him. Today I had a premonition like the first teasing chill of malaria, that I was in hot writing form. I had things to do. Those things that usually take up a lot of time like getting visas, plane tickets and checking with the institute the scientific name of the other plant they cook with Yahe. I have dried specimens. To my amazement I accomplished all these things in 1 hour. At the institute who should I meet? Not incidentally the man I was looking for, but a botanist who is old friend of Doc Schultz. Then went to a cafe and began to write like I was taking dictation. Here it is. Yahe is space-time travel. The room seems to shake and vibrate with motion. The blood and substance of many races, Negro, Polynesian, Mountain Mongol, Desert Nomad, Polyglot Near East, Indian, and new races as yet unconceived and unborn, combinations not yet realized, passes through your body. You make migrations, incredible journeys through jungles and deserts and mountains, Stasis and death in closed mountain valleys where plants grow out of your cock and best crustaceans hatch inside you and grow and break the shell of your body, across the Pacific in an outrigger canoe to Easter Island. The Composite City, Near Eastern, Mongol, South Pacific, South American where all human potentials are spread out in a vast silent market. Minarets, palms, mountains, jungle. A sluggish river jumping with vicious fish, vast weed-grown parks where boys lie in the grass or play cryptic games. Not a locked door in the city. Anyone comes in your room anytime. The chief of police is a Chinese who picks his teeth and listens to denunciations presented by a lunatic. Every now and then the Chinese takes the toothpick out his mouth and looks at the end of it. Hipsters with smooth, copper-colored faces lounge in doorways twisting shrunk heads on gold chains, their eyes blank with an insect's unseeing calm. Behind them, through the open door, tables and booths and bars, and rooms and kitchens, opium smokers, hashish, people eating, talking, bathing, shitting back into a haze of smoke and steam. And gaming tables where the games are played for incredible stakes. Never money. From time to time a player leaps up with despairing inhuman cries having lost his youth to an old man or become Leda to his opponent. Leda is condition occurring in SE Asia. Otherwise normal, the Leda can not help doing what anyone tells him to do once his attention has been attracted by calling his name or touching him, but there are higher stakes than youth or Leda. Games where only two players in the world know what the stakes are. All houses in the city are joined. Houses of sod with high mountain Mongols blinking in smoky doorways, houses of bamboo and teak wood, houses of adobe and stone and red brick, South Pacific Maori houses, houses 100 feet long housing entire tribes, thatched houses, and houses of old boxes and corrugated iron where old men sit in rotting rags talking to themselves and cooking canned heat. No chromium, no red leather, no glass bricks. We got like a quota on Scandinavians. They have to undergo strict probationary period in filthiest quarter of the city and abstain for 1 year from washing. Expeditions leave for unknown places with unknown purpose. Strangers arrive on rafts of old packing crates tied together with rotten rope, they stagger in out of the jungle their faces swollen by insect bites, they come down the mountain trail on cracked bleeding feet through the dusty, windy outskirts of the city where people shit in rows along adobe walls and vultures fight over fish heads, they drop down into the park in patched parachutes. They are escorted by a drunken cop to register in a vast public lavatory. The data taken down is then put on pegs to be used as toilet paper. The cooking smells of all countries hang over the city, a haze of opium, hashish and the resinous red smoke of cooking yahe, smell of the jungle and salt water and the rotting river and dried excrement and sweat and genitals. High mountain flutes and jazz and bebop and one-stringed Mongol instruments and gypsy xylophones, and Arabian bagpipes. The city is visited by epidemics of violence and the untended dead are eaten by vultures in the street. Funerals and cemeteries are not permitted. Albinos blink in the sun, boys sit in trees languidly masturbating, people eaten with unknown diseases spit at passers-by and bite them, and throw lice and other vermin on them hoping to infect somebody. Whenever you get blackout drunk, you wake up with one of these diseased, faceless citizens in your bed who has spent all night exhausting his ingenuity trying to infect you. But no one knows how the diseases are transmitted or indeed if they are contagious. Yes, yahe is the final kick and you are not the same after you have taken it. I mean literally. How else explain the tolerance that seems to last indefinitely? With all other drugs, except chunk, you start from scratch as soon as the drug is out of the system, 36 hours at most. But my tolerance carried over 2 months from Colombia. I did not even vomit when I took yahe the first time in Pucallpa. How explain the sedative action of the extracted alkaloid? This requires a chemist and extensive research. Still cleaning out the notebook. Moko, they will bring on revolt like the hypochondriac brings on sickness by over-defense. Their control is off in time. Manta, vultures eating a dead pig in a pool of rotten brown water. Peru, I noticed that Peruvian army officers are old-time gentlemen. When our car got stuck, a truckload of soldiers with an officer came by. The officer approached me, not the chauffeur, and shook hands formally. He then supervised extraction of the car, shook hands again, got in his truck with his soldiers and drove away. Same thing happened in various other contacts with the military. In Ecuador they have the manners of a cop. South America does not force people to be deviants. You can be a queer, or a drug addict and still maintain position. Especially if you are educated and well-mannered. There is deep respect here for education, and correct behavior in the sense of good manners. In the US you have to be a deviant or die of boredom. Even a man like Oppenheimer is a deviant tolerated because of his usefulness. 19 Make no mistake, all intellectuals are deviants in the U.S. No attempt by the officers to put the private down, to humiliate him or establish a gulf. I have seen the same thing in treatment of prisoners. The guards drink coffee with them, joke with them, they feel no need to prove they are not like the prisoners. They know they are, and they don't care. South America has most uncount prisoners I ever saw. Not that the guards are incapable of brutality. But the systematic sadism and humiliation that guards inflict, especially in southern U.S. prisons, is not known here. The normal Peruvians are all wise on subject of queerness. One day I met an Italian boy on the waterfront in Pucallpa. Queer but not obvious. He had a younger brother who was attractive in a loutish, sullen, brutal way. The boy said he had nothing to eat, so I said, "Have a sandwich with me later in the Acapulco and bring your brother. Maybe he would like a sandwich too." He turned up without his brother, carrying a Bible with an inscription from his friend the chief of police in Contamana. The furniture salesman put his hand to the back of his head with an effeminate gesture and said, "And a very special friend, my dear. No? The Peruvians notice who you look at. If you look at boys they notice." Pucallpa, 2 boys sitting in a tree watching a whore walk by in her pink dress. How alive these boys are with a sweet masculine innocence. Huanaco, this is a dreary place but not the complete hopelessness of a small town in Texas or Oklahoma or Ohio. You could get here boys and junk can, of course, see. Last night I smelled weed in the market. On my way day after tomorrow. We'll bring back some of the extract but the virtue is not in it. You have to come to the jungle to get the real kick. But the vine would undoubtedly grow in southern Mexico. Love. Willie Lee. To Allen Ginsberg. August 3, 1953. Mexico City. Dear Alan. Received copy of Junkie for which many thanks. I didn't mention before because I did not feel like talking about it, that I never heard from Marker after I left Mexico, though I wrote 10 letters to his home address in Florida to be forwarded. It seems he has disappeared under strange circumstances. I hope to find out something definite in next week or so before I leave here. In close more notes. I have been working ever since I got here sorting out notes and rewriting. Narcotic agent not so bad as I expected it would be. 20 He does not sound like an overly obnoxious character. How are sales? I will send along more notes. See you soon, best regards to Jack and Lucien. As ever. Willie Lee. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg and Jack Kerouac. August 17, 1953. Cobblestone Gardens. Laura Lee Burroughs. Mortimer Burroughs. 233 Phipps Plaza. Palm Beach, Florida. Dear Alan and Jack. Back at home for brief visit. We'll leave here for NY in a week, so stand by. Just wanted to let you know I am on the way. See you soon now. I have some business for the lawyer your brother. 21 A lawsuit against the PA company for fucking up my tourist card, so I was 10 days languishing in Columbia box subject to unspeakable indignities at the hands of degenerate guards. I have all the documents, a complete white book on this atrocity. We will sue for $25,000 and settle for what we can get. Should be worth $1,000 at least. So tell Louis to hold himself in readiness. Love. Willie Lee. To Jack Kerouac. December 14, 1953. General Steam Navigation Company, Limited of Greece. On board. TSS Nia Hellas. Dear Jack. In all my experience as a traveler I have never encountered such food and service and accommodations. Long greasy hairs in the scrambled eggs, no hot water, dirty staterooms, unwashed dishes. This is the crummiest line in the industry and 12 days yet. 3 days to go. I had a dream someone hit Alan and he was lying on the couch at 206 East 7th Street, with a bandage around his jaw. 22 Just mention it for the record. I wrote Alan care of Cooks in Mexico City. I suppose he has left NY by now. 23 My address for next few weeks is care of U.S. Consulate, Rome, Italy. Drop me a line. As ever. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. December 24, 1953. Rome. Dear Alan. Reconciled with Alan, Anson. 24 He is showing tonight. As for Rome. In all my experience as a traveler I never see a more miserable place. I would rather be in Bogota, yes even in Quito. Finally found the baths. They have been closed. In all this town is no Turkish bath. Now you would think there would be bars like the San Remo etc., but such is not the case. I live in the Latin Quarter and I have ransacked this town. Properly speaking there are no bars in Rome. A Roman bar is a hole-in-the-wall soda and ice cream joint, no toilet and no place to sit down, with the door propped open or missing altogether, where you can gulp a drink with a cold, blue hand. It's cold here like NY in winter and you never get warm. There's no heat anywhere. And Rome is considerably more expensive than NY. Right now I am huddled in my room, wearing overcoat, of course. You never take off your overcoat in Rome, with the terrible cold, reading The Invisible Man. 25. I plan to leave here the 28th and straight to Tangiers. Glad Kells did not come here on my account. Love, Bill. The hottest spot in Rome looks like that coffee joint I don't like next to the Ramo, Rienzi's? Some picture on the wall showing a bleak lack of talent, a few dreary dykes in sweatshirts, a sprinkle of ugly queers, and some characters with beards playing chess. A real cute waiter named Chi-Chi. However, since he is the son of the owner it looks like hands off. Why did I ever leave Mexico? 1954. To Allen Ginsberg. From William Burroughs and Alan Ensign. January 2, 1954. Rome. Saturday. Dear Alan. Leaving Monday for Tangiers via Gibraltar. Will arrive with $50 to last me until February 1st. The more I see of Rome the less I like it. Considerably more expensive than NYC, cold like you never get warm because there is virtually no heat. No interest in this town at all. I have made some contacts, and confirmed my impression that Rome was in a cleanup campaign. The Turkish baths have been closed. The heat is on chunk, and the junkies of Rome are shivering sick in their traps. Alan Anson was on the point of renting an apartment, but the landlord flipped when he heard I was going to flop on the couch for 3 days. So the deal fell through. Did you ever hear the like of that? Anyone comes in your trap even for one night has to be registered with the law. Columbia was Freedom Hall compared with this dump. And under no circumstances, no matter how respectable, can you have anyone who is not registered in the hotel up for a drink. Not for 10 minutes. I am going to have something to say to that lying bastard Gore Vidal, and all these characters talking about how great Italy is and anything goes, and they got like a renaissance of culture. What a crock of shit. They can shove Italy all the way up. And incidentally I hear France is no better and twice as expensive. I am beginning to think there is no place like Mexico, and I wish to God I had gone with you to California. Well, I will dig North Africa. Alan has been a little bit more happy here since he goes for cathedrals and such, and can stand cold weather. Also he has negotiated several affairs to cur in frigid doorways, average price $10 and pretty shoddy merchandise. Let me hear from you. Alan sends buckets of love. As ever. Love. Bill. Dear Alan. No, the price is only $3.20, but there may be extras if you suck in a buggy instead of a doorway. The fountains are wonderful, even old Cactus Boy melted at the sight of Trevi, and I feel that in spite of minor irritations Europe is just wonderful. Enjoy Yucatan and give my love to Neil. Love. Alan. P.S. After this week, I can never see a drugstore the same way again. Paregoric is, really, rather yummy. To Allen Ginsberg. January 26, 1954. Tangiers. Dear Alan. I like Tangiers less all the time. No writers' colony here or they keep theirselves hid someplace. Everybody has both feet in your business, like some character I never see before says, your friend Ali is in the Saco Chico. Please give me 1 peseta. And the payoff is I never get to lay Ali. No place to take him. You can't check into a cheap hotel here like in a civilized country. No, they want inflated whorehouse prices when they see what the score is. And Ali is getting worried about his standing in the shoeshine set. He is afraid someone might think I am SCRing, careful about obscenity in the mails. He thumps his little scrawny chest and says, I'm a man. Oh God. Such shit I could hear in Clayton, Missouri. Their lousy weed tears your throat out like it's cut with horse shit. And no more boot than corn silk. I try to connect for some and a citizen sells me some old dried up poppy pods. Well, I will have a good look around since I am here. May change my mind. Would God I was back in Mexico. Or Peru. What's all this old Muslim culture shit? One thing I have learned. I know what Arabs do all day and all night. They sit around smoking cut weed and playing some silly card game. And don't ever fall for this inscrutable oriental shit like Bowles puts down, that shameless faker. They are just a gabby, gossipy, simple-minded, lazy crew of citizens. Letter incomplete. To Allen Ginsberg. February 9, 1954. Tangiers. Morocco. Dear Alan. Waiting for Kells to show. Expect him here momentarily. This town is left over from a boom. Hotels and bars empty. Vast, pink stucco apartment houses falling apart, not even finished. In a few years Arab families will move in with goats and chickens. I have a room in best district for 50 cents per day. You can eat a native quarter for 20 cents. But boys and sweet opium keep me broke. You can get a boy for $1 or even less, but the ureomycin prophylactic coverage comes high. Incidentally, my ass seems to be working again. I have been doing some writing. Will send along samples when I locate a typewriter. This town seems to have several dimensions. I have experienced a series of Kafkian incidents that would certainly have sent Carl back to the nut house. 3 For example, I go to bed with an Arab in European clothes. Several days later in the rain, and loaded on hash. You eat it here with hot tea. I meet an Arab in native dress, and we repair to a Turkish bath. Now I am almost, but not quite, sure it is the same Arab. In any case, I have not seen number 1 again. When I walk down the street, Arabs I never see before greet me in a manner suggesting unspeakable familiarity, in past or future. I told one of these Arabs, "Look, I don't like you and I don't know you." Scram. He just laughed and said, "I see you later, mister." And I did in fact go to bed with him later, or at least I think it was the same one. It's like I've been to bed with 3 Arabs since arrival, but I wonder if it isn't the same character in different clothes, and every time better behaved, cheaper, more respectful. He has learned I can't be pushed beyond a certain point. I really don't know for sure. Next time I'll notch one of his ears. Write to me care of U.S. Legation, Tangiers. My best to Neil. As ever. Love. Bill. P.S. Paul Bowles is here, but kept in seclusion by an Arab boy who is insanely jealous, and given to the practice of black magic. May go on down to Dakar. There is a lot of work there. To Allen Ginsberg. March 1, 1954. Tangiers. Dear Alan. Tangiers is looking up. Meeting the local expatriates. Junkies, queers, drunks. About like Mexico. Most of them came from someplace else for obvious reasons. Sample Tangiers Nocturne. Arrive in the Mar Chica, all-night bar where everybody goes after midnight. With me an Irish boy who left England after a spot of trouble, and a Portuguese who can go home again. Both queer. Both ex-junkies. Both chippying with dollies, script not exactly necessary. Both flat broke. The Portuguese wants me to invest in a pornographic picture enterprise, and also to go back in the business. Proprietor of Mar Chica looks like 1890 ex-prize fighter, a bit fat, but still a man of great strength and exceedingly evil disposition. Beautiful Arab boy behind the bar. Languid animal grace, a bit sulky, charming smile. Every queer in Tangiers has propositioned him, but he won't play. 2 lesbians who work on a smuggling ship drunk at a table. Spanish workmen, queers, British sailors. Taylor, suspect to be a stool pigeon, seizes me and drags me to the bar, throwing an arm around my shoulders, and tightening his grip whenever I try to edge away. He gazes into my face, putting down a sincere routine. Life is rotten here, Bill. Rotten. It's the end of the world, Tangiers. Don't you feel it, Bill? You've got to have some ideal, something to hang on to. Where do you live, Bill? Oh, near the Place de France. 5. Bill, you understand about money? What can I do, Bill? Tell me, I'm disgusted. He clutches my arm. I'm scared, Bill. Scared of the future, scared of life. You understand? He seems on the point of climbing in my lap like a child, convulsed by a hideous hunger for absolution. Actually, I think he is not a stool pigeon, but would like to be one. He just can't make the grade. Competition is keen. All the Arabs are pigeons, including the beautiful boy behind the bar. I never saw a face as wrong as Taylor's. The eyes pale blue, strained out of focus in the attempt to appear naive and sincere. A horrible mouth, suggestion of harelip, that looks beaten with a hammer. Shabby clothes, whiny voice. I disengage myself and sit down with the 2 lesbians and the Irish boy. One of the lesbians looks at me blearily like a Third Avenue Irish drunk. What does fuck you mean? I don't know. Well, fuck you anyway. She begins to cry and clutch the other lesbian. My child, my poor child. You're such an old drab. Like you see, Tangiers is almost too pat. No lower age limit on boys. An American I know keeps a 13-year-old kid. If they can walk, I don't want them. Trouble is the Arabs are an awful looking people. I am hooked. Met a doctor's son, he need money, and the old man's script pad right there. Some stuff called Ukadal, which is best junk kick I ever had. 6-star dolly cure in a few days now. They got vicious, purple-assed baboons in the mountains a few miles out of town. Paul Bowles was set upon by enraged baboons and forced to flee for his life. I intend to organize baboon sticks from motorcycles. A sport geared to modern times. Have done some work, but I feel dissatisfied with it. I have to find a completely new approach. Wasting too much time sitting around in cafes. I received your letter from Yucatan. Win is about doing accounting on royalties. You might drop him a line. Let me hear from you. Family spoke well of you. As ever. Bill. To Neil Cassidy. March 12, 1954. Tangiers. Dear Neil. What has happened to Alan? I received one letter from Yucatan and have heard nothing since then. My letters to Mexico City were returned unclaimed. If he is there, tell him to write me at once. If not, do you know where he is? Please let me hear from you right away, as I am quite worried. Is Jack with you? 7. This town would please you. Weed absolutely legal, and you can smoke it anywhere. Please write to me. As ever. Bill Burroughs. Care of U.S. Legation. Tangiers. Morocco. To Allen Ginsberg. April 7, 1954. Tangier. Dear Alan. I have written and rewritten this for you. So please answer. Routines like habit. Without routines my life is chronic nightmare, gray horror of Midwest suburb. When I lived in St. Louis and drove home past the bare clay of subdivided lots, here and there houses set down on platforms of concrete in the mud, playhouses of children who look happy and healthy but empty horror and panic in clear gray blue eyes, and when I drove by the subdivisions always felt impact in stomach of final loneliness and despair. This is part of Billy Bradshankle's story. I don't know whether it is parody or not. I have to have receiver for routine. If there is no one there to receive it, routine turns back on me like homeless curse and tears me apart, grows more and more insane, literal growth like cancer, and impossible, and fragmentary like berserk pinball machine, and I am screaming, stop it! Stop it! Trying to write novel. Attempt to organize material is more painful than anything I ever experienced. Shooting every 4 hours. Some semi-synthetic stuff called Ukadal. God knows what kind of habit I am getting. When I kick this habit I expect fuses will blow out in my brain from overcharge and black sooty blood will run out eyes, ears and nose, and staggering around the room acting out routines like Roman emperor routine in a bloody sheet. Notes on C. When you shoot C in mainline, no other way of taking it gives the real C kick, there is a rush of pure pleasure to the head. Before you can clean the needle the pleasure dims. 10 minutes later you take another shot. No visceral pleasure, no satisfaction of need, no increase of enjoyment. No sense of well-being, no alteration or widening of perspective. C is electricity through the brain stimulating pleasure connections that can only be known with C. As now scientists put long needles into the brain has no feeling, and stimulate directly centers of pleasure and pain with electric current. Idea for science fiction, like a television set you attach electrodes to the brain and get broadcast of pure pleasure mixed with political indoctrination. Give that one to Bradbury. 8 Once C channels are stimulated, there is urgent desire to re-stimulate and fear of falling from C high. The urgency lasts as long as C channels are activated, an hour or so. Then you forget it because it corresponds to no pleasure ordinarily experienced. You never think, how nice it would be to have a shot of C. C is a specific substance, not a means to any other enjoyment. It is the most autistic of all pleasures and the most destructive. When you want it you think of nothing else. Sex is no more on than with junk. There is no withdrawal syndrome with C. It is literally all in the mind, hideous need of the brain, a need without body and without feeling, an obsessed, earth-bound ghost need. Since it is not a need of the body it is a need without limits. Reversal of natural direction of current which is from the viscera that feels to the brain that does not. In C high, brain is berserk pinball machine flashing blue and pink connections in electric orgasm. Science fiction note, C pleasure could be felt by a mechanical brain. First stirrings of autonomous activity. Letter incomplete. To Jack Kerouac. April 22, 1954. Tangier. Dear Jack. Having acted as official transmitter of letters for some time past, it has been borne in upon me that you merit a completely independent communication. Things here are so typically Tangiers, my dear, anything can happen in Tangiers that it is positively sick-making. It seems there has been a junk beef about me, or at least a rumor to that effect, but another version is just a hoax on the part of certain parties to frighten me out of Tangiers. So Tony, the old Dutch man who runs this whorehouse I live in, 9 keeps casting me reproachful glances in the hall and saying, "Act 13 years and never before I have such a thing in my house. And since 2 weeks are here in Tangiers 2 good English gentlemens I know since long times. With them I could make good business except my house is so watched at. However I am still a star boarder and he hesitates to evict me. Well the junk deal blew over like there never was anything in it but Tanger bullshit if you ask me. Now the mother of my boy beefs to the fuzz and we have to meet like clandestine. It's degrading that's what, I am waiting for my boy now, and he is late and I am feeling very irritable. 10 Besides, Alan's behavior hasn't improved my disposition. Now there is no reason why you can't answer my letters. So please write me as soon as you receive this if you have not already done so. Get up off your rusty dusty like the song says. It's like whether I will be here or not depends on what I hear from you and Alan. And I must hear something soon. As ever. Bill. P.S. My boy just left, and I can now write with the philosophic serenity conveyed by an empty scrotum. Also have the wisdom of the East under my belt in the streamlined form of 4 Dolifene tablets. No script was necessary here until Brian Howard, old friend of Auden and Isherwood, burned the town down. 11 It was me introduced him to Dolly's, but I soon found I had reared up a Frankenstein. He sweeps into drug stores, chemist shops as he calls them, and says, "Give me 4 tubes of M tablets quickly." He has decided that M is after all more amusing than Dolifene. And you know, the strangest thing. I simply don't feel right in the morning until I've had my medicine. He always refers to it as his medicine. Very gentle. Like some people got no class to them and go around saying, "I'm sick. I got the gapes. I'm yenning." Not Brian. He just says, "I needs my medicine." Incidentally he has appeared in several of Evelyn Waugh's novels, and is very sweet when sober and has been quite a comfort to me. 12 I have really been terribly upset and hurt that Alan doesn't write to me and I need someone to talk to. Amazing how few people can pick up on what I say. In short most people are plain bone stupid, and right now I am in urgent need of routine receivers. Whenever I encounter the impasse of unrequited affection my only recourse is in routines. Really meant for the loved one, to be sure. But in a pinch somebody else can be pressed into service, and Brian really digs my routines. But he is leaving tomorrow, and I will be alone in this desert of beautiful boys who look at me with soft brown eyes like a puzzled deer. What is the Americano talking about? Should I laugh now? Is he good for an extra 25 pesetas today? Alan's neglect will drive me to some extravagance of behavior. I don't know what I will do but it will be the terror of the earth. 13. You must remonstrate with him. I didn't expect him to act like this, not a line in 4 months, and I didn't expect I would feel so deeply hurt if he did. That is rather a confused sentence and I think contains some sort of contradiction. What I mean is I did not think I was hooked on him like this. The withdrawal symptoms are worse than the marker habit. 1 letter would fix me. So make it your business, if you are a real friend, to see that he writes me a fix. I am incapacitated. Can't write. Can't take interest in anything. Kicking habit, by the way. Terrific hassle with my Portuguese hunk. 14 I think he invented the story there was junk heat on me. He just this second came in with another version of the story, and when I pointed out the logical discrepancies in his communication he got furious, like, "You Americans are too stupid to understand anything, I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's too stupid." Europeans interpret American generosity as pure stupidity, and when they find out we have seen through their rather obvious maneuvers they are furious. Believe me, I have learned a lot about the old world in the last few months and none of it is good. If Malaparte can make a fortune writing an anti-American book, I could do the same thing writing an anti-European polemic. 15 Why not? Why should we stand around in awe of these chiseling bums simply because they are supposed to represent culture? They are supposed to be mature, urbane, witty and all that crap. Actually they have no sense of humor whatever. For example this bastard, who says Americans are barbarians, his family is 700 years old, but he must endure our idiotic crudities. I gave him a barrage of routines tonight for our money. Now he suddenly sees he isn't going to get any more money, and how that continental charm goes up in smoke. The room was crackling with undischarged insults like an electric storm. Well he is leaving tomorrow. I forgot to say purpose of these maneuvers is to scare me out of Tangiers so I will take him to Spain where he desires to be. But I'm not about to take him to Spain or any place else. Now Jack, if you are my boy, find out what the score is with Alan, and tell him he is hurting me and there is no reason for it. I haven't made any claims on him. I don't ask him to write every day. But he left me expecting a letter now for more than 3 months. In his last letter he said, "Write me to Mexico City." That letter came back unclaimed. In short, I don't mind he doesn't write if he wants to feel completely free for a while, but he could have spared me all this hurt, which I am not playing up, which is worse than I describe it in my letters to him, by simply dropping me a line, as he apparently did to you, saying he would be out of touch for a while. So if you have influence with him, exert same in my behalf. I need an advocate who can reach the court. Jack, I am staying up tired, cooking my brains with tea, to write this, so please answer promptly. It seems to me tonight I am always knocking myself out for my friends and they dismiss me as a vampire who tries to buy them with some gift, money, or routines, or cut off fingers. Even if lost my life in service of a friend, he would likely say, oh, he is trying to buy me with his ugly old life. Tell Alan I plead guilty to vampirism and other crimes against life. But I love him and nothing cancels love. The scene with the Portuguese was wild. Would God I had a tape recorder. It took form of each disparaging the other's country, the insults getting more and more naked and personal. When I said Portugal was the outhouse of Spain, the conversation reached its level of basic nastiness. He hates me like hunk because I have done so much for him, but do not really like him. His position is insufferable. He can't exploit me as if I was a sucker, and I can't fully accept him as a friend. I don't blame him for hating me. Well, I look forward to hear from you. And please remonstrate with Alan. As ever. Bill. Cargo U.S. Legation. Tangiers, Morocco. P.S. No matter what Alan says I want to hear it, understand? If he says something that you know would hurt me, please don't keep it from me. I want to know. Nothing is worse than waiting like this day after day for a letter that doesn't come. Even Marker has written to me. I can't stand it much longer. Tins is serious, Jack. Don't let me down. To Neil Cassidy. May 2, 1954, Tangier. Dear Neil. I received letter from Alan dated April 9, and sent him some money in the form of traveler's checks. In his letter he said he was living on a finca, country estate, with a female archaeologist. 16 All in all, I cannot think he is completely out of touch, and the return of your money may well have been simply a bureaucratic fuck-up. If he were in jail he would certainly have communicated with the U.S. consul in Merida, and his death would certainly have been reported by now since he seemingly has friends, the archaeologist who is American, and the owner of the hotel in Chiapas. All in all I am inclined to think everything is quite okay. But there is some cause for worry to be sure. I think I had best write to his father, and ask him, if he has not had word recently, to check through U.S. consul in Merida, or through the embassy in Mexico City. You always check through your consulate, never direct with Mexican officials. I will write his father today. Meanwhile write me at once if anything develops. 17 I will look into the books you mention. As ever. Love. Bill. Care of U.S. Legation. Tangiers, Morocco. To Jack Kerouac. May 4, 1954. Address, Cargo, U.S. Legation. Tangiers, Morocco. Dear Jack. I hear from Neil that you are back in New York. What did you do about that deluge of letters I sent you to be relayed to Alan? If you still have them, hang on to them, since the Chiapas address is no longer sure, and I do not wish such personal letters subject to be opened and read. Both Neil and I are extremely worried about Alan. Neil wired Alan some money at Alan's urgent request the 6th of April. This money was returned to Neil unclaimed, and Neil has heard nothing since. I received a letter dated the 9th of April in which Alan mentioned he was waiting on money from Neil. I immediately sent a telegram to my parents asking them to send Alan $30 in traveler's checks, and to withhold this amount from my next month's allowance. I have heard nothing from Alan since the letter dated the 9th. All in all I am afraid he may be in serious difficulty, perhaps held incommunicado in jail. To stupid people, he looks like a communist. Alan said there was mounting tension and anti-American feeling in the area, and he urgently wanted to leave as soon as he could get the money. Neil seemingly has no idea what to do, talks about sending letter to police chief of Chiapas. Good God. So I sent a letter to Alan's father urging him to contact the Protection Department of the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City, and ask them to check on Alan's whereabouts and welfare. I also sent letter to Lucien, he should check with up friends in Mexico City. If I was in U.S. I would go to Mexico at once and find out what is wrong. I wish you would follow through, get in touch with Alan's brother, with Lucien, and let me know what you find out. If someone gets in jail in one of those remote districts, only pressure from above can get them out. So please point out to Alan's brother the necessity of immediate and vigorous action, that is unless they have assurance Alan is all right. When someone is waiting for money they urgently need, and that money comes back unclaimed, It looks very bad indeed. So for God's sake don't lose any time. If you don't know how to contact Alan's brother, contact his father. He may not have taken action on my letter, or he may not realize how serious the situation might be. For example, I know of an American who was shot by a high Mexican politician and the whole thing was hushed up. I am relying on you, Jack. Please do everything you can and do it right away. I don't know what I would do if anything happened to Alan. I guess you have seen the letters I wrote to him and have some idea as to how much he means to me. So, Jack, if you are my boy, please help me now. And please write me what you find out. As ever. Love. Bill. P.S. Alan's last address, in case you don't know, is Hotel Arturo Hue, Salto de Agua, Chiapas, Mexico. To Allen Ginsberg. May 11, 1954, Tangier. Dear Alan. I arranged with an Englishman who is broke he should keep my clothes, bring me food, and dole out dollies for 10 days. I am paying him $50. His name is Gifford. 18 He seems to be a fairly right guy. I was shooting every 2 hours. There are no sanatoriums here, so this is the only way to arrange cure. This is second day and pretty rough. Yesterday I stole clothes from other boarder, sneaked out, and bought some Eucadol ampules and glutted myself. Gifford found out about it, confiscated the remaining ampules, and now the other boarder locks his door when he goes out, and Gifford also took my money. So I am really stuck now. I wish you were administering this cure. Gifford, he's a hard man. No use trying to coax an extra ampule out of him. By God, he says, I'm being paid to do it and I'm going to do it right. He just brought in a long letter from you from Chiapas. Sorry you didn't get the money I had sent. I did my best. I am afraid I made rather a fuss about your disappearance, but Neil did write me he was sure you were either in jail or dead by a mulepath. 19. I will send along 2 more letters. You haven't seen anything yet. There were even some letters I destroyed as too extreme. I just thought of a scheme to lure an Arab into my room. Easy enough. They are always knocking on the window, and get his clothes on pretext I have to go out and get money and all my clothes are in the laundry. This would be a good place to build a house. You can get a lot for about $250. And building material is cheap. In close beginning of novel. Glad to see we coincide on idea you should come here or anyhow we travel together somewhere. I am pretty fed up with traveling alone, and never meet any routine receivers and it is a bore without you. Well, we will talk further on this matter. Love. Bill. P.S. Note material and novel from letters. To Jack Kerouac. May 24, 1954. Tangiers. Dear Jack. Alan is all right and probably in Mexico City by now en route to Frisco. Thank God he is okay. I don't know what I would do without him. As always you go direct to basics of situation. If I love Alan, why don't I return and live with him? You are right. I will, unless he can arrange to come here very soon. One basic fact I learn on this trip is how much I need the few friends I have. So far as companionship goes, I can't live off the country. There are only a few people in the world I want to see. As you know, I picked up on yoga many years ago. Tibetan Buddhism, and Zen you should look into. 20 Also Tao. Skip Confucius. He is sententious old bore. Most of his sayings are about on the Confucius say level. My present orientation is diametrically opposed, to, therefore perhaps progression from, Buddhism. I say we are here in human form to learn by the human hieroglyphs of love and suffering. There is no intensity of love or feeling that does not involve the risk of crippling hurt. It is a duty to take this risk, to love and feel without defense or reserve. I speak only for myself. Your needs may be different. However, I am dubious of the wisdom of sidestepping sex. Of course women have poison juices, I always say. What are you writing? I have been working on a novel. Enclose a dream routine derived from your dream of the iron racks and the tremendous, overcrowded cities of the future. 21 This is definitely hope and along the lines of faith I have come by in last few months, a conversion like. I know that the forces of spontaneous, emergent life are stronger than the forces of evil, repression and death, and that the forces of death will destroy themselves. What is new with Lucien? I may see you in New York fairly soon. Enclose routine about purple-assed baboons, and Tangier miscellanea. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. June 16, 1954. Tangier. Dear Alan. There is an end-of-the-world feeling in Tangiers, with its glut of nylon shirts, Swiss watches, scotch and sex and opiates sold across the counter. Something sinister and complete laissez-faire. And the new police chief up there on the hill accumulating dossiers. I suspect him of unspeakable fetishistic practices with his files. When the druggist sells me my daily box of Eucadol ampules, he smirks like I had picked up the bait to a trap. The whole town is a trap and someday it will close. Not snap shut but close slowly. We will see it closing, but there will be no escape, no place to go. Alan, I never had a habit like this before. Shooting every 2 hours. Maybe it is the Eucadol, which is semi-synthetic. Trust the Germans to concoct some really evil shit. It acts direct on nerve centers. This stuff is more like coke than morphine. A shot of Eucadol hits the head first with a rush of pleasure. 10 minutes later you want another shot. Between shots you are just killing time. I can't control this stuff any more than I can control the use of coke. Morphine controls itself, like eating. When you are loaded on M. You don't want another shot any more than you want to eat on a full stomach. From taking so many shots I have an open sore where I can slide the needle right into a vein. The sore stays open like a red, festering mouth, swollen and obscene. Eucadol is banned in US like heroin. As you know, heroin is 8 times stronger than morphine. No reason why scientists couldn't develop junk 8 times or 100 times stronger than heroin. Junk you would get a habit on one shot and be hung up for life. If you don't get your shot of super plus square root H every 2 hours, you die in convulsions of oversensitivity. Flashes of pleasure intensify to acute agony in a fraction of a second. Letter incomplete, see Note P. 443. To Allen Ginsberg. June 24, 1954, Tangier. Dear Alan. I always keep a letter to you on the stove and put in miscellaneous ideas, a sort of running diary. I've been thinking about routine as art form, and what distinguishes it from other forms. One thing, it is not completely symbolic, that is, it is subject to schlep over into real action at any time, like cutting off finger joint and so forth. In a sense the whole Nazi movement was a great, humorless, evil routine on Hitler's part. Do you dig me? I am not sure I dig myself. And some pansy shit is going to start talking about living his art. Last night went with Kells, Elvin's, to extraordinary Arab restaurant that looked like remodeled bus station. Bare, galvanized iron roof. A huge banana palm growing in this barn-like or hangar-like room with tables scattered here and there. Served by a snotty Arab queen who was barely courteous when we ordered 2 plates and 1 portion of couscous. An Arab stew of chicken, nuts, raisins, and cornmeal. Delicious. I was tea-high and never got suck, leave error, taste kicks. We had just been in Dean's bar, where I encountered barrage of hostility. Brian Geisen was there and wanted to cut me, but I am learning the practices of this dreary tribe. 22 I never saw him, he never got a chance to cut me. Dean wanted not to serve me, rolling his eyes in disapproval, but there was Kells, a good customer. Dean has heard that I am a dope fiend. More than that, he instinctively feels me as danger, far out, an ill omen, so I sat there, loaded on tea savoring their impotent disapproval, rolling it on my tongue with glass of good, dry sherry. Really cutting down on junk and so sexy. Kiki coming tonight, 1 or more pages of the letter are missing. Got letter from my Portuguese hunk. They are locking his grandmother out of her iron lung for non-payment of rent. The finance co. is repossessing his wife's artificial kidney. Up his with a grapefruit. I am really toughening up on mooches. Bastards who wouldn't give anything, to me most of all not. That's mooch psychology, they most specially wouldn't help people who helped them. Well, I've subsidized my last mooch. From here on out all my money I need for myself, my few friends, and the few people, like Kiki and Angelo, who have been right with me. 23. Most secure form of security is friends who would help you unconditionally. You know, so long as I have anything, you have part of it. So long as I have a place to stay, so do you. That is really something can't be bought, Alan. Yes, I like to hear you say it means same thing to you, and you are glad I do feel that way about you. Let's get on with this novel. Maybe the real novel is letters to you. Love. Bill. Original I got caught short with. 24 sending this along. I figure to send you like 1 page per day. To Allen Ginsberg. July 3, 1954, Tangier. Dear Alan. I am really ill. Pain and swelling in the joints. I asked the captain 25 what it could be. Oh, he says, I hope it isn't a bone fell. A what? An infection of the bone. See that scar? I had the same thing once and they had to cut down and scrape off the bone. Of course maybe it isn't that at all. Maybe it's just nothing, and then on the other hand it may be arthritis or God knows what awful thing. I never had arthritis or anything like that. Well, there's always a first time. Oh, it's probably nothing, but then you never can tell. So here I am, sick and broken. Kells left for Madrid this morning. Hope to God I don't get laid up here. I want to get out of Tangiers. Would like to go straight to Denmark. 26 unless I can get a job in Madrid. But this place drags me like a sea anchor. Just took a short walk to see if I could find someone to talk to and give me a lift. Two people looked the other way quickly. I don't like either one of them in any case. Then I met Eric Guilford, who is one of those people pursued by almost incredible bad luck. I don't feel up to recounting the saga of Eric the Unlucky, beyond to say he is 50, no job, no money, no prospects, an 80-year-old mother to support. Tangiers is full of people like that, sort of washed up here. The sight of him brought me down the rest of the way. No use telling myself this is nothing. Pain worse by the minute. And Kells would have to leave exactly when I need him. Eric has a hard luck story worth 3 of that, like the time he got septicemia from an abdominal abscess and they put him in a Syrian hospital. He was delirious and just got moved into the military hospital with hours to spare. But that was when he was working for civil service and had connections, and the Greek surgeon goofed and sewed up a live monkey in him, and he was gang-fucked by the Arab attendants, or the self-righteous English doctor who gave him an enema of hot sulfuric acid for the clap, or the German practitioner who removed his appendix with an old, rusty can opener and tin shears. The germ theory is a nonsense. Flushed with success and canned heat, he then began snipping and cutting out everything in sight. The human body is most inefficient machine. Filled up with unnecessitated parts, you can get by with one kidney. I have two? Yes, that is a kidney. The inside parts should not be so close and together crowded. They need Lebensraum like der Vaterland. This German cat practices something he calls technological medicine. This has got worse while I wrote the letter. Now I can hardly move. Kiki is here. If I am not better tomorrow, we'll see if I can score for a good croaker. Tangiers is known for its bad doctors. Kiki comes on more affectionate all the time, a real sweet kid. He is helping me get my clothes off. I can just barely make it around the room, my ankle hurts so. I must see a doctor tomorrow. What a bum kick to die in this awful place. You're one of the few people I would want around me if I was dying. That is a special compliment. Will write in morning again how I feel. Morning, still can't walk or just barely. Will try and get a croaker here. Send this letter via the captain. Love. Bill. P.S. What gives with Neil's spiritualism? You never mentioned it. 27. To Allen Ginsberg. Letter completed Wednesday, July 22. July 15, 1954. Thursday, Tangier. Dear Alan. Still confined to my room and sleep most of the time. I am completely unproductive. Haven't written a word. Feel deep heaviness and lassitude, like I have been 5 minutes writing these few lines. In fact, decided to go back to sleep and finish letter later. The doctor was just here. Heart okay, secondary infection in the right ankle which will have to be punctured and drained. How tiresome. Now I have to prepare a hot poultice for my ankle and the thought of it exhausts me. I will wait until tomorrow when Kiki comes and he will do it. Friday morning, July 16. The doctor came today and tapped my ankle, drawing out a jigger glass full of pus. This is a secondary infection which will necessitate a course of penicillin. The rheumatism is seemingly cured. I can consider myself very lucky in that I left an acute attack of rheumatic fever for a week without treatment and suffered no damage to the heart. Many people are invalided for life by such an attack, which leads me to observe that I do generally have good luck in matters of basic importance. Just sent Kiki to the embassy, and he brought back a long letter from you which has roused me from this lethargy. I think your suggestion of writing after receiving a letter is a good one and will tend to avoid confusion, and to come closer to the ideal of letter writing, which is to communicate with someone not there. I will follow this practice in the future. With your letter I receive a note, regular mail. She used to write airmail. Now I'm not worth an airmail stamp. There should be a special abject class of mail that costs almost nothing, but is subject to get there a year late if it gets there, to be opened and read and commented on by anyone who handles it. In short, to every delay and indignity, from that idiotic agent who is supposed to be handling junkie in England. She says, we have now received letter, making clear that you have signed contract with Ace Books that they shall have the sole right to dispose of foreign rights. I quote from the answer I am writing her. You will recall I offered to send you a copy of my contract with Ace Books. Had you accepted this offer and read the contract, the present misunderstanding would have been avoided. It seems to me, Alan, that the so-called practical people, agents, publishers, lawyers and so forth are being overtaken by a form of psychotic stupidity. Obviously the first step would have been to ascertain whether the rights were already reserved through examining the contract with Ace Books and communicating with Ace Books. But this woman, when I offered to send her a copy of the contract, said it was not necessary since everything is now quite clear. On the basis of what facts this condition of lucidity had been predicated I was unable to surmise. I decided it was one of those mysteries of the business world that we dreamers cannot hope to grasp. And Phyllis Jackson losing Jack's manuscript. 28 What is wrong with these people? If I ever launch a commercial enterprise I shall stipulate only those without business experience need apply for work. I would not care to struggle with a staff of idiots. Now your letter, I'm going to experiment. I just lit up, and we'll say it like it comes pops. Just took 3 drags of the righteous gauge, man, 23 ski to the joint is jumping. Your aphorisms about love are, that is, I concur wholeheartedly. Observation has convinced me that salvation lies not in receiving love but in giving it. A persistent and disastrously mistaken goal is expressed in the formula, I will be saved if someone loves me. In short, I agree with what you say. However, I am puzzled to know how much of this is to be regarded as general observation on the phenomena. Oh God! Am I going to start referring to love as the phenomena? Sounds like some great man's arch and rather nauseous private letters. 29, 30. Tibetan Buddhism is extremely interesting. Dig it if you have not done so. I had some mystic experiences and convictions when I was practicing yoga. That was 15 years ago. Before I knew you. My final decision was that yoga is no solution for a Westerner and I disapprove of all practice of Neo-Buddhism. Spell it different every time and maybe it will spell itself right. I went to a progressive school where we never learned to spell. Yoga should be practiced, yes, but not as final, a solution, but rather as we study history and comparative cultures. The metaphysics of jiu-jitsu is interesting, and derives from Zen. If there is jiu-jitsu club in Frisco, join. 31 It is worthwhile and one of the best forms of exercise, because it is predicated on relaxation rather than straining. I am anxious to read all the material on Casey, and will do so. But that must wait. My ankle is still swollen. The doctor says some restriction of movement may persist, may in fact be permanent. The thing was unfortunately neglected. However, the fever and infection are seemingly cured. Thanks for your offer of medicines. Tangier seems pretty well supplied with the latest products. Unlike greaseware, according to Kells, there is difficulty procuring the most common drugs. It occurs to me diagnosing could be done very well by a thinking machine. You feed in the symptoms and out come all possible conditions that could produce that syndrome. For example, Dr. Perron never thought of rheumatic fever because the rheumatic symptoms were hardly perceptible. Thinking back now, I recall joint pain at that time. I have written to Kerouac asking for those addresses in Paris. If I get them I will likely go from here to Paris, boat to Marseille skipping Spain, in next 2 weeks. For intellectual stimulation Tangiers is nowhere. There are a few writers here, mostly friends of Bowles, who seemingly want nothing to do with me. It has occurred to me that Bowles perhaps wishes to avoid contact with me because of my narcotic associations, fearing possible hassles with customs inspection and authorities in general if he is known to be on familiar terms with me, guilt by association. 32 I don't know. But Tangiers is a small place and he has quite pointedly avoided me. He and Brian Geisen, a painter, and an assortment of other painters and writers. In short, the intelligentsia of Tangiers has put me in Coventry. Letter incomplete. To Jack Kerouac. August 18, 1954 Tangier. Dear Jack. Thanks for your letter providing me with Paris addresses. I wrote a note to Bob Burford identifying myself, and asking would he be in Paris, since I wanted to see him. 33 No answer. Perhaps he is no longer at that address. I have generally received a cool reception in Europe and Tangiers. The one time I met Paul Bowles he evinced no cordiality. Since then he has made no effort to follow up the acquaintance. Under the circumstances it is his place to make advances once he knows that I am here and who I am. He invites the dreariest queens in Tangiers to tea, but has never invited me, which, seeing how small the town is, amounts to a deliberate affront. Perhaps he has some idea that trouble might result from knowing anyone associated with narcotics. Since Tennessee Williams and Truman, Capote etc. are friends of Bowles I, of course, don't meet them when they come here. So far as I am concerned, ready to go home. But every line I have contacted so far is booked solid until October. Have several travel agencies working on the deal, but it doesn't look good. I wanted to travel with you to Frisco, joining Alan and Neil to work on our rail roads or something to save money so I can make expedition to SA jungles. Well, I will make it as soon as I can. Kiki has confiscated all my clothes and intends to cure me of the habit. I also have various new, substitute preparations prescribed me by a good, German Jewish, refugee doctor. So I have hopes of success with Kiki here to care for me, and to provide the appropriate amenities when I start coming off in my pants. I have no pants, spontaneous orgasms being one of the few agreeable features of the withdrawal syndrome. And not limited to single orgasm, one can continue, with adolescent ardor, through 3 or 4 climaxes. Usually you are too weak to go out and find a love object, as the analysts call them. When you are coming off the junk, I mean, you don't feel up to looking around for sex. Sounds so passionless, like, I found a pretty hot object last night. I find myself getting jealous of Kiki. He is besieged by importunate queens. In fact, I am downright involved, up to my neck in Maya. 34 He is a sweet kid, and it is so pleasant to loll about in the afternoon, smoking tea, sleeping and having sex with no hurry, running leisurely hands over his lean, hard body, and finally we doze off, all wrapped around each other, into the delicious sleep of a hot afternoon in a cool, darkened room, a sleep that is different from any other sleep, a twilight in which I savor, with a voluptuous floating sensation, the state of sleep, feeling the nearness of Kiki's young body, the sweet, imperceptible, drawing together in sleep, leg inching over leg, arm encompassing body, hips hitching closer, stiffening organs reaching out to touch warm flesh. Jack, I would think twice before giving up sex. 35 It's a basic kick, and when it's good as it can be, it's good. Sounds like literary marriage of Gertrude Stein and Hemingway. It just occurred to me, Paul Bowles is not a prissy queen. I mean, he is not the type to be upset by the idea of dope. It may well be that he is himself engaged in some kind of illegal currency operations, like many solid citizens of Tangiers, and does not want anybody tracking heat into his trap. Especially not the least suspicion of junk trafficking. You can readily see why a currency dealer, in slightly illegal currency transactions and transport, would shun like poison anyone to whose garments clings the leper stain of narcotics. He is, allowing that my hypothesis is correct, of course, imputing to me the condition of a trafficker which, at the present time, I quite sincerely want no part of. I do not have time or inclination for such activities, charged with a risk I am no longer willing to incur because it threatens to interfere with pursuits such as writing and exploration, that really interest me. In fact, so far as any criminal activities are concerned, unless we are all forced underground, I am no longer interested. I can't help but feeling that you are going too far with your absolute chastity. Besides, masturbation is not chastity, it is just a way of sidestepping the issue without even approaching the solution. Remember, Jack, I studied and practiced Buddhism, in my usual sloppy way to be sure. The conclusion I arrived at, and I make no claims to speak from a state of enlightenment, but merely to have attempted the journey, as always with inadequate equipment and knowledge, like one of my South American expeditions, falling into every possible accident and error, losing my gear and my way, shivering in cosmic winds on a bare mountain slope above lifeline, chilled to the blood-making marrow with final despair of aloneness. What am I doing here, a broken eccentric? A Bowery evangelist, reading books on theosophy in the public library, an old tin trunk full of notes in my cold water East Side flat, imagining myself a secret world controller in telepathic contact with Tibetan adepts. Could I ever see the merciless, cold facts on some winter night, sitting in the operation room white glare of a cafeteria, no smoking please, see the facts and myself, an old man with the wasted years behind, and what ahead having seen the facts. A trunk full of notes to dump in a Henry Street lot? So my conclusion was that Buddhism is only for the West to study as history, that is, it is a subject for understanding, and yoga can profitably be practiced to that end. But it is not, for the West, an answer, not a solution. We must learn by acting, experiencing, and living, that is, above all, by love and by suffering. A man who uses Buddhism or any other instrument to remove love from his being in order to avoid suffering, has committed, in my mind, a sacrilege comparable to castration. You were given the power to love in order to use it, no matter what pain it may cause you. Buddhism frequently amounts to a form of psychic junk. I may add that I have seen nothing from those California Vedantists but a lot of horse shit, and I denounce them without cavil, as a pack of pathetic frauds. 36 Convinced of their own line to be sure, thereby adding self-deception to their other failings. In short, a sorry bunch of psychic retreaters from the dubious human journey. Because if there is one thing I feel sure of, it is this, that human life has direction. Even if we accept some Spenglerian cycle routine, the cycle never comes back to exactly the same place, nor does it ever exactly repeat itself. 37. Well, about enough of that. I am about to become a long-winded German with some philosophy about the direction of life rising from the potentials inherent in the cellular structure of the human time-space traveler. When the potentials of any species are exhausted, the species becomes static, like all animals, reptiles and other so-called lower forms of life. What distinguished man from all other species is that he cannot become static. Muss streben oder untergehen, quotation is from myself in character of German philosopher, he must continue to develop or perish. This is going to run to 5 tremendous volumes. What I mean is the California Buddhists are trying to sit on the sidelines and there are no sidelines. Whether you like it or not, you are committed to the human endeavor. I cannot ally myself with such a purely negative goal as avoidance of suffering. Suffering is a chance you have to take by the fact of being alive. I repeat, Buddhism is not for the West. We must evolve our own solutions. If you don't enjoy sex, try an analyst. Some of them are good. I'd like to have a go with the Reiki and myself. You might find yourself caught up in some tremendous D.H. Lawrence affair with a woman, orgasms together and all that. Well, enough of abstract subjects. I am having serious difficulties with my novel. I tell you the novel form is completely inadequate to express what I have to say. I don't know if I can find a form. I am very gloomy as to prospects of publication. And I'm not like you, Jack. I need an audience. Of course, a small audience. But still I need publication for development. A writer can be ruined by too much or too little success. Looking at your letter again, I am dubious of finding any of these people since Burford does not reply, he may yet. Like I say, whole European trip has been unsuccessful. I have met no one anywhere. I feel myself out of place and unwanted wherever I go. So I am dubious of Paris. It is very expensive. If I didn't make contact with anybody, and this trip has been filled with such fantastic twists of ill luck, from the moment I stepped on that awful, dirty, Greek boat. The signs just ain't right. Like here I have nobody to talk to except Kiki. Some artist and writer colony. Oh yes, there are 2 people who think I am a character I should be in television. Kiki is slowly denuding me of my clothes. He enjoys them so much and I care so little. What sort of character is Burford and where do you know him from and how well? If he received my note and did not answer, it is in the way of being a definite slight unless he is extremely careless and bohemian. I simply said I had been given his name by my old friend Jack Kerouac, and wondered would he be in Paris at this time, even intimated I might make a side trip to see him if he was going to be there, as is indeed the truth. My Paris trip hinges on whether I will find anyone there. I also mentioned I was the author of Junkie, and had some unpublished work he might be interested to see. Well, I don't feel like running up to an expensive town just for a look-see. After all I want to have my ass operated on when I get back to NY and I can't be throwing money around. The way things look now, I don't see Paris as a good idea. All boats on North Line booked solid. It costs me $70 from here to Paris. I will likely stay here unless Burford shows an inclination to roll out the carpet, or at least an old beat rug. Are these people all dating back to your period of favor with that bastard Giroux? If so they might all regard me with a decidedly dim view. 38. As ever. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. August 26, 1954 Tangier. Dear Alan. I have made definite reservation to leave on the Italian line September 7th from Gibraltar. Paris is out. No dollar to go there. No reply from Burford. No way out by north route until mid-October. The following is transcript from earlier letter which will show a definite progression and change of attitude. Most definitive reason to stay here is Kiki. Lately I want him with me all the time. I found out last night that I love him. He comes in late last night. I had been sleeping, still drowsy, not digging exactly what he says. Suddenly I realize he is describing in ghastly detail the designs he proposes to have tattooed on the beautiful, copper-brown skin of his chest, and shoulders and arms. I run my hands over it by the hour while he purrs and sleep like a contented cat. So I had hysterics, cried and kissed and begged him not to do it. It's like you were going to put a plug in your lip, or a ring in your nose, or knock out your front teeth to put in gold teeth. Some of the Arabs do this, it's a desecration. He was finally impressed by my intensity. I gave him my last sport coat, and my other pair of pants. I have nothing left now but my combat jacket, one pair of slacks, and that odd sort of costume jewelry cheap brown coat from the chicest shop on Worth Avenue in Palm Beach, and $10 I could ill afford, to promise me never to have himself tattooed. I was shocked into an awareness that in a way I love him. Now I know I should not allow myself to be emotionally involved. He doesn't understand and looks at me in bewilderment when I embrace him with special intensity. It is exasperating. I can't really get near him. I feel all-out attempt to do so would be disastrous for me. I know I should let matters rest in status of liaison, fond of him in an offhand way, but no involvements, and no risk of hurt. But it's so dull like that. I notice the sex is much more enjoyable since I feel some variety of love for him. I am deeply distressed to hear of your difficulties with Neil, especially since they sound like the sort of thing nothing can be done about. A cul-de-sac of the soul. 39 I only wish I was on the spot to render what aid and comfort I could give you. It seems to me you deliberately demand the impossible in love. Couldn't you be happy, for example, with someone like Kiki? His brows are not bushy, just copious, but in a perfectly symmetrical, straight-line arrangement. It's an Indian characteristic, and don't know where from, but Kiki looks like a South American Indian, sweet and affectionate, but indubitably masculine. Of course he is never going to fall madly in love with you. That's obvious. Incidentally, Kiki isn't always sweet by any means. He can be sulky, and sometimes he shocks me with tirades of abuse. At such times find myself faced by a hostile stranger. Once he reduced me to tears. I have always a fear with anyone I love that they really hate me and I will suddenly be confronted with their hate. Kiki always says afterwards he was only joking. I know exactly how you feel about Neil preferring to play chess with some square rather than spend an evening with you who not only love him, but have so much to teach him, and to offer in line of straight entertainment. 40 I had exactly same experience with Marker who was chess player. I don't mean that chess is the point. The point is they don't dig anything special about you. Or is it they do dig it and don't want it? Fear and or hate it? Know anything about chess? It can be a virtual life work, and what is it to absorb all a man's thought and energy? A waste and complete escape from reality on any level. It is not creation. It is not even a real game, and if the theory of chess is ever fully understood it will cease to exist. I hope we can take an apartment together when I get there. I mean perhaps you would be better off if you moved out under present setup. I am not just speaking from self-interest here, but thinking of you. I rewrote the story about the car wreck with Jack Anderson. 41 I think it is quite good in present form, one of the most nearly perfect things I have done. I think it may be publishable, and send along two versions, one cut for magazine consumption, the other containing a profane anecdote perhaps as well omitted. The symbol of the car interior, conveying illusion of security while hurtling towards inevitable disaster, is central. I have 4 alternative phrasings which I submit for your judgment. I have worked over it so much I can't judge. I choose number 4 for magazine version. Please try and sell this story someplace, as I think it is saleable. Love. Bill. P.S. Kiki was here and hurt me so I am quivering all over. Oh, he'll come around all right because of the dollar. It hurts me to know that is the reason, at the same time glad I have that advantage. A complete shambles of feeling. I simply can't take these deals lightly. If I do, it's no more than masturbation. If I don't, I get hurt like this. One learns nothing by experience but caution, if you want to learn that. I don't, because that way you defeat yourself, removing the pleasure with the pain so the whole maneuver is pointless. I was just trying to sell you a deal like Kiki. Now I don't know. I am sick of being wise and Mahatma-ish about love, when it just looks to me like a ghastly mess with only one consistent pattern, hurt and frustration. All this talk about how it is never wasted and you'll get it all back one day. A good fairy is stashing it away someplace and it is drawing interest and will all roll in with your social security payments. I am just writing along to put off the misery I will feel when I stop writing. I know it's there waiting for me. Doesn't he think he went too far walking out? Letter incomplete. To Jack Kerouac. September 3, 1954 Tangier. Dear Jack. Arrive in New York September 16, 8 a.m., on Saturnia, Italian line. That's a rough hour, but may not be accurate. I sure would like you to meet me at the boat if you can make it. I don't have your phone number, and don't know where I will be staying in New York. If we miss a boat, I will be in San Remo at 5 p.m. on the 16th. I plan to have my ass operated on in New York, then to Florida for a short visit. After Florida to join Alan in Frisco. Yes, he wrote me about he had been thrown out of the Cassidy house. 42 Hardly surprising. You know how women are. Come on, broad-minded and understanding. I knew a woman in Chi, a German, said she was emancipated and didn't mind her husband going with other women until he did it. Then she attacked him with a carving knife, called the cops and attempted suicide. Well, I guess Carolyn has what she wants now. What every US bitch of them wants. A man all to herself with no pernicious friends hanging about. I have not the slightest interest or desire to go to California. The whole state is police-ridden. They have special laws on sex, junk, and every other manifestation of life. The only reason I am going there is to be with Alan. You read my letters. You know what the score is. If he decides to stay in Frisco, that is where I have to go. Seems I can't make it without him. I learned that during past 6 months we are separate. I hope you decide to come with me to Frisco. We could all work there for a few months and save money, then go to Mexico together. We will talk it over in New York. I am not so all-fired anxious to meet Bowles. It's just that he stands for what there isn't anything better than in places like Tanger, Capri, etc. I wanted to meet what there was here to meet. But they seem to have scented my being different and excluded me, just as all squares instinctively do. And these people, Bowles, Tennessee Williams, Capote, are just as square as the St. Louis Country Club said I was raised with, and they sensed I was different and never accepted me as one of them. Like I say, Bowles and company are just as rigidly conventional and frightened of deviance. But I am not self-sufficient. I need audience for my routines. Buddha doesn't help me a bit. I'm bored and lonely. Of course I know Bowles and company nowhere, but there is no one else here. Well, I will see you on the 16th. My best to Cal's if he is still there. Now Alan is talking about making it with a chick, and I am really upset and worried. 43 If I get out to Frisco and he is making it with a chick, I might as well turn around and start back. You know how US chicks are. They want it all. It would be the end of my relation with Alan. At this point I couldn't stand to be around him all the time with no sex. It would be too much strain on me. As ever. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. Beginning of letter missing. Early October 1954, New York. Wednesday night. Operation completed. Richie was supposed to show with supplies at noon. 44 He didn't show. I have never suffered anything to compare with the next 6 hours. Finally rolling around, biting the bed and beating on the wall, and so wrung a shot of Demerol out of the nurse. I don't know what I would have done without a shot. It was literally intolerable. Then Richie shows. So I was cheated out of the fix of a lifetime. It would have been pure relief. Instead I am half fixed with Demerol, and miss a vein, so I don't feel the fix as such, but I am fixed now. Jack was supposed to be here, but he hasn't showed. I must get out of here tomorrow no matter what. This looks like the worst infestation of the Chinamen I ever contracted. Milwaukee and all Wisconsin is legalizing junkies. They get a permit like Mexico. I hope this splendid idea spreads. If I could only buy Cody Nata's kicking would be a cinch. But here you buy H or nothing. No dollies around anymore. The feds have cracked down on the dolly riders. Georgia and Walter had some dollies to kick with, and the feds came and confiscated them. They don't want anyone to kick. I will go to Florida and the family doctor will give me a cure. Be in Frisco in 2 to 3 weeks. Couldn't hurry it much anyway, as I must live very quietly until the operation heals. It would be nowhere for you to have a semi-invalid around. Thursday night. Out of the hospital. 45 Jack didn't show or call, so I can only contact him now by mail. Sometimes he seems to lack ordinary ego-orienting sense. It wouldn't occur to him to call the hospital. I had a phone in my room. I am still shaky and bleeding, but the operation a complete success. Doc says reason for failure of previous operation was it did not remove those growths which are cause of narrow rectum. From here on I will be equipped with a functioning ass. I got the nurses pretty well trained before I left, and they brought me Demerol without argument, having seen my horrible and completely genuine exhibition of bed biting. Why do you say my stringent requirements of love are exasperating and idiotic? I still read your letter over from time to time. 46 Went to bed knowing somehow I would have a dream. Woke up about 3 o'clock and took a small shot. Woke up now at 7. Tremendous dream. I will write it down here. I have returned to North Africa several years ago. Meet a fatuous fairy who pounces on every word with obscene double entendre. Beneath this camp, I can feel incredible evil. He clings to me, moves into a house with me. I feel sick, like some loathsome insect was clinging to my body. In the street we meet 2 lesbians who say, "Hello boys," recognizing fairy lesbian status. A horrible, dead, ritual greeting from which I turn in retching disgust. This perfect for ballet, the fairy gives me my mail he picked up at the embassy. Every letter has been opened, and they are all jumbled together, typewritten pages, so I can't tell whose letter it is. I keep shuffling the pages looking for the end of the letter and a signature. I never find it. I walk out along a dry, white road. There is danger here. A dry, brown, vibrating in the air, like insect wings rubbing together. I pass a village of people sleeping, living under mounds, about 2 feet high, of black cloth stitched on wire frames. I am back in the town. The vibrating is everywhere now, horrible, dry, lifeless. Not a sound exactly, a frequency, A wavelength. The vibrating comes from a tower-like structure. A holy man is causing it. He has a black face. He demands more money from the townspeople. His opponents are two Arabs, the only people I have seen who look alive. One is a vigorous man in his 40s, the other a boy. I am immediately attracted to the boy. I approach them and ask, "How much will you give me to kill the holy man?" We haggle about price, but both know money is not the point. I am bragging foolishly to the boy of my marksmanship, and I don't mind using a knife either. He looks at me and laughs, understanding everything. They give me a note to a gun store where I will be issued a rifle. I start into the town. A friend comes with me. He says the holy man is right, we must accept him. I am about to tell him about the gun, but say instead, "I won't tell you any of my plans." He says, "No, don't tell me." I would tell him. "You little fool. He knows about your silly plan." He shouts this with great passion, seizing my arm. "Can't I make you understand? It's hopeless." That, I am about to say the gun plan and check myself, is only camp. My real plan he doesn't know because I don't know it yet. It's life. He can't predict life, only death. He can predict it. You're wrong. Wrong. I don't want to see you again for all eternity. I run into the town and hide from the friend in a florist shop under a case of flowers. He comes and stands there like at my coffin, wringing his hands and crying and begging me to give up the idea. I am crying too, the tears falling into dry, yellow dust. But I won't give up. Will attempt to enlarge on this dream. May provide framework for novel. The friend, so far as I can recall, was Rex Weissenberger, whom I haven't seen in years, a converted Catholic. 47 He owes me $10 which I could use. Well, it indicates, I was thinking yesterday I could use that $10 I sent you. The friend is you too. Funny, I thought it wasn't you at all, but Rex, and the first thing I think of is the $10. In the dream the friend looked like Rex who disappeared 10 years ago. I have heard he is living in Japan, having left his money to Mrs. Kelly, John Kelly's mother who has plenty money of her own. Well, wanted to mail this. Love. Bill. Write me, 202 Sanford Avenue, Palm Beach, Florida. To Allen Ginsberg. October 13, 1954. Cobblestone Gardens. Laura Lee Burroughs. Mortimer Burroughs. 233 Phipps Plaza. Palm Beach, Florida. Dear Alan. Setup looks worse all the time. Doubtful if I can raise return fare to Denver. They keep asking me why the hell I came back to US in the first place. Marker in Miami looking for a job. I am going down there today to see him. Guess I better start looking too. Understand I forgive you the letter, but for the record I still think there was a lot to forgive. Especially wish you had changed your mind about sharing pad etc. before I left Denver. In that case I would still be there and not faced by present beat situation. Well, maybe you have some suggestions as to what I should do now. Only thing I can think of is to go in the business with Richie or start boosting. It isn't just I don't want to work. There aren't any jobs I can get. Well, I will look anyway. Maybe I can blackmail them into sending me back to Denver. They don't want me sitting around Palm Beach, that's for sure, and the hotel, they insist no room in the house, my bed having been removed to make way for a television set, is $5 per day. Well, there. But not to mince words, I did come back to US to see you. Just wanted to be sure you knew that, and to put you in cognizance of my generally altered situation, like I can't be shifting around anymore. Don't mean to come on sour, but this is a beat setup. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. Palm Beach. November 12, 1954. 202 Sanford Avenue. Friday. Dear Alan. Thanks for letter. I am still suffering from PG weekend with Bet Jones. 48 Never knew anything to hang on like this. Never again will I kick on the street. Scheduled to sail Saturday, November 20. Sorry I can't meet you in NY another month here would unseat my reason. Been reading everything I can find on the Amazon. I am convinced the lost Inca city is a fact. Independent accounts place it in same approximate area, where Fawcett disappeared, and still most dangerous spot in the Amazon basin. 49 hostile Indians, etc. Seemingly it was inhabited by light-skinned Inca descendants in 1900, is probably empty now, but loaded with gold. As soon as I can save the dollar I am going to have a look. Sure, I am agreeable to make any changes in Miss, however I am exceedingly uncreative just now on account of my junk trouble. What a relief it will be to get back to Tangiers. If you shift to NY I will be seeing you soon, either in NY or Europe. Everything you tell me about Frisco sounds like U.S. Inferno. Have you dug Brubeck etc., new telepathic jazz? I didn't realize till this past month how awful America is. God, what a fate to live here. NY, of course, is not America. I heard from Alan Anson. He was caught by a servant in flagrante and thrown out of his apartment. Italy still sounds like a bad deal to me. Address is care of American Express, Venice, Italy. Will be curious to hear what Rex Roth says. 50. Sat. Still sick. If I was anywhere else could taper off with codeine or Demerol. But I have already burned the town down on PG. If you run into anybody wants to look for the lost city and all that Inca gold, and can put up a few $1,000, let me know. Love. Bill. To Jack Kerouac. December 7, 1954. Tanger. Dear Jack. Just a line to tell you I am back in the promised land flowing with junk and boys. The trip was rough, but by sheer willpower I managed to sleep straight through to Gibraltar, waking up only to eat occasionally. Been spending 15 to 20 hours a day in bed with Kiki catching up on my back screwing. He is really a treasure, my dear. So sweet and affectionate but at the same time indubitably male. The town is wide open as always and no holes barred. Ha ha. I am back with the Dutchman. He runs a nice clean whorehouse. If I had someone to go in with me I would rent a house in the native quarter. A big, 3-bedroom, bath, kitchen and living room goes for $20 per month, smaller houses for $10. It would be ideal if you and Al would come here and we all take a house together, pay about $7 per month each, and cooking and we could live for just about. I am going to have a look. Sure, I am agreeable to make any changes and miss however I am exceedingly uncreative just now on account of my junk trouble. What a relief it will be to get back to Tangiers. If you shift to NY I will be seeing you soon, either in NY or Europe. Everything you tell me about Frisco sounds like U.S. Inferno. Have you dug Brubeck etc., new telepathic jazz? I didn't realize till this past month how awful America is. God, what a fate to live here. NY, of course, is not America. I heard from Alan Anson. He was caught by a servant in flagrante and thrown out of his apartment. Italy still sounds like a bad deal to me. Address is care of American Express, Venice, Italy. Will be curious to hear what Rex Roth says. 50. Sat. Still sick. If I was anywhere else could taper off with codeine or Demerol. But I have already burned the town down on PG. If you run into anybody wants to look for the lost city and all that Inca gold, and can put up a few $1,000, let me know. Love. Bill. To Jack Kerouac. December 7, 1954. Tanger. Dear Jack. Just a line to tell you I am back in the promised land flowing with junk and boys. The trip was rough, but by sheer willpower I managed to sleep straight through to Gibraltar, waking up only to eat occasionally. Been spending 15 to 20 hours a day in bed with Kiki catching up on my back screwing. He is really a treasure, my dear. So sweet and affectionate but at the same time indubitably male. The town is wide open as always and no holes barred. Ha ha. I am back with the Dutchman. He runs a nice clean whorehouse. If I had someone to go in with me I would rent a house in the native quarter. A big, 3-bedroom, bath, kitchen and living room goes for $20 per month, smaller houses for $10. It would be ideal if you and Al would come here and we all take a house together, pay about $7 per month each, and cooking and we could live for just about. I sat down seriously to write a bestseller book of the month club job on Tanger. So here is what comes out first sentence. The only native in Interzone who is neither queer nor available is Andrew Keefe's chauffeur, which is not an affectation on Keefe's part but a useful pretext to break off relations with anyone he doesn't want to see. You made it past an arachnid last night? I can't have you to the house again. People are always blacking out in the zone whether they drink or not. No one knows for sure what he did last night. Arachnid is the worst driver in the zone. On one occasion he ran down a pregnant woman in from the mountains with a load of charcoal on her back, and she miscarried to bloody, dead baby on the street, and Keefe got out and sat on the curb stirring the blood with a stick while the police questioned Arachnid and finally arrested the woman. 51. I can just see that serialized in Cosmopolitan or Good Housekeeping. I mean it's hopeless, Jack. I can't write in a popular vein. Well, I wish you would save some money and come here. Any news on the road? Any news with the junkie set? Write soon. Love. Bill. P.S. Andrew Keefe is Paul Bowles, of course. To Allen Ginsberg. December 13, 1954. Tangiers. Dear Alan. I always have so much I want to say to you, That a letter is major operation. Never get it all said, either. I wish you could make it here. I am downright incapacitated without a typewriter, but have written first chapter of a novel in which I will incorporate all my routines and scattered notes. Scene is Tangiers, which I call Inner Zone. Did I write you anything about novel in progress? Starts with a deal to import and sell a load of KY made of genuine whale dreck in the South Atlantic, currently quarantined by the Board of Health in Tierra del Fuego. Whale dreck is what remains after they get finished cooking down a whale. A rotten, stinking, fishy mess you can smell for miles. No use has been found for it. As you gather, in my most extreme line, I am going to attempt a complete work. I am afraid it will be unpublishable as Costumbre. 52. Did I tell you about my merchant marine papers? The application came back from Washington with a notation in Civil Service Code, whereupon they gave me a form to fill out. Are you or have you ever been addicted to, etc. They were very nice about it all, patting me on the shoulder. The application has to go back to Washington again. It looks hopeless. The drugstore here is packing me in. They have sold me 10 boxes to kick on, and Kiki is doling them out according to a schedule. This is a lucky break. I was compulsively taking larger doses at shorter intervals, and experiencing paranoid kicks. For example, a group of Arabs walk by and I distinctly hear them say, "William Burroughs," and it seems everyone I pass in cafes is looking at me, laughing and commenting. At the same time I experience these hallucinations, I know they are paranoid reactions caused by the drug, so I am not alarmed, that is, I know they are not real. A curious state, simultaneous insight and hallucination. If there is any possibility of publishing Naked Lunch, I have some notes on cocaine that belong in it, but in the junk section. 53 I don't know as it's a good idea to drop junk. You will recall I put some of the material from Queer back into junk. Well, use your judgment. I am up to my neck in this new work right now, plus kicking habit. Besides, I don't have a complete ms. In fact, I have hardly any of Queer. I still think Roosevelt's skit is funny. Sounds to me like Rexroth just doesn't dig what a routine is. You don't study Zen and then write a scholarly routine, for Christ's sakes. Routines are completely spontaneous and proceed from whatever fragmentary knowledge you have. In fact, a routine is by nature fragmentary, inaccurate. There is no such thing as an exhaustive routine, nor does the scholarly type mind run to routines. Well, I must close now. Must get to work on my new novel. This writing in longhand is extremely exhausting. Please write. Love. Bill. P.S. When I was home I fell into a disgusting state of stagnation, ate and slept to excess. A horrible thing was happening to me. I was getting fat. An inch of nasty, soft flesh, marring my flat stomach I have always been so proud of. And I felt terrible. No energy, no life. It would literally kill me to live in US, except maybe in Frisco or NY I could make it. Now I feel alert and charged with energy, and my gut is once again hard and flat. It's like I can't breathe in the US, especially in suburban communities. Palm Beach is a real horror. No slums, no dirt, no poverty. God, what a fate to live there. No wonder men die young in US and women outlive them and batten on their insurance. The US simply does not provide sustenance for a man. He gets fat, and his vitality drains away, and he dies from spiritual malnutrition. It is significant that in other cultures, like Islam, for example, men live as long or longer than women, while in US statistics show women outlive men by a wide margin. So I am counting my blessings in Tangiers. Awful thought occurs to me. Suppose I am like preserved in junk and will get fat if and when I get off it? What a dilemma. I would probably sacrifice everything to my narcissism and preserve my flat stomach at any cost. Glimpsed a new dimension of sex, sex mixed with routines and laughter, the unmalicious, unstrained, pure laughter that accompanies a good routine, laughter that gives a moment's freedom from the cautious, nagging, aging, frightened, flesh. How angelic such an affair could be. Note that sex and laughter are considered incompatible. You are supposed to take sex seriously. Imagine a Reikian's reaction to my laughing sex kick. But it is the nature of laughter to recognize no bounds. I am strangled with routines, drowning in routines and nobody to receive. I was about to throw myself at Paul Bull's feet, last chance Bulls so to speak, when he took off for Ceylon with all his entourage, his dungaree-wearing Lizzie wife, 54, and his talented boyfriend, Ahmed Yakubi the painter. 55, the young man I protected with counter-magic against a vile attempt by a rival. Both young, good-looking in a greasy sort of way, well-up-proportioned, willing to oblige either sex, with a facility for melting old, rich bitches, well, like I say, rivals right down the line. You dig? So here I am way off the subject doing a mambo with Miss Green, and is she ever in the slot tonight? And in this number the rejection dance, the anti-sex that mambo basically is, finds graphic representation. The man turns towards the woman with a hard-on that subsides as he digs her. The sex organs are artificial, huge papier-mâché constructions. As the dance progresses they become more and more realistic until we get to the real thing. The woman does a mocking dance showing her cunt and her ass in rapid, whirling succession as if to say it's all one to you, the eternal pederast. He polishes his nails on his erection in parody of sulky, male indifference, etc. Infinite possibilities. A tremendous ballet of rejection, desecration and repression of life. If successful would be unbearably depressing, unless I can produce a rebuttal. Well, I will think on it. Whole idea just came to me this second. Like I was saying, the rival makes an attempt by means of witchcraft on Yakubi's talent, and I am moved to intervene with counter magic, and the attempt is turned back on the attempter. Funny thing is, Yakubi is seriously convinced that my intervention was efficacious, because the following day there is an article in local press describing the rival's work as a poor imitation of Yakubi. Well, Bowles has gone with all his retinue. I do wish I had somebody to talk to. To Allen Ginsberg. December 30, 1954. Tangier. Dear Alan. Enclose first chapter of current novel. Reading it over I get an impression of something very sinister just under the surface, but I don't know what it is. Just a feeling. The second chapter covers some material I wrote before, some of which you must have seen. From there on I have no plans. Will let the book write itself. I will work over the essay letters, and let you know about alterations. Suspending work on novel to give all my time to the letters. The magazine sounds great. 56 I only hope nothing fucks it up. You can count on me to help out any way possible. Love. Bill. P.S. What's this about Rexroth saying Auden says Jack is a genius but ruined by his friends? Jack wrote me that. Also Auden say I am a genius too. Jack sounds paranoid. The cops caught up with him and served non-support warrant. 57 He says he has imitators in Frisco owing to your lack of discretion. What's this about you have a boy in Frisco? 58. 1955. To Allen Ginsberg. January 6, 1955, Tangiers. Start any place you want. Start in the middle and read your way out. In short, start anywhere. Dear Alan. Enclose some random notes plus what I have done on the essay letters. I have written a new introduction to Yahoo Quest which I think is much better and prepares for following action. Reading over a bit I wrote on Miami stopover, I think it is good and should be included. I enclose same. It comes immediately after the new introduction. If you don't like it, however, omit. I have just conceived, at this second, the way to achieve my work, solving the contradictions raised by dissipation of energy in fragmentary, unconnected projects. I will simply transcribe Lee's impressions. The fragmentary quality of my work is inherent in the method and will resolve itself so far as necessary. Tanger novel will be Lee's impressions of Tanger, discarding novelist pretext of dealing directly with his characters and situations. I include the author in the novel. I feel guilty even writing this letter when I should be up to my balls in the work. But nothing is lost. A horrible vision of suffocating under the accumulated shit and piss and nail clippings and eyelashes and snot excreted by my soul and body, backing up like atomic waste. Go get lost for Christ's sakes. I already made a novel ode to letters. I can always tuck one in somewheres, bung up a hole with it, you know. A strange, ill-omened incident. The other night I was standing in a bar. A man touched my arm. I made him immediately, and as it seems correctly, for law. He asked if I was Max Gustav. I said no, naturally. Then he showed a picture and a passport to the bartender. He said the picture looked like me and that was why he asked. I could not see any resemblance. Today I read they have found Max Gustav dead, apparently from overdose of Veronal, in a ditch somewhere. Like I say, it's a bad sign, especially since I don't look anything like the late Max. I am working through the letters making small alterations here and there. Mostly cross-outs of material that seems dull or nothing to the purpose. I may try to work in my dream of the iron racks, and the ex-pug, you remember ?1 also penal colony dream could be included. I will send along alterations when I get them all finished. Love. Bill. P.S. If you can see your way clear, would greatly appreciate a little money. I am really hung up this month what with moving into another flat, and various other expenses. 2. 8-hour stopover in Miami. I stood in the door of Walgreens feeling the air-conditioned chill hit my wet shirt back as the door opened and closed. I did not see the thief, the junkie, the queer, the dying man. No face stood out sharp and distinct in the flashbulb of urgency. These faces were out of focus, a suntanned anonymous blur, moving to random doom and meets of juxtaposition without contact. A man stopped on the corner. With a little gold knife he was nicking a cigar. Thick, shiny, black hairs crisscrossed a huge diamond on his finger. The man was tall and fat, his eyes a very pale, dead gray. Miami is an inorganic chambre de passé. A masseur with sun-bleached blue eyes, sad, hopeless testicles drooping to his knees, rolls the fat man into cabinet baths and oil rubs and high colonies. Now he pops out of a speed-up suntan toaster ready for the main event. A sponge rubber, vibrating mannequin is wheeled in on an operating table. Wired for sound, she is singing soft and husky, choking with sex. The fat man shifts his cigar. His pale eyes sweat. "Sweet kid," he says. Aided by the masseur, he rolls onto the girl with a fluid plop. "Okay George. Throw the switch. You decide about this, Al. It doesn't contribute to Yahweh Quest. I mean it's completely incidental, and I don't know if it justifies its existence. Please decide. Remember it is very difficult for me or anyone to judge his own work exactly. Inserting this also breaks continuity of journey from Mexico to SA and back to Mexico." To Allen Ginsberg. January 9, 1955. 10 years. Dear Alan. Really, it is exasperating to sit helpless like in a nightmare while these life-hating character armadillos jeopardize the very ground under our feet and the air we breathe. 30 more explosions and we've had it, and nobody shows any indication of curtailing their precious experiments. 3. Love. Bill. P.S. It must be held to live subject to continual annoyances from presumptuous cops. I can't understand how the cops got all out of hand in America. Since I feel so strongly that the law has no ethical right to interfere with me or anyone, such annoyances evoke in me intense reactions of hostility, so that my peace of mind is fucked up. In California I could get 6 months for scars on my arm. One of my reasons for preferring to live outside the U.S. is so I won't be wasting time reacting against cops and the interfering society they represent. I do not object to cops in their legit function of maintaining order like here in Tanger. Living here you feel no weight of disapproving others, no they, no society, consequently no resentment. To Allen Ginsberg. January 12, 1955. Tanger. Dear Alan. I need you so much your absence causes me, at times, acute pain. I don't mean sexually. I mean in connection with my writing. I think I am at the point of jumping in the lake instead of skirting the edges, and feel a great need for your help at this critical juncture. In fact I think we might even be able to collaborate on this novel. Here is from the blurb jacket of the novel. Getting a bit previous, I admit. The theme just came to me in the form of this blurb. Suppose you knew the power to start an atomic war lay in the hands of a few scientists who were bent on destroying the world? That is the terrifying question posed by this searching novel. The book grabs you by the throat. Says L. Marland, distinguished critic. It leaps in bed with you, and performs unmentionable acts. Then, it thrusts a long cold needle deep into your spine and gives you an injection of ice water. That is the only way I know to express the feeling of fear that reaches out of these pages. Behind the humor, the routines, the parody, some of it a bit heavy-handed to be sure, you glimpse a dead-end despair, a bleak landscape of rubble under the spreading black cloud of a final bomb. The desperate struggle of a handful of men, strangers with no status, no place, no power under the present system, with the forces and emissaries of destruction has the immediacy of a barroom fight, the kick to the groin, the broken beer bottle thrust at the eye. This book is a must for anyone who would understand the sick soul, sick unto death, of the atomic age. So that's the novel of which I sent you the first chapter. I can work in all my routines, all the material I have written so far on Tanger that is scattered through 100 letters to you. When I don't have inspiration for the novel, I busy myself with hack work. I am writing an article on Tanger, perhaps New Yorker, letter from Tanger. 4 will send along in a few days. You should be able to sell it. After that we'll write an article on Yahweh, possibly a short book with photos. I have some very fine pictures of me and the Yahweh vine taken by Doc Schultz. He sent me these photos when I was in Florida with no accompanying note. I wrote a thank you letter, sent a specimen of the plant used to potentiate Yahweh that I collected in Peru. Hitherto, the other ingredients were not known, so it is a matter of some importance, for the collection at the Harvard Botanical Museum, and a Christmas card. No word. I guess he read my book, and it was more than his conservative Boston soul could stand. Too bad. He was a great help to me, and a very nice person. It always hurts to lose a friend. Why must people be so silly? I wonder what specific facet of my character alienated him? A queer? A common thief? A dope peddler? In future expeditions and the dealings with squares involved, I shall prepare complete camouflage. Too bad I don't have some kind of degree in anthropology or something. You should have all the Yahoo corrections now, except the final version and end to the Yahoo city and bar section. Please keep me posted constantly. Sometimes I wish I had come to Frisco. Love. Bill. P.S. Really a drag not to have anybody here I can talk to about writing or anything else of fundamental interest to me. To Allen Ginsberg. No idea what the date is. January 21st, 1955 Tangiers 5. Dear Alan. Why don't you write to me? The typewriter is fucked again, and so far to carry it to be fixed, it is heavy desk model. I am suffering from a profound depression, the worst of my life. I have a complete conviction that I can't write anymore, that my talent, such as it is, has given out, and sit for hours looking at a blank page, and there is no one I can talk to. I shouldn't be here hung up on Yucatán. Of course take more on account of depression, I should have gone to Frisco. If you could have borne with me a little longer. I don't know what is wrong with me, but it is bad. Every idea I get on my novel seems ridiculous, like this atomic deal. And everything I write disgusts me. Some fucking German came here and committed suicide, so now it's RX for everything, even goofballs, such a bore. The druggist goes out and gets my script while I wait. There was a Danish boy around town a few weeks ago. He was here last year and ran out of money, and I helped him out, but this time I figure it's too much. And such a dreary déjà vu, exactly the same setup. So I tell him go get yourself repatriated. So the Danish consul sends him home on a Danish ship which sank with all hands in the North Sea. Don't know why I mention it. It's very uninteresting. He gave me an alarm clock just before he went away, which keeps very poor, not even appropriate, time. 6 The other mooch preyed on me last year, the Portuguese, is rumored to be dead too, of unknown causes in Madrid. 7 I really feel awful. A feeling of complete desolation. This typewriter is impossible. Love. Bill. P.S. I did not receive copy of Yahoo City section. Have had no word from you in the past 3 weeks or so. Just looking over what I wrote last night. It is terrible. I wrote an article on Tangiers but it depresses me to see it even. It is so flatly an article like anybody could have written. I will send it along, however, when I get around to making a few corrections. Maybe you can sell it someplace. I don't know. I have my own house now. Can't get up energy to clean it, and live here in slowly accumulating dirt and disorder. Maybe I will feel a little better when I get my shotgun and kill something. It has taken me all this while to get a permit. To Allen Ginsberg. February 7th, 195.5. Tangiers. Dear Alan. Here is my latest attempt to write something saleable. All day I had been finding pretexts to avoid work, reading magazines, making fudge, cleaning my shotgun, washing the dishes, going to bed with Kiki, tying the garbage up in neat parcels and putting it out for the collector. If you put it out in a waste basket or any container, they will steal the container every time. I was going to chain a bucket to my doorstep but it's like too much trouble. So I put it out in packages, buying food for dinner, picking up a junk script. So finally I say, now you must work, and smoke some tea and sit down and out it comes all in one piece like a glob of spit. 8. The incredibly obscene, thinly disguised references and situations that slip by in grade B movies, the double entendres, perversion, sadism of popular songs, poltergeist knockings and mutterings of America's putrefying unconscious, boils that swell until they burst with a fart noise as if the body had put out an auxiliary asshole with a stupid, belligerent Bronx cheer. Did I ever tell you about the man who taught his asshole to talk? His whole abdomen would move up and down, you dig, farting out the words. It was unlike anything I ever heard, being a decent girl and don't you forget it, mister. Some people think just because they take a girl to dinner at Dysentery Dave's Oxball House, they can go and get physical. This is Jaundice Johnny's second run v. Viscera, room, my dear. I am cutting a long portion on second run reject liver that doesn't pass the inspector because of live worms etc. A whole section on parasitic worms. This ass talk had a sort of gut frequency. It hit you right down there like you gotta go. You know when the old colon gives you the elbow and it feels sorta cold inside, and you know all you have to do is turn loose? Well, this talking hit you right down there, a bubbly, thick, stagnate sound, a sound you could smell. This man worked for a carnival, you dig, and to start with it was like a novelty ventriloquist act. Real funny, too, at first. He had a number he called the better roll that was a scream, I tell you. I forget most of it, but it was clever. Like, "Oh, I say, are you still down there, old thing?" Nah. I had to go relieve myself. After a while the ass started talking on its own. He would go in without anything prepared and his ass would ad-lib and toss the gags back at him every time. Then it developed sort of teeth like little, raspy, incurving hooks and started eating. He thought this was cute at first and built an act around it, but the asshole would eat its way through his pants and start talking on the street, shouting out it wanted equal rights. It would get drunk, too, and have crying jags. Nobody loved it and it wanted to be kissed same as any other mouth. Finally it talked all the time, day and night. You could hear him for blocks screaming at it to shut up, and beating it with his fist, and sticking candles up it, but nothing did any good and the asshole said to him, "It's you who will shut up in the end. Not me. Because we don't need you around here anymore. I can talk and eat and shit." After that he began waking up in the morning with a transparent jelly like a tadpole's tail all over his mouth. This jelly was what the scientists call UNDT, undifferentiated tissue, which could grow into any kind of flesh on the human body. He would tear it off his mouth and the pieces would stick to his hands like burning gasoline jelly and grow anywhere on him a glob of it fell. So finally his mouth sealed over, and the whole head would have amputated spontaneous. Did you know there is a condition occurs in parts of Africa and only among Negroes where the little toe amputates spontaneously? Except for the eyes, you dig? That's one thing the asshole couldn't do was see. It needed the eyes. But nerve connections were blocked and infiltrated and atrophied so the brain couldn't give orders anymore. It was trapped in the skull, sealed off. For a while you could see the silent, helpless suffering of the brain behind the eyes, then finally the brain must have died, because the eyes went out and there was no more feeling in them than a crab's eye on the end of a stalk. So what I started to talk about was the sex that passes the censor, squeezes through between bureaus, because there's always a space between, in popular songs and grade B movies, as giving away the basic American rottenness, spurting out like breaking boils, throwing out globs of that UNDT to fall anywhere and grow into some degenerate cancerous life form, reproducing a hideous, random image. Some would be entirely made of penis-like erectile tissue, others viscera barely covered over with skin, clusters of 3 and 4 eyes together, crisscross of mouths, and assholes, human parts shaken around and poured out any way they fell. The end result of complete cellular representation is cancer. Democracy is cancerous, and bureaus are its cancer. A bureau takes root anywhere in the state, turns malignant like the narcotic bureau, and grows, always reproducing more of its own kind, until it chokes the host if not controlled or excised. Bureaus cannot live without a host being true parasitic organisms. A cooperative on the other hand can live without the state. That is the road to follow. The building up of independent units to meet needs of the people who participate in the functioning of the unit. A bureau functions on opposite principle of inventing needs to justify its existence, but the need must always come first. Bureaucracy is wrong as a cancer, a turning away from the human evolutionary direction of infinite potentials and differentiation and independent spontaneous action, to the complete parasitism of a virus. It is thought that the virus is a degeneration from more complex life form. It may at one time have been capable of independent life. Now has fallen to the borderline between living and dead matter. It can exhibit living qualities only in a host, by using the life of another. The renunciation of life itself, a falling towards inorganic, inflexible machine, towards dead matter. Bureaus die when the structure of the state collapses. They are as helpless and unfit for independent existence as a displaced tapeworm, or a virus that has killed the host. In Timbuktu I once saw an Arab boy who could play the flute with his ass, and the fairies told me he was really an individual in bed. He could play a tune up and down the organ hitting the most erogenously sensitive spots, which are different on everyone, of course. Every lover had his special theme song which was perfect for him and rose to his climax. The boy was a great artist when it came to improvising new combines and special climaxes, some of them notes in the unknown, tie-ups of seeming discords that would suddenly break through each other and crash together with a stunning, hot sweet impact. This is my saleable product. Do you dig what happens? It's almost like automatic writing produced by a hostile, independent entity who is saying in effect, I will write what I please. At the same time when I try to pressure myself into organizing production, to impose some form on material, or even to follow a line, like continuation of novel, the effort catapults me into a sort of madness where only the most extreme material is available to me. What a disaster to lose my typewriter, and no possibility of buying one this month. My financial position slides inexorably. I started off this month in debt and in hock until I absolutely couldn't have promoted another centavo. I am afraid to count, we'll do that Monday morning, but I think I have $60 left. That's $2 per day for this month. Wouldn't be so bad if I didn't need junk. I spend $2 per day on junk alone. And I give Kiki 50 cents per day pocket money, and I have to feed him. He found work for 3 weeks, but the job gave out. His mother is sick and she can't work, so he has to support her. My 50 cents goes, usually, to his mother. Then he will want another 50 cents to see a football game or a movie. Well, enough of all this dreary ledger so inexorably in the red. I have started writing a Chandler-style, straight, action story about some superheroine who can get a habit on one shot with it or something similar. I'm not even sure yet. But it starts out 2 detectives come to arrest me. I know I am to be used in experiments with this drug. They don't know this. To save myself I kill them both. That is where I am now. On the lam. Waiting to score for half ounce of junk to hide out with. The alarm is going out right now, to every precinct, every prowl car, etc., etc. Don't ask me what is going to happen, I just don't know. May turn allegorical or even surrealist. Aver.9. I read interesting case. England. 2 naval lieutenants. Good friends. Drinking. One hits a shot glass every time at 6 feet with his pistol. The other picks up a hat and holds it in his hand, and says shoot it. The lieutenant shot a hole in it. Later on the second party puts the hat on his head and says, now try it. Then, at a distance of 6 feet, the lieutenant in the first part takes careful aim at the very top of the hat and fires. There were witnesses, hitting his friend in the head. Friend may live, though. I am amazed by exact similarities. I am quite a good shot and accustomed to handle guns. I aimed carefully at distance of 6 feet for the very top of the glass. Do you know the story of Mike Fink? He'd been shooting shot glasses off the bar all afternoon. Finally a young friend of his put a shot glass on his head and Mike missed and killed the boy. The bartender did not believe it was an accident because Mike was known as a good shot. He got his own gun and shot Fink dead. Another case in Durango, Mexico. Politico in whorehouse tried to shoot glass off whore's head. Killed her. I mean, there is something odd here. The lieutenant saying just like me, but how could I miss at that distance? I don't understand it. May yet attempt a story or some account of Joan's death. I suspect my reluctance is not all because I think it would be in bad taste to write about it. I think I am afraid. Not exactly to discover unconscious intent. It's more complex, more basic and more horrible, as if the brain drew the bullet toward it. Did I tell you Cal's dream the night of Joan's death? This was before he knew, of course. I was cooking something in a pot, and he asked what I was cooking and I said brains. And opened the pot showing what looked like a lot of white worms. I forgot to ask him how I looked, general atmosphere, etc. To summarize, I pass along one of my specialized bits of wisdom, like always use poultry shears to cut off fingers, never participate in active or passive role in any shooting things off of, or near one, or knife throwing or anything similar, and, if a bystander, always try to stop it. I told you of horrible, nightmare depression and anxiety I had that whole day, so that I asked myself continually, what in God's name is the matter with me? One more point. The idea of shooting a glass off her head had never entered my mind, consciously, until, out of the blue so far as I can recall, I was very drunk. Of course, I said, it's about time for our William Tell act, put a glass on your head, Joan. Nothing led up to the idea. From then on I was concentrating on aiming for the very top of the glass. Note all these precautions as though I had to do it like the original William Tell. Why, instead of being so careful, not give up the idea? Why indeed? In my present state of mind I am afraid to go too deep into this matter. By the time it takes for you to receive this letter and answer it, I will be most urgently in need of money. Sorry, just find I already mentioned this, but please try to send me some. The loss of my typewriter was a real disaster. I don't want to lose my camera. I am going on a budget and will do my best to make it so I don't get in debt again. Love. Bill. P.S. Personal check is okay as I know someone here with bank account. Don't bother with those international money orders as they take 3 weeks to clear. Cashier's check preferable if not too much trouble. To Jack Kerouac. February 12, 1955. Tanger. Dear Jack. I am now settled in my own house in the native quarter, which is so close to Paul Bowie's house I could lean out the window and spit on his roof if I was a long-range spitter and I wanted to spit there. Bowles is in Ceylon. A friend of mine rents the house and I got access to Bowles Books. 10. Last month I ran out of money and was 36 hours without food or a chunk, and sold my typewriter. I wrote Alan to send along some of the money he owes me because I need it urgently. Once I get behind like this, it takes something extra to put me back on even keel. Doing a lot of work, but none of it satisfies me. It was a disaster for me to lose my typewriter. I hate to work in longhand. I have been attempting something similar to your sketch method. 11 That is, I write what I see and feel right now, trying to arrive at some absolute, direct transmission of fact on all levels. Sitting in front of the Café Central in the spring like rainy sunshine. Sick. Waiting for my Yucatal. A boy walks by and I turn my head, following his loins like a lizard turns its head to follow the course of an ant. Skid on Paul and Jane Bowles. I call him Andrew Keefe and her Miggles Keefe. Miggles looked up at her husband. She sniffed sharply. "Have you been rolling in carrion again?" she demanded. "Ever see a dog roll in carrion? Well, they do it though they know they shouldn't." "Yes," he said slowly and complacently, "I have. But, believe it or not, I've been rolling in a dead woman. That's a good sign, don't you think?" Like many homosexuals, Keefe decided, periodically, that he wanted to be cured and lead a normal life. To this end he had been analyzed by a Freudian, a member of the Washington group, a hornyite. He chicly avoided Jungians and Adlerians, 12, and finally by a female Reichian who attached electrodes to his penis, stuck an orgone sprayer up his ass, urging him, at the same time, to relax and let the orgasm reflex take over. The result was a dislocated spinal disc which required prolonged chiropractic treatment. He decided to let his woman-desiring maleness suffer inside him and emerge when it was ready. Flashback to tremendous scene in Mexico. He has found a huge centipede under a stone. His whole body was jerking in uncontrollable spasms. The current ran up his spine, a penetration unspeakably violent, delicious, to burst in his brain like a white-hot, searing rocket. He doubled forward, fell on his knees in an attitude of passionate worship. "Now! Now! Now!" The words broke from his thin lips in an ascending scream. He flung out his hands, every tendon white with strain, and seized the hideous creature. With a terrible cry he tore it in two. The severed centipede squirming horribly in his grip, its claws digging into his flesh, yellow and green juices running down his arms. He cried out again and again as he tore the centipede to pieces and rubbed the pieces on his chest. Slowly the bloody, soiled hands went slack, an overwhelming torpor settled in his limbs, his eyes closed and he fell on his side and slept till sundown. My novel is taking shape. Scientists have discovered an anti-dream drug that will excise the intuitive, empathizing, symbolizing, myth and art-creating faculties. We, a few counter-conspirators, are trying to obtain and destroy the formula. So there will be a lot of shooting, violence, etc. In fact, one beginning I killed 2 cops who have come to arrest me because I know I am slated to be used as guinea pig in experiments with the anti-dream drug. The 2 cops think it is just routine pickup of a junkie. I snapped 2 quick shots into Hauser's belly where his vest had pulled up, showing an inch of white shirt. O'Brien was clawing at his shoulder holster, his hands stiff with panic. I shot him in his high, red forehead about an inch below the white hairline. 13. How are things with you? Any line on Alan's magazine deal? If you write him, let him know I am living on 1 skimpy meal a day. Sample menu: fried apple peel and a piece of Spanish bacon, which is mostly fat, bread with no butter and tea with no milk. In short, I need money. Best to Lou and Cessa. 14. As ever. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. February 19, 1955. Tangier. Dear Alan. Heartfelt thanks for the check, which arrived dramatically as the embassy was closing its doors, and saved my camera. That morning Alan Anson had surprised me most agreeably by sending a check for 5,000 lira, about $15. I had mentioned my financial condition, but had not asked, or even hinted, that he send me anything. Imagine the shock of disappointment. 6 cents, 2 shots, and half a loaf of stale bread constituted my total assets, when the bank told me this type check is only negotiable in Italy. I tried to borrow money. Those that would lend it don't have any, and those that have won't lend. Not centavo one could I promote. My only recourse is to sell the camera. I take it to a Hindu shopkeeper who says, "Come back in 2 hours and I will give you my price." He won't do business on the spot. So I rush to embassy on the chance of letter from you, and there is your check. Jerk my camera back from disgruntled Hindu. I am living now on strict budget, and should be able to avoid such acute crises, plural of crisis, in future. I was able to cash that personal check because I have a friend with a bank account. Otherwise I would have to wait weeks for it to clear. Money can also be sent by American Express checks made out to me. American Express could explain this method. Cost is nominal. International money orders take about 3 weeks to clear. So either personal checks or American Express is best method. American Express preferable if not too much trouble, as this friend might renege on cashing checks for me. The novel is taking shape. Something even more evil than atomic destruction is the theme, namely an anti-dream drug which destroys the symbolizing, myth-making, intuitive, empathizing, telepathic faculty in man, so that his behavior can be controlled and predicted by the scientific methods that have proved so useful in the physical sciences. In short, this drug eliminates the disturbing factor of spontaneous, unpredictable life from the human equation. I have spoken of the increased sensitivity to dreamlike, nostalgic impressions that is conveyed by light junk sickness. This is point of departure for creation of anti-dream drug. Novel treats of vast Kafkian conspiracies, malevolent telepathic broadcast stations, the basic conflict between the East, representing spontaneous, emergent life, and the West, representing control from without, character armor, death, but it is difficult to know what side anyone is working on, especially yourself. Agents continually infiltrate to work on other side and discredit by excessive zeal. More accurately, agents rarely know which side they are working on. At the same time scientists are working on the anti-dream drug, dream situations are breaking through into three-dimensional reality, and drugs have been discovered to increase symbolizing and telepathic powers so that any deviant threatens the controllers, who seemingly have every advantage since they have precisely the means of control on three-dimensional level, police, armies, atom bombs, poison gas etc., but this great mass of armor suffocates them like over-armored dinosaurs. However, the outcome is left in doubt. 15. I wasn't using the right approach with you? So that's it. Well, that can be remedied. I will eat wheat germ oil, exercise and think positive thoughts until I crackle with vigor, leaving a faint odor of ozone in my wake. When we meet again, I will fix you with a glittering hawk glance, and, without a word, sweep you into my potent arms. Disregarding your coy protests, I will have my way with you on the spot. Seriously, Alan, what I want and look for is relation of equals with courage and nobility as prerequisites, preferably against backdrop of romantic adventure. Unfortunately, in our culture, adventure is almost synonymous with crime, hence fantasies of committing crime for a loved one. South America offers adventure without crime, hence my desire to make expedition with you. In short, self-pity and dependence setup is not what I want. If I sometimes fall into it, I do so because what I do want I can't get. Committing crime for beloved, incidentally, is not as proof of devotion so much as demonstration of courage and nobility. None but the brave deserves the fair. 16 Well, basta, enough. Your boy was indeed traumatized. 17 At what age did this occur? Did he remember it or was memory brought out in analysis? Is he really satisfied now with chicks? You said he was 22? That seems rather late to be discovering the cunt. Why can't you take a photo of him? You have that 35mm camera, do you not? I appreciate your critical notes on my work. They have been very helpful to me. I guess all writers suffer from fear of losing their talent, because talent is something that seems to come from outside, that you have no control over. Too bad the magazine deal fell through. There is a hip American bullfighter in town name of Tuck Porter. 18 Nice stud. He make pod but not junk. No Stanley Gould. 19 Spent 3 years in Mexico. Also met woman who was in Peru and knows about yahe, but never tried it. Enclose some old odds and ends. One illustrating romantic adolescent concept of queer love. It was too gooey on rereading. I censored it. When I get next month's allowance I will try to buy a typewriter. A new portable here costs $50. Second-hand machines run $25, $35. I am pretty well in the clear now. Haven't run up any debts this month. Next few days will be pretty lean, but I'll make it. Must close now and get this in the mail. Thanks again for life-saving check. Love. Bill. P.S. Glad you liked Finger Story. I will send a long article when I get typewriter. 20. To Allen Ginsberg. April 20th, 1955. Tanger. Dear Alan. Miss Green always accentuates prevailing mood. Depends which way you are leaning. I'm too precarious to venture a date with her, though she's always around the house to accommodate visitors. I received $5 check for which many thanks. Trying to kick. Seems hopeless. I didn't get back on when I came back to Tanger. I never was off. All those weeks in Florida and another week on the boat and I hit Tanger sick. I should have gone to Lexington for the winter season. Now I have to quit or find some place where junk is cheaper. I can't control this uke at all. Not that it's so great. It always leaves you feeling not quite fixed, like you need a little more. A shot of Eucadol is like a hot bath that isn't quite hot enough, if you dig me. But this not knowing where next shot is coming from, I am living on the level of an Australian Aborigine. I spend all my money on junk and don't eat right. Considering a shift to Near East, Beirut, which is said to flow with junk like the Promised Land. Woke up last night at 3 a.m. with a character in mind who is writing a great, gloomy, soul-searing homosexual novel. 600 pages of heartache and loneliness and frustration. Title: Ignorant Armies from Dover Beach. 21. Swept with confused alarms of struggle and flight. Where ignorant armies clash by night. The hero Adrian Scudder, his face had the look of a superimposed photo, reflecting a fractured spirit that could never love man or woman with complete sincerity or wholeness, yet driven, by an overwhelming passion, to change fact, and make this love real. Usually he selected someone who could not or would not reciprocate, enabling him to shift, cautiously, like one who tests uncertain ice, though in this case the danger was not that the ice should give way, but that it might hold his weight, the burden of failure onto the partner. The recipients of his dubious affections often felt the necessity of declaring neutrality, feeling themselves surrounded by a struggle of great, dark purposes, but not in direct danger, only liable to be caught in line of fire, because basically they were outsiders. Adrian was the last of a strange, archaic clan, or, perhaps, the first. In any case he was without context, of no class and no place. And that terrific last scene where Adrian puts his head in a gas oven after killing Mark, and vomits and shits. Kitchen gas often causes vomiting and uncontrollable diarrhea. I recall years ago in Chicago I helped the landlady break down the door where a woman was trying to kill herself with gas. She had shit all over herself, and finally tries to get out just as he is losing consciousness, seized with the panic of one buried alive. He tried to sit straight up through the jagged metal of the stove. Pinwheels of pain careened through his head, setting off a fresh paroxysm of nausea. He saw a high wall and a little metal door, and he knew he must somehow get through the door, get the door open and get out through the door. No, he had not been allowed to slip away like one who leaves a dull party early with a few negligent handshakes, and the meaningful look across the room to the one he will see later. Perhaps, it was as if all the incarnate demons of his cautious, aging, frightened flesh, that he had tormented so long and with such cool malice, had mustered at the door of death to pelt him with filth, trip him, and finally kick him through the door, unwilling, whimpering, soiling himself like a frightened ape. By God, Alan, that's purple as a baboon's ass. Why do I always parody? Neither in life nor in writing can I achieve complete sincerity, like Adrian of the novel, except in parody and moments of profound discouragement. 22. I have introduced some new characters into the novel, a man given to surrealist puns and practical jokes. Someone asks, an Englishman, of course, for a fag, cigarette in English slang case you don't know, and he produces, from under a great black cloak, a screaming, swishing fruit, who goes jabbering and swishing off stage. He is in a bad restaurant, with pretensions to be good, as I was the other night and complained about the meat and they said, oh it must be good, it comes from a good butcher's shop, not looking at it, you dig. Faced by this contingency, my boy lets out a great cry, and in comes a troop, well group, of great, filthy, snorting hogs and he feeds them his plate. Did you ever hear anyone call hogs? They give this weird, long cry and the hogs come running and grunting with anticipation from incredible distances. The pig is by no means a stupid animal. This character also keeps a purple-assed baboon on a lead, sometimes whipping the animal through a crowded cafe. On the other hand I think I will have a blind man with a seeing-eye baboon. Which do you think is best? I sympathize with all your feelings of depression, beatness. We have seen the best of our time. You at least can make a living, and perhaps a very good living. It wouldn't surprise me if you achieved a considerable degree of success in the way of a high-paying job. I'm absolutely nowhere so far as a job goes in US. Only hope lies in the jungles of SA, or conceivably writing a book that will sell. Now that seems about as likely as winning the lottery. I am hoarding Demerol and Pericodina, codeine tablets Selah, Macicane which are available here, but only sporadically. Supply is uncertain, in a new attempt to kick. Despite new restrictions Tangier is still fantastic by US standards. Imagine buying Demerol in shootable ampules right across the counter. In fact the druggist called it to my attention. I am famous all over town, and the druggists bring out the best they can sell without RX when I walk in, saying, bueno, fuerte. Good, strong. They are shameless, and always try to overcharge, but how much pleasanter than the sour, puritanical shits in US drug stores. In NY I had a script for codeine tablets. I give it to this old fuck and his ponce nest tails off. Then he calls the doctor, but can't find him in, asks questions, finally refuses to fill the script without talking to the doctor. Codeine. Here a plain codeine, 1/10 the US price, has written on the tube, no script necessary for sale. I have no companionship here since Alan went back to Venice. I told you about Charles Gallagher, who is writing a history of Morocco for Ford Foundation ?23 very charming, and a brilliant linguist. He says Ghazal can mean almost anything. Unfortunately he has gone to Rabat to be with the archives, but will return in the summer. It is really a deprivation to be without intelligent conversation. I evolve concepts, but no one to communicate with. Well enough, I am getting garrulous. Love. Bill. To Jack Kerouac. June 9, 1955 Tangier. Dear Jack. Sorry to be remiss about writing. I was 2 weeks in a clinic taking the cure. Lost 30 pounds. It's like too much trouble to do anything now. This time I intend to stay cured. I don't ever want to see any more junk. I read City in the clinic, and was able to forget my sickness for a while. 24, I only got 2 shots in the whole nightmare 2 weeks I was in there. I am still very weak, like convalescing from a long period of great sickness. One thing about City, you must concentrate on specific characters and situations involving them. No doubt you intend to do so, and what you sent me was introductory. I found so many of my own kicks, control through broadcasts of feeling, etc. I want to see the rest of it as you get it done. Alan is replaced by an IBM machine. 25, machines can do all office work better than people. Why hire fallible filing clerks when a machine can do it all quicker, better, and cheaper? I can see the boss watching Alan work. That man works with machine-like precision. Machine-like? Now that I am free I intend to do some traveling. I want to see all of Morocco, Spain, and possibly the Near East. But I am leery of the Near East since all that might lead to a relapse, and I want to stay off from here on out. If I don't make it now I never will. I hear your jazz story is in new writing. 26 Congratulations. We have all been a long time without publication. Bowles is back from India, but I have not met him. This isn't much of a letter, but like I say I am really lassitudinous. Just writing to let you know I'm still alive after a fashion. As ever, Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. July 5, 1955 Tangier. Dear Alan. I have been too discouraged and disgusted to write. The trouble was I left the hospital half sick. 2 weeks is not long enough for me to kick now. I used to kick in 10 days. Even so I probably would have made it, except I came down with an excruciatingly painful neuralgia in the back. I thought I had kidney stones. I never experienced such pain. That finished me, and I relapsed into Demerol, which is really evil shit. After that awful cure it is really heartbreaking to find myself hooked again. But I am more determined than ever to quit. Even if I have to take the whole cure over. This time I'm going to succeed. If I don't kick now I never will. I wish you were here. I am so disgusted with my prevaricating, always some excuse for one last box. I have been buying absolutely the last box of Demerol ampules every day for the past 3 weeks. Such a dreary display of weakness. At the same time I want to be rid of junk more than I ever wanted anything. So tomorrow I will shift to codeine, and try a rapid reduction. If I don't make it I will return to the clinic. Everyone thinks it's hopeless. I would gladly go to jail for a month and kick cold. Maybe I will have Kiki take my clothes away and dole out the codeinatas. But I've done that so many times before. Well, I hope I can report definite success in next letter. I enclose royalty report from those bastards. As you see they have subtracted current earnings instead of adding. A Freudian slip. See what you can do. They owe me $57. I have met Paul Bowles, by the way. Very nice. In fact there are quite a few people of interest around now. I will write in more detail later on. Want to get this in the mail. Love. Bill. P.S. You might send the royalty report to your brother and ask him to call them. But handle it any way you see fit. There is no use for me to write to Win. He never pays any mind to my letters, and obviously harbors a deep personal dislike for me. To Allen Ginsberg. August 10, 1955. Tanger. Dear Alan. Ominous occurrence here. For some time past I have become acquainted, much against my will, with a local eccentric. 27. This citizen, an Arab, first approached me when I was strolling on the boulevard, hailed me as his dear friend and asked me for 50 cents. I replied, with some asperity, that I was not his dear friend, that I had never seen him before in my life, and would not give him peseta one. Since then I run into him from time to time. His communications are progressively more cryptic, Obviously he has built up an elaborate delusional system in which the US Embassy is the root of all evil. I am an agent, a creature of the embassy. I decide he is insane, probably dangerous. An uninhibited paranoid is always a bad deal. I cut the interviews as short as possible, holding myself always on the alert, ready to kick him in the stomach, arm myself with a bottle or a chair, at the first hostile move. But he makes no hostile moves in my direction. In fact, there is something curiously sweet about him, a strange, sinister jocularity, as if we knew each other from somewhere, and his words referred to private jokes from this period of intimacy. On Monday, August 1st, he ran amok with a razor-sharp butcher knife in the main drag, killed 5 people, and wounded 4, was finally cornered by the police, shot in the stomach and captured. 28 He will recover, and, unless he can prove insanity, will be shot, the form of execution obtaining here, but very rarely invoked. I wonder if he would have attacked me? I missed him by 10 minutes. The whole town is still hysterical. They shut the shops and rush inside, barricading the door if anyone is seen running on the street. The trip to West Africa never came off. They don't have the money yet. I have decided, in any case, not to go, as they are engaged in the most dangerous contraband operation, taking illegal diamonds out of West Africa. It is 5 years to be found in possession of unregistered diamonds in this area. It is worse than dope. They might hide the diamonds in my stateroom, or otherwise throw the bust into my lap. In any case, they are evil citizens, quite capable of throwing me over the side. They are lushed from wake up to pass out, they live and eat like dirty animals. All things considered, in the words of J.B. Myers, include me out. 29. I have not heard from Alan Anson in 2 months, though he owes me a letter. Writing him today. Perhaps we could arrange like I wait here until you arrive next year, we do Africa and Europe together, then make S.A. expedition. What do you think? I mean, of course, if we can get squared away financial. I certainly want someone with me who is with it. So much more angles are turned up traveling like that than alone. On the other hand, bad or indifferent company is an active detriment. I take on no excess baggage of boring or grating characters, not even if they put up the money. It's not worth it. Such personnel would ruin the trip, fuck up relations with the Indians, etc. Nor will I tolerate any prissy, prudish scientists. This is an anything-goes deal, the realization of a wild routine. No sea anchors need apply. I wrote you how much I was impressed by the poem on Joan's tomb. In fact, the impression was so sharp as to be quite painful. 30. Please let me know how your plans shape up. What will you do when your compensation expires? 31 Back to NY. What became of Neil's third ball? 32 Disappeared, I hope. Which letter of mine did Neil groan when he read? Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. September 21, 1955. Tanger. Dear Alan. Received your 2 letters. I am sorry to be remiss about answering. I have been so involved in attempts and preparations to evict the Chinaman once and for all. Have tentatively arranged to take a cure here. I am going in a clinic and stay there until I am completely cured. 1 month at least, probably 2. In any case, I need a period in which I will be isolated and without distraction, to organize my novel. I intend to give all my time to work during the period of cure. Some nights ago I got hold of some ampules, each containing 1/6 grain of dolafine and 1/100th grain of hyoscine. Now 1/100th of a grain. Of that awful shit is already a lot, but I thought the dolafine would offset it and shot 6 ampules in the main line. The ex-captain found me sitting stark naked in the hall on the toilet seat, which I had wrenched from its moorings, playing in a bucket of water and singing Deep in the Heart of Texas, at the same time complaining, in clearly enunciated tones, of the high cost of living. It all goes into razor blades. And I attempted to go out in the street naked at 2 a.m. What a horrible nightmare if I had succeeded, and came to myself wandering around a native quarter naked. I tore up my sheets and threw bottles all over the floor looking for something, I did not say what. Naturally Dave and the old Dutch Andy who runs this whorehouse were alarmed, thinking my state was permanent. They were vastly relieved to see me the following morning, fully dressed and in my right mind. I could only remember snatches of what had happened, but I do remember wondering why people were looking at me so strangely and talking in such tiresome, soothing voices. I concluded they were crazy or drunk, and told Tony he was stinking drunk. I have read over your poem many times, and think it is one of the best things you have done. How is your book coming? 33 I am on pretty good terms with Paul Bowles now, but still don't know him well enough to ask his opinion on him. This character who makes it with son and daughter sounds rather engaging. What are your plans for the next year? I heard from Jack in Mexico City. Dave, Tercerero, is dead. 34 I wrote Garver, why the hell didn't he go to the Far East or to Persia where they got like opium shops, and get what he wants instead of subsisting on a miserable diet of codeine pills? The man has no gumption left. It is too much for him to get on a boat or a plane, almost as cheap now. You can fly from Tanger to NY for $300. Those places are too far away though from what I can't understand. Also they are vaguely dangerous. With his income and his one-track mind, I would be on my way to Toronto or Hong Kong tomorrow. That's what I would do if I intended to stay on junk. I would go somewhere I could get the real stuff cheap and legal. Your moment of illumination very interesting, especially the flowers. 35. In your place I would take a firm stand with Peter's brother and his appetite. 36 sounds to me like he needs a boot in the ass figuratively and literally. I mean, why kowtow to an obnoxious young punk? My love to Jack if he has arrived. I hope to enter clinic in 2 days. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. Beginning of letter missing October 6, 1955 Tangier. I have a short story written in longhand which I will type and send along. We'll also do an article on Yahoo. But most important, I want to do some definite work on my novel about Interzone. If I can really concentrate on that, I have a chance to kick this habit. But I never felt less creative. Why do you take all this crap from Peter's punk brother? People are better off if they don't get all they want to eat. It's been proved with rats. The Arabs are more and more hostile and insolent, and sullen and insufferable. Just now a kid rapped on my window and asked me for a cigarette. I told him to shove off, and he continued banging on the window until I picked up a cane and started out the door. I would have hit him with the cane if I caught him. I hate these people and their cowardly, sniveling, stupid hostility. Another trick they have is putting banana peels on the doorstep. October 7, 1955. I just went to see the woman in a strange Kafkian bureau built into a massive stone arch. I have passed it every day and never noticed the office was there. Office of Social Assistance it is called. Within 10 minutes she had conjured up a doctor who will treat me, and procured me a room in the Jewish hospital. Private room where I can use my typewriter, for $2 per day. I am going to stay there until I am cured. At least a month, more likely 2. Checking in tomorrow morning. I can hardly believe it. Hope there is no last-minute slip-up. My introduction to this woman came about through an old English mooch and drunk. For the past 5 months I have been giving him a little money several times a week. Everybody told me it was a waste of money, but I persisted. Like a fairy story, what? The dollar is going up like a beautiful bird. Strange, vivid junk sick dreams lately, permeated with a feeling of nostalgia and loss. Well, now I have 2 months to do nothing but write. I will see what I can accomplish. One reason I want to make the essay expedition is it will give me something definite to write about. Any news of Jack? Please write to me. Love. Bill. P.S. Finally bought a typewriter. Brand new for $46. A real bargain. No telling what I will do after my cure. Figure to make up for lost time, and I never want to see any more junk. The Yahoo article might sell. I have those photos to go with it, you know. And maybe in 2 months I'll have something to show a publisher on the novel. We will see. Maybe I will go east overland right on around the world and come to see you from the east. Once I get off junk, anything is possible. You really should dig South America. More interesting than Africa or Europe. I will dig up the money some way. I might even write something that will sell. The prospect of cure has given me a concentration of energy I haven't had for months. I should have been your first affair instead of that fucking sea captain. 37. The English mooch who got me in touch with this woman is blossoming out in new clothes and all manner of schemes to make a fortune. Who knows but what I may get in on something good. I am already paid back for the money I gave him and the meals and drinks I bought, by this introduction. I had tried 2 doctors, every hospital and clinic in town, and finally gave up. It seemed like no hospital or clinic would accept a case of addiction. Then Leslie Eggleston, that's his name, I say rather superfluously, that reminds me once with Marker and Medias Res he said, this does seem rather superfluous, told me to go see this woman and gave me a note to her. Tangiers has more people without money stranded than any place I ever saw, but no one had ever heard of this woman, who doles out all manner of assistance to any inhabitant of Tanger regardless of nationality. I could have got the treatment free most likely, but I didn't want any delay. Besides, the price is so low. Well, love again and goodbye for now. Write to legation. Kiki will pick up my mail there and bring it to me. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. Beginning of letter missing. October 10, 1955 Tangier. Well, I must get busy, Realize something from this horrible, stagnant period of cure. The only thing to do with junk sickness, like pain, is to plunge right into the middle of it. I have never succeeded in doing this. Certainly there is no question of quitting or backsliding this time. I enclose the story I wrote about Terry who was killed by the lion. I don't like it too much. I am not cut out to write anything so separate from myself. Well, see if you can peddle it somewhere. You are my agent. We both need the money. I am raising you to 20%. Can't think up a title for the story. Not good with titles. I don't expect to write anything like this again. Like I say, it isn't my sort of thing, but since it was done, I am typing it and sending along. So see what you can do. Did you ever try anywhere with the finger story? I keep reading over the poems you sent. Like I say, this last batch seems to me better than anything you have done. I will go into detail in next letter. Possible titles for story: Death in Another Country, You Gotta Have Something Special, Tiger Dead. I realize you probably want to dig Europe and Africa before essay. I wish you would come on over here. When I get out of here I will see what I can do to expedite matters. There are people here who support themselves teaching English, piecework journalism, translation, etc. Of course you can count on me for all the help I can give you. With no Chinamen to support, I could get by on half-present income. If you could once get here, you would be okay, and you could get here for $160 for men. Why via the Homeland line? Come to think, it's much more to the point you come here than I should go to Frisco, where I don't especially desire to be. We will think further on it. I have even considered building a house here. Still, I feel my real destiny lies in Mexico and SA. When I get homesick it is always for Mexico City. That is home to me. I think of the little park in front of the penitentiary where I used to get off the bus every Monday to sign my bond at 9 a.m., and the whole beauty of Mexico City in the early morning. 38 But look. If I could raise money enough for your fare here, would you come? It strikes me you are not doing anything special now in Frisco, and have no real prospects. Plenty time to think about it. I will be in Hawk for another month at least. More like 2. I can't think of any reason why you shouldn't come on here right away. I may start some business here when I get out, and could give you a job. Or we might put out a magazine. It is time we should see each other again. I think there is no possibility of any basic incompatibility, or any irreconcilable divergence of interests. Such difficulties exist only in the imagination of both of us, and have no bearing on the realities of our relationship. I mean, a real misunderstanding is not possible, could only be the result of an error on the part of one or the other. If we should see each other this would immediately be clear. I cannot exactly make this clear in words because exactly what I am referring to is understanding on a nonverbal basis. That is why there has been so much misunderstanding in our exchange of letters. For example, do I want, need, to sleep with you? Don't know. Couldn't know without seeing you. These are created difficulties that would not arise, false dichotomies. On the level of nonverbal understanding, such impasses are not possible. When we see each other again, it will be like no time before. So how can either of us predict, or lay down conditions? We must not attempt to do so, but trust in our ability to communicate and understand on the basis of an actual situation. I have been waiting 3 days for Kiki to come and take this letter. That is why I keep adding to it. I can't understand what is keeping him. I enclose some additional work on the Yahe City Bar section. Do you have a copy of it? I am filling in the past. Writing now causes me an almost unbearable pain. This is connected with my need for you, which is probably not a sexual need at all, but something even more basic. I wonder if we could collaborate? So many questions that I can't answer until I see you. October 11th. Still no Kiki to take this letter. Where is the little beast? Perhaps sick again. He knows I don't approve of sickness. Have been working all day on Interzone novel. Horrible mess of longhand notes to straighten out, plus all those letters to go through. A veritable labor of Hercules. Reading over my letters to you, I am impressed by my reasonableness, and readiness to come to any sort of terms. Can't see why they should have upset you. It is extremely painful trying to weld all this scattered material into some sort of coherent pattern. But I have made a start. We'll send along chapter when I finish one. You have first chapter. Kiki is here so I will give him this letter. Working on novel all day. It is terribly painful. There is no art in the act of writing. As Kells said, you are too essentially active to be a writer. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. Ben Schimmel Hosp. 39. Tangers. October 21, 1955. Letter B40. Written before I got your letter. Dear Alan. Letter A is the beginning of Chapter 2 of Interzone novel. Chapter 2 is almost complete. About 40 pages. I will send along in next week or so. Still getting 40 mg. Shot of Dolafine every 4 hours. That equals about 1 grain of M, only halfway comfortable cure I ever took. It will take about 2 months. When I leave here I will be completely off, able to drink and function sans junk. Chapter 2 is, selections from Lee's letters and journals. With this gimmick I can use all letters including love letters, fragmentary material, anything. Of course I am not using anywhere near all the letters. I will often sort through 100 pages to concoct one page. Funny though how the letters hang together. I figure to use one sentence and it pulls a whole page along with it. The selection is difficult, and, of course, tentative. I have letters from past year, and longhand notes of past 6 months. This is a first draft, a sort of framework. I plan to alternate chapters of letter and journal selections, with straight narrative chapters like Chapter 1. May end up relegating the letter and journal chapters to an appendix. We will see. In next 2 months I should have enough completed to show a publisher, if there is a publisher who will look at it. The selection chapters form a sort of mosaic with the cryptic significance of juxtaposition, like objects abandoned in a hotel drawer, a form of still life. Reading over my letters, I have thought a lot about you. By all means you should come here as soon as possible. As regards my feeling for you at present time, don't worry about it. Personally, I'm not a bit alarmed about that. But it is much better deal you come here than I should go to Frisco. The US is no place for me. I need a place with more room, more leeway. My mind is turning to crime lately. Strange things I have in heart that will to hand. 41 of all crimes, blackmail must be the most artistically satisfying, I mean the moment of truth when you see his front. His will to resist, collapse. That must be real tasty. I mention this angle in Chapter 2. This writing is more painful than anything I ever did. Parentheses pounce on me and tear me apart. I have no control over what I write, which is as it should be. I feel like the Saint Anthony of Hieronymus Bosch or however his name goes. I have Book of Clay's work in writing. Terrific. The pictures are literally alive. Have Jennett's Journal of a Thief in English, and have read it over many times. 42 I think he is the greatest living writer of prose. Dig this, he is being fucked by a big Negro in the Sante prison. I shall be crushed by his darkness which will gradually dilute me. With my mouth open, I shall know he is in a torpor, held in that dark axis by his steel pivot. I shall gaze over the world with that clear gaze the eagle loaned to Ganymede. The translation is not bad except for the dialogue. He translates into outmoded US slang. I mean nobody now talks like this. I'll drill somebody for just a little loose cash. Terrible. Why not leave the French argot and explain meaning? Reading over your poems and letters, the following lines strike me from Siesta in Ex Bulba, that register indifferent greeting across time, vanished out of the fading grip of stone hands, the whole stanza beginning, time slow wall overtopping etc. is superb. Like burning, screaming lawyers one line shockingly bad, and had I money, 43 the poem as a whole very good, but cannot compare, as a unified piece of work, with your strophes, which is really all in one piece and to my mind the best thing you have done. 44 I do not single out lines, because it is all excellent. I believe I already wrote you that the poem on Joan's grave gave me a very distinct shock, because of personal associations, almost unpleasantly intense. The poem is certainly a success. Your mystic moment with the glistening animal aspect of the flowers reminds me of Yahé intoxication. So does the work of Clay. One of his pictures entitled Indiscretion, is exact copy of what I saw high on Yahé and Pucallpa when I closed my eyes. 45. A good selection of people in Tangier is now, Dave Lamond, young Canadian painter who comes to see me every day, Chris Wanklin, Canadian writer, Paul and Jane Bowles quite accessible these days, Charles Gallagher, extremely intelligent and witty, writing History of Morocco on Ford Foundation, Viscount des Isles, a brilliant linguist and student of the occult, Peter Main, who wrote The Alleys of Marrakesh. 46 In short, plenty people around now. I hope you can make it here real soon. Love to Neil and Jack if he is there. Love. Bill. P.S. Like very much at sunset in her engagement. The Wallace Stevens poem is real great. The best thing he has done. I never liked him before. 47. To Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg. Ben Schimmelhosp. Tanger. October 23, 1955. Letter C. Dear Alan and Jack. Kiki just brought me your letter, no date on it. Now, Al, I'd cut off my right not to see you, May I fall down and be paralyzed and my prick fall off, but I don't want to give you the impression I'm like on my way to Frisco, because it ain't necessarily so like a lot of things you're liable to read in my letters. To begin with, I got no loot. I wrote you from the withdrawal doldrums. Actually, 10 years is looking up. What I mean to say is I don't know what the fuck I will do when I get out of here, and that is a pact, I mean a fact. There's a war here I want to dig, also Pergamum Harmala, which is same thing as Yahé used by Berbers, also Barrio Chino of Barcelona that Janet writes about, 48 and the rest of Spain for which I feel an affinity, may make overland trip to Persia with Charles Gallagher. May visit Anson in Venice, would like to dig Yugoslavia, and the queer monasteries of Greece, also figure to start at one end of Interzone and screw my way through to the other. I am tired of monogamy with Kiki. Dryden speaks of the golden age, ere one-to-one was cursedly confined. 49 Let's get on back to that golden age. Like the song say, a boy's will is the wind's will 50, besides which my mind is seething with ideas to make $1, some of them not exactly legit. The nice night nurse just gave me a bang and it is hitting me right in the gut, a soft, sweet blow. I call her the nice night nurse to distinguish her from the bitch who gave me a shot of plain water a few nights back. I suspect her to be a schmecker, but it's hard to tell with women and Chinamen. Anywho, I don't want her ministering to me no more. Just went to the head again. Still locked. Locked for 6 solid hours. I think they are using it as an operating room. I am getting sexy, come 3 times last night. The Italian school is just opposite, and I stand for hours watching the boys with my 8-power field glasses. Curious feeling of projecting myself, like I was standing over there with the boys, invisible earthbound ghost, torn with disembodied lust. They wear shorts, and I can see the goose pimples on their legs in the chill of the morning, count the hairs. Did I ever tell you about the time Marv and I paid 2 Arab kids 60 cents to watch them screw each other? We demanded semen too, no half-assed screwing. So I asked Marv, do you think they will do it? And he says, I think so. They are hungry. They did it. Made me feel sorta like a dirty old man. 51 Frisco sounds like Kick said I would love to dig all of you, I mean you, Alan, and Jack, you, and sweet Neil. Your letter thought out my bleak, windswept psyche. At times lately I come on downright mean. Jump all over the Arab servants. I am the most unpopular patient in this malodorous trap. Talk about hospital smell, you ain't had it till you sniff a Spanish hospital. You all shame me with your Buddhistic love and sweetness. Torn as I am by winds of violence and discord, this violence has nothing to do with you, Alan. Glad to hear you are getting some dollar on your work. No one deserves it more. What is the hell, Alan Reed? The reading sounds really great. 52 Wish I could have been there. So I should bring Kiki with me? I'll find plenty young boys around there? Come now, Alan, what's this you're hinting at? Who are these important people who are mad at me? Dirty VIPs. It's about time you wised up to trilling. 53 He's a type cat and won't do you any good anyway. He's got no organs, no mana, no charge to him. Just soaks up your charge to keep the battery of his brain, turning out crap for the Partisan Review. Publishing in those obituary pages is really the kiss of death, the very fuck of death. That pornography reads real nice. I'd like to see it all. Now I look, sweetheart, you are my agent, so see what you can do with this Interzone deal. You will have about 100 pages in next 2 months. 20%, but I have wandered off the point, out of contact, fallen into a great gray gap between parentheses, sit back and look blankly at the letter. No, I can't neither be no fucking monk, really I am dubious of the land of the free, not over keen to walk about long stateside in those great boyless spaces, but quien sabe? I may decide on Frisco. Of course, if I latched onto some geld, I would sure come to visit en route to South America. Your letter has a warming, heartening, relaxing effect on me. Yes, I would like to see old Garver again before he dies. Tell Neil from me to drop the bank tails. You can't beat it. Dream hunches are not supposed to be used that way. You understand, Neil? You know what horse is going to win, but you cannot use that knowledge to make money. Don't try. It's like fighting a ghost antagonist who can hit you but you can't hit him. Drop it. Forget it. Keep your money. 54. I am progressing towards complete lack of caution and restraint. Nothing must be allowed to dilute my routines. I know I used to be shy about approaching boys, for example, but I cannot remember why exactly. The centers of inhibition are atrophied, occluded like an eel's ass on the way to Sargasso. Good book title. You know about eels? When they reach full maturity, they leave the streams and ponds of Europe traveling downstream to the sea, then cross the Atlantic Ocean to the Sargasso Sea, near Bermuda, where they mate and die. During this perilous journey they stop eating and their assholes seal over. The young eels start back for the freshwater ponds and streams of Europe. Say that's better than Ignorant Armies, Dover Beach by Arnold, as a title for my Interzone novel. Meet me in Sargasso, I'll see you in Sargasso, the Sargasso Trail. Death opens the door of his old green pickup and says to the hitchhiker, "You look occluded, friend. Going straight through to Sargasso? Ticket for Sargasso, meet in Sargasso, on the road to Sargasso." What I want to convey, though, is the inner pull towards Sargasso, Sargasso yen, Sargasso time, Sargasso kicks, the Sargasso blues. I can't get it. This is all trivial, doesn't convey those eels wiggling across fields at night in the wet grass to find the next pond or stream, thousands dying on the way. If I ever buy a boat, I will call it the Sargasso, Sargasso Junction, change for Sargasso, Sargasso transfer, Sargasso detour. Basta. Do you know about lampreys? When they mate they tear each other with their suction cups so that they always die afterwards. Either a prey to other fish, or to virginal lampreys, or infiltrated by fungus. Some of this letter I am transcribing into letter A, which is the beginning of chapter 2. Material often overlaps. You are free to choose, add, subtract, rearrange if you find a potential publisher. This is set, and the letter can't go off before Monday. I will be adding to it. May come up with a Sargasso title. So thanks for your letter and goodbye for now. See you in Sargasso. One of the Sargasso titles might do for my story about Tiger Ted. Love. Bill. Yesterday I took a walk on the outskirts of town. Environs of the zone are wildly beautiful. Low hills with great variety of trees, flowering vines and shrubs, great, red sandstone cliffs topped with curiously stylized, Japanese-looking pine trees, fall to the sea. What a place for a house on top of those cliffs. I used to complain I lacked material to write about. Mother of God. Now I'm swamped with material. I could write 50 pages on that walk, which was a mystical vision comparable to your East Harlem revelations. That letter where I come on sorta whiny, like, Tangiers has nothing for me and it's all your fault I'm here anywho. Well, Al, tain't necessarily so. Beginning to dig Arab kicks. It takes time. You must let them seep into you. Well, like I say, could write a book on that walk. Instead I will select one moment. I went in an Arab cafe for a glass of mint tea. One room 15 by 15, a few tables and chairs, a raised platform covered with mats stretched across one end of the room where the Arabs sit with their shoes off playing cards and smoking kif, the inevitable picture of Ben Yusuf, the deposed Sultan 55, you see his undistinguished pan everywhere like those pictures of my friend Roosevelt 56, pictures of Mecca done in the hideous light pinks and blues of religious objects. Profoundly vulgar like the final decadent phase of Aztec mosaics, pawing through this appalling mess of notes and letters, looking for something. I run across one of your old letters, Al, and the following jumps out at me: "Don't be depressed. There's too much to do." And that is a fact. So much I am flipping. You're a fucking genius, Al. I draw some dirty looks from a table of Arabs and stare at them till they drop their eyes and fumble with kif pipes. If they insist to make something out of it, I'd as soon die now as any time. It is as Allah wills. Here on the red tile floor of this cafe, with a knife in my kidney, you dig one of them slipped around behind me. I always carry a knife myself, and I would get the best price I could in the blood and flesh of my opponents. I'm not one to turn the other kidney. The metaphysic of interpersonal combat, Zen Buddhist straight-aheadedness applied to fencing and knife fighting, Jiu-Jitsu principle of winning by giving in and turning your opponent's strength against him, various techniques of knife fighting. A knife fight is a mystic contest. A discipline like yoga, you must eliminate fear and anger, and see the fight as impersonal process. Like primitive drawing depicts parts of an animal the artist cannot see, spinal column, heart, stomach, though he knows they are there. See Arts of the South Seas by Ralph Linton 57, so the knife fighter sees the inner organs of his opponent, heart, liver, stomach, neck veins, that he is attempting to externalize and delineate with his knife. Or you can conceive it as cool and cerebral as chess, a game involving the barter of pain and blood in which you try to get for your boy, your golden body, the best deal possible. Jiu-Jitsu proverb, you give your muscles, let him knock you around, you take his bones. In knife fight you must be ready to give without hesitating your left arm and your face. You take a liver, a stomach, a carotid artery. Not that I ever look for or want any kind of a fight, and a man has to be out of line to seek a fight with me, it almost never happens. The knife fight potential was simply one facet of that moment sitting in the cafe looking out at hill opposite, stylized pine trees on top arranged with the economy of a Chinese print against blue sky and the tingling, clear, classic, Mediterranean air, I was completely alive in the moment, not saving myself, not waiting for anything or anybody. I have told no one to wait. 58 This is it right now, some French writer said, only those who love life do not fear death. So don't ever worry about your boy Willie Lee, Al. I quote from one of your letters, you lose sight of life, lose vigor, become dependent and listless, become a drag, sink, lose blood, junk up, crawl off threatening to die. Sounds like advertisement describing the victim of a sluggish colon. And then I took Molly's orgone yeast. Wow. Actually I am so independent, so fucking far out, I am subject to float away like a balloon. Today's walk was different. More incident, less revelation. Actual fight in another cafe. Minor fracas. Hitting each other with their heavy rubber-soled sandals. No knives, no broken glasses, no blood. Nothing tasty. The proprietor, a young kid, left when the fight started. The fight just suddenly stopped for no reason. Well, that's Africa, son. The proprietor came back with another kid, walking with arms around each other's ribs, and gave me a dazzling smile when I got up to pay for my tea. On the walk I was thinking, all complete swish fairies should be killed, not as traitors to the cause of queerness, but for selling out the human race to the forces of negation and death. Kill the nanny beater too. Let petty kings the names of parties know. Where'er I come I kill both friend and foe. 59. How do you know when a man is complete fairy? De carne tumefacta y pensamiento en mundo maricas de las ciudades, madres del lodo, enemigos sin sueño del amor, que de las muchachas caras de sucia muerte con amargo veneno. Garcia Lorca, Ode to Walt Whitman. Translates, you fucking fairies of the cities. He has just said he don't object to queers as such, with rotten flesh and filthy thoughts. Mother of mud, sleepless enemies of love, who give to boys drops of dirty death with bitter venom. Here, they never would be missed, and how do you know anybody is in that class? They know. They are self-condemned. You can see it in their eyes. A judge in interzone who will listen to no evidence, doesn't want to know what a man is accused of. He just looks into his eyes and acquits or passes sentence. Complete lack of quantitative orientation leads to a sort of divine madness. So be it. Saw an Arab boy incredibly delicate and fragile, wrists like thin brown sticks. When you see Eddie Wood 60, give him my love and ask what he hears from Marker. I don't hear from him in 6 months. Well, I gotta get back to interzone novel. Inshallah, God willing, I complete chapter 2 today and start on narrative chapters. I tell you, sifting through those letters and notes for usable material is a labor of Hercules. 2 weeks I am hung up on this selection chapter. Every time I try to terminate it, another routine pounces on me. I will keep a sort of diary of my cure. I mean, the above is my page for today. Maybe I should be a columnist yet. Sell me to a newspaper, Al. You're my agent. To Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg. November 1, 1955. Tangier. Dear Jack and Al. Arab Cafe, sat down and had 3 words, just 3 long words, with Miss Green. Really, I never knew that one to come on so wild anyplace else. I mean, not with such wild kicks. I've known her to get more physical other places, but that was in another country, and besides, watching a glass of mint tea on a bamboo mat in the sun, the steam blown back into the glass top like smoke from a chimney. It seemed to have some special significance, like an object spotted in a movie. I was thinking like a book you read which also has pictures and accompanying music. Of course couldn't approximate life itself, which is seen, heard, felt, experienced on many different levels and dimensions. I didn't need Miss Green to tell me that. I mean, what a bore she can be. Some Arabs at a table. I am sitting there watching the cup of tea. It is unthinkable they should molest me. Suppose they do? And suddenly they have seized me, and preparing to castrate me? It can't happen, must be a dream. In interzone it might or might not be a dream, and which way it falls might be in the balance while I watch this tea glass in the sun. The meaning of interzone, its space-time location, is at a point where 3-dimensional fact merges into dream, and dreams erupt into the real world. The very exaggeration of routines is intended to create this feeling. In interzone, dreams can kill, like Bagatot 61, and solid objects and persons can be unreal as dreams. For example, Lee could be in interzone, after killing the 2 detectives, and for various dream reasons, neither the law nor the others could touch him directly. Similarly, it looks easy to assassinate the Spanish Politico, but as the boy told Lee, it's not as easy as it looks. He's well protected. You mean secret police? Oh, there will be secret police, of course. No, I didn't imply you were stupid enough to need worry about them. What I mean is a very different kind of protection. All letters off today. We'll probably be sending along something every 5 days or so. Love. Bill. To Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg. November 2, 1955. Tangier. Dear Jack and Allen. Tangier is the prognostic pulse of the world, like a dream extending from past into the future, a frontier between dream and reality, the reality of both called into question. No one here is what they seem on the surface. Take my last doctor, Dr. Upful from Strasbourg. The best physician in Tangier, seems at first sight a typical European intellectual. He asked me if I thought schedule feeding had any bearing on drug addiction. Real sharp, you dig, passes himself off as anti-Nazi, Jewish refugee, says he is a doctor first, not a businessman. Radiates high-class Jewish honesty. The first hint I get that all is not kosher with Upful is in that other clinic where he come near killing me with his fucking cold turkey sleep cure. I gave him $4 and wrote out a telegram to send my parents asking for more money. Next day I asked if he sent the telegram and he said yes, but did not bother to give me a receipt. That is, he didn't bother for the good reason that there was no receipt. Dr. Upful never sent the telegram. He kept the money. It seemed so out of character I put it out of my mind, almost believing I had made a mistake. Then I began to notice other little things. Like his bill was out of line by about $30. I paid what I thought reasonable, and he never said any more about it. In short, he had simply given me a large bill hoping I would pay it and say nothing. Instead I said nothing and didn't pay it. I paid half. God. It hit me suddenly leaving his office. An Arab trick. Ask outrageous price and settle for half. Later I found out he was no anti-Nazi refugee, but a collaborator who got out of Strasbourg just ahead of the French partisans. Withal, he is still the best physician in the two detectives, and for various dream reasons, neither the law nor the others could touch him directly. Similarly, it looks easy to assassinate the Spanish Politico, but as the boy told Lee, it's not as easy as it looks. He's well protected. You mean secret police? Oh, there will be secret police, of course. No, I didn't imply you were stupid enough to need worry about them. What I mean is a very different kind of protection. All letters off today. We'll probably be sending along something every 5 days or so. Love. Bill. To Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg. November 2, 1955. Tangier. Dear Jack and Allen. Tangier is the prognostic pulse of the world, like a dream extending from past into the future, a frontier between dream and reality, the reality of both called into question. No one here is what they seem on the surface. Take my last doctor, Dr. Upful from Strasbourg. The best physician in Tangier, seems at first sight a typical European intellectual. He asked me if I thought schedule feeding had any bearing on drug addiction. Real sharp, you dig, passes himself off as anti-Nazi, Jewish refugee, says he is a doctor first, not a businessman. Radiates high-class Jewish honesty. The first hint I get that all is not kosher with Upful is in that other clinic where he come near killing me with his fucking cold turkey sleep cure. I gave him $4 and wrote out a telegram to send my parents asking for more money. Next day I asked if he sent the telegram and he said yes, but did not bother to give me a receipt. That is, he didn't bother for the good reason that there was no receipt. Dr. Upful never sent the telegram. He kept the money. It seemed so out of character I put it out of my mind, almost believing I had made a mistake. Then I began to notice other little things. Like his bill was out of line by about $30. I paid what I thought reasonable, and he never said any more about it. In short, he had simply given me a large bill hoping I would pay it and say nothing. Instead I said nothing and didn't pay it. I paid half. God. It hit me suddenly leaving his office. An Arab trick. Ask outrageous price and settle for half. Later I found out he was no anti-Nazi refugee, but a collaborator who got out of Strasbourg just ahead of the French partisans. Withal, he is still the best physician in. Oh him, the gossip chorus says. Notorious collaborator, my dear, and he's, well, queer for money. So what does he do with the money? Addict? Ooh-ah, not with that careful, anal face, without a trace of oral impulsiveness. No junkie, no lush he. Boys? No, the queens would have smelled him out, bitched him out years ago. But not the maddest gossip in Tangier, not even paranoid bitch on wheels Brian Geisen, ever said Upful was queer. Women? He looks like he gets that over with about once every 2 weeks. Besides, the chorus of old women in the portee room cover that entrance. There are two potentials. Number 1, he is a modern miser. He's not the type to fill a bathtub with gold coins and roll around on them naked. No, I mean a security miser who keeps his family on starvation rations. Funny, you can tell by looking at him he has no appreciation for food, would set a tasteless table, has safe deposit boxes in Switzerland, Uruguay, New York, Sydney, and Santiago, containing assorted currency, gold, diamonds, heroin and antibiotics. Number 2, he is a gambler. Now gambling is the one vice that does not thrive in anger. There is no casino, and the sub-rosa joints are pretty tight. But I see him as gambling in exchange, deals to buy Swedish kronen with Abyssinian turds in Hong Kong and resell in Uruguay. He keeps charts and tables and graphs and there is a ticker in his room, so he wakes up, in the morning with the room full of tape. He fell asleep over his charts and forgot to shut it off again. In short, any gambling he did must be thoroughly anal. He's another character for my inner zone hospital. The mad Dr. Benway who is oral type, operating with a can opener and tin snips, massaging patient's heart with a vacuum cup, toilet cleaner. We croakers gotta have know-how and make do, he explains to his appalled assistant. Nurse, I'm afraid she's gone, doctor. Benway, peeling off his gloves, well it's all in the day's work. And Dr. Anchor who is insane oral exchange gambler, stealing gold fillings out of the patient's mouth on the operating table, and performing other acts of incredible meanness. This hospital has funeral rites in the patio, cremations, exposure to vultures, a cemetery adjoining. There is a hospital official who does nothing but console relatives, professional mourners and funeral impresarios hang about the entrance soliciting the patients and visitors. Now I must stop writing about this novel, and start writing the novel itself. Of course these letters about what I intend to do, help to clarify my own mind. A family of Europeans has moved in next to me bag and baggage. The old lady is having an operation, that is she has had it if you ask me, and her daughter has moved in with her to see she gets proper looked after. The 2 rooms share one wash basin in the hall. So the daughter empties her mother's piss in it, and beefs when I wash a jacked off in handkerchief. Imagine. God knows what or who they are. There are innumerable relatives, one of whom wears his glasses those gadgets jewelers use to look at diamonds. I think he's a diamond cutter on the skids. The man who fucked up the Throckmorton diamond and was drummed out of the industry. Dope peddlers from Aleppo? Slunk traffickers from Buenos Aires? IDBS, illegal diamond buyers, from Johannesburg? Unethical slave traders from Italian Somaliland? Collaborators at the very least, 62 like upful they are Jewish but not kosher. They've got that Lamster look, and always beefing about my typewriter. You should dig the daughter. Hair dyed blonde, nice surface manners, and hard as a diamond drill. So like I say, I will not be writing so many letters, but putting everything in inner zone novel. I've got 2 more pages of this letter in longhand but it must wait. Love. Bill. 1956. To Allen Ginsberg. February 17, 1956. Tanger. Dear Alan. The way things break lately it's like there was a vast, Kafkian conspiracy to prevent me from ever getting off junk. At the beginning of the month I almost had money to get to England. I wrote for more, asking them to cable it. 10 days later they cable me $100, but by then I am almost $100 in debt to the ex-captain who lives next door, not only dishonest but impractical to leave without paying him. So I telegraph I need $100 more. That was a week ago, and no answer to my telegram. Meanwhile the $100 is half gone, there isn't another boat till the 20th, and by then this $100 is all gone, and even another $100 isn't enough to get me to England. I mean the way they feed me dollar a little bit at a time, I never have enough to move. And then they say, money is so short now we want to be sure it isn't wasted, while doling it out in such a way I have no alternative but to waste it. The shipment of Dolafine arrived finally, but now is running low again. Not only do I have a habit, but a synthetic habit which is hardest to kick, most harmful to the health, and the least enjoyable. And I am never sure from one day to the next of my supply, though it is never cut off long enough for me to switch to codeine. All in all I have fallen into a state of chronic depression and hopelessness. All I can do is sit here day after day shivering and contracted over my stinking little kerosene stove waiting for money. Trouble in Tangier lately. A friend of mine waylaid and stabbed in the back for no reason, not even robbery. One, in the lung. He will be alright, the old Dutch pimp who runs the place where I used to live set upon by 5 Arabs and beaten to a pulp. An Argentinian queer severely beaten by a gang of youths. I will try to pick up a pistol someplace. It's really getting to a point where you need one. I am typing up one version of the Yahoo article in what I hope will be acceptable form. I will send this on to you together with the Tanger article which is completed and typed. Terrible weather here. Cold and wet and windy. Love, Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. Sunday, February 26, 1956. Tangers. Dear Alan. Still in condition of biostasis, waiting on money to reach England. I will definitely get away when my $200 comes next week. I just experienced indescribable, nightmare flash of physical helplessness. Wherever I go and whatever I do, I am always in the straitjacket of junk, unable to move a finger to free myself, like I was paralyzed by an anesthetic, and suddenly realized that my will had no power to move my body. I keep dozing off into dreams or structural presentations of thought. President Eisenhower is a junkie, but can't take it directly because of his position, so he gets his junk kicked through me. He doesn't have to be with me, but from time to time we have to make contact, and I recharge him. These contacts look, to the casual observer, like homosexual practices, but looking closer one observes that the excitement is not sexual, and the climax is the separation when the recharge is completed, not union or any counterfeit or symbol of union. The erect penises are brought in contact, at least we use that method in the beginning, but contact points wear out just like veins. Now I sometimes have to slip my penis under his left eyelid. Of course I can always give him an osmosis recharge, which corresponds to a skin shot, but that is admitting defeat. An OR osmosis recharge will put the president in a bad mood for weeks and might well result in atomic shambles. For the president pays a high price for the oblique habit. A whole spectrum of subjective horror, silent protoplasmic agonies, bone frenzies, is known only to the man with an oblique habit. Tensions build up, pure energy without emotional content finally tears through the body, throwing him about like a man in contact with high-tension wires. Sometimes, if his charge connection is cut off cold, the oblique addict falls into such violent, electric convulsions that his bones shake loose, and he dies with the skeleton straining to climb out of his unendurable flesh. The oblique addict has sacrificed all control. He is helpless as a child in the womb. The relation between an OA, oblique addict, and his RC, recharge connection, often jokingly referred to as his RX, is so intense that they can only endure each other's company for brief and infrequent intervals, I mean aside from the RM recharge meets, when all personal contact is eclipsed by the recharge process. Conversation piece. Two elegant pansies in excruciatingly chic apartment. John Hansbeaton's dream apartment. 3. P.1. Bursting into the room, my dear, you'll never guess what I've got, lab reports just in, leprosy. P.2. How medieval of you. P.1. I'm having a black cloak designed by Antoine. Absolutely authentic. And I shall carry a bell. P.2. Oh, they'll most likely arrest you before anything really picturesque develops. Everything is curable these days. If only we could have a real, old, corny plague, you know, corpses sprawled sexily about the street, those boy corpses, dungarees tied over the basket, lying there so helpless, so young. For God's sake, Myrtle, bring a basin for me to drool in. And mixed with the smell of decay and death there was another smell seeping through the bolted doors, the shuttered windows, the sharp, acrid smell of fear. I suppose I'm a hopeless romantic. P.1. One thing I do ask of you, of all my dear friends, God rot the silly bitches, leave us have no mealy-mouthed blather about Hansen's disease. 4. Character for novel, rich, queer leper who is not supposed to frequent Turkish baths or swimming pools. They keep a plainclothes man on him at all times, and he is always trying to shake his shadow so he can get to a Turkish bath for a spot of good, unclean fun. I think he's English but not sure yet. Can't see him good on account of the steam. You've no idea the money I save, he says. When I show the little beasts my card, all God's lepers got cards with their fingerprints, photograph, and number. I managed to wangle number 69. It took some doing, they generally bolt without even thinking about fluss. 5. This letter is the only writing I have done in a week now. In the grey limbo of junk I seem to depend on you as my only point of reference, in fact the only strong emotional contact I have left. Well, inshallah, with Allah's endorsement, I will be out of this sneak preview of hell by this time next week. Telegram from home that $200 is on the way. As soon as I get my hands on it, I take the next plane out of here. Tanger. Monday, February 27, 1956. I expect my getaway money this week. Probably this afternoon or tomorrow. Then the plane for London. There is a plane every morning that gets in London about 2 o'clock of the same afternoon. So hold up any communications until I write you from England. I haven't heard from you in some weeks, and hope you are at the same address and receiving my letters. Before I leave here I will send you the Tanger article, and one version of the Yahoo article which I am typing up as neatly and accurately as I can. If I don't make it in England, I am coming back stateside and give myself up in Lexington. I simply will not travel with this Chinaman any longer. Taking so much I keep going on the nod. Last night I woke up with someone squeezing my hand. It was my own other hand. Or I fall half asleep reading something and the words change or take on a curious dream significance as if I was reading code. Obsessed with codes lately. Like a man contracts a series of illnesses which spell out a message. Or he gets message from subsidiary personality by farting in Morse code. Needless to say, such obvious devices as automatic writing would never get by the censor. I believe I wrote you the natives are getting uppity, time for some counter-terrorism, seems to me. The police are quite worthless, the Arab police now quite openly taking sides against Europeans or Americans in any contretemps. A number of queers got notes warning them to leave town, and sign the red hand. No note for me. As usual, Puritanism and nationalism come on together in a most disagreeable melange. Degenerate spectacle. I just hit a vein, not easy these days. I don't got many veins left. So I kissed the vein, calling it my sweet little needle sucker, and talked baby talk to it. Did you read about the 5 missionaries killed by the Auca Indians in Ecuador? I'd like to try contacting the Auca. Nobody has succeeded in making contact with them. Might drop kegs of paregoric from a plane until they all got a habit. See myself surrounded by sick Auca, you make medicine heap quick. They found some films on the dead missionaries. You see, they contacted one group of Auca and thought they were in. Their last radio message was, "A group of Auca we haven't seen before has just arrived." The pictures show them as a fine-looking people, completely naked. As for the missionaries, it's no loss. I've met them in SA and they are a perfect plague. Telling the Indians they shouldn't chew cocaine or take yahe or drink their homemade liquor, they should put on clothes. I mean all the old missionary crap. And such stupid, ignorant, ugly-looking people. I hate them. And they teach the Indians to sing their ugly, Protestant hymns. The father of one of the dead missionaries, they were all killed with spears, by the way, except one who was killed with one of the machetes they had given to the Indians, remarked rather enigmatically on learning of his son's death, "God doesn't make any mistakes." That picture you sent of the cops in women's clothes, I had already seen in the local Spanish paper here. It has quite good news coverage, but like all Spanish papers, completely controlled by the Franco government, the virtues of which they are continually editorializing. Enclose a picture I drew. I just started doodling, with no idea as to what I intended to draw, and it just took shape and seems to have a sort of life, and I call it the blind mouth. When I was a child I thought you saw with your mouth. I remember distinctly my brother telling me no, with the eyes, and I closed my eyes and found out it was true and my theory was wrong. I still haven't written to Jack. Must do so. Gag for Milton Berle, feller say I reckon Christ got Mary's immaculate cherry on the way out. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. March 14, 1956. Tangier. Dear Alan. Just got your letter of February 26. My father writes I should wait here until he makes arrangements with a sanitarium in England. I am inclined to go on and see if I can't arrange to get free treatment. The thing to do nowadays is to get one snout in the public trough. I'm only deterred by the possibility of being hung up in London Sands Junk and Sand Sanitarium. I know the licensed addicts in England, but don't know whether that applies to foreigners. There is an English doctor here who might be able to give me the info. Right offhand it seems rather unlikely they would welcome alien junkies with open arms and immediate junk permits. But quien sabe? Trying to decide whether to go on now or wait, I have fallen into a sort of folie à deux, waiting for a sign to make up my mind. God knows I don't want my father to spend an unnecessary cent on the deal. It all comes out of my pocket one way or another. Also I want to get away from this horrible, synthetic shit. I had not seen any of this material before. It was not in the first copy you sent me. I don't wonder the poem is causing a stir. 6 Like I say, it seems to me definitely the best thing you have done is a sustained whole. The I'm with you in Rockland section excellent and very moving. I like especially the stanza that contains Starry Spangled Shock of Mercy. I just fell asleep for a moment and had a flash of dream, a policeman on a bicycle, screaming with shrill lust, following a boy down a long, dusty road in Mexico. In the distance is a river with trees growing along the banks, and on the other side of the river a town. Moloch stanzas excellent. Where do they fit in exactly? Be sure to send me copy of the whole poem as soon as you get copy. It is finished now and ready for publication by Crazy Lights 7. This poem is undoubtedly the best thing you have done. Also, it seems to me, the end of one line of development. I am wondering where you'll go from here. Long dream about you last night? Seems we were in the Foreign Legion together, but the Legion seemed to be in Russia. I asked you how long we had been in, and you said, a year and a half. And I groaned thinking of the 3.5 years we still had to go. I enclosed some routines, and a slightly amended version of the monster birth routine, which might do for Black Mountain. 8 I think maybe a routine in the Yahé dream, including Meat Cafe, might be better. Say the Baboon Huntsman routine and the Yahé dream. But do whatever you think best. Perhaps the first chapter of Inner Zone, please, Alan, you decide. Well, I want to get this in the mail. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. April 16, 1956. Tanger. Dear Alan. At last I have traveling orders. I move out Tuesday to contact a Dr. Macleay in London, one of those incredibly English addresses, Queensgate Place. So it looks like I will see some action at last. Just after I wrote you, I received $500 from my father to clean up debts and go to England. And there is plenty medicine in the pharmacias, so I can make a comfortable, leisurely exit, and not hitting the town sick with $10 capital. Perhaps all the delay and the failures of the past 2 years were necessary to show me exactly how nowhere junk is, and I can't use it if I want to do anything else. And no more of this one-shot routine. In a word, no more junk any kind ever. I have nothing of interest to say, just want to let you know I am on my way at last. Want to get this in mail before I leave. Love, Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. Write to this address. May 8, 1956. 44 Edgerton Gardens. London S.W.3. England. Dear Alan. I still feel terrible. Sleep maybe 1-2 hours at dawn. I can walk for miles and come in stumbling with fatigue, but I can't sleep. The thought of sex with anyone gives me the horrors. Last night went to a ghastly queer party where I was pawed and propositioned by a 50-year-old Liberal MP. I told him I couldn't sleep with Ganymede now, let alone you. 9. There has been no backsliding. No codeine, no paregoric, no nothing. Not even a sleeping pill. This time I'll make it if it kills me. Where are you and what are you doing and when are you coming to Europe? I am torn to pieces with restlessness. The Amazon expedition is becoming an obsession with me. Of course I could easily kill a few months in Spain, Italy, and Tanger. But please let me know what the exact score is with you. Do you have Seymour Wise's address or any London addresses? 10 If so, please send along. Did you send the win money to Tanger? The cure itself was awful. From 30 grains of Emperor Day to 0 in 7 days. But I had a real croaker, interested in Yahé, Mayan archaeology, every conceivable subject, and would often come to see me at 2 a.m. and stay till 5 since he knew I couldn't sleep. 11 Please write. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. May 15, 1956. 44 Edgerton Gardens. London S.W.3. Dear Alan. Just received your long letter. This should reach you in plenty of time. I am amazed and delighted to hear of your fabulous job. 12 Would God I could get one. May try the U.S. construction companies in Spain. Publishing news is good. I have given up the idea of making money from my writing, so I'm not concerned about that. Creeley can publish anything he wants for any amount or nothing. 13 Like I say, I don't care about the Geltangle. I am completely recovered now, very active, able to drink. Still no interest in sex. I am physically able, you dig, just not interested. When I look at a boy nothing happens. Ratty lot of boys they got here anywho. Maybe when I come around to it, I want women. Maybe. London drags me like a sea anchor. I want to see bright blue sky with vultures in it. A vulture in London would be an Adams cartoon. But I won't leave until I dig what's here. Dropped Seymour Wise a line. Hope to see him. Don't worry about chippying. I know the score now. I can't take one shot or paregoric or codeine or Demerol or junk in any form. Not now or ever. If I ever have to take some for intense pain, the withdrawal syndrome can be headed off with several injections of apomorphine. The doctor has given me 3 tubes of apomorphine to keep with me at all times. Addiction to apomorphine is impossible. It's nothing you take for kicks. During early withdrawal vivid nightmares when I could sleep. Sample: 14 North Africa, 10 years from now. A vast rubbish heap. Blue sky and hot sun. Smell of hunger and death. Smoke of petrol fires in the distance. Dave Lamont walking beside me carrying a can of gasoline. He is actually 26. In the dream he looks 60, any age, and I know I look the same. We meet 5 Arabs. I see the eyes of the Arab in front and say to Dave, throw the petrol on them and light it. It's our only chance. 2 Arabs down, covered with burning petrol. Petrol is English word for gasoline, not kerosene. I got in habit of using it. Other Arabs running up. We won't make it. My leg is covered with petrol. My leg is part of the dump heap. When I try to move it, broken bottles and tin cans and rusty wire cut into the flesh. Someone screaming in my ear. One of a series of dreams in which I am a minority in a vast, hostile country. Finally, comparative security through public works, complicated locks and channels and harbors and markets all synchronized with physiological calendars. In short, the natives can't use the works without us. If they could understand the works, they would not be hostile. Someday they will maybe. But that's hundreds of years away now. Now they must use the works and put up with us or die. An extremist party wants to destroy the works, and kill us, even if they do die. The natives and the work guards, who form a separate power group, keep the extremists in line, burning them to death when they catch them. I just got letter from friend in Tanger. Another Arab ran amok and cut up 6 Europeans. Curious fact is this, the Arabs put the snatch on him and were getting ready to burn him alive when the police intervened. I can't tell you how glad I am that you are coming around to accept your Harlem experience, rejecting trilling etc. I have felt for years that this is right for you. I can't write any more now. I am still very restless and it is a great trouble to sit down and write anything. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. June 18, 1956. Venice. Dear Alan. I wrote twice to your ship address. 15 Hope the FBI didn't intercept. I'll say it again. London is about the most god-awful place I was ever in. Barker is a bore. 16 I never want to see England again except maybe Doc Elks on business and Dr. Dent. Seymour, wise, stood me up 3 times. He should look me up somewhere, sometime, and I'll do as much for him. I did give Barker your Ms., but did not see him again to get reaction. Venice is perhaps the greatest place I ever see. Such a cornucopia of available young ass. I mean, too much. Since the cure I've been sexy as an 18-year-old and healthy as a rat. Row or operate gondola for 2 or 3 hours every day. Also swim. Rest of the time chasing after the ragazzies. Difficult to get any work done here. However, I am planning a nightmare tour of Europe entitled The Grand Tour, Hell is Where Your Ass Is, of which I'm close beginning of Scandinavian chapter. This was inspired by a Swede I met at party, a cured alcoholic who told me in Sweden drug addicts are chained yet, to the bed and left there until cured, or dead. I begin to suspect that all is not well behind that hygienic Scandinavian facade. Alan is writing you. Incidentally, I got country drunk in Peggy Guggenheim's palazzo, in consequence forever banished from her premises. 17 In fact I have managed to alienate quite a number of people by my drunken behavior which can, I realize, be rather difficult to take. Well, I'm not a bit alarmed about that. One thing is sure, I'm really off the junk now, but would like to pick up on some weed. They got like a connection in Padua, an old bitch in a tenement that sells black market cigarettes. Looks like set for Italian movie or, John Hornburn's novel. Interesting about your mother's improvement. 18 I have thought a great deal about schizophrenia, in the trade. 19 Convinced that it is as much a disease of disturbed metabolism as diabetes. In my opinion, psychological treatment is not only worthless but absolutely contraindicated, certainly while the disease process is in operation. I have revised my earlier theory which I outlined to you. Anxiety produces adrenaline which produces histamine, both H and A break down into the S substance, recently isolated from the blood of S's, which in turn produces more H and A. The S substance must be produced by the body for an excellent biological reason, perhaps to counteract the metabolic products of anxiety. Now I have frequently observed that there are no psychotic junkies, at least not when on the junk. Patient of Dent who was in nut house for alcoholism complicated by psychosis, undiagnosed. He was violent and hallucinating. So they gave him morphine, he became addicted and was discharged from the hospital cured of alcoholism and psychosis, but on the junk. Then some croaker gave him Demerol to get him off morphine and he came to Dr. Dent with a Demerol habit, one of the worst if you ask me, and I'm the man who should know, so Dent makes with the apomorphine treatment. Note apomorphine is back-brain stimulant and general regulator of disturbed metabolism, and when I meet this character he is fully dressed and in his right mind, cured of Demerol, alcoholism and psychosis. Now fix yourself on this, the terminal state of addiction is quite similar to the terminal state of S complete destruction of affect, withdrawal etc. I used to spend 6 hours looking at my shoe. Seymour knows heroin addict who spends his whole life in bed, even shits there when he shits if he shits. But here is crucial difference between deteriorated S and terminal addict. By terminal addict I mean one who gets all he wants. The TA will get up off his piles on the double if his junk is cut. With suitable withdrawal treatment he will be his normal pre-junk self in a month. His sickness is H, possibly S is quite similar. If the body produced its own H until tolerance and withdrawal syndrome was established and then continued to produce it to prevent withdrawal syndrome, we would have analogy of S process as I tentatively see it. So I say give S's H for some months until addiction is established, then a withdrawal treatment with apomorphine. If that doesn't work, try giving LSD, S sub. And maybe the body getting it from outside will stop producing, and the S substance can be withdrawn like junk. I tell you, with a free hand I could get all the S's out on the street collecting unemployment compensation. The family is making tiresome sounds like things are tough and I should get a job. Investigating possibilities of work in Spain and Casablanca. There. I had letter from Jack. I will write him presently. The $70 went to London, but will be forwarded here. P.S. I am 42 but feel like 18. Also act that way. Will send first chapter of Hell is Where Your Ass Is later. Enclose instead latest routine. Address, care of U.S. Consulate. Venice, Italy. S is probably a drug psychosis, the drug being produced by the body. I always told you trolling was a shit. To Bill Gilmore. July 26, 1956. Venice. Cargo U.S. Consulate. Dear Bill. After taking the cure for my drug habit in London, I am staying with Alan Anson in Venice. This time there will be no relapse. My plans are extremely fluid. Financial reverses force me to consider possibilities of employment. My novels are grown unpublishably obscene. I am prepared to accept any job from bank president to lavatory attendant outside the USA, but lavatory attendant sinecures are hard to come by these days. I got several irons in the fire: deal to manage a delicatessen in Casablanca, start a haberdashery in Abyssinia, collaborate on a pharmacology of narcotic drugs in London, construction projects in Spain, teaching school in Pakistan. And there is always the possibility of finding a live one to finance Amazon expeditions I have in prospect. Tentatively, I will be here until about the 15th of next month, then proceed to Vienna for a few weeks, then south through Italy to Libya, Tripoli, arriving there middle September, spend winter in Libya. On the other hand, if I get a green light from Casa, may leave immediately and be in Tanger to welcome you. Tanger loses its international status as of October 1st. You should not miss seeing it before then. If I am not there, proceed to the Saco Chico and ask for Tony Rethorst. He can fix you up with the young amenities. A friend of mine, name of Dave Woolman, is still in Tanger. Hotel Muneria, a good place for you to stay. Anything goes there. And cheap. If the Hotel Muneria is not existing now, many changes in past few months, you will always find Dave, Tony, and anybody else who is hanging on, in the Café Central, Saco Chico. Ask the waiters or anybody looks like he speaks English. It's an informal place. You can't miss. Tanger is extremely cheap. You should pay less than $1 for your hotel. Excellent meals from 60 cents. Visit the Mar Chica after 12 p.m. Venice is real great, but not cheap. No work here. Besides, it's not exactly for me. There is something unreal about the place. It lacks depth, nuance and horror. Mexico City, Tanger more my sort of thing. Please write me what your plans are, how long you will stay in Europe, etc. I am sure we can arrange to connect someplace. As ever. Bill. P.S. Do you know Elsa's present address? 21 I was unable to locate her the last time I was in New York, thought maybe she is back in Europe. If so, would like to contact her. Alan sends his regards. To Allen Ginsberg. September 16, 1956. Tanger, Morocco. Dear Alan. Just got your letter, so we'll expect you and entourage January. 'Tis I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow like the songs say, unless they are giving me the hard dough. 22 There is no town like Tanger town. The place relaxes me so I am subject to dissolve. I can spend 3 hours looking at the bay with my mouth open like a Kentucky mountain boy. Man, I don't need junk. Speaking of which, I never feel the slightest temptation. I think junkies relapse because they are not metabolically cured by the usual methods of treatment. Dense apomorphine method could dispose of the whole problem. This you gotta hear, there is a holy man around town who tells fortunes in his spare time from being a holy man. So an English woman consults the old fuck and he tells her, "Lady, you wanna get my potent virtue from the living source, hauling out the living source. Lunch on it, sister, and do yourself some good. I'm giving you the chance extraordinary. The routine some citizens put down. I never been so horny in my life as right lately. Like yesterday I had 2 hour set to with Nimun, my latest heartthrob, that's a way of putting it. So today I should be thinking about higher things. So what I do all afternoon? Lounge about in my wine-colored, Czechoslovakian poplin pajamas devising Rube Goldberg's sex contraptions, like an ingenious assortment of rocking chairs and sofas that rock back and forth and sideways, not to mention Molly's special, the rocking swivel chair guaranteed to run up casualties among the Saturday night lush trade, vibrating mattresses, interesting hammocks, facilities in scenic railways and stunting planes, currently working on an arrangement involving aqualungs and a blood temperature swimming pool with artificial waves. Spot of landlady bother. She tells me to slack off on the air of visitors. So me and Dave Woolman, the Walter Winchell of Tanger, have found us the original Anything Goes joint. 23 run by 2 retired junkie whores from Saigon. On the ground floor will be Dave, myself, and Eric Gifford, the public school man, Eaton 26, who conspired with a male hustler to forge a stolen traveler check. The boy brought the deal to me first and I told him I should felonize myself for $25. What you think I am, a crook? Take that business to Eric. So they got by with it, I hope. You never know. The mills of American Express grind slow but they grind exceeding fine. One of these days a man in a gray flannel suit, the bastards come on elegant these days, making so much money, is likely to tap Eric on the shoulder and say, "Are you Eric Trevor Ormsmith Creighton, also known as El Chinche, the bedbug?" Anywho, we 3 occupy the ground floor with our rooms opening on the garden and have a private entrance. You can be free here, you understand? The old whore says to me, digging me in the ribs. The houseboy is a Spanish queer, good-looking in a depraved sort of way. I don't often use the word, but no other word gets this job done. That boy has one of the most degenerate faces I ever saw. When you hear one of the whores screaming Joselito, Joselito, you know Joselito is laying one of the clients again. Eric throws a fuck into him when he gets caught short. So it's like a goodly crowd is there, you might say. A strange thing happened this morning. I was doing my special abdominal exercises I learned from a citizen named Hornibrook in London, who learned them from the Fiji Islanders near as I can make out. So suddenly a wave of sex come over me and I have a spontaneous orgasm stab my vitals. Now a spontaneous, waking orgasm is a rare occurrence even in adolescence. Only one I ever experienced before was in the orgone accumulator I made in Texas. And another thing. I find my eyes straying towards the fair sex. It's the new free zone, dearie. Women are downright piquant. You hear about these old characters, find out they are queer at 50, maybe I'm about to make with the switcheroo. What are these strange feelings that come over me when I look at a young cunt's little tits sticking out so cute? Could it be that? No. No. He thrust the thought from him in horror. He stumbled out into the street with the girls' mocking laughter lingering in his ears, laughter that seemed to say, "Who you think you're kidding with the queer act? I know you, baby. Well, it is as Allah wills." I am writing now a straight continuation of Inner Zone. If you are going to be around a bit, I will send along the second chapter when I get it finished, which will be very soon. Maybe I can publish with Obelisk Press in Paris. 24 Alan didn't say anything to me about this deal to publish Naked Lunch in Paris. Well, avare. If you have copy of Times article on Howl, I would love to see it. What issue? We get it here eventually in the American Library. 25. My best to Jack, Neil, Corso. I will write Jack in Mexico. They got like half-assed gondolas I row around every day. Physical exercise, the contracting and relaxing of muscles, is for me an exquisite sensual pleasure. So many things give me pleasure: walking around town, sitting in a cafe. I have no compulsion to write or to do anything except when I am possessed by routines, which can happen any time. A lot of the time I just sit blank and narcotize, letting sensations flow through me. I have a feeling that I might turn into somebody else, that I am losing my outlines. A curious illusion I get lately when I am a little lushed and swing on Miss Green's unnatural tit. I feel that there is another person present. I mean, like the last time I laid Ahmed, he is being the most sincere, advertising agency argot for somebody all out on the make, male hustler in Greater Tanger, and his sensational, uninhibited sex. The things that boy thinks up to do, so I feel there is like a third man in the room. Not disapproving or anything. Just there. At times I feel myself on the verge of something incredible, like I will meet myself on the way out. This extra person kick has happened several times. And I don't really need Miss Green anymore. The English boy was talking about suicide, life not worth living. This seems incredible to me. I think I must be very happy. I got like a revelation but can't verbalize it. Let me know when you are going, etc. Love. Bill. P.S. Address Cargo U.S. Consulate. Tanger, Morocco. The legation has moved to Rabat. 26. To Allen Ginsberg. October 13, 1956. Tangier. Dear Alan. I don't see our roles reversed exactly but expanded and altered on both sides. I have entered a period of change more drastic than adolescence or early childhood. I live in a constant state of routine. I am getting so far out one day I won't come back at all. I can't take time to go into all my mystic experiences which I have whenever I walk out the door. There is something special about Tanger. It is the only place when I am there I don't want to be any place else. No stasis horrors here. And the beauty of this town that consists in changing combinations. Venice is beautiful, but it never changes. It is a dream congealed in stone. And it is someone else's dream. The final effect is to me nightmarish. Example, sky supersonic, Oregon blue, warm wind, a stone stairway leading up to the old town. Coming down the stairs a very dark Arab boy with a light purple shirt. I get average of 10 very attractive propositions a day. My latest number is Spanish, 16, with a smile that hits you right in the nuts. I mean that pure, uncut boy stuff, that young male innocence. American boys are not innocent because they lack experience. Innocence is inseparable from depravity, you can lay him when you get here. Everyone else has that child innocence, but what technique and virtuosity. Oh la la. Now I got myself agitated. Must have him today instead of tomorrow. Incidentally, the one reason I get so many propositions is I am being the most eligible queer in Greater Tanger. Everyone knows how generous I was with Kiki. And I got a rep for being a perfect gentleman in every sense of the word. I work when I can sit still long enough or when I get time out from fucking. Actually Enterzone has taken complete shape. If I only had a tape recorder I could finish it in a month. In close selections which will indicate where I am. Finale as they set off a new atom bomb at the 4th of July celebration and destroy the world, getting quite friendly with Paul Bowles. He is really a charming person, new quarters are superb. My room opens onto a garden. No maids to bother me. A private entrance on a quiet street. I don't see how anyone could be happier than I am right now. I mean this is it. I am not saving myself for anything. I hope to God I don't have to leave Tanger. Of course the south of Spain is terrific. They are all Republicans, even the fuzz. The old folks sit in the kitchen drinking wine while you lay their boy in the bedroom. Nice, informal atmosphere, you dig. I mean I won't exactly be withering on the vine if I do have to leave. But Tanger is my dream town. I did have a dream 10 years ago of coming into a harbor and knowing that this was the place where I desired to be. Just the other day, rowing around in the harbor I recognized it as my dream bay. 27. I wish you would come on here before you fritter away your loot. By all means bring Jack and Peter, Orlovsky. I assure you I will not be jealous. In fact jealousy is one of the emotions of which I am no longer capable, self-pity is also impossible for me. You know what is wrong with it? Self-pity is a symptom of a divided ego, split into a pitied and a pitier. If your ego is intact you can't pity yourself. I discovered this in a state of complete despair a few days ago. I woke up one morning to find that my ass and environs was a bright purple-red color, overtook by my nemesis you might say, so after a session with medical books and the Red Cross, I was convinced I had that awful virus venereal disease, lymphogranuloma, where your ass turns purple and seals up, only deigning to emit an occasional purulent discharge. 28 I went home and dosed myself with antibiotics. That disease is difficult to cure though aureomycin has proved effective in some cases. Then I began to cry and roll around biting my knuckles in complete despair. Despair unifies the ego. Self-pity is impossible. Did you know that tears rid the body of poisonous wastes like sweat or urine? In jaundice your tears are bright yellow. In short, grief or despair causes metabolic poisons to accumulate. The old idea that someone who is greatly afflicted must cry or die has a sound metabolic basis. Anywho I never seen anyone take on the way I did for hours and hours, repeating over and over take it away. Take it away. So the next day I go to the doctor, he takes a look and purses his lips and says, yes you have rather a severe case of ringworm, athlete's foot. Then he looked at me over his glasses and smiles discreetly. And there seems to have been a certain amount of chafing. So I used my Cockton, sick, and my ass is no longer purple. Seems to me I got my despair revelations at bargain basement price. I mean the self-pity insight was only one angle. Another was I found out how emphatically I disapprove of stealing or any criminal activities. I mean criminal not illegal, whether performed by criminals or by police or by anybody. That is crimes against property and person of others. Brainwashing, thought control, etc., is the vilest form of crime against the person of another. There is no greater disaster than the confusion of ethics and legality. It is the curse of the Western world, the substitution of law, that is, force, for instinctive feeling for others. Once this is done, on the one hand anything legal is right and such monstrosities as Nazism and communism are loosed on the world, on the other hand anything you can get by with is all right too, which is the lesser, because self-limiting, evil of ordinary criminality. Only America could have set up such a perversion as the concept that the good are dull and the wicked charming. Al Cap says, good is better than evil because it is nicer. 29 I say it's better because it's more interesting. Evil is dull, about as glamorous as a cancer. And evil men are dull, as I am sure Himmler was dull. But I doubt if I could ever have learned this in the States. And I used to admire gangsters. Good God. I remember seeing in the paper those gangsters who conspired to throw acid in Reisel's sick face and thinking quite spontaneously, what a bunch of shits they are. 30. Well, I was never one to beat around in a bush. I mean, enough of this silly lovemaking. Take off your clothes, Al. I am a fucking saint, that is, I've been fucked by the Holy Ghost and knocked up with the Immaculate Void. I'm the third coming, me, and don't know if I can do it again. So stand by for the revelation. 31. Christ? That cheap mountebank, that bush leaguer. You think I demean myself to commit a miracle? That's what Christ should have said on a cross when the citizen said, make with a miracle and save your own ass. He should have said, I wouldn't demean myself. The show must go on. He always was one to miss a cue. I recall when we was doing an impersonation act in Sodom, and that is one cheap town. Strictly from hunger. Well, this citizen, this fucking Philistine who wandered in from Pudding Bale or some place, calls me a fucking fruit right on a floor, and I said to him, 3,000 years in show business and I always keep my nose clean. Besides, I don't have to take any shit off any uncircumcised cocksucker. Like I say, miracles is the cheapest trick in the industry. Some people got no class to them. That one should have stood in Carney. Step right up, Marks and Marquises, and bring the little Marks too. Good for young and old, man and beast. The one and only legit Son of Man will cure a young boy's clap with one hand. By contact alone, folks, create marijuana with the other whilst walking on water and squirting wine out his ass. Now don't crowd too close. You are subject to be irradiated by the sheer charge of this character. Buddha? A notorious metabolic junkie. Makes his own, you dig. In India, where they got no sense of time, the man is often a month late. Now let me see, is that the second or third monsoon? I got like a meat and ketchup or about more or less. So you dig these junkies sitting around in the lotus posture waiting on the man. So Buddha says, I don't have to take this sound. I'll by God metabolize my own junk. Man, you can't do that. The revenuers will swarm all over you. No, they won't. I got a gimmick, see? I'm a fucking holy man as of now on out. Geez, boss, what an angle. Now some citizens, when they make with the new religion, really wig, no class to them. Besides, they is subject to be lynched because who wants somebody hanging around being better than other folks? What you want to do, Jack, give people a bad time? So we gotta play it cool, you dig? Cool, we gotta take it or leave it proposition here, folks. We aren't shoving anything up your soul, unlike certain cheap characters who shall be nameless and are nowhere. These frantic citizens don't know how to come on. Muhammad? Are you kiddin'? He was dreamed up by the Mecca Chamber of Commerce. An Egyptian Admanona Skids from the Sauce wrote the continuity. I'll have one more, Gus. Then I'll by God go home and receive a surah. Wait till the morning edition hits the souks. I'm blasting Amalgamated wide open. Give him hell, kid, I'm in your corner. Gus, when the roll is called up yonder you'll be there if I have to louse up the universe. I won't forget you, Gussie. I won't forget what you done for me. Wait a minute, wait a minute. That'll be 10 clams, in cash. Confucius, who he? Lao Tse, they scratch him already. So now we got the place cleaned up a bit, I'm gonna make with the living word. Everybody in this fucking curved universe and anybody say it's not curved is blaspheming the immaculate fact and the first prophet of fact, Einstein, one of my stooges, you dig. Everybody and everything is in this universe together. If one explodes we all explode. That thermodynamic drag brings everybody down, fuck your neighbor. He may like it. And I want you fellows to control your most basest instinct, which is the end to control, coerce, violate, invade, annihilate, by any means whatsoever, anybody else's physical or psychical person, Anybody wants to go climb into someone else and take over is no better than a fucking control addict. He should kick his noisome habit instead of skulking around with his bare ass hanging out lousing up the universe. Be it known that such nameless assholes will suffer a painful doom. And remember, when the control yen rips through your bones like a great black wind, you have connected for pure evil. Not the glamorous bitch, but the cancerous, rotting drag who says, I have nothing to offer but my sores. So when you feel that yen, brother, and everybody in the industry must feel it, and say how can I make it without the stuff? I say open the door and the whole universe will rush in with the immaculate fix, and you will look the man straight in his discs, power pushers don't need eyes, and say, Gimpy take up thy shit and walk. 32 Go on the knot and dream of a square universe. I stand with the facts. I mean enough of these gooey saints with that look of pathic dismay as if they were being fucked and pretending not to pay it any mind. He who denies himself will shit sure deny others. Leave us have no more square saints, get a typewriter why'n't This letter is like a Mayan codice. Neither of you write good anywho. It reads like the drunken newscaster, 33 remember? At last a sentence I can read. Yes Peter, I live on a hill overlooking the bay in the most beautiful city in the world, or at least it's always young and fair to me. You got cockroaches. Well, I wake up this morning with rat shit on my sheets. I am subject to be took advantage of by rats. When I lived in the other house I used to get my exercise killing rats with a cane in the patio. The bastards eat babies, you dig, so I put them to the sword or whatever. No compromise with the unbelieving pricks. Now I haven't issued a surah on cockroaches yet since there are none here. You boys will just have to piece out the odds without the last word on roaches. Want to talk to you about the nut house, schizophrenia being like one of my hobbies you might say, and I got theories about it like I got about most everything. Don't be responsible Peter, that sentence sounds like you was applying for a position, the routine citizens put down, like, I am a young man with clean habits. I don't juice and I don't mainline. If what's on my mind is on your mind you must be kid simple. If so, you are coming to the right place. Now look here, don't worry about my sensitiveness. There'll be no Indian rope trick put down. Nobody disappears in Tanger. Now look, I feel a surah coming on the subject of roaches. I mean you gotta draw the line someplace. Like I should go around with a purple ass. I don't wanna kill them cute little ringworms already. They has committed an unspeakable crime and violating my person without so much as a by your leave. Germs got no class to them. And the evilest of them all are the virus, so bone lazy they aren't even hardly alive yet. Fucking transitional bastards, so I say cockroaches can live for all I care but not in my quarters. I didn't send for no cockroaches. They is invading my privacy and I by God won't stand still for it. The prophet has yacked. I'm off to this restaurant where all the waiters and the cook are Arabian fruits who keep filling up the clientele. Sign over the bar, employee must wash hands after goosing the clients. Enclose samples of inner zone. This is first rough draft. I have written about 50 pages, a boy last night and another this noon. I am declaring a 2-day sex Lent. Bless you my children. Love from Popley your friendly prophet. Bill. Don't go to Mexico, come right here right now while you have the loot. Tanger is the place. Why wait? 34. To Allen Ginsberg. October 29, 1956. Tanger. Dear Alan. Pick out whatever you like for Cambridge Review, and bring Ms. with you when you come. I really got the juice up on Interzone and it will be finished by Christmas. I am working at least 4 hours a day. Possible finale, anal technician pulls the switch that blows up the world, they'll hear this fart on Jupiter. This town really has the jihad jitters. Jihad means the wholesale slaughter by every Muslim of every unbeliever. Yesterday I am sitting in the Saco and suddenly people start running and all the shopkeepers are slamming down the steel shutters of their shops. I plan to market an automatic shop closer whereby you press a button and your shutter falls like a guillotine, and everybody in the cafes drops their drink and leaps inside and the waiters are closing the doors. So at this point about 30 little children carrying the Moroccan flag troop through the Saco. A few days ago we had a general strike. 35 Everything closed, restaurants, drugstores, no cars allowed on the street. About 4 p.m. I am out with my Spanish kid trying to score for a bottle of cognac, and everybody says, no. Go away. Don't you know there's a strike on? And slams the door. About this time such a racket breaks out like I never hear and I can see thousands of Arabs marching down the boulevard yelling. So I cut by police headquarters, where about 100 young Arabs are yelling at the cops, who have barricaded themselves inside. What had happened? This idiot Frenchman climbed into a tree and harangued the crowd. How dare you say anything against law France? Fortunately, the police succeeded in rescuing him, and they had him locked in the station. On the boulevard I dig about 20,000 Arabs, mostly teenagers, yelling, "Fuera français!" Out with the French, and jumping around and laughing, so nothing happened. Tell Jack not to worry about a thing. As to my house, it is one room and one bed generally cluttered up with Spanish boys. The sexual mores here unlike anything you can imagine. So long as I go with Spanish boys, it is like having a girl in the US. I mean, you feel yourself at one with the society. No one disapproves or says anything. Whereas to walk around town with an Arab boy would be unthinkable at this point. You would be insulted, stared at, spit at, and the boy would be subject to reprisals. You dig, no one cares what the unbelievers do among themselves. I have a strange feeling here of being outside any social context. I have never known any place so relaxing. The possibility of an all-out riot is like a tonic, like ozone in air. Here surely is a song for men like wind in an iron tree in abysses more or less. 36 I have no nostalgia for the old days in Morocco, which I never saw. Right now is for me. My disregard of social forms is approaching psychosis. Drinking with some very stuffy English people on their yacht and someone says something about someone tied to a buoy, and I say, "Tied to a boy? Lucky chap," and sit there doubled over with laughing, completely knocked out by my own wit. I can assure you no one else thought it was a bit funny. Now when they see me they get a soft kiput look and take off on the double, probably thinking, "Here comes the dangerous old fruit." So about 2 weeks ago I am having tea with Paul Bowles and he is entertaining this grim, rich American woman. So I was talking about Yahé, knocked out on Gage and Lush, and she says, "How long does it take to rot you?" And I said, "Lady, you should live so long," and she left the room. So I thought that finishes me with Bowles, but nothing of the sort. He had been amused apparently. And I have seen him twice since, and dig him like I never dig anyone that quick before. Our minds similar, telepathy flows like water. I mean there is something portentously familiar about him, like a revelation. I also borrowed and read his book which I think very good. 37 Unfortunately he is leaving for Ceylon in a few days. He will be back here in February I think, so you will probably see him. Yes, I have typewriter which I own, and a good one. These Black Mountain Cats sound like too much of rather a bad thing. 38 You shouldn't be put off base by those puerile tactics. It's one of the oldest routines in the industry. I mean distracting, or rather engaging your attention with one hand while he hits you with the other. The counterpunch? I could suggest a dozen. Like say, of course the only writing now is in scientific journals, and read him something about the use of antihemoglobin treatment in the control of multiple degenerative granuloma. Further rules: never answer him directly. Never ask what he means, just nod as if everything he was saying was rather obvious and tiresome, and talk always to someone on one side of or behind him, and then fall into long silences as if listening carefully to this invisible person, nodding at intervals you dig, and interjecting like, "Well, I wouldn't go that far. At least not yet," or, "You can say that again, but it's uncalled for really." You dig, you are discussing him with this phantom cat he has apparently brought with him into the room. I can't explain all this. It's like the sight of someone about to flip or someone full of paranoid hate excites me. I want to see what will happen if they really wig. I want to crack them wide open and feed on the wonderful soft stuff that will ooze out. When an Arab looks at me with insane hate, I hope maybe he will come apart for me. I can see the bare bones of human process spill right out under the Moroccan blue sky. You see, a paranoid has to have the other half, that is, he must have complementary fear or hate. If I could get him to leap on me without I feel any answering fear or hate, he might crack wide open and God knows what would crawl out. Kicks, man, kicks, I mean it's like a yen. We were the first that ever burst into that silent sea. 39 Jack must not be afraid of Arabs. I am in a position to officially abolish fear. The chaos in Morocco is beautiful. Arab hipsters are developing in Casablanca, and a vast underworld. The police drive around in jeeps machine-gunning each other. Where does Rex Roth get off at? He has been attacked by juvenile delinquency in a soda fountain already. I mean, he had no business to go in a soda fountain. Anywho, it sounds like an old maid story to me. 40 This letter is like for you and Jack and Peter. Now listen. I will have the prologue of Inner Zone, which is about 50 pages, complete in a few weeks. Should I send you a copy? And if so, where? What I am writing now supersedes, in fact makes obsolete, anything I have written hitherto. Write me on this point. I am really writing Inner Zone now, not writing about it. Enclosed picture of Spanish boy who has quit his job and left home and moved in with me. Not, my dear, an unmixed blessing. The chorus of guides and queens in the Saco has passed it along. Tell Willie the junk he is asking for it shacking with that Spanish kid who is always in hassles with the fuzz. This kid has been arrested many times for such offenses as playing ball in the street, breaking windows with his slingshot, and hitting his girlfriend in public, and 2 teeth fall out already, loose anywho I think, and she is just making capital of her pyorrhea. 4 out of 5 get it before 40 like the ad man say. I mean, I'm a creative artist, I gotta have some privacy, instead of which boys is crawling all over me at any hour at all. I got a great idea. A number called the Jihad Jitters, start as we hear riot noises in the distance. Ever hear it? It's terrific, you wouldn't believe such noises could result from humans, all sorts of strange yips. Then the sound of shop shutters slamming down. Then the vocal comes on. You dig various characters who got the Jihad Jitters. Like first comes on this fag. The East Kilo 41 hates me. The guides all berates me. I'm nobody's sweetheart now. I got the Jihad Jitters. I mean scared of those critters. They's a coming for to disembowel me. Then comes on this English contrabandist. I just wanna make a buck. So now I gotta duck. And leave my bundle standing at bank? I'll stay and take my chances. With the bloody fucking Nances. Jihad, you can't jitter me. Now comes on a retired colonel. I've been through this before. From Belfast to Singapore. And I jolly well know the old score. A natives like a horse respect and only force, so call out the Queen's 69th. And now a Syrian Greek who peddles second-hand condoms in the souks and does a spot of filthy tattooing on the side. You boys all know me, the friendly little G, who keeps the bugs off in your meat, and where'd you be without the rubber when you don't want to club her? You got enough events as it is. Well, you dig other types too. I'll have to give it thought. So finally all the voices together mixed with the right noises like, can't you see the lady doesn't want that knife? Wait here, honey face, I'm going to call the manager. Roy. That old nigger is looking at me so nasty. How dare you throw gasoline on me? I'm going to call a cop. Alt, how dare you stick a knife up my ass? Why I'll call a cop. I say, these blighters don't look like members to me. And the music will be Arab, jazz, strains of the Marseillaise, old Berber tunes, etc. Really, rioting must be the greatest, like snap, wow. I mean, I dug it watching them Arabs jumping around yelling and laughing, and they laugh in serious riots. We laugh when anxiety is aroused and then abruptly relieved. Now a riot is, for the participants, a classical anxiety situation, that is the complete surrender of control to the id. But this surrender is condoned, laughter. I was looking at this Wild Blood book against the law. He was one of the people convicted with Lord Montague, sick, of homosex practices. 42 These English, the prosecutor keeps saying like, these citizens been consorting with their social inferiors. I suspect them to be fairies. See an upper-class Englishman with a lamp, looking for an inferior, like a spot of fun, you know. I have purchased a machete. If they stage a jihad, I'm gonna wrap myself in a dirty sheet and rush out to do some jihading of my own, like, I comma Luigi. I kill everybody. I say it's nothing but a half-assed jihad that confines itself to unbelievers. Let petty kings the names of parties know, where'er I come I kill both friend and foe. Like there's this awful queer guide here, name of Charlie, who keeps insulting poor Dave Woolman on the street, saying, just wait. We're going to take care of you fucking American queers. So comes the jihad, I will scream, death to the queers. And rush up and cut Charlie's head off. And I will shit sure avail myself of the next jihad to take care of the Nabor's dog. The bastard is barking all night. I mean, them suicidal Black Mountain boys should dig Islam already. What a beautiful way to commit suicide, to get yourself torn in pieces by Arabs. Like snap, wow. A few suggestions: rush into a mosque, pour a pail of garbage on the floor, then make with a hog call, to coincide of course with the call to prayer, whereupon a herd of hogs you have posted nearby rush into the mosque grunting and squealing, go to Mecca and piss on the black stone. Overpower the muezzin, the G who makes the prayer call, put on a hog suit and make with the prayer call. Well, the possibilities are unlimited. I hereby declares the all-out massacre of everybody by everybody else. Let it be, I mean we will have J-Day once a year. All police protection suspended from the world. All frontiers open, no firearms. Just knives and clubs and brass knuckles and any other devices short of explosives. Perhaps come the jihad I will have to yell, death to the American queers. And cut off Dave Woolman's head. It's a cheap baboon trick. When a baboon is attacked by a stronger baboon, he leads an attack on a weaker baboon, and who am I to deny our glorious simian heritage? I am working on a divine invention, a boy who disappears as soon as I come, leaving a smell of burning leaves and a sound effect of distant train whistles. New character for Inner Zone. This international bore who comes on with, of course the only writing worth considering is in scientific and technical journals, and reads interminable articles to his guests. Of course he concocts them himself and they mean absolutely nothing. Well, after a while he burns a town down, and tours the world in search of victims, prowling through ocean liners and hotel lobbies with his briefcase of periodicals and journals and reports from non-existent conferences. I had to have one of those father-son talks with my boy this morning, you know, now sit down son, I want to talk to you. Now I've had a lot of expenses lately. Of course I've always tried to give you every advantage, but it's time you took a little responsibility, after all I'm not made of money. So he hangs his head and says, "Tu estás tan enfadado conmigo? You are so angry with me?" Group of old queens telling each other the cute things their boy said. So my boy said he could become an American because he has blonde hair. So when I tried to fuck him he said, "Morocco for the Moroccans." Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. December 20, 1956. Tanger. Dear Alan. You apparently did not receive letter I sent to DF with picture of Paco. This Spanish kid wind up bugging me like I throw him out already. One thing I love in the Arabs, when the job is done they put on their tents and silently steal away, unlike some Spanish citizens who want to take off their coat and throw it in a corner, stay all night and stay a little longer. 43 What with Jack, he afraid. When you gotta go and as Allah will. Maybe you better not tell him how 3 Arabs follow me back to my pad a few nights back, and one produce a shiv at least a foot long, at sight of which I am expect to swoon or cream in my dry goods. So I haul out my blade which opens with a series of ominous clicks and it got 6 inches, Gertie, advance in knife fighters crouches illustrating a commando tactics, left hand out to parry, and my would-be assailants take to their heels. They run about 50 feet and see I am not yelling copper on them, though there wasn't a cop I should yell one, so they burst out laughing and one of them comes back and mooch a dime off me which I give him at arm's length, gracious as one can be with knife in hand. Now I am not about to be uprooted from Tanger, and I think you will find it ideal for a place to take it cool and organize Ms. It's cheap, there are characters enough to dig, unlimited boys, so I suggest you stay here until early spring when we can all make Paris, which is cold and miserable and expensive now, fuel oil shortage, you know. I talked to this spade hipster name of Carl Lattimore, Rocky who knows everyone in the village. I understand he used to push and now has plenty loot seems as how, well he just made Paris and say, man, it really is nowhere. I mean when we get Ms. organized, we make it, Morocco is really great and I know you will like it, and the Arabs are not to compare with American counterparts for viciousness, and it is sheer provincialism to be afraid of them as if they was something special, sinister and Eastern and un-American. I met Americans in Tripoli who were afraid to venture into the native quarter after 2 years' residence. I went there every night. The Sultan keeps exhorting his subjects to respect the lives and property of resident foreigners, and a military court is trying those responsible for the Meknes atrocities. 44 Several death sentences so far. Opposed as I am to capital punishment, I cannot but feel that the practice of throwing gasoline on passers-by and burning them to death should be rather firmly discouraged. Meknes has always been a trouble spot and a long way from Tanger in every sense. Nor would I hesitate to go there if I had a mind to, or anywhere else in Morocco. Garver's Ménage sounds perfectly ghastly. 45 If I were him I would go to England, where you can get H on RX. They figure an addict has a right to junk like a diabetic to his insulin, inconceivable that I should get back on junk. What's with you? You wig already and remove your dry goods in a public hall? 46 For the love of Jesus, that cheap ham, don't bring Gregory. If anything bugs me it's these people complain about the sanitation. Such citizens should stand in Sweden. Dr. Dent is publishing an article I wrote in the January issue of British Journal of Addiction. 47 He is one of the really great people I meet in last 3 years, the other being Paul Bowles. Don't recall I ever meet anyone a dug so quick as Bowles. Well, he has gone to Ceylon but will return in June. My regards to Lucien, Jack, Peter, the whole village. Porter Tuck the bullfighting hipster just passed through en route to NYU might dig him. He will be waiter in Pablo's Spanish restaurant on East 50s or 60s, and will no doubt hang out in San Remo or Joe's lunch room. He not a junker but digs charge and friend of Stanley Gould. 48 His last goring put him off the bullfight kick, he come near to die with a coronada in the lung. I will send along about 100 pages of Inner Zone, it is coming so fast I can hardly get it down, and shakes me like a great black wind through the bones. 49. Of course we can all make a trip to Spain if you get tired of Tanger, which I doubt you will want to leave soon. Or we could dig southern Morocco, which is great in the winter, or Portugal which I never see, but I repeat, This fear of Arabs is utterly groundless. They are certainly much less sinister than Mexicans. I can't get the MIS organized in time to send it, and no point to send fragments. It is all like in one piece and must be dug as a continuum. By the time you get here it should be about half finished, though I have no way to know how long it will be, except I will know when it is done. Like a dictation I am getting it. More Meknes death sentences today. The East Hakilil say, order must be maintained. Cooperation with European colonists is matter of life and death for Morocco. We promise protection to resident foreigners. Those who leave Morocco from fear are committing a grave error. And that is the Nationalist Party speaking. Merry Christmas, love. Bill. Keep me informed on sailing date. No visa needed for Tanger to date, but yes for southern Morocco. 1957. To Allen Ginsberg. No Muslim or anyone else who has glimpsed the truth of God can ever again pity himself under any circumstance. There is one misfortune, not to know God. January 23, 1957. Tangier. Dear Alan. Glad to hear from you at last. I will say it again and say it slow. Tanger is as safe as any town I ever live in. I feel a chill of fear and horror at thought of the random, drunken violence stalking the streets and bars and parks and subways of America. Tanger incomparably safer than Mexico City. Arabs are not violent. In all my time here I know of only 3 people robbed, late and drunk. In no case did the Arabs harm them beyond taking the geld. They do not attack people for kicks or fight for kicks like Americans. Riots are the accumulated, just resentment of a people subjected to outrageous brutalities by the French cops used to strew blood and teeth over a city block in the southern zone. There hasn't been a riot in Tanger since 1952, when one European was killed. One a riot at this time is very unlikely anywhere in Morocco and above all here. The Sultan has shown exemplary severity in punishing the Meknes rioters and thereby serving notice that such behavior is in no way officially approved or condoned, so for Christ's sake tell Jack to stop this nonsense. Interzone is coming like dictation, I can't keep up with it. I will send along what is done so far. Read in any order. It makes no difference, my religious conversion now complete. I am neither a Muslim nor a Christian, but I owe a great debt to Islam and could never have made my connection with God anywhere except here. And I realize how much of Islam I have absorbed by osmosis without spitting a word of their appalling language. I will get to that when I have a free moment. Now hardly time out to eat and fuck. I have never even glimpsed peace of mind before I learn the real meaning of it is as Allah wills. Relax, you make it or you don't, and since realizing that, whatever I want comes to me. If I want a boy, he knocks on my door, etc. I can't go into all this, and, it's, all in the Ms. What's with Lucien? He need more Islam to him. We all do and Jack especially. As one of the Meknes rioters say when they shot him, Skika too, it is written, and remember, God is as close to you as the vein in your neck. Quran. Now I must get the Ms in what shape I can to send. If you can, please have copy made and bring one with you, but leave one at least in NY. It would be disastrous if I lost it as impossible to reproduce. Often I do not know what I wrote last night till I read it over. The whole thing is a dream, incidentally the most obscene thing I ever read. I will enclose some with this letter and send the rest separate cover. By the time you get here I expect we'll have written another 100 pages supersede present material. Love to all and you more than anybody. Love. Bill. P.S. Latest is you need visa for Tanger, unless they change mind again. Apply Moroccan legation New York. No doubt you could get in without one, but get one if possible. In case of fuck up at boat. You take ferry from Gib to Tanger and I will meet you in Tanger. Address here. In case we miss at boat. Villa Muniria. 1 Calle Magallanes. Corner Calle Cook and Magallanes. To Allen Ginsberg. January 28, 1957. Tangier. Dear Alan. The Ms. you have seen by now, I sent it in 4 separate envelopes, is just preliminaries, Golden Glove kid stuff. Now my power's really coming and I am subject to write something downright dirty. I am building an orgone accumulator to rest up in and recharge myself. Also careful to row every day. A man of my caliber has to watch himself. Now the latest is you don't need a visa, now you see it now you don't. Well, ask at Moroccan legation in New York if such exists, if not don't give it a thought. Ask around the village if anyone knows this cat Rocky Lattimore. A big spade is here in Tanger and it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Interpol has him down as an international pusher of the white shit. We got this gossipy chief of security tell things in strictest confidence to the local Walter Winchell, writes a gossip column for the Minaret and live next door to me. 3 It could only happen in Tanger. And check with Win bastard sons of bitches. Tell Jack that Paul Bowles, who is very much afraid of violence, lived 20 years in Morocco and wouldn't live anywhere else, is afraid of Mexico, where he spent a year. I really love Tanger and never feel like this about any other place. Such beauty, but more than that it's like the dream, the other dimension, is always breaking through. There is for example this square American kid here who says, I heard it was dangerous here but I never felt safer. Somehow I like it here better than any place. In fact we got quite a colony now of Americans on the lam from those black tornadoes sweep the land of the free and suck all the meaning and beauty. The two are synonymous and no one knows what beauty is until he knows the truth of God, out of life. We got for example an ex-cop, and ex-school teacher female have the affair of her life with a horrid Arab pimp disliked by everyone who know him. Not a viler man in the northern zone than old Ali. And a refugee from South Africa, Johannesburg must be one of the blighted spots of the universe. And a hipster from Frisco, and Rocky. In short the town really comes on these days. Alan Anson will be here in March. Paul Bowles returns in May, I think. Yes I know Jane Bowles but she is not exactly one of my fans. Not on bad terms you understand, just don't click exactly. Now Alan, leave us have no more dilatory and come on here right away. It is important. I will meet you at the Gibraltar Ferry, the Mons Calpe, and beat the fucking guides off you. They are the curse of Tanger. Tell the tourists it's dangerous here to go any place without a guide. But they got this union, it's not healthy to buck them and the minaret is scared shitless to run an editorial on these foul abuses. My address here in case of fuck up at the ferry is, Hotel Muniria, Calle Magallanes, No. 1, Corner Calle Cook and Magallanes. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. January 31, 1957. Tanger. Dear Alan. This is about the last letter can reach you if you plan to leave on or about the 8th. I have already sent them is fine I have almost complete copy here, so if there is not time to have a copy made and you can leave it to advantage with someone, do so by all means. I am writing straight ahead and have another 40 pages complete already. I mean the Ms. I sent is definitely work in progress. Beautiful weather here. Incidentally I have been hitting the Majune pretty heavy of late, that is hash you take with hot tea. All the etiology of my homosex and practically everything spill right out of me. Quotes from last night Majune high, so what's holding him up? Homosex orientation, some old tired synapse pattern won't go to its long home like it's supposed. There must be an answer, I need the answering service. I think I can arrange but it will be expensive. Modern Oedipus. This give me an out already, I can put down the old whore and hump some young Crete gash heat my doga like the dry goods of Nexus. You might say Nexus had the rag on. .4 so the HZ fuck this boy with a joke prick explode inside and blow his guts out at navel and the Liz roll on the floor laughing. Oh. Give me ribs of steel. And this glump stick his proboscis up your nose while you sleep and suck out your brains, every morning you wake up with another center gone. A jug of paregoric and thou under the swamp cypress of East Texas, sweet screams of burning nigger drift in on the warm spring wind fan our hot bodies like a Nubian slave. How obliging can you get? The sheriff frame every good-looking boy in the county say, guess I'll have to hang some cunt for the new free zone. He hang this cute little corn-fed thing her tits come to attention squirt milk in the sheriff's eyes blind him like a spitting cobra. Oh land's sake. Say the sheriff, I shoulda never hang a woman. A man can only come off second best, he tang glass holes with a gash. Wheel, I guess I can see with my mouth from here on in. Hey. So the sheriff have glass eyes made up with filthy pictures built in. Look me in the eye son and see what's on my mind. Her cunt click open like a switchblade. Don't offend with innocence, you need Lifebuoy soap, body smells of life and ass deodor stink in the nose of a decent American woman. Come in at the door after the delouse treatment. Don't give the angels halo lice. See you soon. Look when you get to Gib. Best deal is to fly here. It don't cost much more than the ferry, less trouble with customs and spare me the trouble of horrible scenes with the guides think I am out to steal a live one. Wheel that's a suggestion. Love. Bill. February 1st. Look to see you. Don't go and die on me as the horse ate to the cardiac case, ha ha. To Allen Ginsberg. February 14, 1957. Tangier. Dear Alan. I was disappointed you delay. Please don't miss the February 22nd boat. Since sending Ms. have written about 50 pages more, wilder than what you have. This is almost automatic writing. I often sit high on hash for as long as 6 hours typing at top speed. I have been involved in an unfortunate affair here, gave the final fillip to my reputation. I am now known around town as of all things an Annie beater. It all happened like this. Fade out. Somerset Maugham takes the continuity. 5 No trumps, and other bridge table noises. So there they were gathered around a bridge table in the upstairs lobby of the Hotel Cecil, as disreputable a quartet as ever spewed out the public schools of England. Tony G. 2 forgery convictions, Colonel P. He always leaves under a cloud before his juggled accounts stand revealed, B. Old Queen, and Lester, ditto. So the Colonel sent for his money sealed in envelope, takes out some and hands the envelope back to B, manager of the hotel. B puts the envelope on a shelf behind him, meaning to return it later to the safe. So when he gets around to return it, it's not there. Now anyone at the table could have done it, and the waiter, whose nationality was never determined, subsequently fired for theft. The hotel denied responsibility. The envelope allegedly contained $500. So some weeks later I have a few drinks with the Colonel and Paul Lund, the English gangster, 5, and Tony G. He says his reputation had suffered, as if it could, so one thing leads to another. They can't do this to our old friend the Colonel. Bunch of fucking Nances. Let's go down there and take the place apart. Show them what can happen if they don't pay up. Drinks and dinner on me, boys, says the Colonel. So I get in my grade B ham actor groove and outdo everybody. They is hanging on my coattail. For Christ's sake, Bill, play it cool. And me yelling across the bar. Hey Gertie. Give us another round. Very funny, I thought. But Richardson, head of security, interpreted this merry prank of middle-aged cut-ups as plain extortion. The Colonel has been asked to leave Tanger. Turns out he has a really bad record every place he goes, and a notorious international heterosexual, drummed out of the Tanger Country Club for pinching young girls on the ass, and we are all under a cloud, and everybody crayfishing around. I didn't mean nothing. Just had a few drinks is all. And that phony bastard Tony G went down and got a statement from B, he just happened to be there. It was his idea actually, and took it to Richardson. The Colonel, thank God, is leaving day after tomorrow. Meanwhile he has printed up a manifesto regarding certain unspeakable conditions obtaining in the Hotel Cecil, where a huge beetle galloped across my bed, not to mention the spectacle of the manager kissing the Norwegian barman in the corridors, which I personally found nauseating. And plans to give mimeographed copies to Arab street boys distribute through the cafes of Tanger. I don't figure to be around when it happens. I am attenuating my relations with Lund and Company. Too much of rather a bad thing. And as for the Colonel, in the words of the immortal bard, old man I know thee not. 6. Please Alan, don't delay any more. Just as well you did not arrive a month ago, because I needed to work out my method alone. Now I am badly in need of advice, editing, collaboration. You see, Alan showed my prologue to someone in Paris. Olympia Press may be interested. They want to see as much as I can send in finished form, but will not be able to give it attention till the beginning of April. It is hard for me to evaluate this material. Some of it obviously should be omitted and the whole put in some sort of order, but I keep writing more and no time to revise. I wonder how collaboration would work out. I think might be terrific. As you see, I am running more and more to prose poems and no straight narrative in over a month. I must take it as it comes. Now listen, when you get here, if I am not there to meet you at the dock, those Yugoslav boats subject to arrive at any hour, get in a taxi with no guide. Bastards. Sons of bitches. And come to Hotel Muniria, corner Calle Cook and Magallanes. Love. Bill. To Bill Gilmore. March 25, 1957. Cargo U.S. Consulate. Tanger, Morocco. Dear Bill. I have been back in Tanger since September. Wrote once to Ibiza, but I guess you already left at that time. I would like very much to see you, and plan to hit Europe in another month more or less. Allen Ginsberg and Jack Kerouac are here. 7. I would be very interested to hear the details of the business deal you speak of. My writing does not show indications of yielding even approximate support. Please let me hear from you. You remember Alan Anson? He lives in Venice, Cargo American Express. However, he is coming here to visit April 8th, and we may all return with him to Italy. Plans are unformed as usual. However, I feel sure we can arrange to meet soon. Are you often in France? I am planning to go there this spring or summer to see about possibilities of publishing my latest opus, which is too much, it seems, even for Olympia Press. Freckman, the man who translated Our Lady of the Flowers, is interested in what he has seen but say publication extremely difficult. 8. Please write me in detail what you are doing and what your plans are. Hope to see you soon. As ever. Bill Burroughs. To Allen Ginsberg. June 15, 1957. Tangier. Dear Alan. Forwarding various letters. We are now finished with the Ms. and it looks good. Alan is going back to Venice in next few days. Had a letter from Wahlberg. Very nice letter. Not much new around town. Corpse of indeterminate nationality fished out of the bay, revolver bullet in back of the head. The boys went back to Paris unconsummated intact. At least I managed to head off Operation Milk Sugar. I will definitely take off at the end of this month. Can't drink at all. On the wagon. Feel okay otherwise. Most sinister news bulletin I ever read in the paper today. The only forms of life that mutate favorably under radiation are the smallest, namely the viruses. Flash. Centipedes 100 feet long eaten by viruses big as bed bugs under a gray sky of fallout. My best to Peter, see you in Barcelona, 9. Love. Bill. P.S. Addresses of queer and or hip bars in Madrid. Rincón Ordebez, Calle Huertas. La Pañolita, Calle Jardines. Bar Tanger, Calle Echegueras. Calle Echegueras many other bars. Bar Calle Jardines, Echacarre. Metro Station Plaza Mayor, for pot ask for the fat woman. To Alan Anson. July 18, 1957. London. Dear Alan. Went once to the Prado for half an hour. Spent most of my time in Madrid lying in a curtained room. I am definitely ill. Don't know the precise nature of the illness yet pending a series of tests. Meanwhile can't drink even a glass of wine. London is dull as ever. I have no definite plans, beyond ascertaining the nature of illness. I wish someone would take 5 minutes out to send along the Ms., leaving word aside for the moment and ending Ms. with market section. 10 After all, it takes long enough to locate a publisher without unnecessary delays. I am sending along amended version of Word cut down to 30 pages. But I think we'll split it up and scatter through the other sections. In any case most the rest of Ms. can be sent out as is. There will always be time for additional changes. It was hardly in the cards that Peggy Guggenheim should find Peter and Alan congenial. 11 However, it does seem to me she is being a bit unreasonable to move in admittedly bohemian circles and simultaneously demand conventional behavior. London dull as ever of course. May make a trip to Copenhagen, dependent on state of health and Cal's report. 12 He will be here in a few days. As ever. Bill. To Alan Anson. July 30, 1957. Copenhagen. Dear Alan. Here in Freeland. I walk in a bar and get the eye from this beautiful boy, last night being day of arrival. So we have a few drinks and I say something about going back to my hotel. So he says, you mean both of us go back there? And I say, that's the general idea. He says, do you want to? And I say, yes, and he say, no, I can't. Long pause, I have a wife. I don't dig it at all. Why does he first pin it down like that, then refuse and then lie? Calling Dr. Benway. You are wanted in reconditioning. Sandwich bars, workmen in overalls listening to classic music on the radio. No one talks. On the other hand, no one can talk longer and with less point than a Dane once you get his blood up. London is by all odds the evilest place I have ever been in, a vast Kafkian maze of frustrating agencies. A Turkish bath there beats anything I ever see for nightmarish horror. Like one of the more undesirable neighborhoods of the inferno, my dear. Incidentally nothing wrong with liver. It was a mild atypical hepatitis like I thought from the jump. So I could have spared myself that little sojourn in hell. Did pick up some valuable bits of info from Dent. The LSD-6 people are clamming up. I don't think their letters were lost. More likely not answered. 13 They won't even talk to Dent. I know a trick or two would make the blighters talk soon enough. You will answer my questions now, Dr. Elk, heavy Russian accent. Really I can hardly be expected to sympathize with your boy problems, coming from the land of $15 tarts, and have a feeling things aren't going to be brilliant here either. I have not had a piece of ass since leaving Tanger. It's absolutely intolerable, since I refuse to masturbate. I don't seem to make any time without pimp hunger. Well, I will see what can be done here and in Hamburg. Expect to reach Paris by October. Love to all and kiss Guggenheim for me you know where. Alan Peter, sorry to hear you are not clicking Shay Guggenheim. She is strictly a queen bee. I thought might be worthwhile sending along copy of Ms., or at least Benway and Market, to the American agent for submit to new directions or new writing or something. See you in Paris which I hope has more interest than what I see already. Love, Bill. P.S. Right cargo American Express. Further research has confirmed my original impression that Copenhagen is not the promised land. In fact I haven't been able to do any good here to date. Stuck until more money arrives. Very expensive here. I really don't know what the fuck I will do. May cut back through Paris in another 2 weeks, if that is as nowhere as every other place I see this trip. Will return to Tangiers. Seems to be the only place a man can score for any ass. Well, plans are completely tentative. 2 weeks is a long time and anything can happen. Lots of jazz here which sounds incredibly dead and tenuous, separate from all the tension and horror that gave rise to it. To Allen Ginsberg. August 20, 1957. Copenhagen. Dear Alan. I cannot see breaking with Tanger before I find something better. Since leave there have not seen anything remotely comparable from any point of view. And I have learned this for sure, I don't want to do any more traveling. I am dead sick of living out of suitcases, shopping around in bars for dull conversation, and lousy lays at exorbitant prices. The only procedure is to pick some place, go there and stay at least 3 months. I am slowly narrowing down the earth by process of elimination. At least I have crossed out Scandinavia this trip, as I did Libya and whole Near East during my last bout of inconvenient, expensive, and totally unrewarding travel. However, I cannot say that present trip has been lost on a connoisseur of horror. Scandinavia exceeds my most ghastly imaginations. Freeland in the Benway section was underdrawn. Curious that I should have known without ever having been here that the place is a series of bars along a canal. You did not see that section which I later dropped. And the RC is actually running full blast here, grinding out every variety of dull lunatic, and not a few INDS. 14 This is the police state without police, which is scene of my latest opus of which will soon send along the first chapter. Danes are at once bone dull and completely insane. Most important omission in Benway section as I check over it, page 14, 16 lines down, I noticed that all my homosexual patients manifested strong unconscious heterosex drives. Now this sentence has been omitted, which is whole point and basis of Benway's subsequent experiments in the deliberate induction of homosexuality in healthy subjects, and all my heterosexual patients manifested strong unconscious homosex has more interest than what I see already. Love, Bill. P.S. Write Cargo American Express. Further research has confirmed my original impression that Copenhagen is not the promised land. In fact, I haven't been able to do any good here to date. Stuck until more money arrives. Very expensive here. I really don't know what the fuck I will do. May cut back through Paris in another 2 weeks, if that is as nowhere as every other place I see this trip. Will return to Tangiers. Seems to be the only place a man can score for any ass. Well, plans are completely tentative. 2 weeks is a long time and anything can happen. Lots of jazz here which sounds incredibly dead and tenuous, separate from all the tension and horror that gave rise to it. To Allen Ginsberg. August 20, 1957. Copenhagen. Dear Alan. I cannot see breaking with Tanger before I find something better. Since leave there have not seen anything remotely comparable from any point of view. And I have learned this for sure, I don't want to do any more traveling. I am dead sick of living out of suitcases, shopping around in bars for dull conversation, and lousy lays at exorbitant prices. The only procedure is to pick some place, go there and stay at least 3 months. I am slowly narrowing down the earth by process of elimination. At least I have crossed out Scandinavia this trip, as I did Libya and whole Near East during my last bout of inconvenient, expensive, and totally unrewarding travel. However, I cannot say that present trip has been lost on a connoisseur of horror. Scandinavia exceeds my most ghastly imaginations. Freeland in the Benway section was underdrawn. Curious that I should have known without ever having been here that the place is a series of bars along a canal. You did not see that section which I later dropped. And the RC is actually running full blast here, grinding out every variety of dull lunatic, and not a few INDS. 14 This is the police state without police, which is scene of my latest opus of which will soon send along the first chapter. Danes are at once bone dull and completely insane. Most important omission in Benway section as I check over it, page 14, 16 lines down, I noticed that all my homosexual patients manifested strong unconscious heterosex drives. Now this sentence has been omitted, which is whole point and basis of Benway's subsequent experiments in the deliberate induction of homosexuality in healthy subjects, and all my heterosexual patients manifested strong unconscious homosex. About plans. Like I say, do not feel like a trek across Europe at great personal expense to Vienna. 15 Not particularly cheap, very crowded in the summer and boys very much an unknown quantity. Don't go to Istanbul. I have it from those who've been there, nowhere. Expensive, much police surveillance, they don't like any foreigners, you need a permit for everything. No ass he or she. Incidentally, the whole fucking town is in condition of rebuilding, vibrating with air hammers, bulldozers popping out all over, wreckers uncovering fixing junkies, etc. A nightmare, I tell you. And if there is any place in Europe does not welcome bohemian visitors, this is it. You have been warned. Now Athens is possible. Cheap at least, and I think well stocked with boys. You might want to settle there instead of in Paris. I hear on all sides hair-raising stories of the Paris prices. No rooms, etc. You might find it difficult to settle there. What seems to me indicated is this: you get settled and I will visit you later on. I have a lot of work pending that I must be settled to do. And for a cheap, satisfactory place to work I certainly do not know of any place like Tanger. My financial situation is bad. I have run over allowance, must settle down and recoup. For this, Paris is about the last place. So I would strongly advise a look at Greece. Life on the Greek islands is as cheap as any place in the world. If you are settled there, or in Paris, then I will come for a visit of a few months or even shift residence. The point is I don't want to travel anymore at this point, and want to be very sure of any move I make. I have spent enough money to no purpose and been in enough places I wanted to get out of with all possible speed. Let me know what you think. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. August 28, 1957. Copenhagen. Dear Alan. I can't cover in this letter the developments of the past week except in bare outline. I have always felt that the Ms. to date was in a sense notes for a novel rather than the novel itself. This novel is now taking shape faster than I can write it down. I made no mistake to come here. Only Scandinavia could have catalyzed the great work, and no other place could be the background. Briefly, the novel concerns addiction and an addicting virus that is passed from one person to another in sexual contacts. The virus only passes from man to man or woman to woman, which is why Benway is turning out homosexuals on assembly line basis. Real theme of the novel is desecration of the human image by the control addicts who are putting out the virus. As Lola La Chata, Mexico City pusher, said, selling is more of a habit than using. I can't go into more detail now, too busy. It's like concepts I have in larval form for years are all falling into a pattern. This is correlated with my experience here. Every time I reach impasse, something happens to show me the way. Sleep with boy the other night and whole new angle comes to me in a dream. A Danish cock teaser gave me essential character. So plans are in complete state of flux. I hesitate to leave this source of inspiration. I want to see the Northern Lights, and the blighted town in Sweden that produced her John. 16. Did you dig how much he looked like junk? The shabbiness, neglect of person, grey invisible quality and the depression of sexuality? On the other hand, I am out of tea and want to get back to Tanger, and I am short of money. In brief, don't know. But I can't see that Paris would give me anything at this juncture. In Tanger is tea and cheap living and I can settle down to work. There is a lot of straight work to do. Whole sections of word and other parts of present Ms. are to be incorporated into present work. This in no way changes present arrangements for seeking publishers on Ms. as is. This present novel will mean at least 3, 4, 6 months intensive work. My feeling is, looking over Ms., that many parts of it are publishable as is. Benway. Market. Voices. County Clerk 17. But that it does not hang together as a whole, so it boils down to this: if I meet you in Paris next week or two, my stay there will be brief. Most likely. I am completely in the hands of Allah or whatever you want to call it. Paris is the last thing I need for this work. If you are going to settle in Paris, I could join you there after I have completed at least a first draft, say around Christmas. So tentatively we'll work and dig Scandinavia next 2 weeks, then head back for Tangier via Paris. Love to meet you there, but I will be in transit. There is also possibility I may be hung up here longer. I don't know, but this is the way it looks right now. P.S. Doing all right with the boys, but they are expensive and not the greatest islays. Love to everyone. Please write me at once. Love. Bill. P.S. I mean, don't plan on my staying in Paris now. It's not in my line. P.S. I feel very definitely that the amended version of Word is preferable. It contains many essential changes as well as cuts. I think important it should be submitted with the longer version to any prospective publishers or agents. To Allen Ginsberg. September 20, 1957. Tanger. Dear Alan. Back in same room. Relief to unpack, organize my life, and get started on enormous volume of work I have pending. It would have been out of the question for me to wait in Paris, living out of suitcases in some lousy hotel, no place to work, spending a lot of money on bars, boredom and frustration. Paris looked pretty nowhere to me. 18. As regards Ms., I think any attempt at chronological arrangement extremely ill-advised. To my way of thinking, queer and letters have no place in present work. It is not at all important how anybody gets from one place to another. Entirely too much space is wasted in this transporting one's characters here and there which, with the aid of American Express, they are able to do for themselves. The mise-en-present form does not hold together as a novel for the simple reason that it is not a novel. It is a number of connected, by theme, but separate short pieces. My feeling is that it will eventually grow into several novels all interlocking and taking place simultaneously in a Majune dream. But I do not see organization as a problem. The gap between present work, that is last year or so, and work before that is such that I cannot consider the previous material as really pertinent, and trying to fit it in according to any schema could only result in vitiating the work. At present I am working on Benway and Scandinavia angles, also developing a theory of morphine addiction. Incidentally, this theory resulted from necessities of the novel. That is, scientific theories and novel are inseparable. What I am evolving is a general theory of addiction which expands into a world picture with concepts of good and evil. Poor Kiki was murdered last week in Madrid by that shit of a Cuban singer. Seems the frantic old fruit found Kiki with a girl and stabbed him in heart with a kitchen knife. Then he attacked the girl, but the neighbors rushed in and the Cuban took off, but was shortly afterwards detained by the civil guard. One of Alan's ex-boys, a pathetic character nobody wanted because he was ugly, went to France and murdered a cab driver. When the police came to arrest him he shot himself. The town is jumping with ex-junkies and active junkies. Someone named Harold Mensky, who knows all the NYC crowd, just left. Carlos Fiore is in Paris with Marlon Brando. 19. Jane Bowles has flipped completely and in sanitarium in England. Paul just went to see her. 20. Write what your plans are. Like I say, don't know how you will dig Paris. They tell me it is quite impossible to find an apartment there. And I can't think of a place less suited for someone with very little money. I was not aware that Auden had seen any of present work. 21 Give my best to Gilmore. Sorry I can't dig him in Paris. Best to Peter. Write me soon. Love. Bill. P.S. I don't see where there is any confusion in Ms. if regarded as separate pieces connected by an interweaving of theme and characters. To Allen Ginsberg. October 8, 1957 Tangier. Dear Alan. I am sending along my general theory of addiction. This is essential to understanding of the work I am doing now. In fact, Novel in Progress is illustration of this theory. I have sent a copy to Woolberg and another copy to Dent. Could you please send this copy along to the agent after reading it? It belongs with the Benway section of Inner Zone, as postscript to theories on morphine and schizophrenia. I can't take time to bring you up to date on the novel. There are about 100 pages of notes and fragments. The point is the novel illustrates this theory. Like I start developing the theory and take off on long Majune parentheses, which is the novel. For example, there is a section about the wanderings of adolescent queer hipster through the jungles and mountains of South America, really looking for the fecund green cunt in the middle of essay, and disappears like Colonel Fawcett, so we never know did he find the cunt or not. There is a huge surrealist amusement park modeled on the Tivoli in Copenhagen. There is a country, Sweden, hooked on the addicting virus. A final war of the sexes. There is Benway creating male and female queers with enzyme therapy. A monster plastic surgeon who remade Johnny Yen's face, etc. Don't have time to go into it. I feel myself closer and closer to resolution of my queerness, which would involve a solution of that illness. For such it is, a horrible sickness. At least in my case. I have just experienced emergence of my non-queer persona as a separate personality. This started in London, where in dream I came into room to see myself not a child but adolescent, looking at me with hate. So I said, I don't seem to be exactly welcome, and he say, not welcome. I hate you. And with good reason too. Suppose you had kept a non-queer young boy in a straitjacket of flesh 25 years subject to continual queer accent talk? Would he love you? I think not. Anywho, I'm getting to know the kid, and we get on better. I tell him he can take over anytime, but there is somebody else in this deal not yet fully accounted for and the kid's not up to deal with him, so I have to stay around for the present. Actually, of course the kid and all the rest of us have to arrange a merger. Of their real wild kicks lately. I am utterly convinced of the accuracy of my theory. Oh, forgot. I read this book in Sweden, and as soon as I read the part I quote in theory, I have this flash and say, morphine must act on the cell receptors. So between trains in Paris, I make my usual line for a medical bookstore and read in Year Book of Medicine. Doc Hisbell of Lexington has suggested that morphine acts on the cell receptors and that an excitant forms inside the cells. Well, that takes some of the uniqueness out of my theory, at the same time plenty left to make it worth sending around. But what I mean is, it shows I am in the groove, and my theories are not a lot of paranoid vaporings. You may be sure of one thing, young man. On medical subjects I am seldom if ever wrong. Now what's with this Hank worth a deal? I got 3 pages and can whip up a general scheme of action which will occupy about 10 pages or so. If he wants to see a more detailed script, okay, but I don't want to be wasting my time writing on a spec, you dig? I got a lot to do now and I am getting so restless I can hardly sit down even. Write and give me the news. Bernard Frickman went back to Paris, I think. Did I tell you Carlos Fiore was there? I saw the reviews of Jack's novel. 22 They seemed favorable on the whole, except Sat. Review. We'll send the theory along to Paris in a few days. Keep me informed. Love to Peter. Peter, go and see Dr. Woolberg when you get to NY. Dr. Louis Woolberg. His advice will be good. 23. Love, Bill. P.S. Amsterdam sounds alright. Any boys? 24. Did I tell you about the rat who was conditioned to be queer by the shock and cold water treatment every time he makes a move at a female? He says, "Mine is the love that dare not squeak its name." To Allen Ginsberg. October 19, 1957. Tanger, Morocco. Dear Alan, I now have a schema that includes all the material of Interzone in novel form. Most of Interzone is introduced as a long junk sick night of reminiscences and what happened to so-and-so. There will be at least another 100 pages of new material which I think is, at its best, better than anything I have done. Material from Queer, Yahoo, etc. does not belong in this novel, except maybe pieces here and there. It's a colossal job anyway. You see, I have about 3 novel themes running at once and merging together. I hope to have all done by Christmas with intensive work. Does the agent have the abbreviated form of Word? I think that the cuts were essential and this abbreviated form is now official. I declare it. Too much material vitiates the effect. The theory of addiction is essential. I will introduce it in another place, or it can go in the Benway section. You see, there is another long Benway section in current novel. I have about 3 chapters complete and in more or less final form, which I can send along to you or to the agent. The schema is now clear in its entirety and comprises a sort of queer inferno. In fact, I have introduced a vast Turkish bath under the whole city. You can enter by manholes or subway entrances, cellars, etc. The theory of addiction is, incidentally, correct, in essentials. I received a letter from Woolberg, quote, "Particularly interesting is your theory about cancer and schizophrenia. I have made no study of this, but telephoned a friend who works for a large mental institution. He said the incidence of cancer among schizophrenics is appreciably lower than among non-schizophrenics. The importance of this one fact is immeasurable. My theory contains the key to addiction, cancer, and schizophrenia. I have not yet heard from Dr. Dent." In close epitaph on Kiki. Also few quotes from current work. A boy walked by and looked at Carl with calm, clear young eyes. Carl followed the young figure down the tree line, walked past the Greek wrestlers and the discus thrower with aching sadness. Train whistles, smell of burning leaves, harmonica music. 2 boys masturbate each other in swimming pool change cubicle, smell of chlorine on the heart, young flesh. Carl was running down a wooden corridor in a curious green light. Steam puffs up through knotholes and cracks in the floor, which is hot under his bare feet. Sound effects of Turkish bath steam room, bestial nuzzlings, whimpers, groans, sucking and farting noises. He opens a green door into the room. In a corner of the room he sees himself lying on a straw pallet. Dust drifts across the floor littered with dried excrement and crumpled shit-stained pages of bright color comics. The window is boarded up. Outside, a dry husking sound and a terrible dry heat. The body is eaten to the bone with sores of rancid lust, the brand of untouchable vileness on the face. Slowly the thing moves to show its purple, suppurating asshole, with little transparent crabs crawling in and out. The thing is gibbering and whimpering in some vile phantom embrace. The abdomen swells to a great pink egg covered with veins. Inside, something black, legs and claws stirring. Benway, the broken spirits of 1,000 boys whimper through my dreams, sad as the erect wooden phallus on the grave of dying peoples, plaintive as leaves in the wind. Howler monkeys across great brown river in jungle twilight, whisper through my sleep, scurry like mice, bat wings, something in the room, stir of animal presence, somewhere, something. Let me out. Let me out. I can hear their boy images scream through the flesh. Always boy crying inside in the sullen averted boy's eyes and those who still love me, and say, "What have you done to me? Why did you do it? Why?" Incidentally, I know the why now. But that is getting ahead of the story. In short, I am ready to deliver a complete novel in a few months. My best to Gregory. He complains about Paris concierges. Concierges, my boys, are bad by nature. Love to Peter. Love. Bill. The work involved in this novel is tremendous. I really have to curb routines and give time to routine correlating, editing and typing of material, which keeps coming like I can never catch up. But the schema becomes always clearer. Benway is emerging as a figure comparable to the Grand Inquisitor and Brothers Karamazov. To Allen Ginsberg. October 28, 1957, Tangier. Dear Alan. Enclose a section of the narrative. This narrative will run for 100 pages or so, connecting up all the Interzone material, possibly some of the other material. But I never know whether something will fit in or not until it fits into the narrative as an organic part of the structure. That is, I will not drag anything in, and cannot say ahead of time what will be included and what left out. In a sense, the action occurs in a superimposed place which is South America, USA, Tanger and Scandinavia, and the characters wander back and forth from one place to another. That is, a Turkish bath in Sweden may open into a South American jungle. The shift from schizophrenia to addiction takes a character from one place to another. Actually, of course, there is only one main character, Benway and Carl, who is now wandering all over the Amazon basin. I hope to have this essay section in order in another week or so, and Lee are, of course, one person. I find the whole is developing into a saga of lost innocence, the fall, with some kind of redemption through knowledge of basic life processes. If anyone finds this form confusing, it is because they are accustomed to the historical novel form, which is a three-dimensional chronology of events happening to someone already, for purposes of the novel, dead. That is, the usual novel has happened. This novel is happening. The only way I can write narrative is to get right outside my body and experience it. This can be exhausting and at times dangerous. One cannot be sure of redemption. I will send along the sections as they are finished. Love to Peter, Gregory. Where is Gilmore? Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. November 10, 1957, Tangier. Dear Alan. I have not heard from you in a month. Are you receiving the material I send? I sent 3 sections of Ms. Kiki Epitaph, General Theory of Addiction, and Carl Peterson section. Did you receive this material? What about Wertha? Any news from Fregman, or the NY agent? I do nothing but work, given up liquor entirely. Writing the narrative now, which comes in great hunks faster than I can get it down. Changes in my psyche are profound and basic. I feel myself not the same person. I am about ready to leave Tanger. I really can't seem to interest myself in boys anymore. Love to all. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. November 26, 1957. Tanger. Dear Alan. Answered Feldman's letter, saying go ahead and use my true name. 25 It is nothing to lose. The narrative section takes all my time. I see no one, don't drink. Nothing but weed and work all day. It is not a question of fitting this narrative material into Interzone. Interzone will be fitted into the narrative. As I write, I will suddenly realize that a piece from Interzone belongs here. For example, Blue Movies goes into a South American Sodom section which I have just completed. Word fits into a Junk 6 subway ride. Benway into my Freelance section. I will mention in passing, the forces of evil are represented by a Scandinavian tycoon head of Track Incorporated, who control the sex utilities of most of the world. That is, they can disconnect your organs and leave you strictly from impotence. In short, I am beginning to see now where I have been going all along. It's beginning to look like a modern inferno. The narrative will consist of an American section, a long South American section, of which I have completed about 60 pages, a section in Scandinavia and the Interzone sections, with switches back and forth between them, when, for example, the same point is reached in Scandinavia and South America. I will send along one short section which is complete in itself. Might do for Paul Carroll. 26 If you think so, please send it along to him. If not, I will make another selection. Since Olympia has rejected Ms. in present form, there is no hassle there. I don't know when the whole thing will be complete. It is a tremendous job. For example, the short section I will send you as soon as typed up, took me a full week of solid work. And always new material to be incorporated. Tanger is completely dead. Bull's not here. See absolutely nobody. Have reached a point where I don't seem to want boys anymore, can't make it. Must have some cunt. I was never supposed to be queer at all. The whole original trauma is out now. Such horror in bringing it out, I was afraid my heart would stop. Did get a severe intracostal neuralgia and sciatica. Expect me more or less in Paris by New Year. Nothing holds me in Tanger except it is convenient place to work. Otherwise sick of it and everybody in it, especially B, who is now going with 8-year-old Arabs, and it is really disgusting. Prepubescent gooks prowling about the house looking to rush in and steal something. And he says gaily, "Oh, it's just that I feel inadequate with older people," and laughs. The stupid bastard is in the middle of a particularly undesirable section of hell and doesn't even know it. I just feel inadequate. He. I mean, too much. Please give my best to Gregory and Peter. I think I wrote you about how my theory has been, in many respects, confirmed. Early research in Germany has already established that addiction lessens psychosis. I mean, they already tried it, so why don't they go on with it? No, can't make addicts. Take out their brains with an apple corer, but recoil in horror from a safe and curable condition. Love. Bill. To Jack Kerouac. Tanger, December 4, 1957. Dear Jack. Congratulations on your success. 27 I wish you would send me a copy of your book, but don't send it here unless it can reach me before the first of the year. I am leaving Tangiers probably forever. There is a strange malady here which destroys your sex desire, I think an atypical form of virus hepatitis. God knows how many atypical virus strains may follow in the wake of atomic experiments. Paul Lund has it, I have had it twice. I know at least 10 cases around town. It goes away when you leave Tanger. This is no fable. I have checked and rechecked. Besides, I am sick of boys anywho and about to switch to cunt. I have been working up to 10 hours per day on a narrative which includes and incorporates all the material in Interzone. There is a section in Scandinavia, one in USA, and one in South America, and one in Interzone, all linked up back and forth, like a character enters a Turkish bath in Sweden and comes out in South America. Incidentally, I have cut Word down to 20 pages, much better this way. I will send along what I get typed up. Tremendous amount of work, but I do nothing else. No sex, on the wagon, see nobody. Just work and smoke a little kiff. I enclose 2 sample sections which stand alone. One is from New USA section, the other from South American section. Will give you idea and may be saleable. They look good from here. I plan to join Alan in Paris around the first of the year, or maybe move to Spain, but out of this blighted area in any case. May hit New York next spring or summer. Best to Lucien and thank him for sending along the book copies. I will write him separate letter. I really don't have 10 minutes from the time I get up. All the best. See you soon, I hope. As ever. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. December 8, 1957. Tangier. Dear Alan. Enclose 2 short pieces, don't know if suitable for the Chicago outfit, if not let me know what sort of an item they would be likely to want. 28. Alan is here since a few days, currently suffering from a cold. It looks like I am really getting ready to move out of here come the month's end. Nothing new around here. Paul and Jane are back from England, and Jane is better but far from well. Poor Ahmed Yacoubi is in jail for leaving Morocco with his case, involving the 14-year-old German boy, pending. 29 Brian Geisen has opened the 1001 Nights with troupe of sorry dancing boys, all with ferret faces and narrow shoulders and bad teeth, looking rather like a bowling team from Newark. 30 Alan Anson reports he was regally entertained by Lord F., that silly old peer who made an attempt on my person on one nasty occasion. Here I am still junk sick just after the cure, and the last thing I wanted was some lecherous old peer writing about on me, weak-minded old man. I mean, it's like Angus Wilson invites one to tea and makes indecent proposals. 31 Too horrid. Well, I have been working, and have at least 100 pages of new material complete. We'll see what kind of narrative I can concoct. I had a letter from Jack, seems in good shape. Alan sends love to all, and I likewise. Love. Bill. 1958. To Allen Ginsberg. January 9, 1958. Tangier. Dear Alan. By all means hang on to the room. I will be along shortly. Delayed by illness and inertia, must absolutely get out of here for my health. The place is plague-ridden, some obscure virus, probably Ardmore's disease, see current time, 1. Regards to all in Paris and see you very soon. I will probably leave here within the next 3 or 4 days. Will telegraph time of arrival if I can find out what it will be. 2. Alan fine, not much new around here. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. February 16, 1958. Paris. Dear Alan. Yes, received the checks for which many thanks, still don't have my check from Tanger. I wrote a letter to Consul Konya finally. Meanwhile family sent me some money here, so paid the rent. Letter from Alan. He and Gregory are getting along very well again now that the junk is gone. Gregory also making time chez Guggenheim. She gave him a wristwatch. He confessed prison. I mean she gave him the watch after he confessed prison. I wonder if Gregory was actually ever in jail ?3. I am about half hooked on paregoric, which is unlimited here. We are not a bit alarmed about that. Intend to make experimental use of it in analysis. 4 If you can find Wickler's book on opiate addiction, buy it. University of Illinois Press. 5 Right When to expect you back. 6 Weather here is phenomenal, warm like spring. Alan and Gregory and Guggenheim may go on to Greece. It's great, I tell you, great. Bad news from Tanger. Paul and Jane took off for Portugal. It seems there was danger of involvement. Poor Ahmed had lost all his front teeth from police beatings. This is from Francis Bacon. Passapoga closed down. 7 See you soon. Love. Bill. To Lawrence Ferlinghetti. April 18, 1958. 9 Rue Get Liqueur. Paris 6, France. Dear Mr. Ferlinghetti. Regards selections from my Ms., which is not easy to find one's way around in. I offer the following suggestions: 8 The whole last section entitled Word to be ignored, since I have finally cooked same down to 3 pages which herewith enclose, and suggest this be the beginning and the title be Have You Seen Pantapon Rose? Amid Andrew Keefe and KY Scandal, which is beginning of MS, Invoices, which is section 2, start on page 3, when I was on the junk I minded my junkie business etc., to end of that section. County Clerk commit if you want to follow a straight, coherent junk line, amid Interzone U, Islam Incorporated AJ's Ball and Hassan's Rumpus Room. Include hospital, except for the Mickey Spillane part in the middle. 9 Include Benway, except for the theoretical part on addiction and schizophrenia. Include the technical psychiatry conference, and take whatever you want from the market. Now that's one way of doing it, holds together in some sort of coherent line. Of course, you may have different ideas. It could be presented as a series of unrelated, short pieces. All I mean is the arrangement I suggest is more or less all in one piece. Also have avoided the more obscene sections which would involve difficulties of a legal nature. Well, only a suggestion. Sincerely. William Burroughs. To Paul Bowles. July 20, 1958. 9 Rue Get Liqueur. Paris 6, France. Dear Paul. Denver is about the last place I would expect you to be. You mean the show is put on in Denver ?10. I am stuck in Paris until early November, tentatively, at which time I may go to India. I have a friend here who has traveled all through the Far East. He says Bangkok and Japan nowhere. Both Americanized. Only place untouched by Western influence is India. He is going back there to live in November and I will very probably go along. He plans to rent a house in Calcutta. From what he tells me about India, it sounds like your sort of thing. Perhaps you will consider joining us? Jack Stern, that's his name, is far and away the most interesting person I have met in Paris. 11 We have a lot in common. Both graduates of Harvard and Junk. He reports the situation in India is fantastic. Chicago Review is completely sold on my work, publishing it in sections. One is already out, spring 1958. Another will appear next issue. Editor says he will publish all I send him. 12 Trouble is, no gout. Dave Woolman writes Stanger not much changed, but I would not consider returning there to live under present circumstances. He says the State Department took Jane's passport. This seems preposterous. I can't conceive anyone less political. Have you any plans for permanent residence? Please let me hear from you soon again. As ever. Bill B. To Allen Ginsberg. July 1958 Paris. Dear Alan. I read Mrs. Kerouac's letter. Evidently she intercepted your letter to Jack. 13 The woman is mad. She thinks she can scare you out of ever contacting him again by all this nonsense about the FBI. A stupid, small-minded vindictive peasant, incapable of a generous thought or feeling. I mean she is really evil in her small way. In your place I would show Jack the letter. If he is content to be treated like a child and let his mother open his mail and tell him who to see and correspond with, he is a lost cause. More bad news. Neil got 5 years to life. 14 Bob Lavinia writes that the judge accompanied his sentence by a stream of insults. 15 Neil bore himself with complete dignity and composure and kept his temper. Stern is in the hospital taking a half-assed cure with Demerol, his doctor not knowing from nothing about apomorphine or much of anything else. Looks like I am going to put up a sign on the door, Ginsberg doesn't live here anymore. That fucking Arab woke me up at 3 a.m., and at 8 a.m. somebody came around looking for friends from Oxford. Otherwise, nothing new. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. July 24, 1958 Paris. Dear Alan. I herewith forward Jack's weak and cowardly letter. Like some cat explaining to former friend how he can't have him to the house anymore because of the little woman don't like Jews, and after all I am out of all that now, not that we can't meet now and then, not too often, for a glass of beer someplace maybe, etc. Weak and cowardly. And of course you understand I can't help out with Neil or Julius. 16 After all, why should I involve myself? Must consider mother first. She is easily upset, you know, and I did warn him after all. And a Catholic Buddhist yet. My God. She really has him sewed up like an incision. And for whipped cream and a maraschino cherry this rot about Wiseman Uncle Sam, at a moment when bungling, criminal stupidity is losing America the last shred of respect and love throughout the world. Meanwhile Mrs. Kerouac continues to shower on you and me her psychotically obscene letters writhing with a sick hate enough to make a man puke. You is not fit to be talked to as a human being, you and your dirty books and dirty mind and dirty dope. Don't you ever mention Jack's name again in your filthy writings. Etc. I burned her last letter in the bidet, and advised her that I would not forward any more of her letters to you, but destroy them unopened. I am writing this letter to you. Please do not show it to Jack. No useful purpose would be served. However, you can tell him for me that no one can achieve the fence straddle he attempts. No one can simultaneously stand behind those filthy letters of Mrs. Kerouac and be in any meaningful sense a friend of the person to whom those letters were addressed. Jack has reaped fame and money telling Neil's story, recording his conversation, representing himself as Neil's lifelong friend. Maybe the fuzz got on to Neil through Jack's book. In any case he has sold Neil's blood and made money. Now he will not lift a dollar to help. I don't see it, Alan. And isn't it just like her to send along her poison letters with inadequate postage? Well, enough of Jack. You must make up your mind as, to, what you want to do. Stern is in the clear now but hooked of course. 17 So am I still. But I have a stockpile of apomorphine and plan to take off in a week or so for Spain. My analyst is taking August and first 2 weeks of September off. 18 I am getting along well with Stern's wife. 19 I think she is a really nice person, and I have come to like her very much. I have great novel idea, the period in human history when there were many species of Homo. Perhaps the most beautiful did not survive. This idea I can only realize if I get the vision to realize it. I see now great swamps and deserts, sad meaningless lemurs. Hideous, carnivorous baboons. Human potentials in a larval state. I may not be able to do it. Don't know. Just got the idea yesterday. Analysis is coming to a head. No doubt now, I witnessed a miscarriage, by Mary the evil governess, and the results were burned in the furnace in my presence. 20 That is the murder. Stern leaves in a few days for yacht cruise. Stern laid $150 on Gregory. I hope that kicking will reverse my liver trouble and restore me to state of pristine health I enjoyed after cure with Dent. That is one reason have not been in hurry to kick. I want a basic cellular turnover, you dig? Write to me soon. Love. Bill. Gregory is having bomb poem printed up to be sent to you. S.21. P.S. I guess that about covers my position. Gregory wrote a letter to Jack which he decided not to send. I repeat, don't show Jack this letter. No use feeding his paranoia like, I just want to be a peaceful dove and everyone is against me, etc. What in effect he wants is to be a Nazi and keep his Jewish friends at the same time. In most basic terms he does not love his mother, he is shit scared of her, tries to separate himself from the whole complex via unenlightened Buddhism. Buddhism without psychoanalytic insight is only a treadmill of anxiety, delimited circles, and now joins with her in such an intellectually disreputable bastard as Catholic Buddhism, and the one possible out for him, psychoanalysis, he rejects as decadent, European, Jewish, anti-American. Oh God, it's hopeless. He seems to forget all your hours of work getting his manuscripts before publishers, agents, etc. I don't like this reference to shitmouth Julius, nor the way he shrugs off the horrible injustice of Neil's imprisonment. All he wants is security for himself. A weakling, no, a coward who cannot be trusted under any pressure. He doesn't want his name mentioned. What about your name and Neil's and mine in his books? This PS is written a day after the letter. More I think about it, the less I think of him, and the less desire I have to see any more of him. Well, enough. To Allen Ginsberg. Tanger. August 25, 1958. Dear Alan. Analyst on vacation, I have come here to rest and escape the interruptions of Paris. I am going to ruthlessly eliminate, or at least thin, the ranks of visitors on my return. Danger is finished. The Wob days are upon us. 22 Many a queen has been dragged shrieking from the parade, the Saco Chico, and lodged in the local box where 60 sons of Sodom now languish. Dave Woolman has been up for questioning, ditto Croft Cook, ditto Joseph. 23 Dexter Allen, Dave, Woolman, are leaving tomorrow. 24 Tony, Reethorst, has fled to Malaga. The boys, many beaten to a pulp, have spilled a list of hundreds. I may even be on it. There is always the warning of a preliminary interrogation, which means get out now. Well, I am all packed and could walk out of here in 2 minutes. Working on varied projects. No time to go into. Right soon. I will be here until the 10th more or less, must work now. Ahmed Yakubi cowers in his room paralyzed with fear. This is really it. The end. I never come back here anymore. India, roll out your carpets. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. From Gregory Corso and William Burroughs. September 28, 1958, Paris. Gare Don Allen 25 and Kerouac to contribute $. Dear Allen. Bill and I are set on doing a magazine, Interpol. The poet is becoming a policeman and our content will be of the most sordid, vile, vulgar, oozing, seeping slime imaginable. We only want the most disgusting far-outness. For first issue Bill has in mind, Bulls, his most disgusting, Tennessee Williams, his most, and your bubbling, gooey cocaine writing, and Stern's most humiliating, and Kerouac's most maudlin, etc. So we are determined to do this because, like Bill says, we're policemen and we can't help doing such things, it ain't our faults. So we decided to make you co-editor of suggestion and fundraising. It will be your task, thus to ensure this historic venture, to collect the most hideous of material, and money, lots of money, go to Don Allen, Kerouac, everybody, and demand they send Bill Burroughs money for this schoolish enterprise. We, Bill and I, are confident that you won't fail us. To encourage you in your quest for funds, I will tell you what we plan for our format. First, an editorial, by either Bill or me or both. In it we will inform our readers that the thing this week is Polphium, or that one needs a prescription now for diazin in Spain, kind of junk news, etc. Also we will review books written by junkies, fiends, cross-eyed imbeciles, huge-footed oafs, etc. We will praise and hail and laud all kinds of bile, and put down, condemn all kinds of respectability and whiteness. So please aid us. I will write to Anson and Ferlinghetti, and Stern, and you to Phipps, 26 Don Allen, Kerouac, etc. Good luck. In your hand you have Bill's goldenrod of vile to burn a path on the pavements of untrodden history. All will be blue pus and green eggs. Lo. Onward. For onward is gawking scum of Interpol. Beware those who get on Interpol's blacklist. Bill is going in his room, I'm crankling in mine. Beware. Interpol is born. Aruug. Gregory Corso. When the human image is threatened, the poet dictates forms of survival. Dream police of poetry protect us from the human virus. The human virus can now be isolated and treated. This is the work of the new police poet. The virus must be traced with radioactive images before it crystallizes in cancer, blood, stone and money of the world nightmare surface. The nightmare of last night is the soggy toast of this morning's breakfast. This is latest revelation and way of action. As regard your nitrous oxide experiences: 27 Yes, I have had similar insights. In fact I have visions now practically constant. So-called solid reality is only crystallized dream. It can be undreamed. There is nothing stronger than dream, because dreams are forms of the law. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. October 10, 1958. Paris. Dear Allen. Sorry to be remiss. So much has happened on basic levels I can't cover it all, like 10 years passed since I see you. When I think back to my arrival in Paris last year, the image of myself at that time is remote as an image from childhood. More so actually. Analysis is coming to spectacular climaxes. I am completely dissatisfied with all the work I have done in writing and with the whole medium. Unless I can reach a point where my writing has the danger and immediate urgency of bullfighting, it is nowhere, and I must look for another way. Brian Geisen living next door. He used to run the 1001 Nights in Tanger. He has undergone similar conversion to mine and doing great painting. I mean great in the old sense, not jive talk great. I know great work when I see it in any medium. I see in his painting the psychic landscape of my own work. He is doing in painting what I try to do in writing. He regards his painting as a hole in the texture of the so-called reality, through which he is exploring an actual place existing in outer space. That is, he moves into the painting and through it, his life and sanity at stake when he paints. Needless to say, no dealer will touch his work. It is unlike anything I ever saw. When you see it, your thought process stops dead and Satori opens up in front of you. What, Francis Bacon hopes to do, Gysin has done repeatedly. I must simply eliminate all visitors and give all my time to work. I find that I simply cannot stand contact with others on the usual meaningless level. I have also found a way to beat withdrawal. I just go right through the depression and out the other side. So many extraordinary experiences lately. Of course, life is literally a dream, or rather the projection of a dream. That is why political action fails, just as attempts to coerce neurosis with so-called willpower always fail. But the whole existing system can be dreamed away if we get enough people dreaming on the Gysin level. There is nothing can stop the power of a real dream. I mean this literally. You know, I can dream money into my pocket. I can dream up H&O yesterday morning, sick, flat broke, Jack Stern in England taking the cure. I mean, it looked like time to throw in the towel. So I just dreamed of junk and Bernard Frickman wanders in and lays a huge piece of on me. Someone else practically insisted on lending me 10,000 francs. An H connection showed up, and this has happened repeatedly. But I still can't get a line on writing, sending all old work to Irving Rosenthal. Best to Jack, Peter, etc. Love. Bill. To Paul Bowles. October 19, 1958. London, England. Dear Paul. This writing finds me in London, taking the cure with a junkie friend. 28 Since Dr. Dent only takes 2 patients at a time, there are no alcoholics about to lower the tone of the establishment. As to the advisability of your returning to Tanger, it is for the clouded crystal ball department. I have it from Paul Lund, who allegedly read it in España, that you were officially expelled from the Sherifian Empire, no reason given by Rabat. Others deny that such a notice appeared. Charles Gallagher has it straight from Securite that you can return at any time. Brian Gysin, surprisingly, thinks you could return without danger, so? General situation not overly alarming. Bent Anderson indeed languishes in the Casbah, but that could happen to a man of his caliber in any country. Dave Woolman, when he was called for questioning, spilled on everybody in town. Dexter Allen fled at my urgent, and not altogether disinterested, warnings. As it turned out, I did us both a favor, whereas I had only intended to benefit myself, since the police were around looking for him 2 days later. Tony Dutch fled to Holland. Eric Gifford, still unmolested. For myself, never passed a quieter and pleasanter month, eating Majuna and working. Ahmed Yakubi is looking well and not worried. I finally told him I could not listen to any more rambling and utterly incomprehensible accounts about Maurice, whoever he may be, and the Paul, as he calls you, concerning things left in the apartment, etc. I have no idea what he was talking about, and the more he talked the less I knew. Brian Gysin is living in the hotel next to mine and we are getting along at last. He has produced, in the last 3 months, some amazing work. I don't know painting, but I do know great work when I see it in any medium. And this is great work. Needless to say, no dealer will look at it because they never see anything like it before. Appalling what small-minded people control the money side of painting. They sound worse than publishers. Naked Lunch is being published piecemeal in the Chicago Review. 29 Rosenthal, the editor of Chicago Review, is the only editor who really understands what I am doing. I don't know if J. Lachlan has seen the Ms. or not. 30. I will be here for a few weeks then back to Paris. Address, Cargo American Express, London. Please let me hear from you. I was sorry to hear about Jane. 31 Please give her my best regards. Hope to see you someplace soon. As ever. Bill B. 1959. To Allen Ginsberg. January 2, 1959. Paris. Dear Alan. I have been slow writing because events of last month complex and fantastic to point where coverage is difficult. Like covering events of 10 crowded years. The paranormal occurrences thick and fast. I enclose latest productions which cover this period and reflect the phenomena observed. I saw Stern lose about 7 pounds in 10 minutes when he took a shot after being off a week. That flesh you gain back when you kick is soft and ectoplasmic at first, and it melts literally a touch of junk. On another occasion he felt my touch on his arm across 6 feet of space. After writing the Fats terminal section, I saw Fats' face in an amber bead Brian Gysin showed me from Magic, Arab necklace. Monster virus forms frozen in amber, looking for a way out and in, you might say. Once I looked in mirror and saw my hands completely inhuman, thick, black pink, fibrous, long white tendrils growing from the curiously abbreviated fingertips as if the finger had been cut off to make way for tendrils, and Jerry, one who was sitting across the room, said, "My God, Bill. What's wrong with your hands?" "My hands?" I said innocently. "They are all thick and pink and something white growing out the fingers." Many people have commented on my growing invisibility, so the material is a catalogue of actual events. Above are only a few highlights. I suddenly began writing in word forms, of which enclose samples, and also have done illustrations for the material. I am at the beginning in this medium. Gregory will tell you about the ball and Brian and the coffin etc. 2. I know that I am in a very dangerous place, but point of no return is way back yonder. Above to be read upside down and backward. 3 They are alive, these forms like living organisms. Love to Peter, Jack, Lucy N. Love. Bill. P.S. Might try evergreen or new directions with this material. 4. To Brian Sisson. January 17, 1959. 9 Rue Git Le Coeur. Paris 6. Dear Brian. Thanks for your letter. I will write PB at once. I visited Jacques Stern in London. He is having visions sans ball and also saw the coffin in the Library Independent, before receiving my account of events. So everybody agrees there is a coffin in the library, rather an odd place for a coffin I'd say. Is this the Faubourg Saint-Germain? In the library? As for myself, I have taken to painting lately, seemingly at the end of verbal communication. I had planned to start south about the middle of next month. Hitting Ciutat and dig your pictures, then on to Tanger or Ceuta or some warm place. 5 So keep me informed as to your plans. Gregory writes he needs death poem which you have. Will you please send to Gregory Corso, Cargo Allen Ginsberg, 170 East 2nd Street, NYC, apartment 16. Oh, strange thing about my painting. Only Arab themes emerge. Did you receive my Christmas card? By all means a Tanger conference is indicated. Please keep me informed. I am waiting to see your pictures. As for me, I am ready to move any direction after middle of next month more or less, that is any south direction. As ever. Bill B. P.S. The calligraphs always emerge upside down. 6. To Paul Bowles. January 17, 1959. 9 Rue Git Le Coeur. Paris 6, France. Dear Paul. If I have not written it was partly owing to your constant shifts of address, for example, sent a card to the Morris Agency. 7 Here you are in London, and now back in Tanger. I am planning to move south in another month, possibly stopping over to see Brian en route. The Chicago Review folded out from under me. 8 Also I was denounced in the Nation as an international homo and all-around sex fiend. Reminds me of old-time junkie talking about the uptown citizens come down to the village. He is trying to hustle for the price of an H-cap. Jesus, Bill, sex orgies they want yet. Looks like Naked Lunch is finished. As to whether it will ever be published in complete form, I have no idea at this point. Complications and the manuscript scattered all over US and Europe. What is the news in Tanger? Like I say, I plan to go there myself in next month or so. Not definite yet. Is Jane with you? If so, give her my best regards. Hope to see you very soon. As ever. Bill B. To Paul Bowles. February 20, 1959. 9 Rue Git Le Coeur. Paris 6, France. Dear Paul. Thanks for your letter. I will be in Tanger from mid-March to July more or less. This is tentative like any plans I make. Hope to see you there. Brian is here in Paris. Unfortunately down with appendicitis and must undergo operation. He is doing great work, better all the time. There seems to be possibility of publishing expurgated version of Naked Lunch in US. Various publishers have shown interest after the phenomenal publicity accorded Alan and Gregory on their late reading tour to Chicago. 9. I hear from Mexico that 200 resident Americans have been deported for variety of reasons or for no reason at all, and prices up. All in all, any ideas I had of returning there are definitely cancelled. Brian sends his best. As ever. Bill Burroughs. To Allen Ginsberg. April 2, 1959. Care of U.S. Consulate. Tanger, Maroc. Dear Alan. My arrival poorly timed. Tanger rocked by another cause célèbre in which I am involved owing to series of unfortunate conjunctures. Briefly, Captain Stevens, the master of the jinxed vessel Amphitrite 10 currently impounded in Gibraltar pending litigation, was busted in the Saco Chico copping for half kilo of O from the old Black Connection. Both held incommunicado. After usual processing by Fuzz, Old Black Joe 11 spills, involving Lund and another American with glasses. Flashback: about 6 months ago I thought of pushing a little Moroccan tea in Paris, and wrote Lund a letter asking if he could make delivery on Moroccan leather goods. I subsequently dropped the project. This letter, for some as yet undisclosed reason, Captain Stevens had in his possession at the time of his arrest. So the fuzz can only conclude that I am Paris O outlet. So now they know my name and Paris address. They shake Paul's trap down and find some old manuscripts I left behind, and wade through a suitcase full of my vilest pornography looking for evidence. They must figure hanging has code significance. Evidently they are not aware of my presence here, or at least they have not been around for that 8 a.m. visit. Well, I am keeping my nose clean and they can look at my drawings anytime. The drag in all this puts me on top of checklist in France and likely US. In any case I would not take anything back to France now. That would be asking for it a la Shell. 12:0, and the fuzz has a letter I sent to Shell from London in which I say something to effect, pooling our knowledge could be of great benefit to both parties. I can see myself taking shape in their 12-year-old minds as the evil, perverted brain behind international narcotic ring, the agents of which pretend to be poets and painters to cover their sinister operations. It's all so tiresome. I mean, such a bore. The actual facts are infinitely more sensational. It is difficult to put in words the visions that I experienced lately. Sudden wave of activity since the beginning of Ramadan. I noticed in Paris things picking up the last few days, since Ramadan, of course. A few pinpoints, underwater medium, strange enclosed spheres moving through it. I am in one of these spheres. Beautiful pink and black landscapes, people of black, flexible metal, people covered with green, brown, red, fuzz. Live, flying saucers like flatfish full of black fuzz. But something new has been added since I arrived here, something that I am not always sure I can handle. Last night sleep with the light on. This is physical pressures on my person, like I was pushed away from the ball. Things move in my hands. I cannot describe the sensation. I am not pushed with hands, it is like a new dimension of gravity. Well, I will not turn back, even if I could. Let it come down. 13. Seems I never think about sex, so don't know if I am interested in man or woman or both or neither. I think neither. Just can't dig the natives on this planet. Certainly the analysis has, with a slow scalpel of fact, cancelled my sadomasochist visa to Sodom. I wonder if any but the completely innocent can enter without a SM visa? I don't know. Brian in Marrakesh. Have not yet seen Jane Bulls. My drawings are only way I can illustrate what is happening. Some of these are positively alive. We'll send along a few samples. Love. Bill. P.S. Enclosed clipping from Herald Tribune, please save, which bears out my theory on addiction, schizophrenia and cancer. I suggested giving cancer patients a habit and then withdrawing junk, since during withdrawal, substances similar to LSD-6 are released in the body. I suggest that, LSD-6 and related substances may have direct anti-cancerous action, but the physiological state that produces these substances in the body is probably the real curative agent. That was 3 years ago. I sent theory to Wahlberg. Nobody pays it any mind. Now they get around to using LSD-6. Stupid swine. When will they learn to let those do the thinking that have been blessed by God with the necessary equipment? If the theory is published in Benway's section of Naked Lunch, this fact should be included in a note. Please pass along to Rosenthal. Love to all. Love, Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. April 21, 1959. Paris. 9 Rue Git Liqueur. Dear Alan. Just to let you know I am in Paris. Did I tell you about the O scandal? Yes, of course I did. Memory all shot these days. Return US probably end of June. Lund and his stupid cohorts really fucked up my vacation. How can I relax with the fuzz looking for me, and have to hide even Kiff out of the room? They searched Paul again. I was there by accident and, miraculously, no passport check of my person, not to mention the 5 grams of O in my pocket at the time. Steven's still in and might as well make himself comfortable. Good to be back in Paris. Alan Anson came back here with me via the Paquet boat. I hate boat trips and travel generally. Found out you can buy diazen in France, just another name is all you need to know. No word from Stern, looks like he is out of my picture. Too bad. Not many like that from Mystic standpoint, and Shell gone. I am speaking of objective and demonstrable phenomena, not vague hunk skin pickings. For example, there is a phenomenon, A magnetic attraction between the ball and magnifying mirror which moves the ball every time under any circumstances. The LSD 6-bit should show you I know what I am doing, and no evidence when I see it. Alan Anson has confirmed, by repeated observation, the magnetic phenomena of which I speak. Thanks for big table issue, looks great. 14 See any more of Jerry? 15 He says you don't dig his latest writing. It looks good to me, and he has offer from publisher and new directions on basis of small excerpt in Daniel's Little Magazine, DF, which folded after one issue 16. I mean looks like good writing for what that is worth. Myself wonder if any writing now has much raison d'etre. Brian doing great work. Back in Paris soon. My health is terrible which makes kicking difficult, no future plans, Tanger out his place of residence until LaFair Stevens settles, and in any case fading into just another town. All the Spanish boys got the toe. Not that I care for myself, but it is sad, the whole place now is sad and deserted. I seem to have reached the end of the line on drawing. No more writing. I dabble around, write a few pages and lose interest. I wrote a letter to the man who is experimenting with LSD-6 for cancer, see if I can get some info out of him. Love to Gregory, Peter, Jack et al. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. May 18, 1959. 9 Rue Get-Liqueur. Paris 6, France. Dear Alan. Bowles has nothing to worry about. No general heat. Is specific for O. Glad to hear you are doing well. I have written the family for boat Gelt. Plan to leave here late June. Yes, I wrote Rosenthal. Doubt if advance will come through in time. Could use it in N. Y. C. In any case. Alan, Anson, back in Venice. Heat on tea here like I never see it. I mean nothing, nowhere. Stern in complete seclusion. Answers no letters, at least none of mine. Says the presence of people is painful to him. I think Geisen is afraid of me as notorious carrier of black fuzz, bad luck and death. Of the three mystics I had hoped to form nucleus and get something definite and usable via cross-fertilization, Shell, Geisen, and Stern, and then there were none. I continue to see visions and experience strange currents of energy, but the key, the one piece that could make it usable, Stern had part of it, and so did Shell, Geisen more a catalyst or medium in strict sense. You can look anywhere, no good, no bueno, hustling myself. T-less and healthless. I weigh about 120 pounds. But one thing I know for sure now, like I know any fact, so-called death is not final, though a powerful lobby or interest bloc presumes to know what life and death is, and give out with their bulletins of scientific horseshit. I know what I have seen, being strictly from Missouri 17. Enclose late ST, drawing. To really dig these drawings you must be T-high, then you will suddenly see. Love to Peter. Love. Bill. P.S. May call on you for money if family is short. To Allen Ginsberg. June 8, 1959. 9 Rue Get-Liqueur. Paris, France. Dear Alan. Thanks a lot for the loot, but it looks like I won't need it after all. Stern is back and has invited me to spend a month with him on his yacht. In consequence I will be about a month late and return to US. Needless to say it is not a taste for high living that persuades me to accept his invitation. Stern has discovered an abbreviated form of psychotherapy, never longer than 2 weeks, which he will show me during the trip, which is a work trip for both of us, you dig. I do not have time to go into all the fantastic details. Briefly, Stern fell and broke his leg in London. He went to Dent's nursing home to take cure at same time. After a week there he came down with a severe sinus headache. The pain spread to his spine and his whole body until he was screaming with pain. Dent came and, first time I ever saw him when he really did not know what to do. So he starts shooting in heroin a grain at a time. 12 grains in 2 hours and the pain was not alleviated. No other doctor in the world would ever inject that amount of heroin. There is no question that he saved Jack's life, 2 nurses holding him down, he bit a piece of wood right in two. Then went into complete state of catatonia. This lasted 2 days. They called in a shock specialist who said the obvious, that the catatonia was physiological escape mechanism from the pain, which would otherwise have precipitated shock and death. They gave him 1 shock and he came out of the catatonia and began writing. Wrote a novel in 9 days. I have seen part of it. 18 It is great, I mean great, not jive talk great. This is not only my opinion. I have talked with the translator of French edition, Faber in London is publishing it in English. 19 3 plays, poetry, etc. There were 4 psycho cases in the home and he discovered a method of treatment which he calls functional therapy. All of them are out now and cured. These were people who had been in and out of mental hospitals for years. So far, I do not know the details of this therapy since he wants to show me rather than tell me. As for Jack's writing, I think it is better by far than mine or Kerouac's or yours or Gregory's or anyone I can think of. There is no doubt about it, he is a great writer. I think the greatest writer of our time. Remember that this is only the beginning. The change in him since the pain is startling, but difficult to pin down. He used to give off emanations of death, now he gives off life. But he lives in constant danger. In last week 2 serious accidents. Ran his Bentley into a concrete island at 130 miles per hour, flipped over twice and over end, right side up and not a scratch on him or the car. 20. I would have been with him except was too tired. Might not have been so lucky, fell down marble staircase and broke a tooth. Not to mention overdose of sleeping pills and some poison shit that came near to kill him. I had to confiscate it finally, full of scopolamine, never a dull moment around Jack, like center of a storm. I don't know how long before we will leave for the yacht, which is in Monte Carlo, expect in the next week or so. We'll keep you posted and hang on to the loot you sent. Thanks again. Love to Peter. Love. Bill. P.S. Jack says he is not a member of the Beat Generation, and does not wish to be so typed, which is why he hesitates to publish in Big Table. Needless to say, the pain and all circumstances surrounding it are absolutely without medical precedent or explanation. Dent says he never saw anything as horrible. To Allen Ginsberg. Late July 1959, Paris. Dear Alan. Don't know where to send this since you are probably in process of leaving SF. I am sure the deal I made with Olympia was the best deal I could have made. 21 I saw Jack fucking around 5 years with American publishers. And no book is ever out less than a year from date of acceptance in US scene. Of course the 2 pornographic sections, Hassan's Rumpus Room and AJ's Annual Party are in, and very important part of the whole structure. I had exactly 10 days to prepare them as for the printers. Pressure welded the whole book together into a real organic continuity which it never had before. The book will be out this week. Realize that in the last month I have edited the entire Ms., corrected the galley proofs, and the final proofs, and designed a cover, and the book is rolling off the presses right now. I don't make mistakes. Not anymore, I don't. This was a unique opportunity. Selling to a US publisher is now going to be easier, all I have to do is jerk out 2 chapters which are right together. In short, I can prepare the Ms. for American or English markets in 5 minutes. I will send you a copy, which I should have like I say in a few more days. We do not feature masochism this season in hell, psychic or any other kind. Complete power and confidence has broken through at last, though it has been gathering since my original revelations of 2 years ago. You completely misunderstand about Stern. I am immune to his tantrums. All I mean is he can do certain things better than I can. For one thing, he is a great writer. There was no break or anything between us. He just went to sell the boat, which he had intended anyway after the trip. But he got a cash offer. 22 Meanwhile, have been making such incredible discoveries in the line of psychic exploration, I may well be ahead of him by now. You dig in this area, superiority of knowledge, and I was not speaking of any other, absolute and therefore non-existent superiority, shifts from one person to another in a matter of days or even hours. What is happening now is that I literally turn into someone else, not a human creature but man-like. He wears some sort of green uniform. The face is full of black boiling fuzz and what most people would call evil, silly word. I have been seeing him for some time in the mirror. This is nothing, of course. But when other people start seeing him without being briefed or influenced in any way, then something is really there. So far, Brian has seen him, or it. And so has Stern. But Stern left at the wrong time, since it is just in last few weeks that he comes through so clear that people stare at me in restaurants. Enclosed picture will give you some idea. Oh, I got busted the other day. 8 am. Tap tap tap. They had an order for my arrest issued April 9th. I wonder who grassed? Spent a horrible junk sick day in Vastkofkian building while they typed out forms and took my picture, and when they went to develop the picture there was nothing on the plate. Not for nothing am I known as the Invisible Man. 3 tries and 2 hours before they got a picture. The machine was broken or something. 12 hours I was in the fucking joint, all they were looking for was pot. Didn't even mention the word junk. They found some hash. As to immediate plans, I am staying to launch the book. My pictures are also attracting attention, and I may have an exhibit. Also, Girdia is putting out a review on freedom and control in widest sense, just up my alley, you dig, and wants me to contribute and participate, and there is possibility of Naked Lunch being dramatized in London. All in all, it smells like real money. I forgot, some big French outfit is translating the book, Gallimard. 23 Girardia has the English language rights, of which he gets 1/3. So I must come back to US to see the family. Probably within the next 2 months. So we'll tentatively meet you in NY. Difficult to make plans with so many things breaking at once, but I am not going to India without seeing my family first. Love to Peter. Love. Bill. P.S. Fact is I have become a megalomaniac, but with one essential difference and advantage. I have been outside. I have come up from the area of total humiliation and failure, climbed up cell by cell with a million setbacks and debacles. I don't figure to go back, and no one can stand still. Precisely the most dangerous thing in this world or any other, and what I have seen in the past 6 months has convinced me that there are literally billions of other worlds. How could people ever have been so limited as to think otherwise? The most dangerous thing to do is to stand still. And no one can do it actually. You are going up or you are going down. And I know the down area. I came from there, I am going on up. What I am putting down on paper now is literally what is happening to me as I move forward. This is no land of the imagination. It is real as a table, which, seen from the 4-dimension point of time, is, of course, a phantom. And dangerous in a most literal sense. I enclose sample beginning of sequel to Naked Lunch. I don't know where it is going or what will happen. It is straight exploration like Geison's paintings, to which it is intimately connected. We are doing precisely the same thing in different mediums. The soul crackers who move between layers of light and shadow and color I saw first in his pictures, and my own of course. To Allen Ginsberg. 9 Get Liqueur. Paris Vi. August 24, 1959. Dear Alan. Sorry to be slow in answering your letter in regard to Naked Lunch. Have been in bed the last week with the cure. When I wrote to you last week I was not in possession of all the facts. After several enlightening talks with Girardia, I have decided to let him handle the whole contract bit. The reason for this is U.S. income tax. He has devised a method to avoid the U.S. taxes on American sales by transfer funds to branch office in Switzerland, thus reducing the tax, if there is enough money to raise tax questions, from 90% to 10%. Girardia thinks we are going to make that kind of money. I must establish foreign residence, this and other matters to be arranged. I appreciate, God knows, your efforts and those of Irving, Rosenthal. The present confused situation, I receive telegrams and letters from publishers I have never heard of in regard to arrangements of which I know nothing, acrimonious complaints that the book has been promised them by Rosenthal and taken out of their hands by Girardia. The present situation is entirely my fault. I think that Girardia will make a deal with Barney Rosset on the American edition. 24 As he put it to me straight, over a blackbird pastry, in his new restaurant, and he does come on straight. This is a complicated business full of angles. I know them, you don't. Let me handle it. You will have to trust me. So I said, okay, for better or for worse, in sickness or on the nod. There is only one way to make a decision, fast and definite. Girardia is not only very smart, and how he snows them with that timid and confused manner, he is also very lucky. I think that he will weather this cancerous restaurant which is gradually taking over the building in which Olympia is housed. 25 Nabokov would have $200,000 to gamble on a restaurant if he had followed my example. 26 If I have made a mistake, I lose. 27 I rely on your tact to explain the situation to Irving. Well, these are the simple facts of the case. I will write you in more detail later this week. Love to Peter. Love. Bill. P.S. You understand my feelings have not changed as regards my debt to Irving, but he did write me and refuse to be my agent. To Allen Ginsberg. September 5, 1959. 9 Rue Get Liqueur. Paris 6, France. Dear Alan. I am terribly rushed right now and no time to breathe. I enclose an open letter to the French government written by Lawrence Durrell on behalf of Olympia. It is very important and urgent to get some signatures. He wants yours and Jack's especially. Anybody else among non-French writers would be worthwhile. But it is question of time since the case comes up in about 10 days, and it is very important he have the signatures by then. Please understand that Girardia is in a unique position to publish original and valuable work that more orthodox and committed publishers would not touch. His cause is definitely our cause. Who else would have published Naked Lunch first? So please do your best on this deal, if only your signature and Jack's. Those are the signatures in which he is most interested. I mean, don't bother running around town unless you know to whom you are talking and won't be wasting time. I do not have time to explain the situation here, which is complex. But I am asking this of you not only because of THIRD-WORLDISM, but because I am personally involved. It is in the cards that the French government will proceed against me sooner or later, and rather sooner than later. Love to all. Love, Bill. I think the signatures should be in a separate short note and sent to M. THIRD-WORLDISM. Olympia Press. 7 Rue Saint-Séverin. Paris 5, France. To Allen Ginsberg. September 11, 1959. 9 Rue Git-le-Coeur. Paris 6, France. Dear Alan. I am suddenly so busy I have to ration my time. One absolute deadline after the other. The case has taken a sinister turn. It is only a mistake that you are not inside now, my counselor told me. 28 Telegram from Interpol, Tanger, relative to the Stevens case. God knows I had no connection with those sorry, stupid bastards. But it does look bad to a judicial eye. Lund turns out to be a professional rat, and has produced a doctored letter allegedly written by me to him. I have no words to waste on Lund. Wouldn't you? Yes, in his position I would do the same. Anything to salvage the old skin. What? No, I blame myself for knowing Lund in the first place. A mistake that I intend to rectify from here on out as regards Lund and equivalent. Enough of these juvenile delinquents. Write him off. I am writing a short deposition with regard to Naked Lunch. This is essential for my own safety at this point. Naked Lunch is written to reveal the junk virus, the manner in which it operates, and the manner in which it can be brought under control. This is no act. I mean it all the way. Get off that junk wagon, boys, it's going down a 3-mile grade for the junk heap. I am off junk in sickness or in health so long as we both shall live. I will send along a copy of the article, tentatively for the Express here. Please give your attention to the signatures. You understand this is my own deal as much as it is THIRD-WORLDISM. I do not want to waste my time with all this legal crap and maybe end up with no passport or some other crippling restriction. The 2 chapters of Naked Lunch that have been described as pornographic are intended as a tract against capital punishment in the manner of Swift's modest proposal. If you want to drink blood and eat hangings, go to it, boys. But leave us make it a naked lunch. I hear the boys in the back room say, Burroughs pull the switch. Well, maybe. Wouldn't you? I am not playing to lose. In fact, I'm not playing at all. I mean it. If you can help get the beatniks off the junk route, then maybe other routes won't be so difficult as they are now. A word to the wise guy. Quien sabe? There is no limit. But you can't go in 2 directions at once. Second issue of Big Table is great. 29 Cottage very good. I think you can go on from there. I mean you have broken the blockade. Love to Jack, Peter, Lucien, Irving. Love. Bill. P.S. Stahlberg blew into town needing a dentist and other servicing which I provided. 30 Never saw him again or received so much as a line. No manners. Wrote him off. I am flat on my ass now with this legal bit. Alan, could you please glance through the manuscripts of mine in NY? Is there any material, not Yahoo letters, on mythical South American places featuring Carl? Any Scandinavian, track, material other than the Carl interrogation? If so, please send along to American Express, not here. I need this material for the book I am writing now. 31 I am afraid it may be lost. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. September 25, 1959. Paris. Dear Alan. I have just seen the letter you sent to THIRD-WORLDISM and your list. Very thorough, very competent. Thank you. You have done me a solid service. Via Rosalind of Time, I am being interviewed by Life next week. All this is important for my work, and I agree with you all the way that my work is for me the one important factor. Of course, a certain amount of letter writing and party going is part of the job, you might say. Every time I go to one of these European gatherings, I gather material for Naked Lunch. I mean they are strictly for the book, these characters. My presence protects me from pointless invitations. I am no extra man, no fourth at bridge. No one would invite me anywhere to entertain the ladies. There are people at these parties whose only function is to entertain the ladies, so usually I find, if I am asked at all, someone has something definite to say to me and it is always instructive to hear. The talk in Paris is reconversion to peacetime economy and cultural renaissance. This is not romantic bohemian talk. This is politicians and big business talking. The consensus of opinion is, after the Khrushchev visit, that atomic war is now out of the question. 32 Reconversion and Renaissance on wheels. I hear that a similar climate obtains in London. What about New York? The plain fact is that old-style monopoly is not practical, even from a purely economic viewpoint. The old-school ties are fading fast. My case seems to have taken a more or less benign turn. I decided, on Brian's advice, and he has never steered me wrong, to admit writing the letter to Lund. The judge said, "Look. I don't want to make a big deal out of this. I don't think it is a big deal. But don't treat me like a fool." I mean exactly in those words, you dig. The lawyer did a good job in getting the case in front of this character who seems all right. So I leveled with him. After all, I was telling the truth. I am not engaged in any trafficking and I am not about to be. I don't ever want to see or talk to any of these tiresome underworld jerks again. They work their work, I work mine. Lund is what he is. Basta. So I am free on my own reconnaissance, sick, and will most likely receive a fine and suspended sentence. Most of my money went into this case. I figure will cost around 500 Ds minimum. Well, it's a good, sharp lesson, and I have learned it well. No more Lunds. No more juvenile delinquency. I don't think I will see Jack Stern again. Don't misunderstand. I mean he probably does not want to see me, for reasons will appear in next book and in present book as well. The end of Naked Lunch is addressed to Jack, as he must know. I don't think we were ever friends, but he acted like a friend. I really learned about Europeans from him. In fact I learned more from Jack than from anyone else I ever knew, except Brian. So by their fruits you shall know them, not by intentions good or bad. I am working on a sequel to Naked Lunch. Maybe Naked Free Lunch. Don't know yet. For reasons of mobility I am anxious to make money, at least operating expenses. For example, would like to visit India this winter. Essential I should have money to get to London when necessary. So I will write pieces of the present work in the form of short stories that can be sold to magazines in the US for immediate cash. If you have suggestions or know of any magazine that might ask for material, I can deliver. I enclose the article I wrote to cover myself in Naked Lunch you might say. There is nothing dishonest about it. I don't intend to do any dishonest writing now or at any time. I do think junk is a bad deal, a nowhere route that never leads to anything but junk. If treated as a public health problem, could be slowly eliminated with no penalizing of existent addicts who, owing to disabilities physical, psychic, or both, are not able to make it without junk, they should have it legally. Most junkies, if given an apomorphine cure and any sort of life away from junk, I think would be glad to pull out. I don't recognize the word theoretical, especially not with regard to junk. When I say I am off junk I mean off, not a codeine pill, nothing. Off junk. Suicide. Prefer a bullet. Question does not arise. Girardia is sending the article to the Express here, Encounter in England, which has recently got a real shot in the cover, and to Evergreen.33 so best wait to see what disposition before taking any action in NY of course, I want you to see it in any case, so you will know where I am. So thanks again, Alan, for your efforts in my behalf. This review of Girardia's may turn into a big deal. Love to all. Love. Bill. P.S. I have read your article. Very good and to the point. I think the climate is definitely changing. America will change with the times or find herself left in a long lurch without even power. It is obvious that the balance of power has shifted, and America is no longer the strongest factor. So either America stops, reorients from a course of suicidal and psychotic behavior, or, Twilight's last gleamings. I think the shift may be nearer than you realize. Love. Bill. To Allen Ginsberg. October 7, 1959. Paris. Dear Alan. The article is supposed to be what it is and not a cover really. 34 I am not worried about any fuzz, black or otherwise. The heat is off me from here on out, I have written, and Naked Lunch. Remembering has many levels. We remember our operations under anesthesia according to L. Ron Hubbard, Dianetics, went on to Scientology, which you would do well to look into. A run in time, you know. Remember I gave you a tip, said the waiter. The article is intentionally humorless and moralistic, like I say. A lovable hepatitis carrier is no ad for hepatitis. The autumn's moon shines on everybody except Muhammad. He is off the air. Quran, Islam will last forever. Until man reaches the moon. I have talked to Arabs. The religious leaders in Cairo say, it is finished. I said the junkies were to be pensioned off with junk if they need or want it. What more do they want from me yet? Cold and junkless charity. If I know my junkies, they are not likely to look a gift horse in the ass. The evil law of which you speak is junk. Or more accurately, and somewhat old-fashioned way of saying the same thing, junk is one of the most potent instruments of evil law. Life was around the other day, several days in fact, took pictures and concocting a story. Brilliant photography. Two very amusing and knowledgeable characters. Names, Snell and Loomis. 35 Don't know when story out, but they put in 14 hours already, not for nothing. Pick up on the action, Pops, and don't forget to give Hubbard a run for his money. He thinks you should and so does. Your reporter. William Seward Burroughs. Hello, yes, hello 36. P.S. Yahoo letters by all means, but I really do not want queer published at this time. It is not representative of what I do now, and no interest except like an artist's poor art school sketches, and, as such, I protest. I can produce any amount naked free lunch. Barney Rissay here. Negotiating with Gérard Yah in Frankfurt. Contracts expected momentarily. Love on the house. To Allen Ginsberg. October 27, 1959. 9 Rue Git-le-Coeur. Paris 6, France. Dear Alan. I enclose brief biographical note, and recent snapshot, and that is not a malapropism. I think you should read it carefully yourself, since I sometimes feel that you have me mixed up with someone else doesn't live here anymore. The method of directed recall is the method of Scientology. You will recall I wrote urging you to contact local chapter and find an auditor. They do the job without hypnosis or drugs, simply run the tape back and forth until the trauma is wiped off. It works. I have used the method, partially responsible for recent change in management and policy. As for my visions, we don't talk about that. They go into the work. General advice on visions: cool it or use it. It would be great if you could send me some mescaline in a letter. Not against the law here, and no danger of the letter being opened. I am rapidly covering myself with a man of letters. So Mrs. Freud can drift off at will, can she? Whose will? The suppressors are not stupid. Trace grand illusion. They use pompous and dull ventriloquist dummies is all. I repeat, they are not stupid and not accidental. I have personal relations with some of these ladies and gentlemen, and they don't stay where they are, by being dull. Dr. Schlumberger, needless to say, fell overboard like the cook and left several centuries behind. 37. Alan, I really appreciate all the trouble you have taken on this Mademoiselle deal. 38 God knows I do need the gelt. Always broke, and what a hassle to squeeze it out of Uncle Gérard Yah. Oh, I sign something every time, you understand, and I do have some idea as to what or else means. Well, I will pay you back part from Mademoiselle money. It would be great if you could score for some of this new material. I have heard rumors here and putting out my vine. Love to all. Love. Bill. Dear Peter. Thank whatever gods may be, you don't have visions. Mr. Curtsy dead. 39. Bill. PSL Ron Hubbard, Dianetics, Hermitage House, New York, 1950. Movement now called Scientology, used more for manipulation than therapy. Known to Russians since long time. Everybody, I mean on top level, now picking up. Southern California camouflage seemingly necessary. Last call to dinner. I hope you don't have to write an explanation of my biographical note now. Just tell her I am a Beckett-type character says these funny things, which is becoming the things to say. You know how to put it down, baby. I can't play it straight and stupid any longer. I just can't write one of those autobiographical notes the way writers do, you know, about where they live and their pets, and I won't. Never no more. Sorry to be putting you, too, all this trouble as interpreter and middleman. Give Hunk my best regards. 40. Oh, I don't know what is going on between Rissay and Gérard Yah. He told me it was premature to sign a contract. So anything you could find out would be most welcome information in room 32, 9 Rue Git-le-Coeur. Love. Biographical note on William Seward Burroughs. I have no past life at all, being a notorious plant or intrusion if you prefer the archaeological word for an intruded artifact. I walk in passport was allegedly born St. Louis, Missouri, more or less haute bourgeois circumstances. That is, he could have got in the St. Louis Country Club because at that time nobody had anything special against him, but times changed and lots of people had lots of things against him, and he got his name in the papers and there were rumors of illegal trouble. Remember? I prefer not to. Harvard 1936 AB. Nobody ever saw him there, but he had the papers on him. Functioned once as an exterminator in Chicago and learned some basic principles of force majeure. He achieved a state of inanimate matter in Tanger with chemical assistance. Resuscitated by dubious arts, he traveled extensively in all directions open to him. In any case, he wrote a book and that finished him. They killed the author many times and different agents concentrated on the road I pass, achieving thereby greyhounds, menstrual cramps and advanced yoga to a distance of 2 feet legitimate terrain, and never the hope of ground. That is yours. William Seward Burroughs. To Allen Ginsberg. October 29, 1959. 9 Rue Git-le-Coeur, Paris 6, France. Dear Alan. Enclose two briefer forms of biographical exegesis, one concentrated by Brian, the other by myself. I sent along the amended carbon and snapshot yesterday. I have had it in mind to re-edit Word. I do not have copy, and missing passages are landmarks for present work. If you will send me the mis you have, I will re-edit and return. I have new method of writing and do not want to publish anything that has not been inspected and processed. I cannot explain this method to you until you have necessary training. So once again and most urgently, believe me, there is not much time, I tell you, find a Scientology auditor and have yourself run. No vision is ever seen for nothing. Learn to bargain. And remember, win or take nothing. First question always, whose vision? If you think any vision you see is yours, go back to first base and start over. Some people are very acquisitive of ratings. Others know better. Keep your bosom unfranchised and allegiance clear, and remember how long Banquo lasted. 41 Who wants to last? In this game the point is to lose what you have, and not wind up with someone else's rusty load of continuity. Pay no attention to above. I know you won't anyway, and it isn't written for you exactly. William Seward.